After 3 years in this world, I still haven't managed to get even the smallest cheat or special ability. Inside the cold testing hall, Su Yun stared at the screen for the 5th time, feeling numb as the same result flashed before his eyes. Name: Su Yun. Level: none. Awakened talent: none. The outcome was crushing. 3 years ago, he had unexpectedly crossed over to Blue Star, a world nearly identical to Earth, but tens of thousands of times larger. Here, every adult awakened a unique talent, and the powerful could command storms, rule over others, and enjoy unrivaled glory. Those who failed to awaken, on the other hand, were doomed to live at the very bottom, powerless and ignored. This was a world where strength was everything. Who would have thought that, after all, he was a transmigratoriate? He didn't even get the most basic cheat that others seemed to enjoy. For 3 whole years, he was no different from an ordinary person, destined never to rise above mediocrity. As Su Yun sighed and prepared to leave, he overheard some passers-by whispering behind him. They gossiped about how he had shamelessly pursued the school beauty, Lu Qingshan, only to slink away in embarrassment after failing to awaken any talent. But the truth was just the opposite. 3 years ago, by a twist of fate, Su Yun had saved Lu Qingshan's life. Ever since then, the school beauty from a prestigious family had decided he was her destined one and had gone out of her way to get close to him. Yet Su Yun always kept his distance, unwilling to get caught up in the drama of wealthy families. He never expected that, after the talent test, rumors would spread like wildfire. Not just at Kanglan No. 1 High School, but throughout the entire city of Kanglan. People were saying he was a pathetic guy who got nothing after chasing the school beauty. Su Yun didn't care about the gossip. What truly pained him was that, even after getting a second chance at life, he was still ordinary, never able to experience the wonders of this world. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. All Heaven's theft system has been successfully restored. After waiting 3 long years, his cheat had finally awakened. According to the system introduction, it could summon the hand of God and help him steal anything from across all worlds. The world of Dupo, the world of Zhitian, the Naruto world, the Bleach world, everything was within reach. As the newbie gift pack opened, Su Yun didn't hesitate to choose the Naruto world. In the next instant, the hand of God reached into that colorful world. Theft successful. This time, the stolen item, 9 tails. The item has been stored in the system warehouse and can be summoned at will. The 9 tails, a tailed beast formed from one of the 9 portions of chakra split from the 10 tails by the sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is an orange fox with 9 tails, ranked first among all tailed beasts. Note: this is the complete form of the 9 tails. Su Yun was completely stunned. His blood rushed to his head, and without hesitation, he immediately summoned the 9 tails. A surge of overwhelming, mysterious power coursed through his entire body, filling him with an unprecedented energy. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, and saw a small orange fox curled up in his dantian. Its 9 tails lazily swayed up and down, exuding an air of utter contentment. This form doesn't look quite right, Su Yun muttered, taken aback. The 9 tails before him was simply too adorable. Its orange-eared ears twitched slightly, dark on the inside, and its tiny nose quivered as it occasionally scratched its ear with a hind paw, looking every bit like a cute little husky. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Su Yun's expression grew serious. The 9 tails was known for its wild and untamable nature, nearly impossible to control, especially in its complete form. If it got upset and decided to blow him to pieces, he'd be finished. I acted too rashly. I should have observed it first. Su Yun frowned, quickly asking the system, will the 9 tails hurt me? Rest assured, host. Any creature you take from another world will be completely loyal to you, the system replied, putting Su Yun at ease. With the system's assurance, Su Yun began to consider the benefits the 9 tails brought. The endless spiritual energy of the Nine tails, the boundless life force of the Yang 9 tails together. They meant unlimited chakra. Not to mention powerful abilities like malice detection, the tailed beast ball, and the full 9 tails mode. Although he was itching to try out these powers, Su Yun managed to restrain himself. Better not draw attention to myself. They'll wait until I get home. The frustration from his repeated failed awakenings vanished in an instant. Suddenly, he remembered the system had mentioned something about repair. System, what's this repair about? The system was damaged during your transmigration and has now been fully restored. It took you 3 whole years to fix yourself? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past 3 years? Su Yun gritted his teeth. When he first crossed over, had dreamed of shattering the void with a single punch and ruling supreme, only for the system to break down as soon as it arrived. To make up for your trauma, you will receive an innate talent, the primordial immortal body. Huh. Su Yun was overjoyed. At least the system took responsibility when it made a mistake. What does the primordial immortal body do? The primordial immortal body originates from the very source of chaos. Its bearer is innately attuned to the laws of the universe, faces no bottlenecks in cultivation, possesses unmatched comprehension, and has an immortal soul and inexhaustible life force. Su Yun immediately extracted the primordial immortal body. In that instant, the skies above Kanglan City shifted dramatically. Day turned to night and back again, as a faint purple aura descended over the city. In the mayor's office at the center of Kanglan City, a burly middle-aged man suddenly looked up and said in a deep voice, "What a pure energy." With a swift movement, he appeared atop a towering skyscraper, gazing up at the sky. The strange phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before vanishing without a trace. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, muttering under his breath, "How odd. Could someone have awakened a special talent?" On the street below, Su Yun stood still, eyes gently closed. A purple light flowed around him like water, faint streaks of gold flickering within it, making him stand out against the dim street. No one knew how much time had passed before he let out a slow breath and opened his eyes, clear and bright. The next moment, his body began to tremble involuntarily. "I can feel it." A look of excitement appeared on Su Yun's face. "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is gathering around me." Both the original owner of this body and Su Yun himself had tried to cultivate since childhood, but their talent was so poor that they could never sense spiritual energy, the essential substance for cultivation that existed everywhere on Blue Star. Due to geographical differences, the concentration of spiritual energy varied greatly. In this world, everyone awakened their innate talent at the age of 18, which determined the path of their entire life. After years of development, Blue Star had established a clear hierarchy for talents: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Those with S-level talent were considered national strategic assets. That was why, when Lu Qingshan was found to have an S-level talent, the entire city of Kanglan was thrown into an uproar. After all, Kanglan was just a third-tier city in Huaxia, and it hadn't seen an S-level genius in 100 years. This also made the upcoming high school selection event a major spectacle, with even the top 10 universities in Huaxia sending representatives. "I heard from my teacher that there's something above S-level, but I don't know if that's true." Su Yin pondered for a moment, then asked silently in his mind, "System, what level is the Hongmeng immortal body?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. According to Blue Star's scale, the Hongmeng immortal body surpasses SS level and is known as God level. Su Yun's eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If S is followed by SS, then SSS comes next, and yet the Hongmeng immortal body is actually beyond SS sits God level. Now that he had acquired the Hongmeng immortal body, there would be no bottlenecks in his cultivation. His comprehension was extraordinary, his soul indestructible, and his life force inexhaustible. This compensation is insane. God level indeed. Instantly, all of Su Yun's complaints vanished. With the Hongmeng immortal body, what more could he possibly ask for? For a moment, he was tempted to say, "System, how about you break down for another 3 years?" But in the end, he held his tongue. Better not push his luck, didn't want to risk upsetting the system. His attention then shifted to the small nine-tailed fox within his dantian. "System, what level is the Nine-Tails?" he asked curiously. "The fully formed Nine-Tails is SS level, also known as demigod level. If certain special conditions are met, it can be promoted to God level," the system replied. Su Yun's face lit up with excitement. While it couldn't quite compare to the Hongmeng immortal body, SS level was already extraordinary. If it could advance further, it might even rival the Hongmeng immortal body. The Nine Tails originated from the 10 Tails. Speaking of the 10 Tails, that involves the Otsutsuki clan, and even Madara, Su Yun's mind raced with possibilities. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels echoed nearby. Su Yun looked up, his expression becoming more composed. Two people were walking side by side. One was a young woman in a pure white dress, around 18, tall and graceful, with a beauty that could topple kingdoms. She was Lu Qingshan, the most popular girl at Kanglan No. 1 High School and a well-known figure in the city. The other was an elegant, well-dressed woman adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of pride and superiority. When she spotted Su Yun, her eyes were filled with disdain and contempt, and she clicked her tongue in annoyance. The elegant woman looked down at Su Yun from above, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain, as if she were staring at a beggar. "Su Yun, what a coincidence." Lu Qingshan's almond-shaped eyes lit up slightly when she saw Su Yun. She turned to the woman and said, "Mom, he's..." Before she could finish, her mother interrupted with a cold sneer. "I know who he I just some useless kid from the slums." Su Yun's brow furrowed slightly. This wasn't the first time he had met Liu's mother. They had crossed paths half a year ago. Back then, she had warned him to stay away from her daughter, or suffer the consequences. "Mom, please don't talk about Su Yun like that," Lu Qingshan said softly, her face flushed with embarrassment. But her mother ignored her, still looking down at Su Yun with superiority. "This is your last warning, loser. Qingshan is an adult now, with a bright future ahead of her. She's not someone a nobody like you should even think about approaching. You're just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Her voice was so loud that several passers-by slowed down, turning their heads to watch the scene unfold. Su Yun didn't say a word, but his fists slowly tightened, his knuckles turning white. What? Are you thinking of hitting me? Liu's mother noticed his reaction and laughed even more brazenly. She crossed her arms and raised her chin arrogantly. Go ahead, hit me. He'll make sure you rot in prison for the rest of your life. When you get out after decades, the only thing waiting for you will be backbreaking labor on a construction site. That's all you'll ever be, a bottom feeder. Nothing but trash. Every word was like a dagger, stabbing right into Su Yun's heart. Lu Qingshan stood to the side, a little dazed, not quite understanding why her mother was so hostile towards Su Yun. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Su Yun said nothing more and turned to leave. Seeing that he didn't answer, Liu's mother clicked her tongue. Coward. Do you know why so many people call you a pathetic lapdog? I made sure of it. I had people spread those rumors just to ruin your reputation. From now on, you'll always be a joke. Su Yun suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, his eyes icy as he stared at Liu's mother. So it was you behind all of this. Now he finally understood why. Right after Lu Qingshan awakened her level talent, so many rumors had started attacking him. It was this crazy woman stirring up trouble from the shadows. Lu Qingshan's eyes also widened in shock as she looked at Su Yun, guilt welling up inside her. But she just stood there, speechless. Seeing the look on Su Yun's face, Liu's mother was overjoyed. She wasn't stupid. Everything she had done was to provoke Su Yun, hoping he would lose control and attack her in front of Lu Qingshan. That way, Qingshan's impression of Su Yun would be destroyed, and Su Yun could be sent straight to jail, a win-win for her. She strode up to Su Yun and hissed viciously. 3 years ago, Qingshan was almost kidnapped by members of the Tianma cult. I suspect you were behind it all, just so you could get close to her and to the Lu family. You traitor to humanity. Her accusation made the faces of several nearby onlookers change dramatically. The Tianma cult, an alien cult lurking on Blue Star. They were experts at luring people in with their words, making them do anything for the cult. They had destroyed countless families, driving people mad, husbands beheading their wives, laughing maniacally and declaring, a gift for my master. Now, such cults were severely punished in Huaxia. Anyone caught as a member would be executed. Su Yun glared at Liu's mother, wanting nothing more than to smash her smug face to pieces with a single punch. A traitor to humanity? That accusation was beyond outrageous. But he didn't do any of that. Instead, he turned and left in silence. Without strength, every insult and act of revenge is just a trap. Su Yun clenched his fists and made a silent vow in his heart. I will become stronger, so strong that no one will ever bully me again. When Mrs. Lu saw Su Yun show no reaction, her expression darkened instantly. A flash of anger appeared in her eyes as she snapped. Well, aren't you something? I said so much, and you didn't take in a single word? Are you deaf? Su Yun stopped, shrugged, and replied calmly. Yeah, I'm deaf. With that, he walked away, his figure growing long and lonely in the sunlight. Lu Qingshan watched Su Yun's fading silhouette, gently biting her lip, her brow furrowing. Mom, don't you think you went a little too far? Too far. Mrs. Lu sneered, turning to her daughter. You need to be more careful. Who are you? You're the first person in 100 years in Kanglan City to awaken and level talent. And him? He's nothing but a piece of trash left on the roadside. People would even spit at him in disgust. She looked deep into Lu Qingshan's eyes and said earnestly, the bright moon shouldn't be tainted by dust. Lu Qingshan's expression tightened, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Though she thought her mother had gone overboard, she couldn't deny there was some truth in her words. She had awakened and level talent. Her future lay across all of Huaxia, maybe even the whole Blue Star. As for Su Yun, he might spend his entire life in the slums. If she kept getting involved with him, Lu Qingshan let out a long sigh and lowered her gaze. Maybe the world between us really is separated by a gulf. Seeing her daughter come to terms with it, Mrs. Lu looked smugly at Su Yun's back and deliberately raised her voice. Remember, you're my daughter. You're not the same as some worthless kid from the slums. Her voice dripped with arrogance and disdain, flaunting her own status while belittling Su Yun. Hearing this, Su Yun paused for a moment. He felt the presence of the nine-tailed fox within him and the boundless spiritual energy flowing through the world. A slight smile appeared on his lips. That's right. We're not from the same world. He didn't bother to argue with Mrs. Lu or make some melodramatic declaration about revenge. There was no need. Kanglan City's eastern slums, house number 211. Most of the buildings here were patched together from old wooden boards and sheets of tin. The streets were covered in sand and broken bricks, with the occasional drunkard reeking in the corners. Su Yun's home was just a small shack enclosed by a few pieces of tin, unbearably simple inside. A bed, 2 chairs, and a radio. That was all he owned. The most valuable thing he had was probably the phone he carried. Su Yun switched on the bulb hanging from the tin wall, its weak light barely illuminating the cramped space. He looked around and gave a self-mocking laugh. 300 blue coins a month, huh? He didn't dwell on it. Rubbing his tired face, he slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a tiny nine-tailed fox appeared in his arms, nuzzling its furry head affectionately against his chest, bringing a touch of warmth to the gloomy shack. Little one, from now on, it'll be just you and me, Su Yun said softly, stroking the fox's silky fur. The little nine-tails closed its gemstone-like crimson eyes and let out a contented hum, looking adorably at ease. Then, it hopped out of Su Yun's arms and began exploring the room, playfully nibbling here and rubbing there, irresistibly cute. Watching its antics, Su Yun's smile grew even wider. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, eyes shining with anticipation. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well try out the Nine-Tails mode. At this moment, Su Yun could hardly contain his excitement as he anticipated unlocking the Nine-Tails mode. He calmed his mind and, guided by a mysterious sense, established a connection with the Nine-Tails within him. In an instant, a surge of immense power erupted from his core. Air currents swirled around him, and golden light burst from within, blazing like the midday sun. His once wrinkled school uniform was instantly transformed, as if draped in a divine robe, each inch of fabric shimmering with a gentle radiance. From his collar upward, intricate magatama patterns began to emerge, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Black markings spread across his chest, snaking down his limbs like dragons and serpents, intertwining with the golden glow to create a display of sheer dominance. Behind him, a golden cloak billowed on its own, flickering with sparks of gold that danced like flames. When Su Yun opened his eyes, his blood-red, slit pupils radiated a sharp, cold intensity. Feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, he could barely hide his excitement. Suddenly, his senses picked up strange fluctuations from all directions. Resentment, malice, violence, and other negative emotions were now crystal clear. This was the malicious intent detection ability granted by the Nine-Tails mode. In a lawless place like this slum, such negativity was nothing new. Eager to test his strength, Su Yun almost threw a punch, but the thought of possible compensation made him reluctantly hold back. After deactivating Nine-Tails mode, Su Yun felt a brief sense of emptiness, but his blood was still boiling with excitement. It was as if a door to a dazzling new world had opened before him, and the system's restoration had given him the key. What surprised him even more was that his usual fatigue had vanished, leaving him refreshed and clear-headed. Following the system's prompt, he brought up his personal panel and discovered he had advanced to the rank of half-step one-star warrior and awakened the Hongmeng immortal body talent. With its extraordinary recovery, comprehension, and cultivation speed, it was no wonder he felt so invigorated. Seated in his chair, gazing at the light bulb above, Su Yun fell into deep thought. The high school selection was just a week away, and he was determined to shine in front of the top 10 academies. The top 10 academies are the breeding grounds for new talent in Huaxia. Geniuses from all over the country gather there, receiving the best education available. You could say that everyone within these institutions, students and teachers alike, either possesses extraordinary talent or comes from influential families. Su Yun sat in his rundown rental apartment, clenching his fists tightly. Now that I have a chance, I have to seize it, he muttered, determination flickering in his eyes. He refused to spend his life being bullied, and he certainly didn't want to remain at the bottom forever. Things had to change. People's outlooks shift depending on their circumstances and the power they hold. Su Yun turned these thoughts over and over in his mind. But reality hit him like a bucket of cold water. Had nothing. No powerful family, no mentor, no resources. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, that's not right. Su Yun's head shot up, his eyes lighting up. Outside Kanglan City, there's the Fierce Beast Gorge. Fierce Beast Gorge was strictly controlled by the military. Yet, it also offered those at the very bottom a way to make money. Battling savage beasts was a deadly gamble. With a high mortality rate, it was a life lived on the edge. I have the ability, but hardly any real combat experience. Fierce Beast Gorge is where I'll start. Su Yun stood up slowly, resolve burning in his gaze. Once he made up his mind, he grabbed his jacket and left, heading straight for the nearest bus station. Outside Fierce Beast Gorge, at Military Base No. 1, a crowded bus rumbled to a stop, its engine growling. Su Yun jumped off, looking up at the military camp ahead. High fences crackled with blue electricity in obvious defense against the beasts. The base was sprawling, dotted with tents, and filled with the constant hum of voices. At the entrance stood a squad of fully armed soldiers, guns in hand, swords or sabers strapped to their backs. Their faces were sharp and cold, eyes hardened by real combat, exuding a dangerous aura. Su Yun instinctively lowered his gaze, not daring to meet their eyes. He could tell these were elite soldiers, forged in blood. ID, please. A middle-aged officer took Su Yun's card, frowning slightly. 18. My advice is to find a team in the camp. Don't go in alone, the soldier warned sternly. Thank you. Sir, I understand. Su Yun took his ID back and handed over 500 blue coins for the entry fee. He couldn't help but wince. Damn, that's expensive. Entry to Fierce Beast Gorge wasn't free, you had to pay to get in. But if you managed to catch or kill a beast, you'd make it back, and more. Every part of a beast was valuable. The officer shot Su Yun a glance as he entered, then turned and barked, next. Don't waste time. Inside the camp, small groups of people gathered, most of them in their 20s to 40s. When they saw Su Yun, their eyes filled with amusement. 18 years old, don't know how dangerous this place is. Wanna bet? Think he'll make it out alive? Heh, around 20,000 people die here every year. If there's a beast tide, the numbers skyrocket. The mocking voices swirled around him, but Su Yun ignored them, taking the rations and water provided by the base and moving forward in silence. A dim, shadowy forest loomed ahead. Instead of fear, Su Yun felt an unexpected thrill surge through his veins. About 100 meters into Fierce Beast Gorge, the stench of blood and decay hit him. The silence was absolute, the kind that made your skin crawl. Roar. Suddenly, a beast's roar thundered through the forest. Birds exploded into the sky, wings beating frantically, leaves shaking in the aftermath. It's begun. A sharp light flashed in Su Yun's eyes. He was determined to use Fierce Beast Gorge as the crucible to transform himself. In the depths of the forest, a figure darted between the trees, footsteps crisp and clear. After sprinting 300 or 400 meters, Su Yun came to a halt in front of a winding trail, his expression grave. This is where the real danger begins, he muttered under his breath, eyes sweeping his surroundings with caution. This was the Fierce Beast Gorge, a place where countless martial artists lost their lives every year. Most people chose to explore it in groups to minimize the risk of death. But Su Yun was different. It wasn't just confidence in his skill, she was a bit reckless, too. Still, he had his reasons. He didn't want to reveal his abilities too soon. Everything could wait until he was strong enough. Suddenly, a foul wind blew from ahead. Su Yun's eyes narrowed. Through the thick layers of trees and underbrush, he spotted two massive shapes moving. A deep, rumbling growl echoed through the woods like distant thunder. Two powerful paws crashed through the bushes, revealing the true forms of the beasts. Bloodfang tigers. Every muscle in Su Yun's body tensed instantly. The two beasts before him were long and lean, covered in pale red fur that looked soft but could withstand ordinary blades and arrows. Their tiger heads were especially fierce, their narrowed pupils locked onto Su Yun. What made these beasts most infamous were their blood-red fangs, as hard as refined steel, easily capable of tearing through the body of a first-rank warrior. With a roar, one of the tigers suddenly lunged, foul wind swirling around it as it charged at Su Yun. The sheer force of it would have shattered an ordinary person's nerves, but Su Yun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ninetales mode. He shouted inwardly. Instantly, golden light enveloped his body, dark energy radiating from his chest, and his eyes turned blood red. Without hesitation, he twisted and punched, raw power slamming into the Bloodfang tiger. With a thunderous crack, the tiger exploded on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere, staining the ground red. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has slain a Bloodfang tiger. Dropped. Beginner God's Hand 1. Su Yun paused in surprise, then broke into a satisfied grin. Had taken down a beast on par with a first-rank warrior with a single punch, and even received a reward for it. The other Bloodfang tiger, sensing danger, bristled and tried to flee. But Su Yun wasn't about to let it get away. With a thought, 9 chakra tails transformed into fox-like claws, pinning the beast in an instant. Unable to struggle free, the tiger was finished off with a blow to its heart. Ding. Host has slain a Bloodfang tiger. Dropped. Beginner God's Hand 1. This was Su Yun's first time taking a life in either of his 2 lifetimes. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, reassuring himself, they were going to eat me. I was just defending myself. After calming down, Su Yun began to collect his spoils. The Bloodfang tiger's fangs could be used for medicine. Its intact pelt would fetch a high price, and its blood, bones, and even its tail were all valuable. Using his fox-like claws, he skillfully processed the carcasses, storing all the materials in his system's inventory, leaving only 2 bloody husks behind. Let's keep going. I need more real combat experience. A glint of fighting spirit flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Su Yun pressed forward, his steps steady and powerful. In this era where the strong prey on the weak, strength meant everything. Only those with real power could rise to the top, while the powerless were left at the mercy of others. Within the vast savage beast gorge, Su Yun was like a tiger among sheep, stirring up unseen currents wherever he went. A chilling aura followed in his wake, leaving a trail of silent intimidation. Meanwhile, on the wide roads of Military Base No. 1, an army green armored vehicle rumbled slowly along, its tires grinding heavily against the ground. A middle-aged officer, who had been recording data outside, immediately set down his paperwork and straightened up to greet the vehicle. The door swung open, and 3 men and 2 women stepped out one after another. Each of them looked incredibly young, no more than 20 years old. Officer Gu. The middle-aged officer and the nearby soldiers called out in unison, their voices loud and crisp. The young man addressed as Officer Gu wore a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated his muscular build. He gave a slight nod, his expression impassive, as if this were all just routine. The group strode into the base. Only when they had gone did the other martial artists dare to whisper among themselves. Gu. Could he be from the legendary Gu family of Longdu? One of them began. Shu. Another quickly cut him off. Don't mention his name. Are you looking for trouble? But why is he here? Is he really getting involved in the university selection? A soldier replacing the middle-aged officer barked sternly. Quiet. No idle chatter. Inside the base, the middle-aged officer followed closely behind Officer Gu, his demeanor humble and deferential. Are the people from the hybrid blood cult really inside? Officer Gu asked, his eyes sharp and his voice cool. Yes, sir. There have been sightings, and lately, several people have gone missing under mysterious circumstances, the officer replied immediately. Understood. Officer Gu's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within them. With a swift motion, he lifted the tent flap and led his team 2 men and 2 women deeper into the gorge. The depths of Savage Beast Gorge were suffocating dim light, a damp, moldy odor, and the thick stench of blood hung in the air. Ancient trees towered overhead, their dense canopy blocking the sunlight, leaving this area in perpetual shadow. Suddenly, with a sharp slap, a blood-soaked hand appeared in a rare sliver of sunlight. Dirt was packed under its fingernails, and it trembled violently, as though its owner was enduring unbearable torment. Help, a weak, terrified voice called out. Before the cry could finish, a thick, purplish-red tentacle nearly 8 inches wide snapped out and wrapped around the hand like lightning. Ha ha ha, become my nourishment. A chilling voice echoed from the darkness. Moments later, the sickening sound of bones and organs being crushed reverberated through the gorge, sending chills down the spine. At the same time, on Tiger Road within the Savage Beast Gorge, thunderous crashes rang out. Trees toppled one after another, trunks snapping in half and clouds of dust rising. A golden flash darted between the trees. Each punch it landed hit with the force of a mountain. Every blood-fanged tiger that appeared was instantly slain. None survived. Blood pooled across the ground, yet not a drop touched the figure wreathed in golden light. The once feared Tiger Road, avoided by countless martial artists, was being cleared by a single person. Ding. Host has killed Bloodfang Tiger X20, dropped beginner Godhand X20. Not bad. Su Yun turned, a satisfied smile on his face. Every Bloodfang Tiger he encountered along the way had been defeated. Not only had he collected a trove of beginner Godhands, but he had also officially advanced to the rank of 1-star warrior. This perfectly demonstrated the extraordinary power of the immortal Hongmeng physique, becoming a 1-star warrior in just a single day. For ordinary people, this would be nothing short of a miracle. Just as Su Yun was basking in his accomplishment, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. An oppressive force descended from above, heavy and suffocating. Killing intent. Su Yun looked up sharply, his pupils reflecting the image of a massive beast. This beast was enormous, its fur blood red, with fangs that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. It looked down at Su Yun with the disdain of a king gazing at an ant. The Bloodfang Tiger King. Su Yun's brow furrowed as he recognized the beast. With a deafening roar, the Bloodfang Tiger King shook the entire forest, its bloodthirsty aura sweeping out in all directions. Every beast within a kilometer radius trembled in terror. With a sudden leap, the Bloodfang Tiger King shattered the rocks beneath its feet and streaked towards Su Yun in a crimson blur, murderous intent blazing. Suddenly, a change erupted. The Bloodfang Tiger King lunged ferociously at Su Yun, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air. But when it landed, all that remained in front of it was a faint golden afterimage. Su Yun's real body had already flashed several meters away. Now that I've activated the Ninetales mode, all my abilities have been greatly enhanced. Su Yun looked at the massive beast before him, easily 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary Bloodfang tiger, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Bloodfang Tiger King, with your latest 1-star warrior strength, I hope you can give me a bit of a challenge. The terrifying pressure radiating from the Bloodfang Tiger King was enough to make an ordinary 1-star warrior collapse on the spot. But Su Yun showed no fear. Instead, he seemed eager to fight. Roar. The Tiger King's whiskers quivered as it launched another fierce assault. Its enormous form flickered through the forest with lightning speed, and every swipe of its massive claws made the very air tremble. Gale-force winds howled past, shattering rocks in an instant and slicing through giant trees that would take 5 or 6 people to encircle. Such an onslaught could easily kill any ordinary 1-star warrior. Transform. Facing this savage attack, Su Yun stood his ground. With a low shout, golden light surged around him and instantly condensed into a pair of demonic fox claws, each over 6 meters long, which slashed upward to meet the attack heat in. Boom. The moment the fox claws collided with the tigers, they utterly crushed the Bloodfang Tiger King's assault. The Tiger King's claws shattered, and with a miserable howl, it was sent flying, leaving a bloodstained trail more than 10 meters long before finally twitching a few times and dying. A system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the Bloodfang Tiger King. You have successfully challenged an enemy above your level and obtained Intermediate Hand of God X1. Intermediate Hand of God. Su Yun was delighted. Previously, had only received basic Hands of God after killing more than 40 Bloodfang tigers, but this time had gotten an intermediate one. He wondered if the system was encouraging him to take on tougher challenges. Did it offer better rewards for defeating stronger foes, or simply increase the drop rate? Looks like he'll need to seek out even stronger beasts. As he collected materials from the Tiger King, Su Yun considered his next move. The country did reward warriors for hunting down fierce beasts, but only if they were members of the top 10 academies or the 4 major martial arts schools. Many had lost their lives for this after all. The path of a warrior was always fraught with danger. In the distance, another tiger's roar echoed through the forest. Su Yun turned his head. He'll finish clearing out this area first. Before the words had fully left his lips, his figure had already turned into a streak of golden light, weaving through the woods. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, a 5-person team was complaining about their lack of prey, finding only the corpses of Bloodfang tigers everywhere. They wondered if some expert was hunting here. Half an hour later, Su Yun deactivated his Ninetales mode and rested against a boulder. He asked the system, "What kind of good items can you get with a basic Hand of God?" The system replied, "A basic Hand of God has only a very small chance of stealing high-value treasures. Can they be exchanged for an intermediate Hand of God? What's the exchange rate?" Su Yun continued to ask. Su Yun frowned slightly as he read the exchange rules on the system interface. 50 basic divine hands could be exchanged for 1 intermediate divine hand, and this ratio continued up to higher levels. He quickly came to terms with it. After all, basic divine hands were easy to obtain, while intermediate ones were only rewarded for taking on tougher challenges or defeating powerful opponents, and sometimes you could even get advanced divine hands. How do I exchange for a god-level divine hand? Su Yun pressed further. The system replied simply, "Exchange unavailable. Reason, unknown." You've got to be kidding me. Didn't you say it was fixed? Su Yun complained, but the system remained silent. Left with no choice, Su Yun stood up and glanced around, then pulled out the basic map issued by the base. The map marked out the territories of various fierce beasts, and his gaze quickly settled on the area 2,000 meters from the Bloodfang tigers' domain, the Thornback Savage Ox Zone. The map had a special note: Thornback Savage Ox, half-step 2-star warrior. Do not approach. Thanks to what had learned in his school courses, Su Yun knew all about the Thornback Savage Ox. These herd animals were covered in retractable, dense spikes, and their charge was as fast as a high-speed vehicle. This showed how the academy valued a well-rounded education, not just combat training. After all, relying solely on brute strength turned a warrior into nothing more than a brawler. He checked his stats panel. Name: Su Yun. Level: 1-star warrior, midstage. Abilities: 1. Nine-tailed fox spirit pet. Talents: 1. Eternal primordial body. Martial skills: none. Already at midstage? Su Yun was secretly amazed. For most people, reaching midstage 1-star warrior took countless battles, years of training, and slow accumulation, but had broken through simply by fighting constantly. His progress was almost unnatural. Before heading out, Su Yun decided to try his luck and used 10 basic divine hands. The system responded instantly. 10 basic divine hands have been condensed. Please choose Earth World, Future World. Future World. Su Yun's eyes lit up, hoping to score an exoskeleton suit or Iron Man-style nanotech armor. Instead, the results were almost comical. Steel failed. Steel failed. Stole 100 bottles of Damaho barbecue sauce. Stole 10 cans of Blood Blossom beer. Staring at this odd haul, Su Yun could only shake his head. But then he remembered his real target, the Savage Ox Demon Heart, a rare treasure worth between 8,000 and 10,000 credits. In a green clearing inside the Beast Canyon, more than 100 Thornback Savage Oxen were leisurely grazing. They were massive, their muscles as solid as granite, and their bodies dotted with small pores from which deadly spikes could emerge. Hiding in the shadows, Su Yun was just about to make his move when he noticed another team appearing across the field. There were 4 people in the team, watching the Thornhide wild bulls from within the forest. After a while, they pulled out their firearms, the metallic glint flashing among the trees and the sound of guns being loaded shattering the forest silence. Idiots. Don't they know this could trigger a stampede? Su Yun muttered under his breath, hidden in the undergrowth. On Blue Star, firearms might still work against ordinary creatures, but against awakened beasts, they were only effective on the warrior level at best. The speed and defense of warlord-level creatures were far beyond what most people could imagine. There was a video circulating online that still sent chills down people's spines. A warlord-level fighter dodged effortlessly through a hail of bullets, completely unharmed, while an entire 100-man squad armed with hot weapons was wiped out in moments. Of course, using nuclear weapons would be a different story. During Blue Star's era of mass awakening, humans had once tried nuking ferocious beasts. While the beasts were destroyed, some actually adapted to the radiation, evolving into even more terrifying creatures. Since then, nuclear weapons had gradually fallen out of favor. That was why Su Yun was so critical. If the guns couldn't wipe out all the Thornhide wild bulls, the counterattack would be brutal. The crisp sounds of weapons being readied echoed through the woods. Are you sure about this? The only woman in the group looked worried. A cocky-looking man grinned with confidence. Relax. There aren't any two-star thornhide wild bulls here. The next instant, gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on the herd. The nearest bulls howled in pain and fury as they were hit, collapsing and staining the grass red with blood. The rest of the herd spun around, their eyes glowing red, letting out deafening roars. Their hooves churned up the earth as they charged straight at the team. A rank talent, earth manipulation. The burly man roared, plunging his hands into the ground. A yellowish glow surrounded his body, and the earth heaved, forming giant dirt hands that gripped the charging bulls tightly. Frank talent, black shield. The third man shouted, leaping out from cover. His arms were quickly enveloped by a massive black shield, nearly 3 meters wide, which he slammed down onto the trapped bull's head. With a sickening crack, the bull's skull caved in, blood spraying everywhere. Suyun raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Looks like they did come prepared. One after another, the thornhide wild bulls fell, unable to withstand the onslaught of bullets and special abilities. The cocky man's grin grew wider. Suddenly, a furious bellow erupted from deep within the herd, shaking the leaves from the trees. The earthen hands binding the bulls shattered instantly. The woman's face went pale. A 2-star warrior-level thornhide wild bull. With a thunderous crash, the shield bearer was flung through the air by an immense force, coughing up blood before hitting the ground. A massive beast, even larger than the rest, burst from the herd, white steam rolling off its body. Its muscles bulged, veins pulsed, and the spikes along its back grew longer. Its blood-red eyes burned with rage as it let out a tremendous roar. Instantly, the entire herd charged as one, the ground trembling beneath their hooves like an army on the march. The cocky man's expression changed in a flash. He grabbed the burly man with one hand and the woman with the other, blue light flaring beneath his feet. Drank talent, speed boost. The three of them became a blur, fleeing swiftly. As for the shield bearer, he was trampled in an instant, reduced to a bloody smear in the dirt. Watching from above, Suyun sighed. That's what happens when you don't think things through. In the blink of an eye, the cocky man and the remaining two had reached Suyun's position. Hey, I'm Luanong from Kanglan City. Please help us. They'll make it worth your while. The man shouted desperately as soon as he saw Suyun. Suyun's eyes narrowed as he looked between the herd and the three fugitives. He didn't really care about saving them. What interested him was the bull demon heart from the thornhide wild bulls. He just wasn't sure about the drop rate. 10,000 blue star coins. Luanong quickly upped his offer, seeing Suyun hesitate. A smile crossed Suyun's face. Deal. But I want the bulls' bodies as well. Done. Luanong agreed at once, secretly pleased. As long as this guy could buy them some time, they'd have a chance to escape. With a swoosh, Suyun leapt down from above, charging straight at the oncoming herd. Suyun and Lu Anhong's group brushed past each other, and the three couldn't help but freeze in shock. Was this kid fearless? The charging power of the Thornback Savage Ox was no joke. Even intermediate warriors wouldn't dare face it head-on. And yet, he was so young, barely in his teens. Get back here, they shouted anxiously. But what happened next was something Lu Anong and his companions would never forget. A sudden surge of golden light erupted, instantly changing the atmosphere in the forest. Suyun's long cloak billowed in the wind, making him look like a deity descending to earth, exuding overwhelming presence. The Ninetales mode was activated. Suyun's black eyes instantly turned blood red, and excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. Demon Fox Claws. A flash of golden light behind him formed sharp claws, which he used to grab a massive tree, swinging it in front of him as a shield. Bang, bang, bang. The Thornback Savage Oxen couldn't stop their charge, crashing into the claws in groups. Some of the oxen were turned into pulp the moment they collided, unable to even scratch the Demon Fox claws. Boom. A violent shockwave swept through the area, making the ground hum and sending grass and leaves flying everywhere. Lu Anong and his friends stood frozen, unable to take their eyes off Suyun's back. An advanced warrior? A warrior at the general level? And so young. They were utterly stunned, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Ding. Host has killed a 2-star warrior class Thornback Savage Ox. Dropped. Intermediate Hand of God 2. Ding. Host has killed 89 1-star Thornback Savage Oxen. Dropped. Basic Hand of God 89. Suyun was instantly in high spirits. As expected, the system encouraged him to challenge stronger opponents, and he actually got 2 intermediate Hands of God out of it. Amazing. The remaining Thornback Savage Oxen, sensing terror in their very souls, turned and fled in panic. Why are you running? I'm not going to kill you. Can't we just coexist peacefully? At most, they'll have you for dinner, Suyun shouted loudly. Now Lu Anong and his friends were completely dumbfounded. Was this even possible? On Blue Star, savage beasts were mortal enemies of humans unless raised from birth. Peaceful coexistence was unheard of. What kind of maneuver was this? Lu Anong had originally thought Suyun was just a nobody, but now he was too nervous to even think that way. Cautiously, he asked, Sir, are you here to inspect the area? Suyun was speechless. Did this guy have no sense at all? Would a big shot come for an inspection wearing a school uniform? If a big shot looked like this, he might as well be dead. He waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly asked, "Do you have a knife?" "Yes, yes." Lu Anong hurriedly pulled a dagger from his belt and handed it to Su Yun. Su Yun took the dagger skillfully and cut open the tough hide of a thornback savage ox. Soon, a blood-red ox heart was exposed, shrouded in a faint mist of blood. Bull demon heart. Bull demon heart. The woman beside him gasped, her eyes filled with greed. "Do me a favor if you find any bull demon hearts. Give them to me," Su Yun said casually, tossing the dagger back to Lu Anong. The three immediately responded, "Whatever you say, sir." They didn't dare say much else and got to work right away. Su Yun secretly glanced at Lu Anong, a thought crossing his mind. Lu Anong. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the youngest son of the Lu family? He didn't dwell on it, turning his attention back to the system panel. Basic Hand of God, 134. Intermediate Hand of God, 3. Advanced Hand of God, 0. Divine Hand of God, 0. Su Yun felt a wave of annoyance. He was determined never to use the Basic Hand of God again. It was a total trap. He decided to fuse them, using 100 Basic Hands of God to create an intermediate one. Fuse. 5 intermediate Hands of God were successfully combined. The system voice sounded, "Please select a world to steal from." 2 worlds randomly unlocked. Battle through the heavens. Pleasant Goat Village. Pleasant Goat Village? Su Yun couldn't help but complain. Am I supposed to steal something from Wolfie? With that, he quickly selected Battle through the heavens. The very origin of the 30-year Lozardo hero trope. He was full of anticipation, but what followed was a string of failure notifications. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal failed. Su Yun's forehead twitched in frustration. Was his luck really that bad? He grew anxious and kept trying. Finally, the system chimed in again. Steal successful. Item stolen. 8 extreme collapse. Item stolen. Black Demon Cauldron. Su Yun was overjoyed. 8 extreme collapse? That's an incredibly powerful close combat martial art, capable of unleashing 8 layers of hidden force when mastered. And the Black Demon Cauldron, that's Yao Lao's personal alchemy cauldron. This is just what I needed. Su Yun grinned, thinking to himself. Was the system hinting that he should become an alchemist? Su Yun immediately extracted the 8 destruction technique. In an instant, a powerful surge rippled through his mind, and the system interface appeared. Name: Su Yun. Stage: Mid 1-star warrior. Abilities: 1. Nine-tailed fox spirit pet talent 2. Immortal body of primordial chaos 3. 8 destruction top tier, profound level. Su Yun glanced over the information and nodded to himself. On Blue Star, martial arts and cultivation techniques were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each rank was further split into low, medium, high, and top tiers. As for the Black Demon Cauldron, he had no use for it at the moment, so it would just gather dust in his system storage for now. "Boss, here are 5 bull demon hearts." Lu Anong and the other 2 approached Su Yun respectfully. Su Yun gave a faint smile and replied, "Thank you." The 3 were visibly flattered by his response and quickly waved their hands. "You're too kind, boss. We should be the ones thanking you for saving us." As he spoke, Lu Anong took out his communicator to transfer money, only to find that the signal was extremely unstable. "Let's handle it outside." "There's no rush," Su Yun said casually with a wave of his hand. The most valuable part of the Thornback Bull was its bull demon heart, and not every one of them had it. Without hesitation, Su Yun stored all the hearts in his system storage, his movements smooth and practiced. The other 3 couldn't help but be shocked. Space equipment. Ever since humanity had interacted with other races, forgers had started making storage items. But even a basic yellow-grade space ring cost 100,000 blue star coins and only held about 10 cubic centimeters. Yet this man had just stored dozens of Thornback Bulls in an instant. How big was his storage space? Still, they were curious, what did the boss want with all these 1-star beasts? As night fell, Su Yun turned to leave. "It's getting dark. You'd better get going." He had come here to train alone. Other people were just a burden to him. Lu Anong quickly stepped forward. "Boss, I'm willing to pay an extra 10,000. Could we stay with you tonight?" "Sure." Su Yun agreed without hesitation. More money? Why not? He was short on cash. Every bit helped. Night soon settled over the silent forest. In a secluded cave, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. Su Yun skillfully applied a special sauce to the sizzling bull demon hearts, with a few bottles of chilled bloodflower beer set aside. Beer and barbecue, what a treat. Lu Anong watched in awe. The boss really was different. Ordinary people came here to hunt beasts for money, but the boss seemed to be on vacation. Su Yun ate heartily, then gestured for the others to join him. "Help yourselves," he casually asked. "So what brings you guys here?" Lu Anong wiped his hands with a wry smile. "I brought them here for some practice. Didn't expect we'd lose one." Su Yun felt a bit contemptuous. Best to keep some distance from unreliable people like this. After a while, Lu Anong lowered his voice. "Boss, I heard some people from the hybrid blood cult have shown up in the Beast Gorge. Are you here to hunt them?" "Hybrid blood cult?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow. This group had been active in Huaxia for years and was notorious for its cruelty. Unlike other foreign cults, the hybrid blood cult was particularly vicious. Rumor had it they strengthened themselves by consuming human blood, unlocking the hidden potential of the body. Every martial artist in Huaxia despised them. Anyone caught was to be killed on sight. Hunt. Shouldn't they just be killed? Su Yin replied. Lu Anong shrugged. I'm not sure. I just heard about it by chance. Recently, a lot of martial artists have gone missing in Beast Gorge. Someone left clues pointing straight to the hybrid blood cult. The military has already sent people to investigate, but no one knows what happened. Su Yin nodded slowly. As a Blue Star native, eliminating foreign cults was every martial artist's duty. A sudden wolf howl from outside the cave interrupted his thoughts. The woman was clearly frightened and shrank back in fear. Su Yin glanced at her and said calmly, Tomorrow, we'll take you all back to the entrance. Thank you, boss. Lu Anong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Once they had all fallen asleep, Su Yin sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy from the bull demon hearts. Not long after, he gazed outside, his eyes bright as stars, and murmured, latest stage 1-star warrior. Such a rapid pace of cultivation is truly overwhelming. Su Yin was secretly amazed. It had only been a few short days since his awakening, yet he had managed to advance an entire star level in a single day. If he had enough resources, his speed would be even more astonishing. The hybrid sect. Su Yin recalled the earlier conversation, then shook his head, his brows furrowed. Overthinking wouldn't help. He'd deal with it when the time came. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, Su Yun led the three to the entrance of the savage beast gorge. Without a word, he turned and left. Is he really okay? The woman asked, a hint of worry in her voice as she watched Su Yun's departing figure. Luanong rolled his eyes. We could die and he'd still be fine. Let's just head back to the camp and wait for news. The three hurried back to the Huasu army camp, each feeling uneasy. Savage Beast Gorge, the next day. Su Yun stepped into the territory of the iron tusk boar, keeping a sharp lookout. These beasts were known for their incredible vitality, with fiery red bristles covering their bodies. They stood about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, with jet black hooves and tusks as sharp as spears, rivaling the strength of a 2-star warrior. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook as dust billowed. An iron tusk boar charged at him, its razor-sharp tusks aimed straight at his chest. Su Yin stayed calm, instantly activating his nine-tails form. His figure flickered like a ghost as he dashed forward to meet the beast heathen. Boom. He crossed his arms, forcefully blocking the impact, muscles tensed and veins bulging. In the next instant, he delivered a flying knee strike, landing squarely on the boar's face. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable. Without hesitation, he tore off one of its tusks, spun around, and hurled it like a javelin. Thud, thud. 2 more iron tusk boars that had just arrived collapsed instantly, the tusks piercing through their skulls as blood sprayed everywhere. Su Yun was covered in blood, but he didn't care. He wiped the crimson from his face, the boyish innocence fading from his features, replaced by a steely determination. A man should grow stronger through blood and battle, he murmured to himself. I can feel myself about to break through to 2-star. Just as he was about to collect the boar corpses, his blood-red eyes narrowed. A sense of danger flared within him. Killing intent was surging from the distance. A 2-star beast? No, maybe 3-star, or even stronger. Su Yun's brow furrowed. He looked up sharply, peering through the dense forest. In the distance, he saw 2 figures stumbling through the trees, the scent of blood heavy on them. Shrill monkey cries pierced the silence. A troop of jet-black monkeys leapt nimbly through the branches, their scarlet eyes glinting with bloodlust, moving at incredible speed. Among the 2 fleeing figures, one was the officer Su Yun had met the day before. Captain, you go ahead. His companion shouted desperately. The officer's face was clouded with gloom as he gritted his teeth and growled. Damn it, if we kill them, we might have a chance. Let's do this. They stopped running and turned to face the horde of black monkeys. In an instant, blood stained the trees and grass around them. A deafening roar echoed through the forest. A massive ape appeared, its huge red palms slicing down through the air with a powerful gust. The 2 braced themselves, ready to face this deadly blow. Heathen. Beiji collapse. At that critical moment, a deep shout rang out. A golden figure shot forward like lightning, fist clenched, launching a devastating punch at the giant ape. The force of the punch sent golden light blazing through the forest. With a sickening crunch, the giant ape's arm twisted grotesquely, then exploded in a spray of blood, dissolving into mist. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow over the golden silhouette. For a moment, the officer felt as if he were witnessing the arrival of an invincible overlord. Ding. Host has slain a 3-star warrior-level human-faced giant ape 1. Dropped. Intermediate divine hands 5. The one who intervened was, of course, Su Yun. His face was calm and composed, his movements relaxed and effortless. Outwardly, he seemed cold and aloof, but inside, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Holy crap, Beiji collapse is insane. Took down a 3-star warrior in a single blow? Su Yun was ecstatic, but kept his cool exterior. Wait, there are others around. I can't let my guard down. Play it cool, say nothing. Just look like a master. The giant ape with a human face was blasted apart by a single punch from Su Yun, its bones shooting out like arrows and instantly piercing the surrounding black apes. All 15 black spirit apes collapsed to the ground at the same time, and the system immediately notified him that 15 beginner gods' hands had dropped. Officer Gu stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A teenager had just blown apart a giant ape with one punch? This completely overturned everything he thought he knew. How are your injuries? Su Yun turned and asked. We're all right, Officer Gu replied, swallowing hard. May I ask who you are? A student from Kanglan City No. 1 High School, Su Yun answered truthfully after a moment's thought. Officer Gu exchanged a shocked glance with his companion. A student who could take down a giant ape with a single blow? It was beyond comprehension. They couldn't even tell whether this was a superhuman ability or a spirit beast power. Just then, Officer Gus' companion suddenly began to bleed from his nose and mouth, his condition turning critical. Could you take us back to the military camp? It's urgent, Officer Gu asked in a low voice. Su Yun agreed without hesitation. The people in battle gear were clearly important, most likely connected to the military. He immediately enveloped the two men in a golden light and quickly left the scene. Moments after they departed, several strange tentacles emerged from the shadows, greedily absorbing the blood and corpses left on the ground. Inside military base number 1, the atmosphere was tense. Thanks to timely treatment, Officer Gu and his companion were now out of danger. Should we seal off the beast gorge? Asked the base commander, a burly, bald man. No, Officer Gu responded, his face pale. If we seal it off, the beast might escape even farther. From now on, no martial artists are allowed inside. The bald commander nodded and left to carry out the order. Officer Gu turned to Su Yun with a smile. Su, we'll need your help to enter the mountains next. The soldiers in the tent studied the unusually young teenager in surprise. He had slain quite a few fierce beasts over the past 2 days, but he still looked so youthful. Will you be joining this mission as an individual or on behalf of the military? Su Yun asked directly. It doesn't make much difference, Officer Gu replied with a smile. It makes all the difference. If I do it for the military, I want credit points. If it's just as an individual, I refuse, Su Yun said firmly. As a student, he wasn't obligated to risk his life like a martial artist. Officer Gu raised his eyebrows, his interest in Su Yun growing. Then consider it a military mission. Su Yun nodded in agreement. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, a commotion had broken out outside the tent. Recognizing some familiar faces, Su Yun strode out. After he left, a female soldier complained, Sir, why are we bringing a student? He'll only slow us down. That's an order. Officer Gu said sternly. Everyone in the tent immediately straightened up, their discipline as soldiers on full display. Outside, the noise was growing louder. Why are you sealing off Beast Gorge? I was counting on making money to pay my daughter's tuition. We all paid our fees, why aren't you letting us in? A commotion broke out among the martial artists. Su Yun, however, stood calmly in front of Luan, his eyes fixed on his phone as he smiled at the notification of 20,000 blue star coins just credited to his account. Luan glanced around, then lowered his voice and said, Boss, I knew you had to be with the military. Su Yun was taken aback. You really think big, don't you? Luan smirked. Officer Gu is from the Gu family in Longdu. He may not be that talented, but he's got a powerful father. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat. Longdu, that's one of Waxia's top cities, guarded by warrior-class powerhouses. His wariness instantly grew. Before long, Officer Gu emerged from the tent, looking a bit weary but with a determined gleam in his eyes. His voice was deep and resolute. This mission, we must wipe out the hybrid sect. Kill, kill, kill. At once, the soldiers' eyes turned fierce, and the entire camp was charged with a tense, murderous atmosphere. The martial artists quickly fell silent, realizing their true target was the hybrid sect. Despite his minor injuries, Officer Gu still led the team without hesitation. Soon, the group of over 200 set out on their journey into the mountains. As they marched, Su Yun quietly kept pace beside Officer Gu, carefully scanning their surroundings. The soldiers seemed to fall into 2 groups. About 200 were at the late stage of 1-star warrior, while the remaining 20 were at the 2-star or close to 3-star level. Officer Gu, with the strength of a 4-star warrior, was a solid force in the team. Are you wondering why someone from Longdu could be so weak? Officer Gu suddenly turned to Su Yun with a teasing smile. Su Yun felt a flicker of surprise, but kept a straight face. Not at all, he replied coolly, though he was secretly unsettled. How did he guess what I was thinking? Officer Gu gave a short, self-mocking laugh. I used to be ranked, you know. If it wasn't for what happened later, his words trailed off, his lips moving slightly, as if recalling some painful memory. Is the hybrid sect just one person, or a whole group? Su Yun chose not to press further, quickly changing the subject. Officer Gus' brows knitted, his expression darkening. There's a guy named Lin Jing's killed at least 30 people. The canyon is vast, Fighting him won't be easy. Su Yun fell silent for a moment, already considering possible strategies. Suddenly, Officer Gu gave a cold smile and pulled a gleaming iron talisman from his coat. This is an iron brand talisman. I can track his location with it. He activated the talisman, and a burst of bright flame shot skyward, pointing toward a distant spot. Stay alert. Lin Jing can control beasts with blood. If you see him, strike hard and take him down immediately. Officer Gus' voice was calm but commanding, sending a wave of authority through the ranks. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, the tension thick in the air. The team quickened their pace, heading deeper into the canyon. Deep within the Beast Canyon, the air was heavy and damp, filled with an eerie stillness. In the distance, a blood-soaked, half-split egg sat alone on the ground. Vein-like tendrils writhed across the earth, dripping blood that stained the soil around it. Inside, a man was cultivating, his body smeared with blood as if he were soaking in a bloody pool, the burn scars on his back especially distinct. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, sharp and cunning, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I can smell delicious flesh. With a surge from his tentacle-like appendages, Lin Jing lifted the blood egg off the ground, emerging abruptly from the dense forest. At the same time, cold eyes locked onto him from all directions, followed by the unmistakable sound of weapons being readied. Officer Gu stepped forward, his tone icy. Lin Jing, hand over the other members of the hybrid sect, and he'll spare your life. Lin Jing ignored him, his gaze fixed on Su Yun, his eyes wild with madness, his grin growing even more twisted. Kid, interested in joining the hybrid sect? He asked, licking his lips wickedly. A chill ran down Su Yun's spine, a wave of disgust rising in him. Does this guy have some kind of sick fetish? Officer Gu immediately sensed the shift in Lin Jing's eyes. His expression hardened, and he barked, attack. With that command, a murderous intent swept through the canyon, and the air was suddenly thick with the scent of blood and the promise of violence. The sound of battle erupted from the dense forest, accompanied by the furious roars of savage beasts that shook the surroundings. One after another, creatures of varying shapes and sizes burst from the trees, some as massive as mountains, others lean and swift like arrows. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light, clearly under the control of some mysterious force. Rat-a-tat-ta soldiers swiftly raised their guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets that lit up the darkness like a waterfall of fire. Several cat demons, gray wolves, and other beasts fell to the ground, their fur torn apart by gunfire, wailing in agony. Lin Jing let out a cold snort, a flash of blood-red light flickering in his eyes. In an instant, the air seemed to warp as a strange ripple spread outward. The soldiers' expressions grew vacant, their fingers loosening unconsciously from the triggers. Not this trick again. Officer Gu shouted, gripping his iron branding charm tightly in his right hand while slamming his left fist down like a hammer. A deafening clang rang out, like thunderclap, snapping the dazed soldiers back to their senses. But by then, the beasts were already upon them, and the two sides plunged into a chaotic melee. Squads 1, 2, and 3, move with me. The rest, groups of 3. Officer Gu barked out orders, then turned to Su Yun and said in a low voice, follow my lead. Su Yun nodded silently, well aware of her mission to strike at the final moment and take down Lin Jing. Suddenly, a 2-star beast, a unicorn elephant, charged forward, each step making the earth tremble. Other beasts were sent flying in its wake, their insides shattered, creating a gruesome scene. Su Yun stood her ground, watching the massive creature approach, thinking to herself, perhaps this battle will be my breakthrough to the 2-star level. Watch out, the soldiers cried. In the next instant, Su Yun's black hair transformed into blazing gold, igniting like fire. With a thunderous crash, a fox's claw formed of golden light clamped down on the unicorn elephant. 8 extremities break. Su Yun's fist struck the elephant's jaw with bone-crushing force, dropping it instantly. A system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding. Host has slain 2-star beast unicorn elephant 1. Reward. Intermediate divine hand 1. Meanwhile, Lin Jing's tentacles lashed out like steel whips, keeping Officer Gu and his 3 comrades at bay. So much for the so-called elite of Longdu Tianming Academy. Lin Jing taunted. You traitor to humanity, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Officer Gu roared back, his iron branding charm glowing red-hot. Wherever Lin Jing's tentacles touched it, white smoke sizzled. The other 3 seized the opening. One stabbed at Lin Jing's eye with a sword, another unleashed a powerful punch, and the third fired a bone spike. Lin Jing dodged swiftly, but not fast enough. One of his eyes was pierced, blood streaming down his face. A bunch of insects. He screamed, the crimson glow in his remaining eye growing even fiercer. Officer Gu shouted, fall back. But just as the 3 tried to retreat, a jolt struck their minds, freezing their expressions in an instant. The old officer slammed the iron branding talisman down again, rousing his comrades once more. The battlefield was instantly filled with agonizing screams. A soldier's thigh was shredded to pulp by a tentacle, Another's arm was brutally torn off, and a third's jaw was shattered, his bloodied tongue lolling out. Despite their severe injuries, all three gritted their teeth and continued to fight. Yun watched the gruesome scene with a cold gaze. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he had to obey the old officer's orders. Even as a temporary soldier, he was bound by military discipline. Are you holding up? The officer asked, his face pale. The three wounded men, though losing blood and clearly weakened, still met his eyes with unwavering determination, the fearless resolve of true soldiers. Clutching the branding talisman tightly, the officer prepared to act again, but Lin Jing let out a mocking laugh. You think a bunch of low-level grunts like you can restrain me? Before he finished speaking, all the blood in the dense forest, including that of the soldiers and the slain beasts, rose into the air in a thick, swirling mist. Blood mirage, Lin Jing roared. The blood fog bloomed like a crimson flower before everyone's eyes. Instantly, all present, including the beasts, became lost in a daze, and the fighting ground to a halt. Lin Jing, his face slightly pale, sneered and explained, I forgot to mention, I have a brank talent hypnosis. He then briefly alluded to his past, having defected from the human race after being oppressed by a powerful family. But just as Lin Jing was about to start his massacre, the illusion suddenly shattered. Everyone staggered back, their minds clouded, everyone except Yun, whose eyes remained clear. Lin Jing, coughing up blood, was utterly bewildered. He didn't know Yun was protected by the nine-tailed demon fox, making him naturally immune to mental illusions. Fire seal. Now. The old officer barked, using the branding talisman to release intense heat and drive back the tentacles. At the same moment, Yun darted forward like lightning toward the blood egg, unleashing his ultimate move. 8 extremes collapse. A heavy fist wrapped in golden light smashed into the blood egg, detonating with a thunderous boom. The blood egg was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Yet Lin Jing, even as he spat blood, grinned viciously. You little bastard, you think you can break my defenses? Yun, however, had already turned away and calmly said to the officer, it's done. Collect the bodies. Before anyone could react, the tentacles controlled by Lin Jing lashed out madly at Yun's back. But then, something strange happened. The tentacles slowed, then stopped completely, and finally shattered explosively inch by inch. Inside the blood egg, Lin Jing's twisted smile froze as blood streamed from his 7 orifices. He slowly lowered his head and died. The 8 extremes collapse, with its 8 layers of hidden force, was more than enough to be fatal. A system prompt sounded in Yun's mind. Ding. Host has slain 5-star warrior Lin Jing. Dropped. Advanced hand of God X1. Yun smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied by the thrill of defeating an enemy far above his level. Just moments ago, Lin Jing was still boasting arrogantly, but Yun took him down with a single punch. The sight left Officer Gu breathing heavily in shock. Damn, now that's a real prodigy. Not his is practically a monster. A 1-star warrior defeating a 5-star warrior in an instant? No amount of performance enhancers could explain that. What are you all standing around for? Go deal with the rest of the beasts. Yun gave them a calm glance, his voice as steady as if he were mentioning something trivial. Take care of the rest. Officer Gu snapped back to attention and ordered his team, clean up the battlefield. Without Lin Jing's control, the remaining beasts quickly fell into chaos. Some died, some fled, and they no longer posed any threat. As the sun set, the blood-stained battlefield glowed red. Some soldiers were injured, and quite a few had fallen, but Lin Jing was finally dead. Yun stood in the fading light, letting out a soft breath and smiling. At last, a 2-star warrior. The spiritual energy within him sparkled like crystal droplets, shining like gems. Officer Gu looked at the wounded soldiers and spoke gently. Those of you with serious injuries, get back for treatment as soon as possible. The city of Kanglin will cover all compensation and medical expenses. The soldiers immediately saluted and hurried away. Officer Gu turned to Yun with a smile. Brother Su, thank you for your help this time. Yun replied simply, just make sure my merits are recorded. Officer Gu paused, then chuckled. Don't worry, Longest Gu family would never do otherwise. As he finished, he glanced at Yun's departing figure, suddenly struck by a thought. Yun was about to continue his training. With only 4 days left before the university selection, he wanted to reach the 3-star warrior level by then. Just then, Officer Gu called out, interested in joining the military or the Gu family. Yun stopped and looked at him in silence. So, this was an invitation. If you join the military, you'll receive academy training. With your talent, you'll be valued in just 2 or 3 years. Officer Gus' gaze grew serious. The Gu family would treat you as one of our own, teaching you techniques, martial skills, even breathing arts. Someone like you shouldn't be stuck in a remote place like this. Yun looked up at the crimson sky and shook his head gently. I don't like being tied down. With that, he turned and walked away, his steps decisive. He'll be in the Beast Gorge for now. We can talk if I'm free. Officer Gu hurriedly called after him. Let's talk again soon. His voice echoed, but Yun didn't seem to hear. Watching Su Yun's figure disappear into the distance, excitement flashed across Officer Gus, facing an excitement he couldn't hide. Damn, that's definitely an S-level prodigy. No, maybe even SSS. With someone this gifted, I can't let him slip away. He thought fiercely. On Blue Star these days, what's most precious? Talent. Especially someone this extraordinary. Base 1. Officer Gu made it back safely, only to be immediately surrounded by a crowd of reporters. Officer, can you tell us about the casualties from the battle? Officer, did you personally take down the Hybrid's cult member? Can you walk us through what happened? Questions flew from every direction in a noisy barrage. Officer Gu answered seriously, Lin Jing has been eliminated. That's the outcome. Photos were snapped, and images of Lin Jing's grisly and quickly spread online, sparking heated discussion. After the interview, Officer Gu made a call. Soon, a lazy voice came through the line. What's up, old way? Notify the teacher at once there's an S level, maybe even SS level prodigy in Kanglan City. The voice on the other end instantly turned shocked. A talent like that in some backwater city? Officer Gu couldn't help but complain. Think about I Tone Star Warrior instantly defeats a 5-star warrior. Isn't that worth some serious attention? A gulp echoed through the phone, the person on the other end clearly stunned by the news. They'll let the teacher know right away. The person hurriedly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, outside the tent, a soldier squinted his eyes, pulled out his phone, and quickly sent a message. In Huaxia, operations to eliminate foreign cultists were all too common. But because of this phone call, the entire situation was thrown into turmoil. Longdu, Tianming Academy. Inside an ancient building, the sound of hammering metal echoed through the air. The stifling heat made it hard to breathe, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on everyone present. Is Gu Duji telling the truth? A shrill voice drew glances from those nearby. A young man gave a wry smile. Master Lin, you've worked with Gu Duji for so long you should know he never lies. Master Lin looked absolutely certain. Last year, the Superhuman Research Institute snatched a genius from us. This year, that genius is mine. Yangcheng, Fanhai Academy. In his office, a middle-aged man was struck with disbelief when he heard the news. He jumped to his feet. There's a suspected SS-level genius in Kanglan City? Immediately. Get over there right now. The man's furious roar echoed through the phone. Magic City, Shanglong Academy. Stern voices rang out from inside the building. Nonsense. Do you know how rare SS-level talents are? What? A 1-star warrior defeating a 5-star? I need to verify this myself. In no time, Kanglan City, once just another third-tier city, became the center of attention. At that moment, Officer Gu was in a foul mood. All day, he hadn't had a chance to talk with Su Yun about life and dreams before someone intercepted him. The man standing before him wore a smile, standing tall at about 1.8 meters, dressed in a light blue combat uniform, looking energetic and unyielding. Get lost. Don't come here unless you have to. Officer Gu barked bluntly. The man kept smiling, though he couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. Gu to Officer Gu, don't be so grumpy. Tell me about that person and keep it to yourself. Officer Gu frowned, his tone deadly serious. From what I can tell, that's a superhuman solid type A powerhouse with explosive strength and incredible destructive power. Calling him SS level is no exaggeration. The man's expression shifted. Had known Officer Gu for years and knew he never spoke lightly. He muttered under his breath, these days, the elemental class is getting all the attention. As for the superhuman class, Officer Gu sneered. Chen Zixu, does the superhuman class owe you something? 350 years ago, when the superhuman class first awakened, they could already crush elemental experts. Once they master their abilities, they can still take on 10 at once. Chen Zixu quickly raised his hands, forcing a smile. All right, no need to get worked up. I never said the superhuman class was bad. Officer Gu didn't say more, just pursed his lips, a look of bitterness in his eyes. These days, on the battlefield of the myriad races, when it comes to wiping out foreign cults and fighting beasts, the elemental class is the real weapon. Look at the spellcasters now, they're unstoppable on the battlefield. Aristocratic families, academies, military schools who doesn't treat the elemental class like royalty, they're the hope for the future. Just then, a thunderous roar sounded outside. Officer Gu yanked open the tent flap, his expression shifting instantly. Outside Base 1, armored vehicles surged forward in waves, bestriding cavalry charging ahead, clouds of dust billowing as they all converged on a single target, Kanglan City. At Kanglan First High School, students gathered in small groups, abuzz with excitement. Did you hear? All the top families in Huaxia are coming to our Kanglan City. Have they all lost their minds? Coming here just for a genius from our school? At that moment, Lu Qingshan strode by with long, elegant steps. She held her chin high, a hint of pride and satisfaction in her eyes. Yet deep down, she sighed to herself, the gap between Su Yun and me keeps growing. I'm like a goddess in the sky, while he's just mud on the ground. When Liu's mother heard the news, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In a few days, you'll be the most dazzling genius in all of Huaxia. While the entire city of Kanglan was in an uproar, A hushed conversation was taking place inside the headquarters of the hybrid sect. He's in the Beast Gorge? A figure asked quietly under the dim light. Yes, Lin Jing was killed by him. The disciple replied respectfully, bowing his head. The speaker slowly turned around, the light illuminating his refined features. His black combat suit outlined a tall, lean frame. This was Yumi, the leader of the Kanglin branch of the hybrid sect. Lin Jing was a 5-star warrior, and he was taken out instantly? Yumi frowned slightly, but the expression quickly faded as a meaningful smile tugged at his lips. I'll go see for myself. If he's suitable, perhaps we can bring him into our ranks. Sir, the disciple quickly interjected, the hall master selection is in 3 months. If you leave now. A blood-red token flashed coldly in Yumi's hand. Do you think I'm at risk of failure? No, I wouldn't dare. The disciple broke into a cold sweat. With a quiet chuckle, Yumi pushed open the door and left. Meanwhile, in a jagged section of the Beast Gorge, a fierce battle was underway. A golden figure was locked in a deadly struggle with a black-scaled, red python more than 20 meters long. This type of beast was notorious for its venom, and even seasoned warriors would usually keep their distance. Yet at this moment, the terrifying serpent was pinned down by a pair of iron arms, unable to move. With a sickening crunch, the snake's body snapped, and blood gushed forth. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. The host has slain a 3-star warrior-level black-scaled red python. Reward. Intermediate Hand of God X2. This was Su Yun's 4th day in the gorge, and he had advanced to the mid-stage of a 2-star warrior. I've collected 16 intermediate hands of God. Time to try my luck, he thought, deciding to use 10 and save the rest for higher-level upgrades. The system presented 2 options, Pirate World, Duel World. Holding his breath, Su Yun hoped for a Devil Fruit or the CP9's 6 powers technique. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in acquiring both Armament Haki and Observation Haki. As the new abilities merged into his body, Su Yun's senses sharpened dramatically. He could clearly perceive everything within a kilometer. 32 bloodthirsty sword boars 300 meters away, a group of 113 Thunderdrum King Kongs 500 meters to the north, and warriors hunting beasts 1,000 meters to the east. Suddenly, a strange scent caught his attention, a familiar trace of mixed blood, just like Lin Jing's. Deep in the forest at that moment, Yumi was closing in at an astonishing speed, his figure darting through the shadows like a specter, streaks of crimson light tracing eerie paths through the air. Suddenly, Yumi's expression froze, and his whole body tensed up. He realized instantly that his identity had been exposed. A member of the hybrid cult? Su Yun narrowed his eyes, his mind already made up. Yumi was even more shocked, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. How could he see through me? How could a mere 2-star warrior have such insight? Blood glimmered in his pupils, but he quickly regained his composure. Su Yun? Yumi's face broke into a friendly smile. Eliminating foreign cults is the duty of every blue-star human, Su Yun said flatly, getting straight to the point. You haven't made a move yet, which means you're open to negotiation. Yumi spoke calmly. What do you want to discuss? Join the hybrid cult, Yumi coaxed. I can get you all the cultivation resources you need. The human world may look peaceful on the surface, but there's a hidden undercurrent, especially targeting people like you. I'm just a commoner. Why would anyone target me? Su Yun frowned. Yumi shook his head with a soft laugh. The suppression of poor students at the academies is severe. Lin Jing is a perfect example. He was once exceptionally talented and full of promise, but the elite students crushed him. I brought him into the hybrid cult. Yumi's tone grew earnest. Don't repeat his mistakes. Come with me. He'll secure any resource you need. Those who aren't of my kind must have different motives, Su Yun sneered. Why should I join outsiders? Then you leave me no choice. Yumi sighed, and a flash of blood-red light erupted. Whoosh. Dozens of trees were sliced clean through and crashed to the ground. A blood-red blade shot towards Su Yun's shoulder at lightning speed. Yumi's intent was clear: subdue and capture, but the blade only grazed Su Yun's clothes, not leaving a scratch. Yumi frowned and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Su Yun's movements were fluid and effortless, always anticipating and evading each strike. The contempt vanished from Yumi's eyes. This was no accident. Su Yun had read him completely. As Su Yun defended himself, he calculated his options. If he defeated Yumi, he'd get the hand of God. If he killed him, he'd get it too. But if he beat him first and then finished him off, could he get double the reward? The thought made him quickly suppress his excitement, wary that the system might notice. A black gold sheen shimmered over Su Yun's body. He stomped the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, shattering everything within 10 meters. Blood pagoda. Yumi roared. His skin split open, and blood formed a menacing blood Buddha. But Su Yun didn't dodge. He punched straight through. Bang. The blood Buddha shattered. Yumi's arms broke, and he was sent flying in agony. Ding. Host has defeated 6-star warrior. Yumi dropped. Advanced hand of God X1. Yumi lay on the ground, desperation in his eyes. I don't want to. You don't want to? But I do. Su Yun sneered and snapped his neck. Ding. Host has killed. Yumi dropped. Advanced Hand of God X1. Well, that's a nice haul. Suyin grinned. Does this make me the first transmigrator in history to game the system like this? After successfully taking advantage of the system, a flood of new ideas surged through Su Yun's mind. But he quickly suppressed these impulses, feeling a bit uneasy what if the system noticed? As for killing Yumi, over the past days, Su Yun had grown accustomed to bloodshed. The scenes from the savage beast gorge often haunted his thoughts. Killing people had almost become no different from hunting beasts. He was no longer the naive boy had been just a few days ago. Could this person be carrying something valuable? Su Yun bent down and searched Yumi's body. Sure enough, he found a blood-red token. It had a metallic texture, catching the sunlight with a dull gleam. Two numbers were engraved on the front: 79. Was it a code? Or some kind of serial number? Su Yun didn't know much about foreign cults, and the symbol left him puzzled. Suddenly, he sensed movement. His gaze sharpened as Gudu Ji and Chun Zixu approached. Chun Zixu, in particular, looked at Su Yun with shock in his eyes. So young, he murmured. Gudu Ji stared directly at Yumi's corpse, his smile turning cold. The half-blood cult. These persistent vermin just won't quit. How many merit points is this guy worth? Su Yun asked coolly, pointing at Yumi's body. Gudu Ji raised an eyebrow and replied, mid-level warrior, worth 1 merit point. 1 point. Su Yun sneered, a hint of disdain in his voice. That's it. Seems pretty stingy. Gudu Ji chuckled. Don't complain. That's the official rate. Su Yun shrugged and turned to leave. Sensing this, Gudu Ji quickly called out. Su Yun, Tianming Academy would like to meet you. Guangzhou's Fanhai Academy as well. Chen Zixu added. Su Yun glanced back with a slight smile. Weren't you supposed to be recruiting for the military or the Gu family? Why is it the academies now? Gudu Ji gave an awkward smile. They're a bit busy for now. Su Yun waved them off and walked away without a second thought. He still had the Hand of God mission to complete. Whatever was happening outside didn't concern him. After watching Su Yun leave, the two men turned their attention back to Yumi's corpse, their expressions grave. Broken neck after being severely wounded. Ruthless, completely merciless. Crushed sternum, ribs, and arms. 3 internal organs ruptured. Chun Zixu reported after examining the body, unable to suppress a gasp. He was deeply shaken. Yumi had been a high-ranking member of the half-blood cult, a long-standing target of the Kanglan military. Now he was dead. Chun Zixu was forced to reassess Su Yun's strength. Guduji gave a cold laugh. Don't compete with me for credit, and keep this quiet. Things are getting lively out there. Top 10 academies and military schools are all converging on Kanglan number 1. Chun Zixu gave a wry smile and looked at Guduji. You're putting him in danger. Nonsense. Tianming Academy is the strongest in Huaxia, with the best faculty and deepest roots. How is that dangerous? Guduji scoffed. Chun Zixu took a deep breath. He's an orphan with no connections. If he gets into Tianming, he'll be crushed by those privileged kids. Guduji's expression stiffened, but he quickly replied with resolve. Not if he joins the ironclad pavilion. No one would dare mess with him then. Chun Zixu smiled faintly. Let's hope you're right. That afternoon, every network and TV channel was broadcasting the news of Yumi's death. In the video, the mayor of Kanglan City cut Yumi in half, blood spraying everywhere. Yet truly shocking scene. Betray humanity, and you pay with your life. The mayor's furious roar stirred the entire city. At a certain base, tables and cups lay shattered across the floor in utter chaos. First Lin Jing, now Yumi. Well, bleed them dry, leave none alive. A chilling voice echoed. Under the dim lights, countless blood-red eyes glimmered in the darkness, fierce as a pack of wolves, sending chills down anyone's spine. At that moment, a low, guttural voice echoed from the corner, as if it were coming from the depths of the earth. In just a few days, many students would be sent to new schools, and the plan in place was an ambush with one goal. If they could devour their targets, it would be a huge gain. Frenzied, animalistic growls rumbled from their throats, turning the entire scene into a hellish display of bloodlust and madness. As the college selection day drew nearer, Kanglan City became livelier than ever. Representatives from prestigious academies, military schools, and even various sects flooded in. All these powerful factions had come for a single Ryasona prodigy of the highest order, an SS-level genius. While the human race was never short of talent, every single genius was a treasure to be protected. Yet these influential groups chose to operate in secret, hiding their intentions from the public. As a result, rumors spread like wildfire throughout Kanglan City. On the forum of Kanglan number 1 High School, a post was gaining traction, discussing the event in detail. The post claimed, "It seems all the strongest people in Kanglan City have gathered here, and their target is Lu Qingshan." Comments flooded in. "Qingshan goddess, my idol. Of course it's her. Qingshan is truly amazing. I'm so jealous. Wow, when will so many famous people ever come just for me? Once goddess Lu is chosen, she'll become the guardian of Huaxia." The posts poured in like a tidal wave, filling the forum. Lu Qingshan lounged comfortably on her sofa, scrolling through her phone with a gentle smile. The corners of her lips curled upward. Who doesn't enjoy a bit of praise? especially when all these compliments were meant for her. Suddenly, a comment brought up Su-yun. Do you guys remember that guy who's always fawning over her? Su-yun, right? Don't mention him. I just managed to forget about him. He's so annoying, always trailing after Qingshan, not even considering their differences. What started as a stream of compliments for Lu Qingshan quickly shifted, and the comments grew increasingly vicious, targeting Su-yun with hostility. Seeing this, Lu Qingshan's smile faded into a slight frown. She locked her phone without the slightest urge to reply. A cold smirk appeared on her lips. If you had cared a little more back then, maybe I would have spoken up for you. But now, you've lost your chance. With a hint of satisfaction, she put her phone aside, closed her eyes, and drifted into a deep sleep. By the riverbank, the once clear water now ran murky and red. Su-yun, covered in blood, was washing himself by the water's edge. He had been here for a week. In just 1 hour, the college selection would begin as scheduled. His eyes were calm and resolute, exuding a sense of quiet determination. In these 7 days, Su-yun had been utterly transformed from a helpless nobody into a 3-star warrior. Now, it was time to fight for what was his. With a confident grin, Su-yun let out a hearty laugh and strode out of the beast-infested canyon, ready to face whatever the future held. At military base number 1, news of Su-yun's return prompted Gu Duji to greet him in person. Wearing a broad smile, he said respectfully, "Heading to the school? Take my car." But Su-yun didn't even break stride. He shook his head. No thanks. He didn't trust Gu Duzi, couldn't accept the man's hypocrisy. Gu Duzi's smile froze, and he cursed inwardly. Stubborn kid. He watched as Su-yun boarded a public bus without hesitation. Beside him, Chun Zishu chuckled. This kid's got style. I like him. Gu Duzi shot him a glare and gave him a hard kick. Save the jokes. Let's go? If we're any later, the other academies will snatch him up. At the entrance of Kanglan No. 1 High School, the crowd surged like a restless tide. Anxious parents clustered around their children, repeating their final words of encouragement. Son, do your best. If you get chosen by an academy, our ancestors will be smiling down on us. Sweetheart, give it everything you've got. Don't screw this up at the crucial moment, you hear me? All around, people whispered to each other. If a powerful figure notices you, you're set for life. Suddenly, the crowd parted to form a path. The appearance of a mother and daughter drew a wave of gasps. Lu Qingshan, dressed in a white combat uniform, still carried a trace of youthful innocence that made many boys stare. Her mother walked beside her, head held high, pride and arrogance flashing in her eyes as if silently declaring, "Who do you think all this fuss is for? My daughter. The rest of you are just lucky to bask in her light." Grateful. Qingshan, congratulations, a young man greeted her with a smile. Thank you, Zheng, Lu Qingshan replied politely. Zheng Tianxing glanced around, not seeing Su-yun anywhere. He snorted dismissively. Good thing that loser didn't show off, only embarrass himself. Then he turned to Liu's mother, ingratiating himself. Auntie, Qingshan's achievements are all thanks to your guidance. Oh, Tianxing, you really know how to flatter, she replied with a laugh, covering her mouth. As the son of a wealthy family in Kanglan City, Zheng Tianxing's background earned him a bit of respect from her. Around them, the chatter continued. That's Lu Qingshan? She's gorgeous. And strength talent. If only I had that. Remember, try to get close to Lu Qingshan, understand? As the school gates opened, the crowd streamed inside. Su-yun slipped in among them, lost in thought about his system. As a 3-star warrior, killing low-level beasts no longer earned him enough hands of God sometimes. He got nothing at all. It seems I can't be too much stronger than my opponents if I want to earn rewards. I need to fight those at my level, or challenge stronger ones. An idea struck him. Should I start raising my own enemies? That might actually work. As the saying goes, raise bandits to make yourself stronger. As long as I'm powerful enough, this could be a perfect reward farm. There should be plenty of geniuses in the academy. Just as Su-yun was lost in thought, Zheng Tianxing blocked his path with a group of followers. Su-yun, are you trying to pester Qingshan again? Zheng narrowed his eyes at him. Su-yun sighed. Don't be childish, all right? Step aside, I don't have time for this. Zheng Tianxing was stunned. The timid guy he remembered actually talked back? I'm telling you, get over there. In a small grove nearby, 5 people surrounded Su-yun. Zheng Tianxing rolled his shoulders arrogantly. You failed your awakening, so don't bother with the selection. I completely agree, Su-yun replied with a smile. In the next instant, his body seemed forged from black steel as he darted forward like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. With 4 thunderous blows, Zheng Tianxing's lackeys were sent flying, crashing into trees and falling unconscious. Zheng Tianxing froze where he stood. The smug look on his face twisted into shock, and then turned to pure terror. His body underwent a dramatic transformation, instantly turning into a pool of liquid in an attempt to escape. Level talent, liquefaction. This is somewhat similar to elementalization, isn't it? Su-yun thought to himself with a silent chuckle. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed at the puddle. Zheng Tianxing, desperate to get away, suddenly found himself unable to break free from the grip that felt as unyielding as a mountain. Even in his liquid state, Su Yun managed to hold him tightly. With terror etched across his face, Zheng Tianxing abruptly reverted to his original form. He tried to speak, but a hand clamped around his neck, cutting off any sound. You have no right to speak. Su Yun's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with icy resolve. I remember every single thing you did to me. Crack. The sharp sound of a bone snapping echoed in the air as one of Zheng Tianxing's fingers broke under Su Yun's grip. Agonizing pain shot through his body, threatening to tear him apart. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped. You kicked me, cursed me, even doused me with urine. Su Yun's voice was low and oppressive, his words echoing through the small grove like a demon's whisper. Tears streamed down Zheng Tianxing's face as he writhed in pain. His fingers twisted grotesquely, and his pants were soaked through. I used to be weak and helpless, but today, I'm returning every bit of humiliation and pain you gave me. A steely determination flickered in Su Yun's eyes as he kicked Zheng Tianxing hard in the stomach. Thud! With a dull crash, Zheng Tianxing's head slammed into a nearby tree, and he immediately lost consciousness. Su Yun dusted off his clothes, regained his smile, and walked out of the grove, getting revenge on someone who once bullied him. It felt incredible thrilling, even. As soon as he stepped out of the grove, he looked up at the sky, narrowed his eyes, and murmured, "They're all here." Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous rumble in the sky drowned out the noise from the crowd below. Everyone instinctively looked up, their eyes reflecting the image of massive flying vessels drawing closer, their faces frozen in awe. A huge, ship-shaped craft soared across the sky, followed by several exotic beasts with outstretched wings, descending from above like deities and landing on the high platform. On the platform stood men and women, even elderly folk, all smiling as they looked down at the crowd. A faint starlight shimmered around them, making them appear like gods standing above the heavens. Still alive, immortal lady? A young man said with a laugh to the elder beside him. If you're still around, there's no way I'm going first. It's been ages since I've seen so many academies gathered together, another person remarked with a smile. Their conversation was relaxed, but the mayor of Kanglan City stood nearby, his expression solemn and respectful. Every so often, he would say, "Honored guests, that's Lu Qingshan." There was a hint of pride in his voice. Oh, an elderly man from Shanglong Academy in Magic City stroked his beard and smiled. And then, the mayor froze, momentarily unsure of what to say. This elder didn't seem particularly impressed by Lu Qingshan. Is that even a real answer? The mayor suddenly realized something. So Lu Qingshan wasn't the real focus of all this. The true key figure was someone else entirely. And strength, sure, she's good looking, but her strength, sneered a young man from Shanglong Academy. That's about it. This young man was strikingly handsome, with an air of arrogance about him. Most noticeable was the deep spear mark on his forehead, a symbol of his S-level talent star demon spear. You're Wei Zongting, someone exclaimed in shock. People around began to frown and whisper, why did the old man from Magic City bring him here? Don't tell me they're here to target that mysterious genius? The Wei family is a powerful and prestigious clan in Demon City, boasting not only kings among its ranks, but also more than 20 war god level experts, making their strength unfathomable. Within such a distinguished family, Wei Zongting is undoubtedly the brightest rising star. At the age of 15, he awakened his S-level talent, the Star Demon Spear, a top-tier spiritual weapon that allowed him to dominate the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Now 18, Wei Zongting has officially joined Shanglong Academy. From the high platform, Elder Han looked at the rebellious young man before him and smiled warmly. Zongting, try to keep a low profile. The strong have every reason to stand out. Wei Zongting replied with a sneer, the spear-shaped mark on his brow glowing with starlight. His tone was full of disdain. Though the onlookers remained silent, their eyes reflected agreement after all. If the weak try to be flashy, they're nothing but clowns. Li Mingzheng from Tianming Academy cast a cold glance at Elder Han. Care to challenge that SS-level prodigy? Elder Han simply stroked his beard and smiled without answering. SS level. Wei Zongting scoffed. I'm interested. This exchange left the mayor completely stunned. SS level? When did Kanglan City produce such a peerless genius? How could I, the mayor, not know about this? He glanced at Lu Qingshan and her mother, debating whether to warn them, but ultimately chose to stay silent, secretly amused. Below the platform, a grand arena stood tall. The director of Kanglan No. 1 High School announced the selection rules in a booming voice. There are strict rules for the college selection. Combat students must demonstrate their strength, but those in the healing division also have a chance to improve their admission prospects. In both real life and on the battlefield, healers are indispensable. As the director began calling names, students took turns stepping onto the stage to compete. Zhang Xiaoyu, Li Yanhong. A boy and a girl stepped up to face each other. Standing below, Su Yun couldn't help but yawn. These students had never fought real beasts. Their battles looked fierce, but in reality, they were weak. After 7 days of blood and fire, He was no longer the person he once was. Watching the matches, Wei Zongting's impatience was clear. How long is this going to take? They're so weak. Zongting, third-tier cities are different from top-tier ones, Elder Han advised. This is so boring. Let me spice things up a bit. With that, Wei Zongting leaped onto the stage like a great eagle, landing steadily and startling the two students mid-duel. The crowd immediately began whispering. Who is that? He looks like someone from one of the top 10 academies. Even if he is, he can't just interrupt the match, can he? Wei Zongting grinned. They'll give you a chance if you can land a hit on me. You can join Shanglong Academy. His words ignited the crowd. The two students on stage had a fiery look in their eyes, and from the audience, a parent shouted excitedly, "Go for it, son. Give it your all." The parents shouted, their faces flushed with anger. On the stage, the two students attacked at the same time. Tamiya, slightly overweight student, let out a furious roar, adrenaline surging as his right hand transformed into a sharp blade that slashed forward with force. Meanwhile, the slimmer boy screamed as he activated his flevel talent. His legs stretched out in a bizarre fashion, sweeping across the stage like bamboo poles with a piercing whoosh. Stars seemed to flash in Wei Zongting's eyes as he moved with the grace of a blade, easily dodging both attacks. The knife edge and the elongated leg brushed past the hem of his clothes. With two dull thuds, both students collapsed to the ground. As expected, no real genius ever comes from a backwater place like this. Just a bunch of trash, Wei Zongting sneered with contempt. The crowd glared at him, but no one dared to speak up. The director's hands shook as he spoke anxiously. What are we supposed to do about the school selection now? The principal was sweating nervously, not daring to intervene. Elder Han broke the silence with a smile. Let's raise the stakes a little. If anyone can last 10 moves against Zongting, they'll get into a regular training institute. Land a single hit on him, and you're admitted to Shanglong Academy. As for beating him, he waved it off. That's basically impossible, so let's not even talk about it. These new conditions instantly reignited everyone's hopes. The students stepped up one after another, determined to give it their all, even if it meant leaving the ring battered and bruised. But whenever someone was about to make it to the 10th move, Wei Zongting would smirk and swiftly knock them down in a flash of starlight. Over 100 students were defeated, with Wei Zongting standing like an unbreakable wall. Finally, a teacher from a war academy couldn't hold back and questioned, Elder Han, isn't this against the rules? Elder Han smiled faintly. Rather than wasting resources on mediocrity, it's better to save them for true talents. His words dripped with arrogance. The students called up after that began to back out one after another. I'm not fighting. There's no way to win, and he'll just end up injured for months. At that moment, the director called out a name that stunned the entire crowd, Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan from Kanglan City. An S-level talent versus an S-level talent. The crowd erupted in excitement. Lu Qingshan landed lightly on the stage, remaining calm despite her mother's cheers. Wei Zongting looked at her with interest. Are you an SS-level talent? No, Lu Qingshan replied, shaking her head. Then let's see what you've got. Wei Zongting's feet sparkled with starlight as he shot forward like a streak of light. In a flash, he stepped in and drove his elbow forward like a spear, tearing through the air. Lu Qingshan's face went pale. In a hurry, she shouted, "Shield of life." A green glow formed a shield. With a bang, the shield shattered, and she was knocked back 5 or 6 meters, her face flushed. The difference in their strength was obvious. Wei Zongting was at least a latest-stage 6-star warrior, while Lu Qingshan was at best a 3-star. Finally, someone who can put up a fight, Wei Zongting said, licking his lips, a glint of excitement in his eyes. As the battle continued, Gu Duji quietly approached Su Yun. Come on, they'll take you to meet the elders of the academy. I want to compete, Su Yun replied, shaking his head. Compete for what? Wei Zongting's nothing compared to you, Gu Duji scoffed. Su Yun gave him a half smile, half smirk, leaving Gu Duji speechless. Seriously, this guy never believes anyone. On the viewing platform, the leaders from various academies were intently observing Lu Qingshan. While S-level talent wasn't rare among the top 10 schools, geniuses like her were always in demand. Her resilience was impressive, and although her goddess of life powers weren't as flashy as elemental abilities, if she also possessed healing skills, she'd be the complete package. As the elders discussed heatedly, Elder Han flashed a confident smile. Enough, she's joining Shanglong Academy. Everyone turned to him with speechless expressions. Elder Zhou from Fanhai Academy narrowed her eyes and grinned. Who do you think you are? Want to settle this with a fight? Her unexpectedly combative remarks stunned the others. This dignified, ethereal elder was even more aggressive than the men present. Elder Han's face twitched. Come on, Elder Zhou, we're not young anymore. Let's keep it civil. Then let's compete fairly, Elder Zhou replied, her wrinkled face breaking into a smile. Otherwise, he'll just beat you up. Who would have thought such a gentle-looking elder could be so fierce? Meanwhile, the battle on stage was reaching its climax. To be precise, Lu Qingshan was completely suppressed, unable to go on the offensive. Yet she showed remarkable intelligence. Since she couldn't break through, she focused on defense. Emerald light flared as her goddess armor transformed into vines wrapping around her, forming a suit of living armor. With vine shields in both hands, she firmly withstood her opponent's fierce attacks. Wei Zongting's patience wore thin. With a shout spear, falling starlight condensed into a dazzling war spear in his hands. Gripping it tightly, his aura surged, and with cold determination in his eyes, he struck forward. With a thunderous crash, Lu Qingshan's vine shield shattered, and she was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground like a broken kite. Gasps erupted from the audience, all eyes on Wei Zongting's display of overwhelming strength. But he didn't stop there. His gaze grew even sharper. Offstage, Liu's mother turned pale with worry. Wei Zongting called out, "Starlight." A ball of starry energy formed at the spear's tip and, with a flick, shot unpredictably toward Lu Qingshan. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qingshan summoned more vines to block, but the starlight orb exploded, blasting her off the stage and making her cough up blood 3 times. The crowd scattered in alarm, except for Su Yun, who stood motionless, protected by the power of his 9 tails. Unfazed by the aftermath, his calm gaze showed neither approval nor hostility, as if he were watching a play that had nothing to do with him. Liu's mother rushed over, relieved to find her daughter unharmed, and soon beamed with pride. Lasting so long in the fight meant her daughter was guaranteed a spot in a top academy. At that moment, the bigwigs on the platform sensed a powerful presence and exchanged surprised glances. Chen Zishu leaned over to Elder Zhou and whispered, "That's Su Yun." Instantly, Su Yun felt the weight of scrutiny from all directions. Elder Han stroked his beard in admiration. Such composure is rare in someone who's just awakened. "He's coming to Tianming Academy," Li Mingzheng declared, eyes cold. "Anyone who tries to stop me will answer to my blade." As this battle-hardened veteran from the 10,000 clans battlefield spoke, the other academy leaders just smirked. No one knew who would win this prize yet. "Stop right there." Suddenly, Wei Zongting's shout rang out from the stage. He looked down at Su Yun and grinned. "You're strong. Come up here and fight me. Are you a dog or something?" Su Yun replied flatly. "No." "Then why do you bite everyone you see?" "Wait until you call my name," Su Yun said calmly, his tone as casual as if he were talking about the weather. As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted in laughter. A cold glint flashed in Wei Zongting's eyes as he turned to the director and ordered, "Next one him." The director kept a professional smile on his face, but inwardly cursed. These people from Demon City all act like they're emperors. Still, he had no choice but to comply and called out loudly, "Next up, Su Yun." The students below the stage whispered among themselves. Who didn't know Su Yun? He was the most notorious simp at Kangla No. 1 High School, famous for failing all 5 of his awakenings. Even if he somehow awakened outside, how strong could he really be? "He's finished. Su the simp is going to get crushed this time," someone sighed. Even though they usually looked down on him, at this moment, they secretly hoped he could teach Wei Zongting a lesson. "Don't kid yourself. Wei Zongting has S-level talent. At best, Su Yun isn't a level," another student scoffed. Wei Zongting stood on the stage, his eyes full of contempt. "Come up here. Let's see who the real dog is." Su Yun glanced at Gu Duji, a slight smile playing at his lips. Resources are earned through battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt effortlessly onto the stage. All eyes were on him, including Lu Qingshan and her mother in the audience. Lu Qingshan stared at the figure on stage, murmuring, "He seems different." Her mother, however, was unimpressed. "A loser is a loser, awakening won't change that." The VIPs on the platform leaned forward with interest. Wei Zongting taunted, "Tell me, what's your talent level?" "SS level," Su Yun replied offhandedly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. The entire crowd gasped, except for Gu Duji, who pressed his palms together and silently prayed that no one would get killed. Boom. Brilliant starlight erupted from Wei Zongting, and his spear shot towards Su Yun's thigh like a venomous snake. "Fine, let's pretend you're SS level." Su Yun's eyes flashed like lightning. He met the attack heat in, his right fist crackling with energy. 8 extremes collapse. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. To block a weapon with bare flesh wasn't that suicide? Clang. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. To everyone's shock, Wei Zongting was sent staggering backward by the punch, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. His starlight spear shattered inch by inch, exploding into fragments that left his hands covered in blood. The entire arena fell silent. The power of a single punch utterly terrifying. The VIPs on the platform could barely contain their excitement. Damn, he really is an SS-level genius. No one was more stunned than Lu Qingshan's mother. Her face went white, and her legs turned to jelly. The person she had once mocked and insulted was now standing shoulder to shoulder with the best of the best. Remembering how she had incited others to belittle Su Yun, she was gripped by a surge of fear, unable to think any further. On the arena, Wei Zongting's hands trembled slightly, his eyes clouded with gloom as his tongue unconsciously licked his lips, a clear sign that he had reached the limit of his strength. That's it. Su Yun relaxed his clenched fist, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Then it's my turn. Ninetales mode, activate. In an instant, golden light erupted across the arena. Su Yun's figure was enveloped in radiant energy, his cloak billowing fiercely in the surge of power, making him look like a war god descending to earth. Wei Zongting gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. Starlight burst. A brilliant star formed in his palm, instantly transforming into a spear. The star demon spear gleamed silver from end to end, except for its jet-black tip, which was wreathed in swirling starlight and radiated an ominous energy. Star speed. Wei Zongting called out, his body merging with the starlight, flickering in and out of sight. He wielded his spear with dazzling speed, the weapon's afterimages scattering like stars, filling the entire arena. Faced with this relentless assault, Su Yun stood perfectly still. Behind him, the power of the demon fox gathered into sharp, golden claws, which slashed forward to meet the oncoming starlight. With a sharp crack, the starlight shattered. Overwhelmed by sheer force, Wei Zongting nearly lost his grip on the spear he so prided himself on. He staggered back, struggling to regain his footing. Left. Arm knee. Su Yun calmly predicted the location of every incoming attack with uncanny precision, startling Wei Zongting. Even the distinguished guests on the viewing platform were amazed by his extraordinary combat awareness. This was the power of observation hockey, allowing Su Yun to clearly track his opponent's every move. Armament hockey. Su Yun commanded inwardly. The fox's golden claws instantly took on a black, metallic sheen. This strike combined the might of the demon fox with the force of armament hockey. Wei Zongting tried to defend himself, but the moment his spear met the claws, it bent and shattered. He crashed heavily to the ground, his energy spent, all his previous sharpness gone. Su Yun withdrew from Ninetales mode and glanced indifferently at his fallen opponent. Not bad. He's got some skill. A system notification sounded. Ding. Host has defeated Wei Zongting. High-level divine hand 1 dropped. The arena fell into stunned silence as everyone stared at the young man in awe. It wasn't until Su Yun prompted him that the director snapped out of his daze and announced, Su Yun is the winner. The leaders on the platform quickly regained their composure, their eyes filled with admiration. A 3-star defeating a latest-stage 6-star opponent and, in such a decisive fashion, far exceeded their expectations. Only Elder Han's face looked a bit stiff. As the crowd began to debate Su Yun's astonishing performance, Li Mingjing appeared at the edge of the arena and spoke up first. Su Yun, Tianming Academy would be honored to have you join us. His invitation immediately sparked a wave of surprise and envious discussion throughout the crowd. Su Yun, come to Panhai Academy. In just 1 year, we guarantee you'll reach the rank of War General. Don't let these people fool you. Join Luoyang War Academy, and we'll make sure to unlock your full potential. Xianing Sect sincerely invites you, with unlimited access to elixirs and martial arts techniques. At that moment, the top 10 academies all revealed themselves, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Li Mingjing, Elder Han, Elder Zhou, and the others all turned wary and displeased gazes toward the man from Xianing Sect. The man from Xianing Sect just sneered, clearly used to such looks. Those sects were seen as outdated in this era. Their strength was still not to be underestimated. Elder Han smiled and said, Su Yun, I won't blame you for defeating Zongting, but you'd better choose Shanglong Academy. Su Yun looked calmly at Elder Han, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Shanglong Academy? Not interested. His words were casual, but each syllable struck everyone present like a heavy blow. Elder Han was momentarily stunned. Not only did he fail to persuade Su Yun, but the smile also vanished from his face. Had he chosen the wrong words? Below the stage, parents and students all wore different expressions, some sighing, some envious, and some looking pale. The very Su Yun they once mocked as worthless was now being courted by the top 10 academies. Life truly is unpredictable. Gu Duji squeezed over to Su Yun and whispered, Su Yun, join Tianming Academy. The benefits are incredible. Benefits? Su Yun smiled faintly. What kind of benefits? Li Mingjing quickly added, 100 merit points. 2 entries to the Sacred Spirit Realm. A top-grade yellow-tier weapon from the Iron Pavilion. 3 months of free residence at Yusin Garden. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. As soon as he finished, the surrounding leaders couldn't help but gasp. The Sacred Spirit Realm was forged by a king-level powerhouse from Tianming Academy, with spiritual energy many times denser than the outside world, extremely valuable. As for Yusin Garden, those who had stayed there knew what kind of privilege that was. The yellow-tier weapon alone was worth several hundred to over 1,000 merit points. Chun Zishu clenched his teeth in silence. Though he felt a bit dissatisfied, he knew the temptation was hard to resist. Maybe Panhai Academy could offer similar benefits, but would he really be able to get them? Elder Zhou glanced at Su Yun without revealing any emotion. Sensing his gaze, Su Yun gave a subtle nod. Elder Zhou smiled and said, if you're ever unhappy at Tianming Academy, you're always welcome at Panhai Academy. Li Mingjing frowned. Elder Zhou, what do you mean by that? Elder Zhou simply shook his head and said nothing more. Li Mingjing shot him a dissatisfied look. Su Yun smiled slightly and glanced around at the assembled leaders. Seeing that no one else was making offers, he announced clearly, I choose Tianming Academy. Only then did the onlookers realize that all these influential figures had come not for Lu Qingshan, but for Su Yun. When people looked at Liu's mother, their expressions were tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. So my daughter's not the main character? How bitter that sounds. I heard Su Yun used to be a bootlicker, someone whispered in the crowd. The Liu family was a major power in Kanglan City, easily able to crush any second-rate genius. Snide and sarcastic comments rippled through the audience. Liu's mother's face turned pale, her anxious eyes darted around, as if searching for a lifeline. A trace of fear and desperation flickered across her face. Su Yun ignored the gossip. He simply looked at her calmly and said, yes. His reply was clear and sharp, stabbing straight into her heart. The Kanglan City Investigation Bureau, I'm giving you 10 minutes to get to the bottom of this. Li Mingjing ordered. Investigate immediately. Understood. The Bureau's officers sprang into action, and the atmosphere grew tense. Liu's mother seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground, her eyes empty like a defeated stray dog. Su Yun's gaze was icy. He had always said that anyone who bullied him would pay back double. Show mercy when you have the upper hand? Sorry, that's not his style. If anyone dared to cross him, he would make sure they paid the price. Just as Li Mingzheng had said, the Investigation Bureau produced results in just 10 minutes. The Liu family is suspected of tax evasion and slander. We are now confiscating their assets. The announcement echoed through the hall. At those words, a look of schadenfreude flashed in the eyes of the crowd. All eyes turned to Madame Liu, their faces openly mocking her. Madame Liu's face went pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her lips trembled as she tried to beg Su Yun for mercy, but she couldn't utter a single word. The officers remained expressionless, giving her no chance to speak. Two uniformed agents stepped forward, one on each side, seizing her arms and dragging her out of the venue. Madame Liu's cries gradually faded into the distance. Lu Qingshan stood frozen in place, her face as white as a sheet. She looked pleadingly in Su Yun's direction, but when she looked up, all she saw was his back as he walked away, without so much as a glance in her direction. Representatives from several academies immediately gathered around Lu Qingshan. And class talent like this is too valuable to pass up, one of them said urgently, with the others nodding in agreement. After a round of negotiation, Lu Qingshan finally chose to enroll at Shanglong Academy. She made only one request: lessen the charges against my family. Elder Han remained calm and didn't agree right away. That depends on your future performance, he replied. It was a realistic, reasonable answer. Once the atmosphere had settled, the director cleared his throat and announced loudly, let's continue the competition. Zheng Tiansheng, Chui Yuan. A thin young man stepped onto the stage, his expression tinged with worry. Everyone knew Zheng Tiansheng was strong, second only to Lu Qingshan. Yet under everyone's gaze, Zheng Tiansheng never appeared. What's up with Zheng Tiansheng? A student whispered. With his liquefaction ability, he could easily defeat Chui Yuan, another replied. He's always bullied Su Yun. I bet he's too scared to show up now. More whispers spread through the crowd. The director's face darkened and he snorted. So what if you have talent and strength? If you're not punctual and don't respect your teachers, you're disqualified. At that moment, the director felt a secret thrill. Finally, I get to show some authority. Elsewhere, the people from Tianming Academy were delighted to have such an outstanding talent joining them, but also felt a tinge of concern. The foreign cults are about to make their move, Li Mingjing said, standing at a vantage point, his gaze deep and voice low. A slightly chubby man beside him narrowed his eyes. Should we take him away now? Li Mingjing looked down at the bustling parents and students below, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. You never know who among them might be a cultist. They lure, ambush, and even drive young talents mad. There's no time. Let's turn the tables and take out a few of their top members, Li Mingjing said softly. The Tianming Academy members nodded firmly, eyes cold with killing intent. These cultists are like rats in the street. If they dare show themselves, we'll wipe them out. Li Mingjing turned to Su Yun and said, Su Yun, let Gaduzi accompany you for the next couple of days. After that, you'll take my warship to the academy. Su Yun nodded slightly, his heart full of anticipation. He looked forward to life at Tianming Academy, hoping to rise from there, become a guardian of humanity, fight on the battlefield against other races, and bring prosperity to his people. With this new goal, Su Yun felt more determined than ever because with great power comes great responsibility. News of Su Yun spread like wildfire across Huaxiao and even reached abroad. But no one was watching more closely than the foreign cults. In an ancient building, a group of figures in black robes sat on either side of a long table. Kill him. We can't let him live. If he grows stronger, he'll threaten our great king. The air was thick with murderous intent. Tianming Academy has a strict hierarchy, one of them said quietly. Why not wait until they suppress Su Yun, then we step in and recruit him? The others hesitated, their hoods shifting as they considered the idea. It'll take too long and is too risky. I say we kill him and it once and for all. Another voice urged. After a heated debate, they reached an agreement. We strike in 2 days. In another dark room, steaming goblets of blood sat on the table. 2 of our own from the mixed blood sect have died at Su Yun's hands. He must die, a cold voice declared. In 2 days, kill Su Yun. No objections. Everyone rose, lifting their blood-filled glasses, crazed smiles on their faces. Glory to the Supreme Master. Plasma spilled out, flowing like humanity itself, gradually fading away. Longdu Tianming Academy sprawled across a vast expanse, resembling a city unto itself, with the energy of youth pulsing through every corner. In one quiet corner of the campus sat a tea house, usually tranquil, but today an out-of-place figure was there, a middle-aged man with graying hair, sitting alone, gripping a bottle of vodka and drinking straight from it. Old Dongfang, do you know what gift my graduate apprentice gave me? A burly man strode over and sat down unceremoniously across from him. The man called Old Dongfang slowly lifted his head, revealing a well-defined face flushed red from too much alcohol. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, his eyes glazed and clearly intoxicated. A pile of crap? Old Dongfang slurred, his tone full of disdain. Damn. Lin Sihua rolled his eyes, then leaned in, excitement lighting up his face. An SS-level genius. Incredible mental strength, the perfect blacksmith. At those words, Old Dongfang's grip on the vodka tightened, fine cracks appearing on the bottle's surface. For a moment, pain flickered in his eyes. There was a time when our secret medicine pavilion was full of talent. Lin Siwa's voice dropped. Now, only he's left, struggling to hold on. I wanted to. Get lost. I don't need your charity. Old Dongfang cut him off harshly, impatience thick in his voice. You. Lin Sihua bristled with anger, but in the end, he just sighed and left the tea house, defeated. Not long after Lin Sihua departed, another man strode in and sat down. Old Dongfang was about to snap at him, but when he looked up, his eyes instantly turned icy cold. The newcomer had a healthy flush to his face, his hair slicked back neatly, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit that radiated success. Old man, did you hear? An SS-level genius is coming, the man said, his tone openly provocative. Wang Can, are you looking to get yourself killed? Old Dongfang's voice was cold as ice, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. A chilling smile spread across Wang Can's face. In another month, if your secret medicine pavilion can't show results or produce students, I'll tear it down myself. Old Dongfang's body visibly trembled, his grip on the bottle almost shattering it. All the people who used to be in your pavilion are with my divine pavilion now, Wang Can pressed on. And don't forget the debts you owe us. Spend the rest of your days repenting. With that, he strode out, smug and triumphant. Old Dongfang's expression twisted, and he took a fierce swig from his bottle, the liquor spilling down his chin and soaking his gray beard. A manic smile slowly crept onto his face, like a cornered beast ready to lash out. The secret medicine pavilion must not fall. He raged silently, then stood up abruptly, slamming the bottle onto the table before striding out of the tea house, heading straight for the principal's office. Inside, the principal, Zhang Zhongqing, was holding a book. His hair was jet black, his demeanor scholarly and refined. It was as if he had expected the visitor. His calm gaze was already fixed on the door. If you have something to say, come in, he said quietly, his wise eyes seeming to see right through everything. Old Dongfang stood at the door, his face full of anger, getting straight to the point. This year, let me recruit for the secret medicine pavilion. Zhang Zhongqing sighed softly and set his book aside. You want that SS level, Suyin? Yes. I can't swallow this humiliation. Just thinking of Wang Can's smug face made Old Dongfang's rage burn even hotter. Zhang Zhongqing pinched his brow, as if weighing the consequences. 5 top-tier Xiangray pills. Deal. Old Dongfang agreed without hesitation. Though only a door separated them, for people of their strength, such a distance meant nothing. Or perhaps, they simply had no desire to see each other face-to-face. Taiwa, let it go, Zhang Zhongqing said suddenly, his voice gentle. Crack. The bottle in Dongfang Taiyu's hand shattered under his grip, glass and liquor flying everywhere. His face contorted with fury. It's never your concern until it happens to you. Having vented his anger, he turned and left, shoulders slumped, his figure radiating loneliness. Zhang Zhongqing watched him go, his eyes full of melancholy. He murmured softly, everything I do is for the safety of our people. 2 days passed quickly. Su Yun was getting ready to leave for Tianming Academy, while Gu Duji helped him pack with a serious look on his face. Change your clothes, keep your head down on the road, and don't say a word, Gu Duji reminded him. Su Yun picked up the clothes and weighed them in his hands, frowning slightly. What's going on? Your identity is too sensitive right now. The foreign cults will definitely target you, Gu Duji explained patiently. Lord Li Mingzheng has arranged for someone to impersonate you on the warship as bait, while you'll take the long-distance bus to Longdu. Are those cults really that outrageous? Su Yun asked casually. They're even worse than you think, Gu Duji replied, his expression turning especially grave. These traitors are willing to die for outsiders, but refuse to lift a finger for humanity. In recent years, the number of defectors has been rising. According to captured cultists, it's mostly because they've lost hope as humanity weakens. Some races, like the Divine Clan, even promise to change their bloodline and make them live for 1,000 years. Temptations like that have led too many astray. On the battlefield of the myriad races, countless human powerhouses have fallen because of betrayal. When it comes to traitors, there's only one answer: kill them. He fixed his gaze on Su Yun. Remember, if the myriad races ever invade Blue Star, don't believe a word they say. Su Yun could sense the undercurrents beneath the surface calm of humanity from these words. All right, I can make my own judgments, he replied with a smile. Let's go. The long-distance bus was already waiting outside. After boarding, Su Yun noticed a few other passengers, two of whom smiled at him kindly. He understood immediately these two must be battle-hardened warriors assigned to protect him. With his talent, there was no way he'd be left unguarded. The bus would also pick up more new students from other cities along the way. Meanwhile, Li Mingsheng's warship set off as well, cloaked in a rainbow-colored shield as it sped across the sky. Deep underground, members of the mixed-blood cult were plotting with sinister grins. We've got eyes on both the warship and the bus. If we get the chance, we'll take out Li Mingsheng too. Elsewhere, in a small house, members of the heavenly demon cult were unusually calm. Their pitch-black eyes seemed to swallow souls. Capture Su Yun alive. He'll be the new holy son of our sect. After a day on the road, more and more students boarded the bus, and Su Yun pulled his hat lower, becoming even more cautious. He began thinking about his plans once he reached the academy. Gu Duji had told him to seek out his teacher at the ironclad pavilion for support, but Su Yun wasn't interested in forging weapons. With his powerful spiritual strength, maybe he was better suited to being an alchemist? The idea of using potions to boost his cultivation was tempting. He quietly took stock of his spoils from the hand of God. 478 basic, 19 intermediate, and 4 advanced items, but none at the divine level. That was to be expected. The drop quality depended on the opponent's strength. Facing equals only yielded basic items. Stronger foes might drop something better. I wonder if fighting is allowed at the academy? Su Yun thought to himself. He was hoping to beat up some prodigies and get even more from the hand of God. Suddenly, a boy came closer, his eyes showing a hint of nervousness and his voice hesitant. Hey, what do you think of Tianming Academy? Never been there. No idea. Su Yun replied curtly, not taking his eyes off the window. The boy gave a wry smile and shook his head. I heard the hierarchy there is really strict. Just focus on yourself, Su Yun shrugged, dismissing the stranger and turning his attention back to the neat ranks of soldiers outside the window. It wasn't unusual for the military to escort student convoys. This was a precaution against attacks from foreign cults. After all, even ordinary students were considered the future of this world and worth protecting. The next day passed without incident. All the vehicles were now filled with students heading to the academy, and the convoy slowly set off. However, hidden in a haystack along the route, a group of shadowy figures was silently gathering, the air tense and heavy. If we don't act now, we'll lose our chance, a deep, urgent voice whispered. A burly man with a cold expression replied, ambush. Target the students. In the distance, the roar of engines grew louder. The group immediately concealed themselves, holding their breath. When half the convoy had passed. Now, boom, a deafening explosion erupted, flipping an armored vehicle onto its side. A wave of heat swept out, flames shooting skyward. Enemy attack, a powerful voice thundered from the military ranks. All students stay in the vehicles. If you get out, you're on your own. The soldiers sprang into action, guns and swords at the ready, forming a protective ring around the student vehicles as they clashed fiercely with the sudden attackers. Blood splattered and screams filled the air. Inside the vehicles, some students caught glimpses through the windows of bodies being hacked apart, intestines spilling onto the ground, and immediately vomited. A few middle-aged passengers in the car shook their heads in disdain. If they couldn't handle this, how would they survive on the battlefield of the myriad clans, which was 1,000 times more brutal than anywhere under Waxia's control? Suddenly, everyone in the vehicle felt a sudden darkness descend. A strange light flashed between the brows of a middle-aged man, who shouted, "Wake up!" His voice cracked like thunder, instantly shattering the illusion that had enveloped them. So many plump, tender children. Mind if I take a bite? Just one arm. A chilling, sinister laugh echoed from outside the car. Terrified, the students turned to see the soldiers outside being controlled by an invisible force. Their heads exploded like watermelons, blood spraying everywhere as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Kohan, he's mine. The man who had broken the illusion shouted, darting out of the vehicle to confront the attacker. Chaos erupted instantly. Su Yun noticed that all the powerful protectors had left the vehicle, leaving only the students inside completely unguarded. Alarm bells rang in his mind. They're drawing the strong away on purpose, he realized. Sure enough, the next second, the window shattered with a crash, and 3 or 4 unfamiliar figures burst in with lightning speed. Bloom, murmured a thin man with gold-rimmed glasses. A strange, vibrant rose appeared in his hand. its petals slowly unfurling. Hope a soft sound, and a dozen students instantly stared blankly, their eyes empty, clearly hypnotized. Don't move. If you die, it's on you. A bald man said coldly, sweeping his gaze over the students before locking onto Su Yun, who sat in the last row. The bald man strode towards Su Yun, about to speak. Thud. Suddenly, a jet-black hand punched through his chest, clutching a still-beating, bloody heart. The man with glasses recoiled in shock, eyes wide with terror. Use an illusion on him now. Outside, the battle-hardened warriors heard the shouts and tried to respond, but their enemies kept them pinned down. Inside the vehicle, the remaining attackers launched their illusions while another lunged forward, his tongue transforming into a monstrous serpent that struck at Su Yun's neck. As long as I bite him, the mission's done. He'll be handsomely rewarded for this, the attacker thought gleefully. But the moment his mental power touched Su Yun, it vanished into thin air. The man with glasses spat blood, horror etched across his face. The illusion was broken before it even formed? Just how strong is this kid's will? Get out. Su Yun braced himself on the seat and swung his right leg like a battle axe. With a sickening crunch, the serpent tongue was smashed to bits, sending its owner flying out of the vehicle. Blood splattered across half the compartment. Next, Su Yun fixed his gaze on the remaining attackers, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a hunter who had found his prey. These guys are all elite monsters from Bao Shinji Shou. I can't let any of them get away. Su Yun, the heavenly demon sect is known for its deceitful tricks, a seasoned warrior warned gravely. Su Yun nodded firmly. Without waiting for the man with gold-rimmed glasses to speak, he stomped the ground, shattering it beneath his feet, and shot forward like an arrow. Attack! The bespectacled man roared, his hands moving swiftly. Dozens of slender silver needles appeared out of thin air, hovering eerily before shooting towards Su Yun in utter silence. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The second enemy flicked his lighter, instantly transforming it into a massive fireball 4 meters wide that hurtled towards Su Yun with a roar. The third enemy charged, brandishing a battle blade and swinging it down with a furious shout. The fourth pulled out a strange cloth doll, a sinister grin curling his lips as 2 beams of dark light shot from the doll's eyes. Ninetales mode. Su Yun murmured inwardly. In a flash, golden light blazed from his body, rising like flames. His blood-red eyes radiated the ferocity of a primordial beast, locking onto his 4 opponents. In his palm, he condensed a black orb of energy, about the size of a baby's fist, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. Ultra many-tailed beast bomb. With a single strike, Su Yun launched the black energy orb. Every attack needles, fireball, blade, and eerie light beam shattered against the power of the tailed beast bomb. The 4 enemies were caught off guard, flung far away by the overwhelming force. Boom! A small mushroom cloud shot skyward, shockwaves sweeping in all directions. Everyone caught in the blast. Followers of the foreign cults was obliterated instantly, their clothing torn apart, their bodies reduced to dust. What terrifying power! The warriors stared in disbelief. Damn! Li Mingjing tricked us. Su Yun is over here. Retreat. We can't win. The main force isn't here. Li Mingjing, curse your ancestors. The foreign cultists cursed furiously as they fled in panic. On another part of the battlefield, space warped and the heat was intense. Li Mingjing was wreathed in flames, looking every bit like a god of fire. You played us, his opponent hissed through clenched teeth. Li Mingjing grinned. Having fun? Well, you won't be leaving here alive. Boom. The flames descended like a guillotine from the heavens, turning the entire sky crimson. Within seconds, the enemy was incinerated. A system notification sounded. Ding. Host has killed 5 enemies. Intermediate hand of God 5 has dropped. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, satisfied with the unexpected reward. He decided not to pursue the fleeing enemies, not wanting to be seen as bloodthirsty. Strong mind and willpower. Praised a warrior in his 30s, pride clear in his expression. Kid, the Divine Pavilion would be a great fit for you. If you're lucky enough to become an apprentice, serving the Wang family will be your greatest honor. Su Yun gave a sunny smile, but said nothing. Inwardly, though, he was cursing. Screw you. What's wrong with these powerful families? Always acting so high and mighty, as if everyone owes them. Don't mess with me, or your status won't matter at all. Back on the bus, Su Yun met the awed gazes of his fellow students with a faint smile, then closed his eyes to rest. Despite a few twists and turns, they finally arrived safely in Longdu. Wide roads lined with lush greenery and neatly arranged steps stretched out before them. Students bustled in and out, warmly greeting newcomers from all over. As the bus came to a stop, Su Yun and the other freshmen stepped out, all stunned by the impressive sight before them. Tianming Academy looked just like something out of an ancient book, with elegant pavilions and grand halls rising one after another. In the distance, several imposing buildings stood nestled among misty mountains, and the occasional roar of beasts echoed through the air. Suddenly, a tall figure descended from the sky. It was Li Mingjing. When he saw Su Yun safe and sound, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I heard you protected everyone in the carriage. Well done. It was nothing, Su Yun replied calmly. Li Mingjung, someone will come for you soon. Well, head out first, the boisterous man said, just as energetically as had arrived, before striding away. Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle at his abrupt departure. Soon, a group of enthusiastic upperclassmen approached. If you have any questions, just ask. Leave your luggage with us, think of us as family. If you run into trouble in the future, just give us a shout. At that moment, a young man in his 20s walked over with a friendly smile. Are you Su Yun? The mention of his name caused a stir among the crowd. An SS-level talent. That's top tier, even internationally recognized. My name's Fei Lu. Come with me, the man said, his smile widening. But it was so deliberate that Su Yun immediately felt a sense of caution, as if there was some hidden trap behind it. He was new here and couldn't have offended anyone yet, but he still followed Fei Lu warily. Fei Lu, do we have someone by that name in our academy? One of the upperclassmen whispered. Isn't he supposed to know everything? How come I've never heard of him? The warm atmosphere of the academy helped Su Yun relax a little. Senior Fei Lu, where are we going? The secret medicine pavilion. Think of it as your first stop, Fei Lu replied gently. Su Yun recalled his conversation with Gu Duji. Tianming Academy had many professions, alchemists, blacksmiths, formation masters, and so on, with fierce competition between each group. But whenever the secret medicine pavilion was mentioned, Gu Duji would always hesitate, never saying much. Soon, the two arrived at a rundown building. The wooden boards were damaged and left unrepaired, but the sign bearing the characters Secret Medicine Pavilion stood out, exuding a powerful, burning aura. As they pushed open the door, a strong scent of herbs mixed with alcohol filled the air. At the center sat an elderly man Dongfang Taiwe. From now on, you're an apprentice of my Secret Medicine Pavilion, the old man declared in a deep voice. You can eat as many pills as you want and read any recipe you like. Just don't burn the place down, and you can do whatever you please. Su Yun was bewildered. Just like that, had somehow become a member of the Secret Medicine Pavilion? Still, the term sounded pretty good. Sign here, Dongfang Taiwe said, pointing at an application form on the table. Su Yun glanced over the document, then looked at Fei Lu. Who is he? He's the head of the Secret Medicine Pavilion. You should call him teacher, Fei Lu said with a smile. Dongfang Taiwe let out a couple of grunts, his expression daring Su Yun to challenge him. After thinking it over, Su Yun remembered Gu Duji's advice to find a powerful backer. He wasn't interested in blacksmithing, so he might as well choose alchemy. All right, I'll sign. Sir, hand over the pills. But Dongfang Taiwe just stared at the form and burst out laughing. Damn you, Wang Can. He's mine, now let's see you mock me again. Go eat dirt. Su Yun's eyes widened. Damn, I think I just got tricked. Su Yun was still daydreaming about getting his enrollment reward after signing the contract when he suddenly realized things weren't so simple. Damn, I'm still too naive. The moment he saw the nearly twisted smile on Dongfang Taiyu's face, Su Yun instantly knew had been tricked. He instinctively looked at Fei Lu, only to see that his smile hadn't changed, but he was quietly slipping out of the room and disappearing into an empty corner. Fei Lu's body slowly faded away like smoke, vanishing into thin air. At that same moment, in the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing opened his eyes, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Dongfang Taiyu's wild laughter still echoed through every corner of the secret medicine pavilion. Can I back out? Su Yun asked helplessly, his tone full of obvious regret. No rush. What's so bad about joining the secret medicine pavilion? Dongfang Taiwe replied with a sly twinkle in his eye. Su Yun was pretty annoyed at being tricked, but when he thought about having free access to pills, he gritted his teeth and let it go. Where are the pills? There are still a few low-grade spirit recovery pills left in stock, Dongfang Taiwe answered offhandedly. What about pill formulas? They were all taken by the Divine Pavilion a long time ago. There's nothing left. Su Yun was so angry he could barely contain himself. Come on, you don't even have the stuff you promised. I want out of the secret medicine pavilion. He clenched his jaw, desperate to get away from this place. Dongfang Taiwe remained calm. It takes 3 months to process a withdrawal request. Su Yun ground his teeth in frustration, glaring at Dongfang Taiwe with eyes that looked like they might burst into flames. Forget it. Those low and mid-grade pills are all worthless anyway, Dongfang Taiwe said arrogantly. When I have time, I'll make some for you myself. Su Yun looked at him suspiciously, wondering if this guy was really an alchemist. Suddenly, Dongfang Taiyu's expression grew serious, more so than ever before. With a flick, a flame spun into existence in his palm, shifting from pale purple to a vibrant red. Instantly, the whole building felt stuffy and hot, as if the sun had just risen inside. Sensing a wave of extreme danger, Su Yun's pupils involuntarily contracted. Do you believe me now? Dongfang Taiwe said calmly. Su Yun's throat went dry, and he could only nod. But inside, he was secretly excited he had his own black demon cauldron. Paired with some alchemy skills, it would be perfect. Go clean up the pavilion. That's your duty as an apprentice, Dongfang Taiwe instructed with a nod. Not even a single benefit. And you're already making me work, Su Yun muttered, but he didn't really resist. In a new place, it was better to keep a low profile. Don't think you're something special just because you're SS ranked, Dongfang Taiwa suddenly said. At Tianming Academy, there are at least 10 SS ranked students, and plenty of S ranked ones too. Su Yun was stunned. So many prodigies? But instead of feeling worried, he actually got excited. With so many geniuses around, beating them up should keep him entertained for a long time, right? Or maybe he could keep using his God hand technique. Seeing Su Yun's expression, Dongfang Taiwa was a bit taken aback. This kid's not normal. Most people would get nervous or serious hearing about others with similar talent, but he was actually getting pumped up. Su Yun didn't bother explaining his thoughts. He hummed a little tune and obediently went to clean up, already plotting. Just lay low for 3 months, drain all their resources, then leave. Meanwhile, at the school gate, 2 men approached. The senior students greeting the newcomers quickly called out, Master Lin, Teacher Wang. The newcomers were Lin Xihua, head of the Iron Pavilion, who had come specifically to welcome Su Yun, and Wang Ming, a teacher whom Wang Can had asked to meet Su Yun. Hello, Master Lin. Wang Ming was young, with a neat part in his hair and a warm smile. Lin Xihua replied with a blank expression. All you Wang family people smile like traitors. Makes me want to punch you. Wang Ming knew traitors referred to those who'd betrayed humanity, so he toned down his smile and asked, Are you here for Su Yun too, Master Lin? He's got a connection to one of my old students, Lin Xihua said dismissively. What? Your family's interested too? Only the Wang family can truly nurture someone as talented as Su Yun, Wang Ming replied with a chuckle, a hint of ambition flashing in his eyes. So, what you're really saying is, without the Wang family, could any of you even manage? The two grew increasingly sharp in their tone. Just then, an older student cautiously interrupted, Su Yun is already gone. What? Both immediately turned, their gazes sharp as knives, the pressure in the air almost suffocating. The older student quickly explained, I heard he was taken to the secret medicine pavilion. Damn it. The two exchanged glances, anger flashing in their eyes. Wang Ming's face darkened instantly, and he swiftly pulled out his phone. Lin Xihua just scoffed, a cold sneer mixed with clear disdain. So this is the secret medicine pavilion's last stand against the divine pavilion? Interesting. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhongxing was in a meeting with other board members. Suddenly, Wang Qin's phone vibrated, his eyes darkening as he picked it up. Principal, Dongfang Taiwe is out of line. Wang Qin said, his voice low. The other board members looked confused. One of them asked, What do you mean by that, Wang Qin? Su Yun was supposed to join the divine pavilion. Wang Qin replied coldly. But Dongfang Taiwe forcibly brought him into the secret medicine pavilion. How can a criminal take on disciples? He's just going to ruin the boy. Zhang Zhongxing wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and asked, Did Su Yun ever promise to join the divine pavilion? Wang Qin was left speechless. Zhang Zhongxing continued, Then this is simply Dongfang Taiyu's way of doing things. As for cultivation, I'd say he knows more about it than you do. The board members chuckled quietly, secretly pleased to see Wang Qin put in his place. Over the years, the Divine Pavilion had attracted many talented individuals, including 2 SS level and several S level prodigies. Some of the other board members couldn't hide a flicker of jealousy in their eyes. Zhang Zhongqing didn't dwell on it, but turned back to the agenda, his tone growing serious. I suggest we adopt a conciliatory approach and form alliances with the other races. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Zhang Zhongqing added, Among all the human clans, we rank around 6,000th, which is below average. If we want our lineage to survive and grow, patience is our only option for now. I disagree. One board member objected fiercely. Even if we have to fight to the death, the human race should never compromise its morals or bow to threats from outsiders. The meeting quickly devolved into heated argument, the tension mounting. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes slightly, gripping the armrests tightly, clearly not intending to respond further at this time. He knew well that this wasn't just China's dilemma. Other countries like America, Russia, and Australia faced the same tough choices. Short-term patience was necessary for future strength. In the Hall of Sun and Moon, where students collected their assignments, Wang Ming and a young man stood together in a heavy silence. The young man's expression was dark, his eyes sharp as blades. Someone dares to steal from the Wang family? The young man's features were a bit delicate, but his voice carried a chilling edge. Wang Ming nodded. Su Yun probably already knows. But why hasn't he reacted? Who cares? Uncle, transfer Su Yun's reward to me, the young man, Wang Li, said with a cold smile. Confidence flickered in his eyes. If he really wants those rewards, he'll come see me himself. Wang Ming frowned, hesitating for a moment before finally agreeing. Fine. If he chooses to come see you, that'll be his decision. The next day, Su Yun stepped out of the secret medicine pavilion, squinting to adjust to the bright sunlight. He had planned to stay at Yizinyuan last night, a 3-month accommodation reward from Li Mingqing, but ended up organizing the pavilion until midnight and had to give up on the idea. Don't forget your cultural classes. Dongfang Taiyu's words echoed in his mind. Su Yun understood well that the higher the academy, the richer the knowledge one could gain. Walking along the campus path, Su-Yun noticed that everyone he passed stared at him with strange looks, leaving him puzzled. Do I really look that odd? He muttered to himself. Inside the teaching building, Su-Yun found his classroom. The space was large enough to hold several hundred students. He went straight to the back and picked a corner seat, not speaking to anyone. That's Su-Yun? He actually made it into the secret medicine pavilion? This guy must have a death wish. Even dogs avoid that place. What a waste, with talent like his. The new students around him whispered among themselves, but Su-Yun closed his eyes and ignored the chatter. Soon, a male teacher strode into the classroom. His gaze swept across the room, lingering briefly on Su-Yun, before he introduced himself quietly. My surname is Zhu. Good morning, Mr. Zhu. The students chorused, standing up in unison. Mr. Zhu wasted no time and got straight to the point. On Blue Star, awakenings are divided into 4 main branches: superhuman, spirit weapon, elemental, and spirit beast. As the name suggests, the superhuman branch gives you abilities beyond ordinary humans and is the most common. The spirit weapon branch allows weapons to manifest within your body during awakening, making it highly valuable for cultivation. The elemental branch, often called the battlefield bombers, grants mastery over elements and can devastate the battlefield. The spirit beast branch is similar to the spirit weapon, except you manifest creatures instead of weapons. Su-Yun listened intently, absorbing the information. These topics were rarely discussed at Kanglan No. 1 High School and were almost never mentioned online. For example, the spirit beast branch has a significant advantage. If you fight someone from this branch, they can summon battle beasts from within and double their combat power. Mr. Zhu's voice boomed through the room. Su-Yun glanced at the little 9-tailed fox inside him, an idea forming in his mind. He raised his hand. Yes, Su-Yun? Mr. Zhu nodded for him to speak. Is it possible to merge with the battle beast inside you? Su-Yun asked, prompting several students to look thoughtful. A hint of surprise flashed in Mr. Zhu's eyes. That's a very imaginative question for a freshman. Some spirit beast factions have researched this, but it's hard to find a balance after all. Humans and beasts are fundamentally different. Some groups can borrow their beast's power internally, but it consumes a lot of energy. Su-Yun nodded to himself. He could already merge perfectly with his little 9-tailed fox. If he could develop this method further, maybe he could even sell it for a profit. As class was about to end, Mr. Zhu added, private fighting is not allowed at the academy. If you want to battle, you can use the arena, but both parties must sign a contract, and life or death matches are permitted. After class, Su-Yun left the room immediately. Only one thing was on his mind: collecting his rewards. Once he had them, he planned to use the hand of God to continue his training. With a clear goal, he set out right away. Inside the Sun and Moon Hall, counters lined the front and both sides, all set up for accepting or completing tasks. Hi, senior. I'd like to collect my reward, Su-Yun said with a smile as he approached one of the counters. The senior behind the counter didn't even look up. Student card. Su-Yun pulled out the card Dongfang Taiwei had given him the day before and handed it over. The senior swiped it through a device. 17 merit points. Su-Yun frowned. 17? That can't be right, it should be 107. Li Mingzheng promised me 100, and the other 7 are from defeating the foreign cultists. His voice rose a notch. Senior, what about the Saint Spirit secret realm and the 3 months at Yuzinyuan? Su-Yun took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, Senior, what are you doing? The senior stopped searching, glanced at him, and casually handed his student card back. In her other hand, she held a piece of paper. On it was written, I, Wang Li, took your reward. A cold glint flashed in Su-Yun's eyes. Instantly, his aura surged with power, and the paper was torn to shreds. This scene was witnessed by Wang Ming and Wang Li not far away. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. In the Wang family, even if you get a single hair from us, you should be grateful, he sneered, striding towards Su-Yun. His voice was deep. You must be Su-Yun, right? Su-Yun looked at Wang Li with icy disdain and replied quietly, we've never met. What's your point? Why do people from the outer regions talk so much? Wang Ming suddenly interrupted, raising his voice, you lowborn. Can't you just keep quiet? Immediately, many people around turned to look. Su-Yun's gaze was as cold as frost, locked onto Wang Ming. Yumi was right, oppression of students from humble backgrounds is nothing new at Tianming Academy. Wang Ming's words said it all. The Wang family, a powerful clan with deep roots, boasted dozens of war god-level experts and countless king-ranked fighters virtually unmatched on the battlefield of the myriad races. This kind of strength made them certain that Su-Yun would never dare defy them. Wang Li said in a low voice, I took your reward. That's what you get for joining the secret medicine pavilion, you deserved it. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Su-Yun's eyes, but he said nothing. He simply turned to leave the Sun and Moon Hall. The usual rule: wait until you're at your proudest, then crush you underfoot. At the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei came downstairs, holding a wine bottle clearly drunk. He saw Su-Yun deep in thought on a chair and slurred. Weren't you going to get your reward? Su-Yun glanced at the old man and scoffed. Can't count on a drunk. I'll have to handle Wang Li myself. He said quietly, it was stolen. I'm figuring out how to get it back. The Wang, Liu, Feng, and Ding families, every one of them wants to mess with me. Hearing the names of 4 major clans, Su Yun couldn't help but feel shocked. How many people have you offended? Dongfang Taiwan muttered, finally understanding why the Wang family was targeting Su Yun so relentlessly. But Dongfang Taiyu's expression suddenly turned cold. He smashed his bottle, grabbed Su Yun by the arm, and pulled him up. What for? Time to teach you a lesson. If someone steals from us, don't waste time talking fight. He suddenly looked wild, his smile twisted and crazed. Su Yun was stunned. This drunken teacher was unexpectedly fierce. In the Sun and Moon Hall, Wang Ming and Wang Li were talking. Uncle, Wang Ming said, with the rewards from the Sacred Spirit Secret Realm, I should be able to break through to a 9-star warrior. Wang Li chuckled. These lowborns just handed us all fishaha. Just then, the doors slammed open. An old man and a young man strode in, drawing everyone's attention. Heads bowed instantly. The old madman is here. Dongfang Taiwei stepped in front of Wang Ming and said coldly, You dare take my apprentice's things? Old Dong Wang Ming tried to curse, but before he could finish, Dongfang Taiwei kicked him hard in the face. Boom. Wang Ming was sent flying, crashing into the wall. His nose broke, front teeth shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Su Yun couldn't help but give a thumbs up and whisper, Teacher, awesome. Dongfang Taiwei let out a cold snort, swept his hand through the air, and lifted Wang Ming as easily as picking up a chick. Wang Ming's face turned pale, his eyes brimming with terror and deep fear toward this old madman. This is my apprentice. Dongfang Taiyu's gaze swept the room, eyes sharp as blades. If any of you dogs dare to interfere, don't blame me for losing my temper. I don't care if the juniors fight, but if any of you elders get involved, I'll burn you all to ashes. This isn't a personal grudge, it's just letting off steam. Before he finished speaking, Dongfang Taiwei smacked Wang Ming on the head. Flames instantly engulfed Wang Ming, but the control was astonishing. Every hair on his body was burned away, yet his skin remained unharmed. In seconds, Wang Ming was left looking like a shiny, hairless human salted egg, a truly ridiculous sight. I'll ask one last time. Dongfang Taiyu's eyes glowed red, his voice chilling. Are you going to return it or not? Wang Ming was on the verge of tears and shouted, Yes. He'll give it back right now. Wang Li finally snapped out of it and hurriedly pulled out his student card. Su Yun smiled at the girl behind the counter, who stammered in panic. Yes, you can use the Sacred Spirit Secret Realm and the Yoshin Garden anytime. Smart move, Dongfang Taiwei said, tossing Wang Ming aside and pulling out a bottle of wine as he swaggered off. Su Yun followed close behind, leaving everyone else in terrified silence. The madman's fearsome reputation was well-deserved. By the time the Wang family arrived, they found Wang Ming in such a sorry state that they struggled to hold back their laughter. Inside the apothecary pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei stood with his back to Su Yun, a faint smile playing at his lips. After all these years, I finally got to give them a beating. Su Yun quietly followed, feeling the warmth of being protected for the first time, and couldn't help but smile. That's an ugly smile. Dongfang Taiwei glanced back at him before sighing. He had only taken Su Yun as his disciple to vent his frustration. The apothecary pavilion was in decline, earning barely any merit points each month. He just wanted to see if this kid had any talent for alchemy. If not, he'd rather send him to the Ironworks pavilion than waste his future. Teacher, when will we start learning alchemy? Su Yun asked, eager and full of anticipation. Give me 50 merit points. The apothecary pavilion's out of herbs, Dongfang Taiwei replied bluntly. Su Yun was stunned. Was this a scam? The master asking the apprentice for money before teaching anything? But in the end, he obediently transferred the merit points. As soon as the points arrived, Dongfang Taiwei tossed him a sheet of paper filled with instructions for refining herbs, turned around, and walked off, muttering, Got the money, time to buy some wine. Su Yun's face darkened. This master of his was a real piece of work. Meanwhile, at the Wang residence, Wang Can sat with a grim expression, staring at the battered Wang Ming, murder in his eyes. Second grandfather, that old dog Dongfang is way out of line. Wang Ming complained, speaking awkwardly through his missing teeth. Wang Can ignored him and turned to Wang Li. What about Su Yun? After what happened, he'll be loyal to the apothecary pavilion for sure, Wang Li replied in a low voice. Stealing someone's reward and acting all high and mighty, who wouldn't want to slap him? The powerful families felt no guilt for their actions. They were exclusionary, only comfortable within their own circles. In the eyes of the Wang family, no matter how talented someone was, if they hadn't proven themselves, they still had to stay obedient. Wang Can grinned, revealing a row of sharp, white teeth. There was a chill in his smile. It's just one more little bastard, that's all. If the old one and the kid behave, they'll get to live a bit longer. But if they dare to resist, his eyes turned cold. We'll destroy them all. An SS-level genius? What can he possibly do? Wang Can's voice was icy. Suppress them completely. I doubt the other families want to see the secret medicine pavilion rise, either. Wang Ming was overjoyed at these words and nodded eagerly in agreement. Off to the side, Wang Li opened his mouth several times before finally mustering the courage to ask, "Second granduncle, why has the secret medicine pavilion angered everyone?" Wang Can stared at him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Wang Li immediately lowered his head. "Don't ask so many questions. Just remember, anyone siding with the secret medicine pavilion is an enemy of the Wang family." Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei had just returned and casually tossed a storage ring to Su Yun. "If you can't meet the requirements on this list, I'll hand you over to someone else," he said sternly. "Don't waste my time." "Got it. Understood," Su Yun replied simply with a nod. Dongfang Taiwei turned to leave, but paused to ask, "What technique are you practicing?" "None," Su Yun answered honestly, then added, "I have the talent, but I'm poor. Give me a heaven rank technique already." A flash of frustration crossed Dongfang Taiwei's face, as if he wanted to slap him. "I don't even have a heaven rank technique." He pulled a jade pendant from his robe and tossed it to Su Yun. "I got this alchemist technique when I was young. It's a mid-grade yellow rank technique just right for you." Su Yun took the jade pendant and pressed it to his forehead to sense its contents. "Mid-grade yellow rank technique. Blazing fire art. I'm going to get some sleep." "Take your time messing around," Dongfang Taiwei said, grabbing a wine jug before heading out. Su Yun looked up and let out a long sigh. "What a terrible teacher," he muttered to himself. "Other families treat SS-level prodigies like treasures. My own teacher can barely be bothered." He shook his head. "Whatever, I'll just take it in stride." Su Yun took out the black demon cauldron from his storage ring and consoled himself. "Just the fact that Dongfang Taiwei stood up for me is enough. I'll always remember those who treat me well. As for those who cross me, they'll pay double." His eyes turned cold. "Wang family, don't think you'll get away with this." He then shifted his attention to the cauldron before him, surprised by what he saw. The cauldron was pitch black and gave off an impression of strength. Its surface was etched with lifelike flame patterns, as if they might burst into real fire at any moment. When he touched it, he felt a mysterious fiery energy gathering within. A chef has his knife, a warrior his spear, a blacksmith his hammer, and an alchemist his cauldron, Su Yun murmured, a faint smile on his lips. He began to practice the blazing fire art, thinking, "The name is pretty plain, but it'll do." In just 10 minutes, Su Yun had completely mastered the technique. "There's nothing else to say. Me primordial immortal body is amazing. My comprehension is just off the charts." Taking a deep breath, Su Yun placed his hands on the cauldron's aura inlet. With a whoosh, deep red flames instantly ignited inside the cauldron. "Let's begin." Su Yun moved his fingers deftly, adding the ingredients one by one in perfect order. Inside the black demon cauldron, the bone root herb tumbled in the crimson alchemical flames, releasing wisps of black smoke. Its surface was brown and rough, resembling a chunk of gnarled tree root about 10 centimeters long. This particular ingredient was often seen as a nightmare by novice alchemists. It was both hard and volatile. Too much heat would scorch it, while too little would fail to activate its medicinal properties. To make matters worse, it was toxic and required at least 3 rounds of refinement before it could be used medicinally. With each refinement, the surface of the bone root would crack, releasing a dark liquid that instantly evaporated into blue smoke upon contact with the flames. Su Yun stood beside the black demon cauldron, eyes sharp and focused, spiritual energy flowing steadily in his hands as he concentrated fully on the process. He didn't rush to check the results, instead channeling all his attention to controlling the temperature of the flames with precision. When the first refinement ended, the bone root had already turned to a fine powder, each grain glinting with fiery light. The second and third rounds followed in quick succession, and within minutes, the process was complete. Su Yun frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Is it really supposed to be this difficult?" If Dongfang Taiwei had witnessed this, he would have exploded on the spot, both furious and embarrassed. For any alchemist, successfully refining bone root on the first try was nearly impossible. Yet Su Yun not only succeeded, he managed 3 rounds of refinement in mere minutes. The key was his extraordinary spiritual strength, something he owed entirely to Xiao Huohuo's help. What would happen if I tried a 4th round? Su Yun wondered, curiosity getting the better of him as he decided to give it a try. As night fell, Dongfang Taiwei staggered downstairs, still tipsy. Not sensing any unusual heat in the air, he sighed to himself. Looks like he gave up. Without guidance, he probably burned all the ingredients. But as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw Su Yun standing tall, a relaxed smile on his face. "Why are you just standing there instead of working?" Dongfang Taiwei asked, puzzled. Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly. "I finished refining everything." "Refine what?" Dongfang Taiwei could hardly believe his ears, his shock written all over his face. Before he could react, Su Yun waved his hand, revealing several portions of refined medicinal liquid and powder on the table. Dongfang Taiyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word. After a moment, he finally managed to suppress his shock and asked sternly, "Who helped you?" "You've offended so many people who would help me?" Su Yun replied with a cold laugh. Dongfang Taiwei let out an awkward chuckle. "Fair point. Still, his doubts lingered. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Walking over, he pinched a bit of the bone root powder, his expression changing instantly. Was this truly bone root powder refined 3 times? He was stunned. As the master of the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei was a skilled alchemist. The texture of the powder before him was something he had only achieved after at least 9 rounds of refinement, not 3. How on earth did this kid do it? He cursed inwardly. His gaze grew distant as a thought struck him. If a prodigy like this were to emerge, could the secret medicine pavilion regain its former glory? He turned abruptly, excitement and an indescribable thrill in his eyes. Su Yun, do you think the number of refinement rounds matters? Of course it does, Su Yun replied quickly, changing the subject. The more you refine, the more potent the medicine. He knew full well that Dongfang Taiwei was testing him. Dongfang Taiwei nodded thoughtfully. Normally, the number of refinements is fixed in a recipe. Doing more just means extra work. He added, but when I refined bone root back in the day, I went through 11 rounds. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud, as if to say he was the true master here. Remember, your master is still better than you. Su Yun touched his nose helplessly, secretly amused at Dongfang Taiwei's narcissism so outdated, yet still so smug. Still, he said nothing more and turned to leave. After Su Yun left, Dongfang Taiwei stood there for a while, staring after him. Damn, what a genius, he thought, his mind in turmoil and unable to calm down. Damn Wang Can. He wants to tear down my secret medicine pavilion? Dream on. Dongfang Taiwei roared, clenching his fists. Give me 1 month, and I'll make Su Yun a yellow-rank alchemist. His voice echoed through the empty pavilion. Once bustling with activity, now he sat there all alone. In the flickering candlelight, he murmured, Father, uncle, brother, little brother. His eyes reddened, and his voice grew wild. The Dongfang family are not criminals. One day, your names will be cleared and your innocence proven. He laughed and cried by turns, finally curling up in a corner, trembling all over. Yet his gaze, sharp as a wild beast's, stayed fixed on the darkness. In the Yoshin garden, a small bridge crossed a babbling stream, and green bamboo swayed gently in the breeze. The air here was rich with spiritual energy, an ideal place for cultivation. Su Yun had moved into a private villa, the kind that cost hundreds or even thousands of merit points each month. The closer to the center, the higher the price. Only the wealthiest families could afford to live here. He'll have teacher move in tomorrow, Su Yun said to himself, lounging on the soft sofa. He may be a drunk, but he stood up for me today. That's enough to earn my respect. As night fell, Su Yun sat by a small pond and began his cultivation. The moment he activated the fierce fire technique, spiritual energy surged into his body like a tide. The once droplet-shaped energy gradually turned pale purple. That was fast. I'm already at the mid-stage of 3-star warrior. Su Yun opened his eyes, stunned by the massive boost from this technique. With the immortal Hongming body, he could absorb all the energy without any loss, and combined with the fierce fire technique, his efficiency improved by a full 20. Meanwhile, the older students in nearby villas were all grumbling. Why is there 30% less spiritual energy? Who's practicing a heaven-rank technique? Complaints echoed everywhere, but Su Yun paid no mind and focused on his training. On the third morning, Su Yun brought Dongfang Taiwei a bowl of spring noodles. The old man sniffed the aroma, opened the door suspiciously, and took a few bites before grumbling. I don't eat anything with scallions. Too spicy. In class, Teacher Zhu explained the rules of the bright list. You need to be at least a 7-star warrior to challenge the 100th spot. The requirement left many of the 3-star to 5-star students disheartened. After class, Wang Li and his group blocked Su Yun as he was heading to the alchemy room. Su Yun, you never should have joined the secret medicine pavilion. Thanks for the advice, Su Yun replied, turning to leave. Trash like you and that old dog Dongfang are a perfect match, Wang Li sneered. Su Yun stopped, his voice cold. Teacher was right, there's no point wasting words on garbage like you. Before he finished speaking, his right arm turned black gold as he swung a heavy blow straight at Wang Li's face. The thunder shield shattered instantly, a crisp slap echoing in the air. Wang Li flew like a broken kite, crashing hard into a flower bed. TCH, taken out in one move, Su Yun scoffed at the unconscious Wang Li. Ding. System alert. Host has defeated Wang Li. Dropped advanced divine hand X2. Outside the teaching building, Wang Li lay in the flower bed, blood streaming from his ears, his face twisted in pain. Students and teachers gathered around, gasping in shock and disbelief. How hard was that slap? Someone whispered, their gaze flickering between Wang Li and Su Yun, who stood nearby. No freshman had ever dared to lay a hand on a member of a prestigious family, especially someone like Su Yun, who usually seemed gentle and harmless. Only now did everyone realize how ruthless this seemingly mild-mannered boy could be when provoked. Disciplinary squad. Someone started a fight. Wang Li's followers finally snapped out of their shock, shouting at the top of their lungs, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for payback. Su Yun remained where he was, coldly watching them. the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. Since had already made his move, he had no regrets. He hadn't acted yesterday only because he wasn't yet familiar with the Academy's rules. In no time, 5 members of the disciplinary squad, clad in black and red combat uniforms, rushed to the scene, their faces expressionless as they looked at Wang Li, still writhing on the ground. According to Tianming Academy's first regulation, private fights are forbidden. The penalty is 7 days in solitary confinement at minimum, up to half a month for serious offenses, one squad member announced in a flat, emotionless tone. Su Yun broke into a bright smile, looking as sunny as if he hadn't been the ruthless fighter moments before. No objections, he replied cheerfully. Good. The squad leader nodded coldly. One of them tossed out a pair of handcuffs. They flew through the air, locking tightly around Su Yun's wrists and suppressing his spiritual energy. Wang Li was still in shock, especially in his right ear, which now felt as if it had been hit by a cannon shell deaf, with no sound at all. Deaf. The realization hit Wang Li, veins bulging on his forehead as his face contorted in rage. He glared at Su Yun, grinding his teeth. Su Yun, you'll pay for this. Next time. Su Yun calmly lifted his shackled left hand and pointed to his own left ear, saying nothing more. The silent taunt stoked Wang Li's fury far more than any words could have. Su Yun was taken away by the disciplinary squad even with an SS-level talent. He was no exception. News of the incident spread through the academy like wildfire. In the council chamber, a board member slammed the table in anger. Unbelievable. He's the first to start a fight within 3 days of enrollment. He ignored the academy's rules and hit someone so hard they lost their hearing. New is from the countryside, like a stray dog, impossible to control. Several other board members chimed in, their outrage clear. Principal Zhang Zhongqing looked speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of genius have I brought in? Su Yun was indeed the first student in Tianming Academy's history to pick a fight within the first week, and the first from a humble background to challenge the authority of the elite. If anything, we shouldn't call Su Yun underprivileged. Got no background at all, one board member sneered. My Wang family fights on the front lines, protecting humanity. So what if we have a few privileges? Can't handle a few harsh words? Wang said coldly, then changed the subject. Even with an SS-level talent, who's to say he won't betray us someday? That last remark brought a chilling silence to the room. Suddenly, darkness swallowed the area. Wang felt as if invisible hands were choking him, making it impossible to breathe. Zhang Zhongqing's eyes turned a deep, terrifying red, murderous intent radiating from him. I never want to hear talk like that again, he said, his voice icy. Fear flickered in Wang Can's eyes as he quickly nodded. The faces of the other board members grew grim. No matter how fierce their internal disputes, crossing the line into deadly threats was absolutely forbidden. Light returned as quickly as it had vanished. Zhang Zhongqing spoke in a low voice, follow the rules. Any objections? No one dared utter a word. They all shook their heads in silence. At the top floor of the Divine Pavilion, Wang Li stood there, still indignant, while Wang Can smiled approvingly. You did well, liar. Second grandpa, what did you say? Wang Li asked, confusion on his face. His right ear still hadn't recovered. Wang Can simply waved his hand meaningfully. Don't worry about what happens next. With a flick of his wrist, 2 pills and a blue talisman floated in front of Wang Li. They were the little dragon bone pill and the spirit gathering talisman. Wang Li's face instantly lit up with joy. These pills would heal his injured ear in no time. Wang Can reached out and ruffled Wang Li's hair, his tone gentle. Focus on your cultivation. He only succeeded because of a sneak attack. That's no real skill. Don't worry, granduncle. I swear I'll make him pay. Wang Li gritted his teeth and vowed, then turned and left. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached Wang Can and bowed respectfully. Tonight, unleash the bone-corroding yin qi on Su Yun in the confinement room, Wang Can ordered coldly. The man shuddered, dared not ask any questions, and quickly withdrew. The terrifying part about bone-corroding yin qi was that it damaged the bones at best, it caused aches and pain, and at worst, it could leave an irreparable mark on one's cultivation. Standing by the window, Wang Can's eyes glinted coldly. If I can't have something or someone, I'd rather destroy it. Anyone can have it, but never the secret medicine pavilion or that old dog Dongfang. Genius? Pick the wrong side, and you die. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Dongfang Taiweb burst in the moment he learned his prized apprentice had hit Wang Li. He doesn't know any better. A week in confinement is too much. The spiritual energy is too thin in there. It'll ruin his golden period for cultivation. Zhang Zhongqing rubbed his temples and snapped. This is all because of you and your teaching. Dongfang Taiwei could only laugh awkwardly. In the end, Zhang Zhongqing relented. They'll reduce it to 2 days. That's the best I can do. He went too far, needs to learn discipline. Once he makes it onto the bright list, we'll talk again. Still 2 days, Dongfang Taiwei muttered, you'd better protect him. I'm worried someone might try something. Get out. Zhang Zhongqing grabbed the desk, as if to flip it over, and Dongfang Taiwei dashed away. When the room finally quieted, Zhang Zhongqing sighed to himself. Why did it feel like Su Yun was a ticking time bomb? about to shatter the peace at Tianming Academy. At the same time, the academy was buzzing with rumors. The children of powerful families were clearly displeased, while those from humbler backgrounds were full of surprise. Wang Xiantong, your family got beaten up. A burly red-haired man laughed, teasing him. Wang Xiantong, a handsome young man, remained calm. It was only a sneak attack. If he had any guts, he'd fight openly. He's just a weakling. Elsewhere, someone sneered, riding what looks like a Qilin, and he's just an orphan with no background, challenging the authority of the elites. Sooner or later, he'll see just how harsh this academy can be. These three were all ranked in the top 20 of the bright list, famous even on the battlefield of the myriad races. Meanwhile, in the confinement room, for gray walls surrounded Su Yun, with only a faint beam of sunlight filtering in. He casually found a corner to sit and began to cultivate. 6 advanced divine hands, let's do this, he murmured with a slight smile. The system prompt sounded. 6 advanced divine hands have been formed. Please choose between the Demon Slayer world and the Metal world for your theft. Demon Slayer world. Su Yun chose without hesitation. After 3 failed attempts, a success notification finally appeared. Theft successful. You have obtained Nezuko's box. Another success. You have obtained Muzin's handkerchief. Su Yun almost cursed out loud. The system's sense of humor was twisted. But the last attempt made his heart race. Theft successful. You have obtained sun breathing. Su Yun quickly turned his attention to the breath of the sun, the original form of the breathing technique. Each inhale and exhale brimmed with energy as powerful as the sun itself, capable of suppressing any evil force. This wasn't just a weapon in battle. It was a high-level martial art of the divine hand, its strength immediately apparent. Su Yun thought to himself, as expected of an advanced divine hand technique, its quality is extraordinary. Without hesitation, he extracted the breath of the sun, automatically replacing his original fiery flame technique. Still, Su Yun didn't discard the fiery flame technique. As an exclusive skill for alchemists, it had its own unique value, while the breath of the sun was better suited for combat. So, Su Yun decided to focus on mastering the breath of the sun, supplementing it with the fiery flame technique, allowing both to coexist harmoniously. Seated cross-legged in the confinement chamber, Su Yun closed his eyes and began practicing the breath of the sun. As he adjusted his breathing, the spiritual energy around him slowly gathered, even drawing in the energy from outside the chamber. As dusk settled, the room fell silent, and the air grew thick and oppressive. With no light, the darkness felt even heavier, and the empty room stirred an inexplicable sense of fear. People with vivid imaginations often felt as if something was watching them in the dark, their fear growing stronger with each passing moment. Suddenly, a faint footstep echoed from outside the chamber, and a shadow appeared silently at the doorway. The figure held a metal bottle, slowly unscrewing the cap as black gas drifted like mist into the room. At that moment, Su Yun was alone inside. His senses immediately heightened, detecting a cold, sinister presence approaching. Zhang Zhongqing stood hidden in the shadows, his piercing gaze locked onto the figure at the door. Anger and murderous intent flickered in his eyes, as if he could leap forward and crush the person releasing the corrosive yin qi at any moment. Yet he knew he couldn't act rashly. With a silent sigh, he glanced toward the confinement chamber, thinking, this kid can't be let off so easily. He needs to learn a lesson. Hopefully, he'll keep his head down in the future and make it to graduation. Inside, Su Yun let out a deep sigh. The spiritual energy was so thin that it could barely sustain the breath of the sun. If he tried to speed up his breathing, it would surely draw attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Just then, his observation haki sounded the alarm. A brilliant gleam flickered in Su Yun's eyes as he opened them, and immediately noticed the black mist filling the room. That chilling aura, there was no mistaking it, it was corrosive yin qi, laced with potent poison. Su Yun's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly realized, the Wang family. Is it the Wang family again? Su Yun sneered, his expression turning cold. I never wanted to fight you to the death, but after all your oppression, theft, and insults, do you really think I'm easy to bully? His anger exploded, his gaze growing even colder. If that's how you want to play, then I'll see it through to the end. With a cold laugh, Su Yun lifted his head, his eyes blazing like twin rising suns. He intensified his breath of the sun, and in an instant, a powerful force drew all the corrosive yin qi into his body, swallowing the black mist almost instantly. The man outside froze in shock, disbelief written all over his face. What's going on? Why can't I control the gas from the bottle? His trembling hands betrayed his panic. Zhang Zhongqing's eyes widened in astonishment, barely able to believe what he was seeing. This kid, is he really not afraid of death? He knew that if all the corrosive yin qi entered Su Yun's body, the consequences would be dire, possibly even fatal. Just as Zhang Zhongqing was about to intervene, he sensed a sudden surge of heat from within the chamber, as though sunlight was radiating through the air. The temperature rose rapidly, and even he felt a faint warmth. This is a breathing technique. Zhang Zhongqing's pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. As it turned out, Su Yun was purifying the corrosive yin qi with the breath of the sun as soon as it entered his body. Under the immense power of the technique, the evil energy was completely transformed, turning into pure essence that merged into his body. In that moment, Su Yun's entire being seemed to undergo a transformation, his aura growing even stronger. A droplet-shaped condensation of spiritual energy hovered before Su Yun, shining brilliantly. He exhaled gently, and a cloud of murky air drifted upward, instantly leaving a corrosive mark on the ceiling. "I'm about to break through to the late stage," Su Yun said, his face lighting up with joy, completely unaware that someone outside was releasing a deadly, bone-eroding yin energy. In the Yoshin Garden, Wang Li had recovered most of his injuries after taking a healing pill. Clutching a spirit-gathering talisman in his hand, his expression was cold and menacing. "Su Yun, you can't afford the price for crossing me." As a genius of the Wang family, he enjoyed a prestigious background, powerful elders, and extraordinary talent. These advantages had fostered an arrogant nature, making him see everyone outside the great clans as insignificant. Now that had been injured by an orphan, there was no way he could swallow his pride. Revenge. Wang Li gritted his teeth and immediately activated the talisman. In an instant, spiritual energy from all directions surged toward him like rivers converging into the sea. He closed his eyes and focused, lightning wrapping around him as he prepared to absorb the energy. But something strange happened. The energy didn't enter his body. Instead, it was pulled away by a powerful force. "What's going on?" Wang Li was baffled. "Did second grandfather give me a faulty talisman?" Meanwhile, inside the confinement room, Su Yun suddenly felt a surge of pure spiritual energy rushing in. He grinned and absorbed it greedily, thinking that any energy he could draw into his body naturally belonged to him. Outside the confinement room, Zhang Zhongqing watched the scene unfold, both amused and exasperated. Spiritual energy streamed towards Su Yun like a flowing creek, and Zhang Zhongqing shook his head with a sigh. This is going to be trouble. The feud between the Wang family and Su Yun is now set in stone. After all that energy was being siphoned from Wang Li. At that moment, Zhang Zhongqing sensed someone secretly observing the area. With a wave of his hand, he twisted the darkness around him, cutting off the prying eyes. The hidden watchers, murmuring about detecting a powerful technique, quickly dispersed. Just as Zhang Zhongqing was about to investigate the secret within Su Yun's body, he was startled to find the boy staring back at him through the thick stone walls. "He noticed me?" This discovery shocked Zhang Zhongqing, making him wonder what other secrets this kid was hiding. In reality, Su Yun hadn't truly seen the headmaster, but had sensed his presence through his heightened observation haki. "Is there anyone normal in this academy? If they're not peeping toms, they're lunatics," he muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Zhang Zhongqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I'm trying to protect you, and you don't even appreciate it." Still, he chuckled, shook his head, and walked away. At the very top of the divine pavilion, Wang can also notice the strange fluctuations. Just as he was about to investigate further, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, "There won't be a next time." The voice sent shivers down Wang Can's spine, and he quickly nodded in agreement. In his mind, once was enough. Su Yun was surely doomed to be crippled. As a result of the recent decision, Su Yun's confinement was shortened to just 2 days. The reason was simple. Since he was new and it was his first offense, it didn't seem fair to give him a harsh punishment. Many people agreed with this. After all, even 2 days in that dark, windowless cell would take a toll on anyone's mind. Some even worried he might come out with a weakened spirit. So, on the morning of the 3rd day, a crowd gathered early outside the confinement room, eager to see what state Su Yun would be in when he came out. "Do you think he regrets it?" One student whispered. "Who knows? I just want to see him completely worn out," another replied. "You're twisted, but I kind of want to see it too." Someone else chimed in. The students clustered in small groups, whispering among themselves. Soon, the disciplinary team arrived and unlocked the heavy door. They were used to seeing students go in defiant and come out humbled. Su Yun, the newcomer from the countryside, would surely be no different. "Su Yun, your confinement is over," one officer called out loudly. Everyone waited expectantly, but as the seconds ticked by, Su Yun still didn't appear. The crowd began to murmur, "Did something happen? Did he die in there?" Even the officers looked at each other in confusion. Just then, Su Yun's voice came from inside the cell. "This is a great place. I'm not coming out." Everyone was stunned. Had he lost his mind? Or gone crazy? Who in their right mind would call the confinement room a great place? Another officer's face darkened as he shouted, "Come out. You don't have a choice." A moment later, Su Yun finally emerged, reluctantly stepping into the blinding sunlight with a beaming smile. "It was actually really comfortable in there. I wish I could have stayed another couple of days. I loved it, warm and perfect for training. If I had 2 more days, I could have reached 4-star warrior." For a second, the crowd was completely speechless. Their worldview seemed to crumble all at once. Who on earth would enjoy being in confinement? Was this guy for real? I remember when he started here, he was just an early 3-star warrior. How did he reach the late stage so quickly? Does the confinement room have some kind of treasure? Someone wondered aloud. I suddenly have a crazy idea, another whispered. In the distance, Wang Li had come to watch the spectacle, expecting to see Su Yun humiliated. Instead, he frowned, his stare fixed on Su Yun. His face darkened as he thought, I need to find a way to provoke him onto the arena. That's where I'll finish him off. Wang Li narrowed his eyes, his expression unreadable. Just then, Su Yun walked by and, catching Wang Li's eye, flashed a taunting smile, pointing at his own right ear. All good now, he teased. Wang Li shot him a cold look and walked away without a word. Su Yun made his way to the secret elixir pavilion, pushing open the door just as his teacher was coming down the stairs. Teacher, I'm back, he called out. Dongfang Taiwe, seeing Su Yun safe and sound, breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes flashed with anger, but he quickly let out a resigned sigh. Useless. If you're going to fight, you need to go all out. All you did was damage his ear, he grumbled. Su Yun was speechless. Apparently, his teacher was even more ruthless than he was. I promise. Next time he'll make sure he's better than for 2 months, Su Yun replied earnestly. Finally satisfied, Dongfang Taiwe nodded. Now you're talking. After class, come back here and focus on your alchemy studies. Got it. Su Yun replied enthusiastically. Suddenly, Su Yun's eyes lit up as he changed the subject. Teacher, why don't you come live with me at Yuzinyuan? Dongfang Taiwe was caught off guard, but then a wave of warmth filled his heart, touched by his student's rare display of filial piety. Still, he quickly shook his head. No, I can't be away from here for too long. You focus on your training, I'm fine here. Su Yun nodded, not quite understanding, but already beginning to form a new plan in his mind. In class, Mr. Zhu stood at the front with a serious expression. Blue Star faces threats not only from foreign invaders, but also from dangers within our own territory. Who can tell me how many types of threats there are? He glanced around the classroom. Su, would you like to answer? Su Yun stood up, his voice clear. There are 2 types of disasters. The first is the beast tide from the sky and land, and the second is the sea beast tide. Very good. Mr. Zhu nodded with a smile. And how many levels are there in total? There are 3 levels, Su Yun continued. Level 3 can be handled by a warrior, level 2 requires a war god, and level 1 is catastrophic enough to destroy a nation. Mr. Zhu's smile faded, a flicker of fear in his eyes. That's correct. There was once a level 1 sea beast tide. In just 10 minutes, it wiped out both the Sakura Kingdom and the Southern Dynasty. Even though countries around the world responded immediately, it was already too late. The classroom fell silent, and the students shivered involuntarily. Compared to the land beast tides, the sea beast tides are even more terrifying, Su Yun added. On land, there are buildings and mountains to slow them down, but the ocean is wide open. A sea beast tide is like a giant bulldozer sweeping across thousands of kilometers, leaving nothing alive in its wake. The destruction of those 2 countries led to the formation of the Blue Star Alliance. That's a great summary, Mr. Zhu said, about to continue when Su Yun suddenly spoke up. Actually, I think there's a third kind of disaster. The whole class looked at him in confusion. Foreign cults, Su Yun said calmly. They haven't launched a large-scale attack, but they're like parasites, corroding us from the shadows. His words sent a chill through the class. Someone whispered, he's right. People can be a disaster to especially traitors. Excellent answer, Su. Mr. Zhu said with a meaningful smile. As the bell rang, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, appeared at the classroom door. He wore the uniform of Tianming Academy, but both sleeves had split open, revealing muscular, bronze arms. You're Su Yun, right? He asked with a broad, guileless grin. Just then, a soft voice spoke in Su Yun's ear. That's Pangda from the Superhuman Division. People call him the Big Oaf. Su Yun nodded in thanks to the helpful classmate. What do you want? Su Yun turned to Pangda. Someone asked me to fight you. Pangda said innocently. Wang Li sent you, didn't he? Huh? How did you know? Pangda looked surprised. How much did he offer you? 10 merit points. Su Yun chuckled. How about this? He'll admit defeat. You get the points without having to lift a finger. Sound good. But, Pangda scratched his head, troubled. I took the payment, so I should do the job. Su Yun transferred him 2 merit points. You're too strong for me. I surrender. Consider this a peace offering. When the points came through, Pangda grinned from ear to ear. Once he left, the helpful classmate looked worried. What are you going to do? He wants to fight? Su Yun gave a cold smile and headed straight for the Elemental Division. Then I'll give him what he wants. Elemental Division, Raijin Main Department. This was the dedicated training ground for lightning element warriors. The air was thick with the constant roar of thunder, each crash echoing like a storm from the heavens, creating an atmosphere so oppressive it was almost suffocating. Wang Li stood off to the side, his expression tense and serious, eyes fixed on the results about to unfold. Suddenly, the doors of the Raijin Main Department were flung open as an unexpected visitor strode in. Su Yun. Wang Li's face darkened instantly, his brows knitting together. A nearby student spoke up immediately. So Pangda failed? Is that the guy who ambushed you last time? Anyone would look down on such a cowardly sneak attack, Wang Li replied coldly. If it hadn't been for Su Yun's ambush, how could I, a 3-star warrior, possibly be shaken by someone with 7-star strength? Even if he has SS level talent, that's not enough to pull it off. The student beside him spoke with a chilly tone. Whether it's S, SS, or even SSS level, that's just the starting line. Sure, it's a head start, but if you don't put in the effort, that's all you'll ever amount to. On the other hand, some people start from the bottom, but as long as they keep learning and pushing forward, one day they'll break through their limits. Cases like that are rare, but they're not unheard of. More students from the Raijin main department began to gather, gradually surrounding Su Yun. Wang Li scoffed, standing up even straighter. If you're here to fight, just say it. No need to stir up trouble. Su Yun faced them without fear, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable weight. Wang Li, if you've got the guts, then fight me now. Spare me the talk. Otherwise, next time I'll make sure your other ear goes deaf too. His words rang out like thunder, echoing through the entire Raijin main department. Instantly, those who had surrounded him stepped back, shock flashing in their eyes. No one had ever dared act so brazenly here, let alone a freshman who had just enrolled. Wang Li's expression turned even darker, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. He had originally planned to use Pangda to teach Su Yun a harsh lesson, to crush his arrogance before facing him himself. That way, not only would Su Yun get a taste of defeat, but his confidence would also be thoroughly destroyed. But to Wang Li's surprise, Pangda's failure had only fueled Su Yun's defiance. An hour later, as the battle was about to begin, a teacher from the Raijin main department approached Wang Li, frowning and speaking in a low voice. Be careful. SS level is known as demigod level. They have the talent to fight far above their rank. Unless there's a huge gap between you, don't underestimate him. Don't worry, Wang Li replied, brimming with confidence and excitement. He finally had the chance to defeat Su Yun himself and give him the lesson he deserved. Su Yun has challenged Wang Li. The news from Tianming Academy caused an immediate uproar. Zhang Zhongqing sat in his office, massaging his temples in frustration. He couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few days, and there's already trouble again. Su Yun really can't sit still. If I'd known, I would have assigned him to another academy. Zhang Zhongqing slumped in his chair, at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Dongfang Taiyue, upon hearing the news, broke into a smile. Good. Su Yun is making progress. This way, the challenge in the arena won't be considered a private fight. Over the years, Dongfang Taiyue had suffered many grievances, and his resentment had built up for a long time. He was finally looking forward to seeing how Su Yun would take revenge for him. Nearby, the upperclassmen were abuzz with discussion. This guy really knows how to stir things up. He hasn't been here long, but now everyone knows him. Looks like the academy won't be peaceful for a while. Peaceful? For us cultivators, when have we ever just shut ourselves away and played it safe? One of the seniors sneered. Thunder rumbled overhead as the sky grew dark. Nearing 4 in the afternoon, the rolling thunder seemed to herald an approaching storm. The expressions of those inside the academy shifted. As a lightning element awakener, Wang Li couldn't ask for a more advantageous setting than a thunderstorm. Some teachers quietly took up positions along the corridors, watching from beneath the eaves. They were ready to step in at a critical moment to protect Su Yun, hoping that after this fight, he might tone things down. But Su Yun showed no sign of backing down. Standing amidst the thunder, he faced the coming challenge with unwavering calm. All eyes were fixed on the center of the arena. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky and crashed down onto the stage. Electric arcs snaked across the floor, then vanished beneath the ground. Wang Li stood at the center, dressed in a pale blue combat suit. Lightning flickered in his eyes, and the sheer force of his presence sent a chill through everyone watching. Whispered conversations echoed around the arena. Is this the power of an SS quasi-divine talent? I heard his 2 senior brothers are both SSS demigods. S-level talent thunder roar true god. A light rain began to fall, adding a tense, almost ominous atmosphere. Wang Li took a deep breath and shouted, his voice booming like thunder. Su Yun, didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? The electricity made his hair stand on end, and his eyes glowed even more fiercely. In such a hurry to get beaten? Su Yun's laughter rang out as he leaped lightly onto the stage, moving with the grace of a dragon. The two faced each other, tension crackling in the air. By the way, I'm running low on merit points, Wang Li said with a sly grin. How many do you have? If you lose, hand them all over. You're a rich kid and still broke. Su Yun shot Wang Li a look of disdain as he revealed his 150 merit points. Then how many do you have? 55. I had 107, but the teacher took 50, and I gave 2 to Pangda, Su Yun shrugged. The two tossed their student cards down to the teachers below. Boom. Wang Li didn't waste any more words. In an instant, his whole body was shrouded in gold-blue lightning. I summoned the thunder god above and awakened my true self below. The entire arena turned into a sea of electricity, the destructive energy forcing the audience to step back. Thunder prison cage. 108 golden blue bolts of lightning wove into a net, crashing down on Su Yun. The rain in the air evaporated instantly, and even the lightning web trembled violently. Suyin took a deep breath and gave his robe a sharp shake. Empowered by armament hockey, his robe transformed into a bizarre, blade-like weapon. "Circle dance," he shouted, and the blade erupted in blazing flames. With a perfect arc, he sliced the thunder prison cage clean in half. Before the armament hockey faded, Suyin shot toward his opponent like an arrow. Wang Li, refusing to back down, gathered lightning into a blade. Thunder moon rising. A gold-blue crescent slashed through the air. "Celestial azure," Suyin called out, flames surging like a burning sun. With a powerful downward strike, he aimed straight at Wang Li. In a thunderous crash, Wang Li was sent sprawling to the ground, a deep wound carved into his chest, blood quickly staining the arena floor. Suyin landed steadily as his robe dissolved into dust. He looked calmly at his fallen opponent. "You lost. Ding. Host has defeated Wang Li. Award. Advanced Hand of God 1." The rain grew heavier, droplets striking the arena and raising a fine mist. Suyin stood in the center, dressed only in thin clothes, his black hair drifting in the still air. Surrounded by swirling mist, he looked dazzling and commanding. The entire venue fell silent, not a sound to be heard. The Wang family's prodigy, whom they prided themselves on, had been defeated in a single move. Even the teachers present had not expected this outcome. They had planned to step in to save Suyin, only to watch Wang Li utterly defeated instead. Ignoring the shocked stares around him, Suyin fixed his cold gaze on Wang Li, who was gasping for breath on the ground, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The Wang family had released a corrosive energy in the confinement room, clearly intending to cripple him. If this had been a battle to the death, Wang Li would already be dead. "That look? He wants to kill me," Wang Li screamed inwardly. At that moment, a figure swiftly appeared on the arena. Strangely, the rain seemed to defy gravity, unable to touch Wang Li at all. The newcomer was a man in his early 20s with sharp features, a hooked nose, and deep-set eyes that locked on his Suyin like a vulture. "This is just a match. Did you really have to go that far?" the man barked harshly. Suyin smirked coldly. "If we weren't inside the academy, he'd be dead already." A tremor ran through the crowd. The same thought flashed through everyone's mind. Would he really dare to kill? How arrogant. "You're just a freshman. Watch your mouth." The hooked-nosed man glared furiously. At his shout, cracks spread across the arena floor, as if blasted by a gale. "Mo, there are rules in a match. Are you trying to break them?" A chilling female voice rang out from below the arena. A female teacher stood there, strange cracks spreading across her face. Mo immediately withdrew his spiritual energy, scooped up Wang Li, and shot Suyin a frosty glare. "Kid, they'll remember you. They'll see you on the bright list." With that, he carried Wang Li off the stage and joined another figure. The audience's eyes widened again. The man beside Mo wore white robes, stood with his hands behind his back, and smiled as he nodded at Suyin. "Mo, strength talent, endless wind blades. He's from the Divine Pavilion, currently ranked 98th on the bright list," the quiet boy beside Suyin explained in a low voice. "Lan Pingyi, SS strength talent, Divine Fire Titan, also from the Divine Pavilion, ranked 68th. They were recruited in the past 2 years and are part of the Wang family's foundation within the academy." Suyin frowned slightly at this. The Wang family's influence in Tianming Academy ran deep. Any one of their members could be shrank, nearly god level or half god level. "Suyin, when a tree stands above the forest, the wind will break it. I hope you understand that," Lan Pingyi said with a mild smile. Suyin didn't respond, only returning a cold stare. In his eyes, anyone who stood against him was just an NPC to be crushed. If the opportunity arose, he would kill without hesitation. Lan Pingyi turned to Wang Li, his tone gentle but firm. "Little brother, remember this defeat and grow stronger. Some people are orphans, no one will stand up for them. Understand?" His smile never faded. Many in the crowd felt a chill. People like him, who hid their intentions behind a calm exterior, were the most dangerous. You could never predict where their next move would come from. Wang Li gritted his teeth and managed a nod. Only then did Lan Pingyi seem satisfied. "You lost fair and square this time." With that, he turned and walked away without another glance at Suyin. However, many in the crowd were now eyeing Suyin with hostility, including members of the Divine Pavilion and other powerful families. Suyin paid them no mind. "If you've got the guts, come at me," he snorted, stepped off the arena, and unceremoniously claimed all of Wang Li's merit points, 205 in total, before striding away. Withdrawal successful. In the Divine Pavilion, Wang Can's gaze was dark. Lan Pingyi had also dropped his smile, standing quietly to the side. Losing isn't scary, and the Wang family isn't afraid to lose. Wang Can's voice echoed through the hall as he fixed his gaze on Wang Li. "Liar, you have time and talent. You should push yourself to grow faster." Wang Li bowed respectfully. "Second grandfather, I understand." "Mo, take liar to get some rest." Wang Can waved his hand. Mo immediately stepped forward. "Yes, Pavilion Master." He then led Wang Li out of the hall. Once they had left, Wang Can turned to Lan Pingyi. his expression relaxing as a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. What do you think of him? It was clear he was referring to Su Yun. Lan Pingyi replied right away, he's exceptionally strong. He completely dominated even while crossing 4 levels. He's among the absolute best in the SS-class Superman category. Wang Can responded calmly, but a fierce killing intent had already risen in his eyes. He thought to himself, I can't let Su Yun keep growing unchecked. A genius like him will soar to greatness even without resources. Without hesitation, Wang Can contacted several people, his voice grave. Stop sitting on the sidelines. If the secret medicine pavilion rises, you'll all be in trouble. All right, came a hoarse reply from the other end of the call. Teacher, what should we do next? Lan Pingyi asked. Target Su Yun, Wang Can growled, his voice cold and predatory. Not just our divine pavilion, other factions will move against him too. Suppress him for now. When you're all stronger, destroy him. A chill ran through Lan Pingyi. He answered quietly, understood. Inwardly, he sighed. Poor guy. With the 4 great families watching him, making it out of Tianming Academy in one piece is going to be a challenge. Meanwhile, in the resource hall, 9 counters stood in neat rows, open around the clock to serve students. Here, merit points could be exchanged for martial arts techniques, pills, weapons, and even daily necessities, everything a student might need. Su Yun had a clear goal in mind, blood essence. Blood essence is a condensed form of the life force from various races, unrelated to beasts. Years ago, Blue Star researchers discovered that absorbing the blood essence of different races greatly benefited cultivators. For those at the war god level, it was a crucial resource for unlocking their inner potential, and sometimes even allowed them to inherit certain innate skills. Su Yun approached one of the counters and asked, Hello, how many merit points for a Golden Tiger blood essence? The Golden Tiger ranks around 950 on the Universal Races list. 1 blood essence costs 2 merit points, the attendant explained kindly. He recalled Teacher Zhu's advice. If you're short on points, choose blood essence from races ranked between 900 and 1000. They're easier to handle. After a moment's thought, Su Yun decided to spend 100 merit points on 50 Golden Tiger blood essences, saving the rest just in case. So expensive. Su Yun couldn't help but complain inwardly as he watched 100 merit points disappear in an instant. When Su Yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion, he immediately spotted Dongfang Taiyue, who was wearing a stern expression. Su Yun quickly took out a bottle of wine from his pocket and handed it over with a smile. Dongfang Taiyue's face relaxed a little, and he cleared his throat, saying, You did well today. That's all thanks to your teaching, Master, Su Yun replied, taking the opportunity to flatter him. Suddenly, Dongfang Taiyue frowned and sniffed the air. Did you exchange for blood essence? Golden Tiger blood essence, Su Yun answered honestly, inwardly amazed by his teacher's keen sense of smell. Seeing through his thoughts, Dongfang Taiyue snorted dismissively. An alchemist's nose is the best tool for distinguishing everything. Got it. Born in the year of the dog, Su Yun muttered silently to himself. Are you calling me a dog in your head? Dongfang Taiyue asked with a sly smile. Su Yun was startled, inwardly panicking. Damn, is he really born in the year of the dog? Of course not. Su Yun immediately straightened up. Just like a chef's tongue, an alchemist's nose is honed through experience. Without another word, Dongfang Taiyue kicked Su Yun toward a nearby cauldron. Starting today, I'm going to train you into a yellow rank alchemist within a month, he declared sternly. You need to identify ingredients, understand their properties, know how many times to refine them, and how to fuse them. Alchemy is never simple. It's enough to devote your whole life to learning it. Su Yun's expression turned serious as he committed these words to memory. What followed was Dongfang Taiyue's unreserved teaching. Using the infant cry fruit as an example, he explained in detail how to avoid the common mistakes made by inexperienced alchemists who were often distracted by the fruit's strange sounds, leading to failed pills. Dongfang Taiyue's method was straightforward. Punch the fruit and quickly extract the liquid. 3 full hours of theory followed. Every word, every movement, was precise and efficient, leaving Su Yun utterly amazed. Theory is always theory. You have to practice to truly remember, Dongfang Taiyue said. Next, you'll refine a low-grade yellow-rank small spirit recovery pill. It's the most basic kind, but it's good for practice. Before he finished speaking, Su Yun had already brought out the Black Demon Cauldron. Dongfang Taiyue's brow twitched violently. Where did this brat get such a high-grade cauldron? If he sold it to Old Lin at the Iron Pavilion, it'd be worth at least 10,000 merit points. You still have the materials from last time, right? Dongfang Taiyue forced himself to stay calm and coughed lightly. Seeing Su Yun nod, he continued, keep the refined powders and liquids at the same temperature. Su Yun took out the 4 ingredients for the small spirit recovery pill: chi-returning grass, air channel root, compound leaf, and black medicine bark. He placed his hands at the cauldron's aura inlet. Scarlet flames rose. This was Dongfang Taiyue's test for him. A slight mistake when reheating the materials could burn everything to ashes. Yet Su Yun remained calm, synchronizing his spiritual power and the alchemical flames perfectly, gradually warming the powders and liquids without any sign of scorching. This alone made the old man exclaim inwardly. Back when he faced this same test, he had burned all the ingredients to cinders. What astonished Dongfang Taiyue even more was how those four notoriously difficult to fuse ingredients blended together seamlessly in Su Yun's hands, coming together smoothly under the flames and gradually taking shape. The newly formed elixir was about the size of a longan, with a dark brown sheen and a surface covered in tiny, honeycomb-like pores. Don't increase the heat recklessly. Dongfang Taiyu's eyes were sharp as he gave instructions in a low voice. The more anxious you are, the worse it'll get. Reduce the spiritual energy by 30%. You must keep your mental power in check, or it could collapse at any moment. Su Yun immediately followed his guidance, carefully adjusting the flow of spiritual energy. Under his focused gaze, the honeycomb-like pores gradually filled in, and the elixir's shape became more solid. In less than 3 minutes, a steaming Huiling pill finally took form. This is my very first elixir, Su Yun exclaimed with joy, cradling his creation. Dongfang Taiyue clasped his hands behind his back, his body trembling slightly, though he tried to maintain a stern expression. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Alchemy really gives you an amazing sense of accomplishment, Su Yun said, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Dongfang Taiyue picked up the pill and snorted. Who in their right mind would refine huichi grass and tongqi root 10 times each? It just sort of happened, Su Yun replied a little embarrassedly. Well, that's fine, Dongfang Taiyue said seriously. This is the way of the Dongfang family's secret medicine pavilion. There's no such thing as the best, only better. Remember those words. Yes, teacher. Su Yun stood at attention and saluted. If you're tired, go read on your own. I'm heading upstairs to sleep, the old master said, putting down the elixir and humming a little tune as he left. As soon as he entered his room, Dongfang Taiyue shut the door and began to breathe heavily in excitement. He quickly set up a barrier of flame-infused spiritual energy to block out all sound before laughing out loud. Unbelievable. What kind of disciple have I taken on? He managed to refine a low-grade yellow-tier pill on his very first try, easier than drinking water. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was for a beginner to make an elixir. Whether it was a blacksmith, an array master, or a talisman maker, they only needed strong mental power. But alchemists were different. They had to simultaneously control both fire and wood elements, with just the right balance. He himself had failed more than a dozen times before finally succeeding, and he was still considered the most talented alchemy prodigy in the Dongfang family. Wang Can, just you wait. Dongfang Taiyue laughed until tears streamed down his face. You want to bring down my secret medicine pavilion? Dream on. I'm going to train this precious disciple to become the first human heaven-tier alchemist. Downstairs, Su Yun had no idea his teacher was losing his mind with excitement. He was completely absorbed in studying ancient texts. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Most people would be completely exhausted after their first attempt at alchemy, but ever since Head had Xiao Huohuo, he never seemed to get tired. He could go a month without sleep and still feel full of energy. Thinking of this, Su Yun gently summoned Xiao Huohuo from within. The adorable little creature blinked its big, watery eyes and snuggled affectionately into his arms, sniffing at him, as if to say, "You smell so nice, master. Hurry up and pet me a wool. From now on, this will be our home. We won't have to wander anymore," Su Yun said softly, comforting Xiao Huohuo. After the incident between Su Yun and Wang Li died down, it became a popular topic of gossip. Su Yun, however, simply smiled and paid it little mind. His focus had already shifted beyond such trivial matters, concentrating instead on his cultivation. As a latest-stage 3-star warrior, he was just one step away from reaching the 4-star level. Teacher, I'd like to try entering the sacred spirit realm, Su Yun requested of Dongfang Taiyue. Dongfang Taiyue frowned and replied seriously, remember 2 things. First, don't fool around inside. It's easy to trigger a surge of spiritual energy. Second, just find a place that suits your cultivation. Don't get greedy. Don't worry, teacher. I'm a well-behaved student, Su Yun replied with a grin. Yeah, right. I don't buy it. Dongfang Taiyue rolled his eyes. Drop the act. And don't forget to bring me 2 bottles of wine when you come back. Teacher, I'm broke, Su Yun pretended to complain. Save it. You're richer than I am. If you need money, go sell some pills yourself. Sell pills? Su Yun's eyes lit up. That's right. I'm an Earth-rank alchemist now. Wearing a bright smile, he turned and walked away. At the center of Tianming Academy stood an ancient building made entirely of a rare metal. Strangely, it had no shine at all under the sunlight. This was the entrance to the sacred spirit realm. 2 lifelike statues stood guard at the door, an eagle spreading its wings on the left, and a giant whale with intricate markings on the right. A plaque beneath the whale listed the realm's rules. Don't disturb others, don't damage the environment, stay within your designated level, and opportunities belong to those who find them. So there are treasures in the realm? Su Yun wondered. As he looked closely, he felt there was something unusual about the statues. He reached out to touch them, channeling his observation haki, and immediately sensed a trace of life within the stone. Stop touching. That tickles, the eagle statue suddenly spoke, making Su Yun quickly pull his hand back in surprise. Sorry, teachers, Su Yun apologized awkwardly. Haha, well, he just called me teacher. The eagle's eyes rolled with amusement. You must be the new student, Su Yun, the whale statue rumbled. You're already using one of your 2 chances at the 3-star level? Yes, teacher whale, Su Yun replied. The whale statue smiled. Go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a portal of light appeared before Su Yun. Su Yun bowed to the 2 statues before stepping through the portal. Not long after, 3 more people arrived, demanding to be let in with obvious arrogance. Although the statues were displeased, they complied. Those 3 brats from the Lu family, the eagle said coldly after they entered. The feud between the apothecary pavilion and those powerful families might end up dragging that boy in as well, the whale sighed softly. I'm telling you, back then someone set up the Dongfang family. That's what led to their ing faltered mid-sentence. Suddenly, all the whale statues around them erupted with a roar like crashing waves, the thunderous sound drowning out the rest of his words. Enough. Rest now, one of the whale statues said curtly, then fell silent. I'm not scared. If you've got the guts, just kill me. The eagle statue shouted defiantly. Inside the warrior zone of the sacred spirit secret realm, the space was bright and open. There was no sun or moon, yet everything was filled with light. The lush green grass felt as soft as a luxury carpet beneath his feet. Su Yun was left speechless by the sight. He cautiously reached forward, feeling a cool dampness at his fingertips. This wasn't just mist, it was spiritual energy, so dense it had already begun to condense into liquid. No wonder this is a top academy. Fascinating, Su Yun chuckled softly, activating his observation haki to sense his surroundings. There were at least 1,000 people gathered here, most of whom were far stronger than him. He could even sense the presence of the war god zone. Better keep a low profile, he thought, settling down in a quiet spot. Just as he was about to start cultivating the fiery flame technique, 3 people silently took seats around him. He didn't pay them much attention and began his training. A low hum shook the air as spiritual energy surged toward Su Yun like a stream. But just as he was about to absorb it, the energy was split and siphoned away from 3 directions. If you can't compete for spiritual energy on your own, don't stare at us, a freckled boy sneered. Su Yun opened his eyes, his gaze icy. The next instant, he shut them again and a cold glint flashed. If you want to play games, they'll play you to death. With a single breath, clouds swirled and spiritual energy swept toward him like little dragons. The 3 boys smirked, ready to snatch it again. But this time, not only did they fail, Su Yun even managed to steal the spiritual energy they had gathered for themselves. At that moment, Su Yun took out 10 golden tiger blood essences and crushed them without hesitation. The blood essence burst apart, its crimson energy refined by the rushing spiritual energy, leaving only pure essence behind. Hurry, grab it. Don't let him get away with this. The freckled boy shouted, but it was already too late. Su Yun's breathing sent a wave of heat that knocked all 3 of them to the ground, absorbing both their spiritual energy and the tiger essence in one go. Breakthrough. Su Yun advanced directly from the late 3-star warrior level to the 4-star warrior level, his whole body glowing gold with faint tiger stripes appearing on his skin. Now that's what I call refreshing. He laughed, glancing at the 3. Thanks for the help, by the way. Damn it. The freckled boy gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to give up. He glared at Su Yun. You think I'm scared of you? Su Yun just laughed even harder. Looks like I've got 3 free helpers now. This is great. Su Yun had been inside the sacred spirit realm for 3 hours. By now, quite a few people had come out, all wearing satisfied expressions. 3 hours, it's about time, the eagle statue murmured, eyes fixed on the glowing entrance. The whale statue shook its head. Su Yun is from the Superman lineage. He's got an unusual constitution. He should be able to absorb even more spiritual energy. In the sacred spirit realm, you don't have to actively cultivate to take in energy, just staying inside draws it in automatically. But there's a limit to how much the human body can handle. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the glowing doorway opened again, and 3 figures stepped out, bathed in dazzling light. Both the eagle and whale statues were taken aback when they saw who it was. These 3 looked nothing like the others who had emerged before. There was no vibrant energy, no lively spirit. Instead, they appeared utterly drained, as if every last drop of vigor had been sucked out of them. The freckled boy in front was pale as a sheet, dark circles under his eyes, his legs so weak he was nearly on his knees, a picture of utter exhaustion. That guy is a monster. The freckled boy stammered, voice trembling. I'm completely drained. All of us are. The 2 behind him wailed in agreement. A stunned silence fell outside the sacred spirit realm. The crowd's expressions shifted, some in shock, some in awe, and some with knowing, intrigued looks. Oh wow, the eagle statue squawked. I was wondering why someone so gifted didn't have any girls around. Turns out he's into this sort of thing. But the whale statue sensed something was off. It immediately extended its senses into the realm. There, Su Yun sat cross-legged, spiritual energy swirling around him in a unique rhythm, flowing steadily into his body. Breath technique. The whale statue exclaimed, eyes wide in surprise. And a very advanced one at that. No wonder those three look so drained. It all makes sense now. Trying to pick a fight with Su Yun in the Sacred Spirit Realm? That's just asking for trouble. In the warrior section of the Sacred Spirit Realm, Su Yun opened his left eye, a satisfied grin on his lips. Finally got rid of those three. Still, he felt a bit regretful. If only a few more people had come in. Having others around to draw in spiritual energy would have made things much easier. Let's keep going. Su Yun pulled a shimmering gold tiger blood essence from his pocket and crushed it without hesitation. It's worth mentioning that normally, refining blood essence required sheer willpower to withstand waves of violent energy. But in the Sacred Spirit Realm, the spiritual energy naturally purified it, sparing him that painful ordeal. After 6 hours in the realm, Su Yun was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-Forster warrior level of pace even faster than when he started as a 1-star. That's the difference resources make. Maybe I should move further in? A new thought occurred to him. He felt he could still handle more. He acted on the idea at once, getting up and heading deeper into the realm. The further he went, the denser the spiritual energy became, until it felt like he was walking through clouds. After advancing about 100 meters, Su Yun stopped. This is perfect. He could feel the spiritual energy here was 3 times thicker than before. He resumed his sun-breathing technique. With each inhale and exhale, spiritual energy poured into his body, constantly washing over the droplet-shaped core within him. Suddenly, Su Yun sensed a strange connection, appearing in his awareness without warning. His sun-breathing technique had somehow resonated with the sacred spirit realm itself. Badump, badump. The powerful thumping of his heart echoed deep into his soul. Observation hockey. Su Yun immediately focused on this newfound link, trying to sense every detail of the change. In his mind, a blurry image of an egg began to take shape, leaving Su Yun completely baffled. Who put an egg in the sacred spirit realm? Planning to cook it when they get hungry? At the same time, in a corner of the general's section not far from the warriors section, near the border between the two, rugged-looking man was meditating. He had a scruffy beard, wore a simple black and gray robe, and gave off a carefree, independent air. What stood out most was that he was actually sitting on top of a cannon as he cultivated. The cannon was a deep golden color, its surface etched with lifelike tiger patterns that radiated a fierce and dominant aura. The muzzle was shaped like a roaring tiger, and the surrounding air seemed to ripple and distort under its overwhelming presence. A rugged man stared intently at the cannon, a strange glint flickering in his crimson irises. This energy, is it the aura of the dragon clan? He muttered under his breath. In the next moment, he leapt down, his entire body transforming into a streak of light as he merged with the tiger cannon. If the tiger sovereign heavy cannon is to break through, it needs the blood of a dragon to fuse tiger and dragon energy. Too bad dragon blood essence is so expensive, and all my previous attempts have failed. He grumbled as he walked forward, flicking out several talisman papers that adhered to his body. The talismans flashed instantly, and an invisible force shaved off his thick beard, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Meanwhile, elsewhere, guided by his observation hockey, Su Yun arrived at the border between the warrior zone and the war general zone. He could clearly sense something unusual underground an egg. Should I dig it up or not? Su Yun hesitated. His teacher had warned him not to damage the secret realm, lest he trigger a surge of spiritual energy. But the temptation was too great. If something really goes wrong, I'll just say I was following orders. Let my penny-pinching teacher take the blame. With his mind made up, Su Yun raised his arm, his skin instantly hardening to a black, steel-like sheen. With a determined look, he drove his arm straight into the ground. Boom. Dirt exploded everywhere, and the entire sacred spirit secret realm immediately grew restless. Why did the spiritual energy suddenly go haywire? Is someone messing things up? Surely our school isn't full of idiots, right? Startled voices rang out all around. At that moment, Su Yun's hand touched something solid, and his eyes lit up with joy. He flipped his hand over and pulled out a massive egg, its surface covered in vein-like patterns, pulsing as if it were breathing. It's actually a dragon egg, a surprised voice exclaimed. Su Yun spun around warily, only to see a man smiling at him. Gong Pao, student from the Talisman Xiang Division. Medicine Pavilion, Su Yun. Su Yun replied, not taking his eyes off the newcomer. Gong Pao glanced at the dragon egg, then at the gaping hole in the ground, his mouth twitching. You dug this. It should be fine, right? Su Yun said awkwardly. Get down. Gong Pao suddenly shouted. In the blink of an eye, the tiger's sovereign heavy cannon materialized from within him, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. At the same time, the sacred spirit secret realm erupted in chaos, spiritual energy surging like boiling water. Rumble. The roar of spiritual energy was so intense that everyone covered their ears. Su Yun hugged the dragon egg tightly, looking bewildered. I just dug a hole, was that really necessary? The sacred spirit secret realm is a delicate world that needs balance. Digging a hole this deep is like opening a floodgate. Gong Pao explained as he waved away the smoke. Thanks, Su Yun said gratefully. Once it hatches, I'll share some of its blood essence with you. Deal. Gong Pao grinned. At that moment, an authoritative voice thundered. Everyone, get out. Su Yun swallowed hard. Realizing his joy had come too soon, the dragon egg was now a hot potato in his hands. Who's causing all this trouble? The students inside the sacred spirit sanctuary whispered to each other, glancing anxiously towards the portal of light. When they spotted the dragon egg in Su Yun's arms, their expressions changed instantly. Gong Pao, are you involved in this too? Someone shouted accusingly. No idea. Gong Pao shrugged, looking completely uninvolved. Don't ask me, I know nothing. Su Yun, however, felt a mounting sense of danger. Just as he tried to store the dragon egg in his system's inventory, a powerful presence locked onto him. Clearly, some important figures had noticed the egg. These old geezers. I found it, so it's mine. Don't even think about taking it from me. Su Yun steeled himself and strode boldly out of the portal, clutching the dragon egg. The crowd looked on in stunned disbelief. Outside the sacred spirit sanctuary, a large crowd of teachers and students had already gathered, including several board members, all watching the portal intently. The moment Su Yun appeared, every eye fixed on him. That egg, did he dig it out from the sanctuary? Obviously. Where else would it come from? You think he laid it? Damaging the sanctuary should be punished. At first, shock flashed across their faces, but it was quickly replaced by naked greed. If the egg belonged to a top-ranked species, raising it could mean gaining a formidable new force. And if it bonded with a gifted beastmaster, its value would skyrocket. As Su Yun stood frozen under countless oppressive stares, the eagle statue suddenly released a pulse of energy, shattering the pressure around him. Thank you, teacher, Su Yun said gratefully. At that moment, a beautiful woman stepped forward, frowning. Whale, can you identify what kind of egg that is? The whale statue's stone eyes shot out two beams of red light, scanning the dragon egg in Su Yun's arms. Instantly, a young dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and a wave of blazing fire swept across the crowd. Silence fell. Every eye burned with wild excitement. Dragons, whether on Blue Star or the battlefield of myriad races, symbolized supreme power. To tame one as a mount or battle companion would be to gain an unstoppable weapon. Excellent. Looks like Tianming Academy is about to gain a new battle pet, one board member said with satisfaction. Once it matures, it can fight for humanity. Now, let's discuss who should keep the dragon egg. Su Yun's face darkened, and he said coldly, I was the one who found it. A middle-aged man sneered. You think it's yours just because you dug it up? Put the egg down. This isn't something you can handle. Before he could finish, a streak of black light shot through the air. When it faded, a thin man with sharp features appeared, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Yun and the dragon egg. The sacred spirit sanctuary was created by a king-level expert of the Liu family. Everything inside belongs to us. I order you to hand over the dragon egg immediately. The newcomer's arrogant tone left no room for argument. The pressure made Su Yun grunt and stumble back several steps, his gaze growing colder, though he said nothing. Director Lu Guang, there's no need to be so harsh with a child, the whale statue said calmly, releasing a gentle aura to shield Su Yun. At that moment, Su Yun couldn't help but feel it was all a farce. To him, this was just another example of infighting among humans and yet another injustice directed at him. Instead, it felt as if these two statues, which clearly weren't of the human race, were protecting me. Who, then, is truly good? Who is evil? All I ever wanted was to study here in peace, so I could one day serve my people. Is that really so wrong? Lu Guang, damn you. His words thundered with rage, but Lu Guang continued to stare coldly, utterly unmoved. Just then, someone hurried over from behind, his furious roar shattering the silence. Boom. A deep crimson light cauldron exploded, hurtling straight toward Lu Guang. Lu Guang's expression changed. He spun around, unleashing a black fist like a raging torrent. The violent, explosive force swept through the area, deafeningly loud, as if the heavens themselves trembled. Dongfang Taiyue stood wreathed in flames, his entire presence radiating an overwhelming, unyielding pressure, like a wrathful god of war awakened. His gaze was razor-sharp as he roared, touch my disciple, and he'll kill you. In that moment, he was nothing like his usual drunken, foolish self. All traces of laughter and alcohol seemed to vanish. Su Yun's eyes reddened, a surge of anger boiling up inside. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the two shook the entire secret realm, sparks flying everywhere. After just over 10 seconds, they separated, both still brimming with power, their stares so intense it felt like the air itself had frozen. Lu Guang's face was dark, his hair and robes scorched and torn by the flames, with faint burns across his skin. Dongfang Taiyue, meanwhile, stood tall and unyielding, with a crazed smile at the corner of his mouth that was almost chilling, completely ignoring his own injuries. Enough. A soft sigh echoed from the void as Principal Zhang Zhongqing appeared, his gaze sweeping coldly over the scene. Lu Guang said in a low voice, Principal, the Liu family has earned great merit on the battlefield of 10,000 races. Are we not even allowed to claim what is rightfully ours from our own secret realm? His tone was laced with resentment and anger. Oh, trying to play the sympathy card? Dongfang Taiyue sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Even if your family leaves the battlefield, there will always be others to take your place. Don't overestimate your importance. Zhang Zhongqing nodded slightly, his expression calm as he said, the Lu family's contributions are undeniable at this. Lu Guang and his clan showed faint smiles, thinking they had gained the upper hand again. But just then, Su Yun, at the center of the storm, spoke up, his eyes clear and resolute. Principal, I have something to say. All eyes turned to him. Zhang Zhongqing frowned slightly, sighing inwardly. You again. Every time there's trouble, you're always involved. Not even a week has passed, and something's happened again. There are people at the entrance of the Holy Spirit secret realm every day. Why? Is it only you who managed to dig up a dragon egg? What is going on? Don't be nervous. Speak your mind, Zhang Zhongqing said, suppressing his irritation and keeping his voice steady. Su Yun's gaze swept around, unwavering. Principal, I want to know, are the rules posted for the Holy Spirit secret realm truly valid? Zhang Zhongqing nodded. They were written personally by King Sanhuan. Of course they're valid. Su Yun looked around the crowd, his eyes firm. The rules clearly state, any treasures found within the Holy Spirit secret realm belong to the one who finds them. All of you have been blinded by greed and conveniently forgotten this. Today, they'll eat it or destroy it, and none of you have any right to interfere. Everyone froze. Greed had clouded their minds for so long that they'd forgotten the original rules. Su Yun's words struck them like a hammer, landing heavily on their hearts. His anger erupted. So what if you're from a powerful family? King Sanhuan left these opportunities for the younger generation, not for you greedy bastards. What right do you have to force me? The suppressed fury in his voice finally broke free. Without waiting for a response, Su Yun reached into his robe and pulled out the black demon cauldron, tossing it out with force. All eyes locked onto the cauldron, shock rippling through the crowd. Was he really going to go through with it? Headache. Zhang Zhongqing felt like he was about to get a migraine. Su Yun was just too much to handle. Right now, he was holding the dragon egg and looked like he was about to take a bite out of it. Stop. Don't eat it. Put it down. Oh, just shut your mouth. Zhang Zhongqing and the crowd shouted in unison, their voices full of panic. That dragon egg is incredibly valuable. Whatever you want, just name your price. Su Yun finally paused, his eyes wary as he stared at the crowd, still clutching the egg tightly. Members of the Lu and Wang families stood at the front, their faces dark with annoyance. They desperately wanted the dragon egg not just for its own sake, but for what it could become. Once hatched, a dragon would grow into one of the most powerful allies for humanity. These influential families weren't just after the egg. They wanted to own the future it promised. Lu Guang stepped forward, trying to sound conciliatory. They'll give you another chance to enter the sacred spirit realm. Hand over the dragon egg. Su Yun curled his lip. What? You think I'm a beggar? People around them rolled their eyes. What kind of beggar gets to enter the sacred spirit realm? This kid was really playing hard to get. Don't push your luck, kid. You're not going to stir up trouble in the academy, Lu Guang said coldly, his words carrying a clear threat. Lu Guang, you old dog, watch your mouth. Dongfang Taiyue snapped, stepping forward to shield Su Yun. Wang Can also came up, his tone much gentler. You can pick any Xiang-grade weapon you want, plus 3 breakthrough pills, and a spot in the campaign against the foreign cults. At that, the students nearby immediately turned green with envy. Xiang-grade weapons including psychic ones were rare enough, but breakthrough pills were even more precious. Each one greatly increased a warrior's chances of advancing to the next level, and was worth hundreds of merit points. And a place in the campaign against the cults was the ultimate prize. It was a major academy event, where participants could earn merit points, and if they were lucky, even find martial arts techniques or rare weapons. Best of all, high-level warriors led the teams, so safety was guaranteed. Breakthrough pills? Please, I give those to my disciples as candy. Dongfang Taiyue scoffed, looking completely unimpressed. Strangely, no one argued with his obvious bragging. Everyone knew that with Dongfang Taiyue's abilities, he probably could back it up. Su Yun tugged Dongfang Taiyue's sleeve and whispered, Teacher, are we actually rich? The implication was clear, was the one paying Dongfang Taiyue's bar tab every day. Where would the merit points for all those pills come from? Dongfang Taiyue winked at him. It's all about keeping up appearances. Wang Can kept his polite smile. Su Yun, these are generous terms. There's no reason to refuse. That's true, Director Wang, Su Yun replied with a grin, but I'm not interested. Wang Can fell silent, but a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. At that moment, a refined-looking young man stepped forward. Su Yun, if you ever need merit points, you can sell the dragon egg to our beast taming department. If force wouldn't work, maybe kindness would. Su Yun nodded. They'll keep that in mind. All right, everyone disperse. The dragon egg is within the rules, Zhang Zhongqing declared sternly. As for the sacred spirit realm, it's been mine before. But if you dig around carelessly and find nothing, you'll bear the consequences. His warning immediately cooled many students' ambitions. After all, No one could guarantee they'd be as lucky as Su Yun. The Lu family's disciples glared at Su Yun, unwilling to give up, until Lu Guang finally snapped. Let's go. One of the Lu disciples couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, are we just going to let this go? Lu Guang shot a cold glance at Su Yun. What belongs to the Lu family can't be taken by anyone else. His eyes were full of menace. Kid, if you've got guts, stay in Tianming Academy for the rest of your life. Outside these walls, things aren't so peaceful. One wrong move, and you could end up dead. Dongfang Taiyue turned to Su Yun with a wide, approving grin. That's one troublemaking apprentice. I like it. Thank you, teachers, for your help, Su Yun said, bowing respectfully to the statues of the eagle and whale. He always remembered those who treated him well. The eagle statue let out a strange laugh. Ha ha, I just don't like those powerful aristocratic families. It was nothing, really. The nearby whale statue echoed in agreement. Watching this scene, Dongfang Taiyue couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected his young disciple to get along so well with these two eccentric statues. What a pleasant surprise. Not far away, Gong Pao was making funny faces, and Su Yun waved his hand lightly, signaling with his eyes that he remembered his promise. Once everyone had dispersed, Dongfang Taiyue led Su Yun back to the secret medicine pavilion. As soon as they entered, Su Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave a wry smile. That was insane. At least 20 or 30 people tried to buy the dragon egg from me along the way. Dongfang Taiyue explained. That's to be expected. On the battlefield of 10,000 clans, the dragon clan is incredibly powerful. Even as juveniles, they're already high-level warriors, and as they grow, they become battle generals. If it weren't for their difficulty reproducing, they'd have dominated long ago. Su Yun nodded in agreement, but then saw Dongfang Taiyue suddenly smirk mischievously. But you know, raising this little dragon won't be cheap. ITLL cost a lot of merit points. How much? Su Yun suddenly had a bad feeling. Dongfang Taiyue started counting on his fingers. Not that much, just several million, maybe tens of millions at most. Su Yun was nearly floored. He had to pinch every penny just to buy small things, and now had need millions of merit points? Wasn't that a death sentence? Maybe we should just eat it instead? Su Yun said, almost in tears. Look at you. Where's your ambition? Dongfang Taiyue scolded. It's worth every point. Teacher, exactly where are you from in the northeast? Su Yun shot back, unable to hold it in. The two of them bickered back and forth. As for the dragon egg, since he couldn't afford to raise it, Su Yun could only consider letting it grow up on its own. Come on, let's get back to your studies. Dongfang Taiyue was already prepared to teach the next alchemy lesson, and Su Yun immediately straightened up. Don't think that just because you can refine the minor spirit restoration pill, you're already a yellow rank alchemist. To qualify as a low-tier yellow rank alchemist, you need to master 3 formulas. You only know one so far. You still have a long way to go. Dongfang Taiyue's tone was strict, but he didn't mention anything about the secret medicine pavilion. He didn't want to put too much pressure on his disciple. Pressure could be motivating, but too much would only backfire. Meanwhile, the principal's office was a mess, with books piled everywhere. Zhang Zhongqing was flipping through ancient records, muttering to himself. I think I've read something about a dragon egg in the Sacred Spirit secret realm. They say the Phantom King captured the dragon princess of the Blazing Steel Dragon clan, and the two produced this egg. Hard to say if it's true, but the egg definitely exists. Far away on the battlefield of 10,000 clans, in a vast and boundless world, a tall and imposing man was sitting cross-legged atop a giant mountain. Suddenly, he sneezed, a roguish grin spreading across his face. Could that crazy woman be cursing me again? He licked his lips, savoring the thought. Still, it was worth it. At that moment, the void suddenly shattered, and a thunderous roar shook the heavens. Old man, you really are a persistent ghost. How dare you try to fuse my clan's minor realm? You deserve to die. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. Over the next few days, Su Yun was completely absorbed in his studies. The bone-tempering bitter pill, a mid-grade yellow-tier elixir, lived up to its name. It squeezed out the bonus potential, boosting the user's combat strength by 1 star, but at the cost of a week of intense, numbing pain in every bone. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue watched Su Yun closely, occasionally pointing to different herbs as he patiently explained the refining process. Su Yun listened intently, memorizing every detail. After a moment, he looked up and asked, Teacher, is there any way to lessen or eliminate the side effects? Dongfang Taiyue frowned, his tone grave. Never tamper with a pill formula lightly. The consequences can be severe. But what if someone did? Su Yun scratched his head, curiosity shining in his eyes. Dongfang Taiyue paused, studying his ever-inquisitive disciple, and replied slowly, then the bone-tempering bitter pill would become a high-grade yellow-tier elixir. After the morning lesson, Su Yun got up to leave. Dongfang Taiyue called after him. The 2 weeks are almost up. Once the freshman period ends, you'll have to join the superhuman division. I know, Su Yun answered casually, not bothering to look back. Which division are you planning to join? Dongfang Taiyue pressed. He'll decide when the time comes, Su Yun replied with a wave, unconcerned as he walked away. Every new student at the academy had to go through a freshman period, learning things from their teachers that couldn't be found outside, before being assigned to one of the four main divisions. Su Yun claimed he would join the superhuman division, but in truth, he possessed a dual talent. If he hadn't already joined the secret medicine pavilion, he might have revealed his secret. But now, the pavilion was already a thorn in the side of the powerful families, and as an apprentice, he was bound to get caught in the crossfire. If news of his dual talent got out, the suppression would only get worse, maybe even deadly. And that didn't even include the hostile sects outside the academy, who would never let Su Yun cultivate in peace. After class, Su Yun passed by the Divine Pavilion, just as Xiao Zun finished refining a batch of minor spirit restoration pills. The pills were of excellent quality. Su Yun had heard of Xiao Zunhe was exceptionally talented in alchemy, and one of Director Wang's personal disciples. The pills he made were gentler and easier to absorb than those made by his peers. In front of the Divine Pavilion, a crowd of students gathered, talking excitedly. Minor spirit restoration pills. Low-grade yellow tier? Su Yun stood at the edge of the crowd, deep in thought. In all the academies, spirit-restoring pills were in high demand. Not everyone wanted to sit down and meditate for hours after running out of spiritual energy. Most preferred to take a pill and save time. Training in martial techniques also consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so quick recovery was essential. For warrior-level cultivators, minor spirit restoration pills could speed up their mastery of combat arts. The Divine Pavilion sold these low-grade pills at reasonable prices, making them very popular among students. Begin. A Divine Pavilion apprentice called out, and the crowd surged forward. In less than a minute, the freshly made minor spirit restoration pills were all sold out. Those who missed out could only shake their heads and look elsewhere. It's really this popular? Su Yun was surprised by the scene. He couldn't help but wonder if he could sell pills himself. Well, if it isn't the star apprentice from the secret medicine pavilion, someone from the Divine Pavilion called out, spotting Su Yun. Snapping out of his thoughts, Su Yun flashed a bright smile. Hello, seniors. Don't be jealous. Compared to your pavilion, all we can do here is sell basic pills, the student said, his tone laced with sarcasm. Su Yun's smile didn't falter. Of course. My teacher only makes custom orders, and it all depends on his mood. We can't really compare. The student was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression shifting. Damn, Dongfang Taiyue may be eccentric, but he's one of the top alchemists at Tianming Academy. Still, you're right, I am a little jealous. Su Yun just kept smiling, unfazed. Someone inside the Divine Pavilion whispered, Senior Han Feng, why bother talking to him? Han Feng waved dismissively, a sneer curling at the corner of his lips. So what if you're envious? Are you even an alchemist? With the reputation of your secret medicine pavilion, who would dare buy from you? As he spoke, he pulled a crystal-clear Xiao Huohuo Dan from his sleeve and flicked it casually. Su Yun caught it in his palm, immediately feeling a gentle warmth radiate from the pillet was clearly freshly made. I'm giving this to you. Maybe it'll help you realize your place, Han Feng said smugly, lifting his chin and striding back to the Divine Pavilion. Su Yun didn't respond. He simply studied the Xiao Huohuo Dan in his hand. His sharp eyes quickly discerned the pill's craftsmanship. The Foi, Weiyao bark, and Tongqi root had each been refined 3 times, and the Huichi grass had been refined 4 times. No wonder Han Feng's pills sold so well. This discovery sparked an idea in Su Yun's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and ran back to the secret medicine pavilion. Master Dongfang, Su Yun called, finding Dongfang Taiyue dozing off. I'd like to make some Xiao Huohuo Dan to sell. What do you think? Dongfang Taiyue curled his lip in disdain. I can't be bothered with such low-level pills. It's beneath my status as pavilion master. But soon, he realized it was actually a smart idea would give newcomers practice and turn a profit. After all, alchemy was a lucrative business, and the profits could be several times the cost. If you want to do it, go ahead. I won't interfere. With permission granted, Su Yun's enthusiasm Fedetta didn't have enough merit points. He needed at least 200 to buy a batch of ingredients. Suddenly, he remembered someone. Gong Pao. In the armaments hall, various weapons lined the walls. Gong Pao was chatting with friends in a corner. When he heard someone was looking for him, he came out, puzzled. Seeing Su Yun, his face lit up. Did the dragon egg hatch? You think it's a chicken egg? Su Yun rolled his eyes, cutting to the chase. Lend me 100 merit points. They'll pay you back 300 in a few days. Gong Pao eyed him suspiciously. Is this a scam? If I can't pay you back 300 points in a week, the dragon egg is yours. Su Yun sweetened the deal. Deal. Gong Pao agreed readily. I'll do it since you've helped me before. With the merit points in hand, Su Yun rushed to the supply hall and bought a batch of herbs. By his calculations, once the pills were sold, he'd not only repay his debt, but also make a small profit. Dongfang Taiyue watched Su Yun working earnestly, intrigued. Is this kid really going through with it? Teacher, go get some sleep. Don't distract me from making money. Su Yun replied without looking up. Dongfang Taiyue shrugged and went upstairs. Boom. The black demon cauldron blazed with alchemical fire. its glow illuminating Su Yun's focused face, signaling the start of an extraordinary night. Early in the morning, Dongfang Taiyue came downstairs yawning, only to see the black demon cauldron had gone cold. He blinked, his gaze falling on the medicine bottles scattered all over the floor. Did this kid stay up all night? He thought, a hint of confusion tugging at his lips. So much energy? He paused, shaking his head as he looked at the piles of little bottles. Just then, Su Yun walked in, carrying steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. Teacher, I brought you some breakfast, Su Yun said with a smile, handing it over. Dongfang Taiyue was momentarily stunned. His voice was dry and hoarse, his eyes filled with disbelief. Aren't you tired? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, grinning easily. Tired? That's not in my vocabulary. There'll be plenty of time to rest after I'm dead. I'm here to steal business from the divine pavilion. After all, hearing this, Dongfang Taiyue was at a loss for words, staring at Su Yun as if had seen a ghost. After a long moment, he slowly sat down on the sofa, his eyes full of disbelief. What kind of low-level yellow-rank alchemist can stay up all night and keep refining medicine for this long? That must have been 10 hours straight. His spiritual energy should be long gone. This kid is a real gem, always finding new ways to surprise me. Dongfang Taiyue picked up his thermos, his hand trembling slightly, his feelings complicated. After leaving the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun headed for Sihong Street, the busiest area on campus. It was the main thoroughfare for students and teachers from all 4 departments, always bustling with people. Standing in the crowd, Su Yun raised his voice to hawk his wares. Medicine for sale. Xiao Huohuo pills at a bargain price. Honest business, top quality. One of mine is worth 2 from anywhere else. Passers-by cast him curious looks. In all the years since Tianming Academy was founded, no one had ever set up a street stall to sell pills. And this person was none other than Su Yun, whose name had been the center of campus gossip lately. Xiao Huohuo pills. How much? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Su Yun flashed a confident smile. Not expensive. 5 pills per bottle, just 7 merit points. At this price, the crowd's expressions changed. Something was off. Compared to the Divine Pavilion's price, this was 2 points cheaper. Other alchemy factions usually charged 8 to 10 merit points for similar pills. 7 points? It was like he was undercutting himself. The secret medicine pavilion hasn't sold pills for years. Who knows what he's actually selling? What if there's a problem? Some people whispered. Su Yun's only been at the academy for a few days, and now he's making pills? Must be a scam. Others sneered. Su Yun could only shrug helplessly. I'm on my own here, and my only support at home is a teacher who likes to drink. I wouldn't dare cross any of you. Though the crowd was skeptical, no one pressed further. Suddenly, Su Yun pulled out a bottle of Xiao Huohuo pills and said breezily, "This bottle's on the house. They'll let a few people try it for free, just need some volunteers." Soon, a crowd began to gather, and the atmosphere grew lively. When the Divine Pavilion heard about this, they burst out laughing. "Brother Hanfeng, have you ever seen an alchemist selling pills on the street? This is hilarious. Those so-called Xiao Huohuo pills are probably just candy," some students jeered. "He's an alchemist? Don't make me laugh. He probably just mashed up some herbs and called it a pill," Hanfeng replied with a sneer. Inside the Hall of Health, a group of alchemists exchanged glances. "No need to worry. Xiao Huohuo pills aren't the same type as the medicine we make here, so they're not competition," said a gentle female voice. The others respectfully replied, "Senior sister, looks like we can just watch the show this time." The senior sister gave a faint smile, her expression calm and untroubled. At Guanyu Pavilion, the former secret medicine pavilion had once been the academy's largest supplier of pills. It had shut down decades ago after an incident and hadn't reopened since. Now, Old Man Dongfang was letting Su Yun stir up trouble. Was he deliberately trying to disrupt the Divine Pavilion's low-level pill market? A few middle-aged men were having a quiet conversation. The man sitting at the head of the table wore glasses. His demeanor was gentle and refined, and he appeared completely composed. "Master, we can help," one of them began softly, a hint of pleading in his voice. The refined man glanced at him and replied calmly, "Wait a moment." "Yes, sir," the others answered, bowing their heads, a touch of helplessness in their expressions. The man's gaze slowly shifted to the blue sky above. He murmured to himself, "Do you really think an alchemist's connections are just for show?" There was a trace of a cold smile in his words. Meanwhile, Su Yun, the mastermind behind this turmoil, was completely unaware of the ripples spreading among various factions. For him, earning merit points and advancing his cultivation were all that mattered. "Just finished cultivating, but am running low on spiritual energy. Need to replenish," a young man said as he stepped forward, a look of determination in his eyes. Su Yun opened a bottle of pills, releasing a fragrant aroma that filled the air and made those nearby raise their eyebrows in surprise. The young man poured out a pill and popped it into his mouth. Instantly, his expression changed. The medicinal power spread out, and a surge of spiritual energy rushed through his body, revitalizing him in a flash. "This is unbelievably fast," he exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not just here to hype him up, are you?" someone nearby questioned skeptically. The young man scoffed, Li Chunzu. Do you really think I'd stoop to something like that? As soon as he said his name, a wave of astonished murmurs swept through the crowd. Li Chunzu, the Li family's newly recognized genius this year, gifted with level talent, already famous despite his youth. He turned to Su Yun with a smile. Your recovery pills are even better than those from the Divine Pavilion. He'll take 10 bottles. You've got a good eye? Su Yun's face lit up with a wide grin. He'll throw in an extra bottle for you. Come by any time. Li Chunzu laughed heartily. You've got guts, kid. With that, he handed Su Yun a bottle of pills. Su Yun was overjoyed. 10 bottles of recovery pills. Had just earned 70 merit points. This was his first real profit, and it brought him immense satisfaction. Nothing feels better than earning something through your own hard work. If you all like these, he'll be back again, he said, standing up to leave. A few days later, Su Yun continued selling his recovery pills as always, and business was booming. Customers kept coming back. Great quality, low prices, who wouldn't want to buy? This made the Divine Pavilion increasingly anxious. On the first floor of the Divine Pavilion, Xiao Zun clenched a bottle of Su Yun's recovery pills, his expression dark and unpleasant. These pills are almost perfect, he said in a low voice. The refining process is flawless, the medicinal power is strong, and the effects are immediate. There's no way Su Yun made these himself. Oriental Laogo must be behind this. Beside him, Han Feng finally understood. How could he possibly make pills like this? We've lost half our customers to Su Yun in just 1 week. Han Feng was getting anxious and shot a worried look at Xiao Zun. In that case, let's target his raw materials, Xiao Zun said darkly. Set up a scapegoat and hit him where it hurts. Han Feng nodded immediately, ready to act. Understood. Daring to steal business from the Divine Pavilion? He's looking for trouble, Xiao Zun sneered, his eyes full of malice. While the Divine Pavilion was busy scheming, Su Yun continued to happily earn merit points, finding himself increasingly sought after. Every batch of pills he made left customers amazed, and his reputation soared along with the growing demand. He couldn't help but marvel. Being an alchemist was truly a lucrative business. That day, Su Yun purchased another batch of ingredients for making minor spirit-returning pills. He deliberately kept his daily merit point earnings around 1,000. In Tianming Academy, merit points were taxed, but by taking assignments through the Sun and Moon Hall, he could avoid the levy. This was partly because some tasks were issued directly by the Academy, and partly because his earnings hadn't reached the taxable threshold. Even so, the profit from refining pills remained impressive. Inside the supply hall, a young man watched Su Yun leave, a cold, sinister smile tugging at his lips. Han Feng emerged quietly from the shadows and asked in a low voice, Is everything set? The young man nodded slightly. Everything's ready. Don't worry. Even if you get exposed, the Wang family will back you up. Han Feng spoke carelessly, noticing the flash of excitement in the young man's eyes. As a mere errand boy in the supply hall, getting close to the Wang family was enough to ensure a worry-free life. Han Feng watched Su Yun's departing figure, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, in the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei gazed helplessly at his tireless apprentice. Su Yun hadn't slept in a week, yet he remained energetic, nothing like a normal person. Aren't you going to take a break? Dongfang Taiwei couldn't help but ask. Su Yun shook his head, focused. Teacher, I feel like I'm about to master the refining of intermediate yellow-grade pills. I can't stop now. There was a sharp crack as the wine bottle in Dongfang Taiyu's hand shattered. Seeing Su Yun's puzzled look, he coughed and tried to act casual. This wine doesn't suit my taste. He'll get something else next time. Su Yun simply acknowledged and continued working. Dongfang Taiwei waved his hand to clear away the medicinal residue and slowly headed upstairs, slamming the door behind him. In his heart, he was amazed. Su Yun had only been refining low-grade pills for a week and was already attempting intermediate ones. This kid was a monster, probably even better than he was at that age. Just as Su Yun was fully focused on his alchemy, his spiritual sense suddenly detected something unusual about the Wuyao bark. There was a magma seed hidden inside. This ingredient required a low-temperature flame to process. If it got too hot, it would explode. Su Yun immediately realized this was a scheme set up by the Divine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiwei quietly came back downstairs, thinking Su Yun had finally exhausted himself, but instead saw him staring intently at the Wuyao bark. The old man recognized the Divine Pavilion's trick at a glance. Want to go to the supply hall and demand an explanation? Dongfang Taiwei suggested. Even if they compensate you, it's only worth a few dozen merit points. But Su Yun shook his head, his tone cold. I'm not just going to take them down ill, make them turn on each other. Dongfang Taiyu's eyelid twitched. It seemed his apprentice was even more ruthless than he was. Are you planning to blow up the cauldron? He asked thoughtfully. Su Yun just smiled mysteriously. He'll need your help to spread the word, teacher, but I'll have to charge you for it. A hint of amusement flashed in Dongfang Taiyu's eyes. I buy you wine all the time, don't I? Su Yun replied, continuing his work without missing a beat. He put away the black demon cauldron and picked up the most ordinary, lowest-grade yellow-tier cauldron. In an instant, the alchemical flames roared to life, scorching the black medicinal peel. Not even a second passed before a thunderous explosion shook the entire secret medicine pavilion. The cauldron shattered into pieces, and a fierce wave of fire swept out in all directions. Yet Su Yun, standing at the center of the storm, didn't move an inch. If it had been any other alchemist of the same rank, they would have already collapsed unconscious. Without missing a beat, Su Yun calmly took out the black demon cauldron and started refining a special kind of blood pill that would cause anyone who took it to cough up fresh blood. Watching this, Dongfang Taiyu's mouth twitched violently. He thought to himself, this kid's skills are so smooth. He's like a seasoned professional criminal. The Wang family of the Divine Pavilion really messed with the wrong person this time. They had it coming. Teacher, I'm going to lie down now, Su Yun said softly. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, chewed a few blood pills, and instantly his face turned as pale as paper, looking every bit like someone at death's door. Su Yun, why did your cauldron explode out of nowhere? Dongfang Taiyue shouted with all his might, putting on a full performance. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. His anguished cry echoed through the secret medicine pavilion, startling everyone nearby. The next day, the Divine Pavilion was abuzz with excitement. Han Feng, Xiao Zun, and the others gloated. Huh? That bastard Su Yun finally got what he deserved. Serves him right. He's been stirring up the market like crazy now. It's payback time. Wang Li joined in, lowering his voice to suggest, why don't you provoke him a bit? Try to force him into a challenge strike while he's down. The group grinned wickedly at the idea. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Kuke and Gong Pao stopped by to check on Su Yun, but soon left. Lin Sihua then peeked around furtively outside the door. Old Lin, stop sneaking around like a thief. Dongfang Taiyue snapped impatiently. Lin Sihua slipped inside with a grin. I heard young Su Yun's been hurt. Why not come over to my iron pavilion? I guarantee no one would dare bully you there. Trying to steal my student, are you? Dongfang Taiyue bristled immediately, and the two old men started bickering at once. Taking advantage of the commotion, Su Yun quietly slipped away. Out on the street, teachers and students who had bought his pills in the past offered kind words, urging him to take care and get some rest. Apart from those from the powerful clans, the academy's atmosphere was actually quite friendly. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice cut through the crowd. Well, if it isn't the alchemy genius Su Yun. What happened to you? Han Feng and his gang surrounded him. Learning alchemy from that old dog, what could you possibly achieve? Bullshit. Su Yun's expression darkened, though he was secretly delighted. Han Feng and the others pressed on. Old dogs teaching little dogs, the whole lot of you are just mutts. With a puff, Su Yun spat out blood on the spot, and bystanders rushed to support him. His eyes were bloodshot, jaw clenched, and in a hoarse, frenzied voice he roared, life and death duel. Do you dare? Why wouldn't we? Han Feng answered gleefully, not noticing the faint, cunning smile that flashed across Su Yun's lips. A battle of life and death. News of the impending showdown spread like wildfire throughout Tianming Academy. Students gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing the coming duel. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing frowned deeply, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. Too reckless. That kid just can't keep his cool, he sighed. Looks like he'll have to step in soon. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Divine Pavilion, Wang Can wore a smug smile, clearly pleased with the tactics of Xiao Zun and his group. Just then, Lu Guang called. After he dies, the dragon egg belongs to the Lu family, Lu Guang demanded, leaving no room for negotiation. Let's keep it fair, Wang Can replied nonchalantly. That's the Lu family's secret realm. Lu Guang snapped. Idiot, Wang Can cursed inwardly. After hanging up, he settled in to watch the drama unfold. The martial arena was already surrounded by a crowd. Those who had bought Su Yun's small revival pills looked especially worried. His pills weren't just affordable, they were top quality. Don't sign it, Li Chunzu urged with a frown. You gave me a free small revival pill before, let me fight in your place. Su Yun, weak but resolute, shook his head. Thanks, Li, but I can't let this go. You're being stupid. Gong Pao snapped. Wait until you're healed, you could crush them anytime. Why risk it now? Kuke pleaded anxiously. Su Yun, you can't die? I still need your dragon egg blood essence. Just then, Han Feng jeered. What's wrong, Su Yun? Getting cold feet? If you're scared, just crawl under my legs and call it quits. Huh. His words drew raucous laughter. Su Yun's face twisted with anger and humiliation. They insulted my teacher, I have to make them pay. The teacher overseeing the life and death contract asked gravely, are you sure you want to sign? Once you do, there's no turning back. Han Feng and his group signed their names with a flourish. Though Su Yun's hand trembled, he still managed to add his signature. Li Chunzu whispered to Gong Pao and Kuke. If anything goes wrong, we rush in and save him. The two nodded firmly. Despite his unsteady steps, Su Yun kept his eyes locked on Han Feng as they stepped onto the arena. Han Feng sneered, remember this in your next life. With that, he unleashed ghostly blue flames from his hands, which surged into a giant fire serpent that lunged at Su Yun. The crowd gasped, he's going for the kill right away. But Su Yun took a deep breath, and crimson flames erupted around him. He stomped hard, launching himself forward like a flaming arrow, shattering the blue fire serpent instantly. His fist came down like a hammer on Han Feng's right hand, and his leg swung like a battle axe into Han Feng's knee. Han Feng let out a scream and flew through the air like a broken kite, crashing hard to the ground as blood gushed from his mouth. For a moment, the arena fell completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. Was this really someone who was supposed to be seriously injured? On stage, Su Yun pressed her hands against her mouth as blood gushed through her Finjursa ghastly sight, no better than Han Feng's current state. Clearly, she had pushed herself to the limit, fighting desperately. Some in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. She's forcing herself to keep going. Han Feng was on the verge of passing out, cold sweat pouring down his face from the excruciating pain. Unable to bear it, he screamed, "What are you all waiting for? Get up there and fight." The remaining contestants exchanged glances, gritting their teeth. They all understood this was a battle with no middle ground. Either glory and riches awaited the winner, or total ruin awaited the loser. There was no turning back. They had to give it everything they had. The first challenger stepped forward, but Su Yun's arm, as hard as steel, swung with incredible force, smashing his skull to pieces in an instant. He died on the spot. The second charged in, attempting to counterattack, but Su Yun's hand slashed down like a blade, using the breath of the sun technique to cleave him open right before everyone's eyes. The third, seeing this, went pale with terror and shrieked, "I give up. I surrender." But Su Yun wouldn't let him escape. Blood streaming from her eyes, ears, and mouth. She looked like a demon as she activated her nine-tailed fox form. Her fox-like claws clamped down on his throat. There was a sickening crack as his neck twisted like a rope, his organs pierced by bone, and his life snuffed out in an instant. A system notification sounded. Ding. Host has defeated Han Feng and killed 3 of Qin Wan's followers. Dropped. Intermediate Divine Hand X3, Advanced Divine Hand X2. After all this, Su Yun finally collapsed from exhaustion. The scene was bloody and brutal, leaving the surrounding students stunned and speechless. The 3 who fought Han Feng all met gruesome ends. The place looked like a living hell. This was what a life-and-death battle truly meant. Su Yun had taught everyone a harsh lesson. Once you sign a deathmatch contract, you must be prepared to fight for your life. If Su Yun had chosen to kill Han Feng just now, it would have been within the rules. A teacher holding the contract shouted, "Listen up. This fight should show you school life is just an illusion. Life and death are the reality." Countless students shrank back, exchanging uneasy glances. Today, they had witnessed what a real fight to the death looked like. Han Feng, racked with pain, hurriedly swallowed a healing pill. His broken bones snapped back into place with audible cracks. Eyes bloodshot, he muttered under his breath, "You're dead." Even though Su Yun was badly injured and barely conscious, her gaze was as sharp as ever, fixed on Han Feng, sending chills down his spine. Despite this, Han Feng didn't dare attack her again. Su Yun had barely survived her own life hanging by a thread, so how could he risk making another move? Wang Ming couldn't hold back any longer, and said, "Give your achievement points to Su Yun. This death match is over." Han Feng, terrified and desperate, had no choice but to limp over and comply. Almost at the same time, Dongfang Taiyue emerged from the crowd, quickly scooping Su Yun into his arms and glaring coldly at Han Feng. "What are you staring at, you little punk?" "Humph." Wang Ming flicked his sleeve and led the ashen-faced Han Feng away. All eyes were on Su Yun now. Today, their impression of her had changed completely, ruthless and merciless. "Why didn't you kill Han Feng?" Dongfang Taiyue couldn't help but ask. Su Yun closed her eyes tightly and replied in a low voice, "He's still useful." Dongfang Taiyue didn't press further. Time passed quietly, and the tense atmosphere gradually eased. The crowd was silent, but the lingering fear remained. Su Yun's performance had been nothing short of brutal. Someone whispered, "Of course she fought back. If someone's trying to kill you, would you just stand there and wait to die?" Among those present, Wang Qin watched Su Yun with a dark, resentful gaze. "I didn't get to kill her this time, but next time, I'll make sure to do it myself," he muttered coldly, then ordered, "Tear down the secret medicine pavilion for me." "Yes, sir." Wang Ming and the others responded respectfully. A day later, Su Yun was up and moving again, her miraculous recovery thanks to her teacher's medicine. No one doubted the rumors. Everyone had seen Dongfang Taiyu's strength for themselves. Meanwhile, in the resource hall, the young man who had once helped Su Yun gather medicinal herbs was speaking with Han Feng. The young man asked quietly, "Are you okay?" Han Feng clenched his teeth, seething with resentment. "I suffered a huge loss. They'll make her pay for this." Suddenly, his expression changed and he quickly hid. Moments later, Su Yun entered the hall. She approached the young man and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help last time. Without you, I couldn't have set that trap so quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Feng froze where he stood, bloodshot eyes filled with rage. "So you were playing both sides, you traitor." Su Yun gave a faint laugh and walked away. The young man, seeing Han Feng's fury, hurriedly tried to explain, "He's lying." But Han Feng, in a fit of rage, lunged and grabbed the young man by the throat. In his emotional frenzy, he squeezed, ready to vent all his anger. The young man struggled desperately, grabbing a medicinal knife from the table and stabbing it into Han Feng's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere as Han Feng collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief. Chaos erupted in the hall, everyone frozen in shock. Only Su Yun, standing at the doorway, wore a cold smile. If you cross me, none of you will get away. A murder had taken place in the supplies hall. The young man was taken away, but he didn't dare reveal the mastermind behind it. His face was deathly pale, his hands trembling, and his eyes filled with terror. If he exposed Su Yun, the secret of mixing magma seeds into the raw materials would come to light. That would inevitably implicate the Wang family. In that case, not only he but his entire family would face unimaginable consequences. Because of this, Su Yun stood quietly in a corner, the faintest smile playing at his lips, utterly unruffled. He watched it all unfold with cold detachment, thinking, I know you wouldn't dare. 2 days passed in a blur. The uproar at Tianming Academy gradually faded, and the campus returned to its usual tranquility. Su Yun, looking calm and composed, strode into the supplies hall again as if the recent bloodshed had nothing to do with him. Do you have any Ghostmark Demon Clan blood essence? He asked at the counter, his tone even. The senior student behind the counter looked up and answered seriously, yes, but we don't have much in stock. 1 blood essence costs 20 merit points. She paused, then added, the Ghostmark Demon Clan ranks around 700 on the battlefield of myriad clans. They have incredibly strong bodies and are said to be born with a unique mark technique. When they unleash it in battle, it can turn the tide. A glimmer of interest flashed in Su Yun's eyes. It was precisely these qualities that led him to target the ghost-marked demon clan. He planned to use their blood essence to temper his own body. If the results were good, he would try the blood essence of other clans as well. All right, he'll take 100, Su Yun said casually, as if he were simply buying a few pieces of candy. The senior student's eyes widened in shock. At Tianming Academy, an ordinary student's monthly merit points barely covered a comfortable life. Most would buy blood essence sparingly, a few pieces at a time, carefully budgeting every point. But Su Yun just asked for 100 at once, totaling 2,000 merit points. Recently, aside from paying taxes, Su Yun had pocketed all the money from selling medicines. Now, he had a decent amount of wealth, with his merit points surpassing 5,000. 2,000 was nothing to him. He nonchalantly transferred the points, picked up the blood essence, and left straight for the secret medicine pavilion to attend a lecture. Since the end of the freshman period, Su Yun hadn't attended any classes. The reason was simply was injured. This excuse, though basic, was enough to stop any further questions. As night fell, Su Yun returned to Yoshin Garden. He sat in the center of his room and took out the ghost-marked demon clan blood essence. Cracks ran across its surface like parched earth, and the whole thing was jet black, with a drop of black blood swirling inside, emitting a disturbing aura. Boom. A savage will suddenly surged from the blood essence, crashing into Su Yun's mind like a tidal wave. In a haze, he saw towering black giants striding across the land. They wore ancient armor, their exposed skin covered in cracked markings, with spiritual energy flickering along the lines. They roared and bellowed, as if intent on tearing the world apart. Su Yun snorted in disdain. If the real thing showed up, maybe I'd be worried. But just a bit of blood essence dares to act up? He crushed 10 pieces of ghost-marked demon clan blood essence at once. Instantly, murderous intent and savage will blended together, enveloping his entire body. This was the process of consuming blood essence outside the Holy Spirit's secret realm, subduing the savage will to strengthen oneself. However, these wild wolves couldn't harm Su Yun at all. He easily crushed them, and a surge of potent energy coursed through his body, nourishing his flesh. Breath of the sun. Su Yun closed his eyes, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. With each breath, the spiritual energy in Yoshin Garden seemed to respond, swirling around him like a storm. Damn it! Who is it this time? Someone in Yoshin Garden cursed. This just happened not long ago, and now it's even crazier. Could it be one of the elders secretly absorbing spiritual energy? The garden buzzed with complaints. At Tianming Academy, elders ranking below the principal and board were a hidden force. No one knew exactly how many there were. At that moment, one of the elders in Yoshin Garden was grumbling to himself. Damn, these brats are unbelievable. Like ID need to steal their spiritual energy. Open the spirit energy river, another elder suggested helplessly. Really? Are you sure? The first elder replied gloomily. Did you see that Su kid sucking up energy like a vacuum cleaner? The elders grumbled, but in the next moment, the spiritual energy in Yoshin Garden returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Only then did the students' resentment finally subside, and Su Yun, sensing this shift, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He paused to think, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Could it be that the heavens took pity on me and released extra spiritual energy to help me out? Yes, that must be it. The elders stood by, dumbfounded. This kid is truly shameless, with an ambition as boundless as the Eastern demon himself. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, Su Yun didn't hesitate for a second. He was determined to break through to a 5-star warrior tonight. Filled with confidence, Su Yun acted without delay, taking out all the Ghost Mark Demon Clan's blood essence and crushing them one by one. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a violent will crashed down like a heavy hammer. But Su Yun remained completely unfazed. Breath of the Sun, he muttered, quickly forming hand seals. Under the elder's watchful eyes, Su Yun's actions left everyone speechless. The sheer amount of blood essence and the insane speed at which he was absorbing spiritual energite was madness. His physical body was simply monstrous. This is practically a demigod's body. One elder couldn't help but whisper in awe. Another elder shook his head and said, "You know, this kid actually reminds me of the top ranker on the light list. But even that genius wouldn't go this far at the warrior level." The elders were completely stunned. Meanwhile, Su Yun didn't slow down at all. His rate of absorbing spiritual energy only increased. He smoothly broke through to the mid-stage 4-star warrior. Then, without the slightest resistance, he advanced to the late stages. Progress was unstoppable, as smooth as flowing water. The spiritual energy within him grew denser, with a faint golden glow shimmering within the dark purple aura. As the spiritual energy surged, the air around him seemed to ripple, as if even the atmosphere was being affected by this powerful presence. Zhang Zhongqing watched, utterly speechless. "Can't you just let me have a few peaceful days? This headache is killing me." His voice was full of exasperation, but then a voice from the shadows chimed in. "Principal, you're covering the cost of the Spirit River, right?" Zhang Zhongqing's mind churned, but he kept a calm face. Of course. Inwardly, though, he was cursing, "Tai Wei, you old fox. I never should have agreed to those few Xian-grade pills back then. What a loss." Still, complaints aside, Zhang Zhongqing couldn't shake his worry. He knew that no one had ever dared to absorb spiritual energy so recklessly at the warrior level. There had been a few geniuses in history with S-class Superman talents who had tried to absorb massive amounts of energy and rare treasures. But in the end they exploded. Literally exploded. Blood and flesh everywhere, bodies torn apart. Did he break through? Suddenly, Zhang Zhongqing's eyes flashed. At that moment, Su Yun had already blasted through all barriers and reached the 5-star warrior realm. In Yoshin Garden, many people secretly observing the scene were just as shocked as Zhang Zhongqing. For them, tonight was bound to be a sleepless night. Su Yun, however, was in high spirits, humming a little tune to himself. Perfect timing for a 10-pull steal. 10 intermediate divine hands have been charged. Please select a world to steal from. 2 worlds randomly open, Yu-Gi-Oh! World and Cinderella World. Su Yun's face froze instantly. Cinderella World? Am I supposed to steal her glass slipper? I'm not into that kind of thing. He chose Yu-Gi-Oh! World without hesitation. Connecting to Yu-Gi-Oh! World. Steal failed steal successful. Item obtained. Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline. Steal failed. Not great luck, only got one. Su Yun didn't mind at all. His eyes locked onto the Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline. Excitement surging in his heart. This was Seto Kaiba's signature card, a symbol of purity and legendary power, enough to crush any enemy. Its bloodline could even change the fate of the dragon race. Should I use it myself, or give it to a beast? Su Yun was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his expression changed. Wait, I still have a dragon egg. Riding a Blue Eyes White Dragon now, that would be epic. After breaking through to the 5-star warrior level and obtaining the Blue Eyes White Dragon bloodline, Su Yun was in an excellent mood. Standing in the tranquil Yoshin garden, he stroked his chin, thinking, the spiritual energy here is so abundant and free. Why not take advantage of it and try to reach 6-star in one go? The elders, who were about to leave, nearly stumbled at his words. Zhang Zhongqing's face darkened instantly, and he cursed inwardly. This kid's breathing technique is like swallowing the heavens. Does he even care if anyone else survives? Burning with anger, he quietly stepped forward and knocked Su Yun out with a swift, clean kick. That feels good. Zhang Zhongqing let out a satisfied sigh and turned away with flair. The other elders gave the principal a thumbs up, silently admiring his decisive move. And so, Su Yun slept peacefully until 7 o'clock the next morning. Who the hell ambushed me? Su Yun woke up rubbing his throbbing head, cursing loudly. Am a model student at the academy? What's wrong with absorbing a bit of spiritual energy? Are they really banning healthy competition now? Still fuming, Su Yun headed straight for the secret medicine pavilion. In a quiet corner, a dragon egg lay undisturbed. With Dongfang Taiwei overseeing things, Su Yun wasn't worried about its safety. He crouched down and tapped the egg gently, as if inspecting a watermelon. He then took out the Blue Eyes White Dragon bloodline from his system storage, a blue-white crystal shimmering with diamond-like blood inside. Just as he was hesitating about how to use it, something miraculous happened. As the bloodline crystal approached the dragon egg, vein-like patterns appeared on the eggshell, and the crystal actually merged into it on its own. That's simple. Su Yun scratched his head, but decided not to overthink it, and just let things take their course. Suddenly remembering he had to go to his new classroom today, he set off for the main building of the Superman department. Along the way, many people greeted him, and Su Yun responded politely. Hey, it's you, came a hearty voice. It was Pangda. Hey, Pangda. Su Yun greeted him with a handshake. You're not planning to crush me, are you? Pangda looked wary. Su Yun shook his head helplessly. Honestly, if we'd really fought last time, you would have been in trouble. Yeah, right. That's just talk. Pangda took off running. Good thing I was smart enough not to challenge you. When Su Yun entered the classroom, all eyes immediately focused on him, some curious, some thoughtful, some hostile, but most were wary. The teacher, Mr. Xiong, was a burly man who looked every bit like a bear. Su Yun was absent a few days ago due to injury. Mr. Xiong said kindly. Why don't you introduce yourself? That's not necessary, is it? Who doesn't know him? A buzzcut boy interrupted. Heh, getting in deadly fights with students from other academies, clearly up to no good, a girl sneered. Standing at the podium, Su Yun still wore the friendly smile of the boy next door, but his gaze turned ice cold as he looked at the girl. Sheltered flowers are beautiful, aren't they? Have these years of comfort made you all lazy? If someone held a knife to your throat, I wonder if you'd still have the nerve to be so sarcastic. The classroom fell silent. The girl who had spoken out turned pale in an instant. In that case, let me give you all a wake-up call. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, a wave of murderous intent surged from within him, sweeping across the classroom like invisible chains. Those students who had been about to argue suddenly felt their bodies go rigid, as if an unseen hand had gripped their throats, making it hard even to breathe. The next moment, Su Yun reigned in his killing aura, his expression softening from fierce to calm. He spoke evenly. My name is Su Yun, and I'm from Kanglan City. In the blink of an eye, he shifted from aggression to composure, revealing total control over his presence. Standing on the podium, Teacher Xiong nodded to himself, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This kid was indeed a force to be reckoned with, a true superhuman in the making. After his introduction, Su Yun walked toward the back of the classroom to find his seat. Just then, a foot suddenly shot out from the side, clearly trying to trip him. Su Yun paid it no mind and kept walking, but just as he was about to step down, his toes twisted slightly. A layer of black, armored energy formed around his foot before he kicked out fiercely. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as over a dozen desks toppled like dominoes, creating a deafening racket. Chaos erupted in the classroom as students scrambled to their feet, staring in shock at the scene. The students who had fallen glared furiously at Su Yun. He shot them a cold glance, his voice icy. Is there a problem? With just those 3 words, an overwhelming pressure filled the room. The once aggressive students instantly wilted under his gaze, lowering their heads and not daring to say another word. Su Yun ignored them and walked straight to the last row, taking his seat. They're all lackeys of the Wang and Lu families. That's why they're targeting you. Kuke, a classmate, whispered to him telepathically. Su Yun nodded slightly, not at all surprised by their actions. Teacher Xiong, who had witnessed the whole thing, didn't intervene. Instead, a broad smile appeared on his face. In the superhuman department, we set the standard for fighting all races with our bodies. Power is authority. The strong rule, and schemes are useless here. If you want to play mind games, join the elemental department. That's more your style. His bold declaration left the freshmen stunned except for Su Yun, who clearly agreed. Had never been one for tricks. Action was all he needed. Let's begin class. Teacher Xiong continued, scanning the room. In the superhuman department, the body is everything. Training the body is our top priority. Skin, bones, tendons, blood, flesh, organs, all of it. For example, if you can exert 500 kilograms of force, developing your innate talent will let you increase that explosively in stages. Su Yun raised his hand. Teacher, I have a question. Go ahead. Teacher Xiong replied loudly. Teacher, if the superhuman department focuses on the body, does the elemental department rely solely on mental power? Su Yun asked. Not exactly. Do you think the bodies of top warriors in the elemental department are weak? Teacher Xiong shook his head. It all depends on your talent and the path you choose. The superhuman department focuses on using spiritual energy to strengthen the body, while the elemental department focuses on mental power. The spirit beast department trains both, which makes them greater than the sum of their parts. The spirit weapon department, on the other hand, is all about merging with weapons. The more you develop, the more terrifying your potential. Su Yun listened intently, soaking up the valuable knowledge like a thirsty sponge. When the bell rang, Su Yun packed up his books, ready to head back to the secret medicine pavilion to continue his alchemy practice. Suddenly, a heavy pressure swept in from the door, making the air in the room feel thick and oppressive. A powerfully built figure strode in, followed by a group of muscular followers, all wearing tank tops that showed off their physiques. The man in front had long hair draped over his shoulders, striking features, and stood nearly 2 meters tall. With every step he took, a layer of black-violet crystal appeared beneath his feet, as if he were walking on some special energy. Dinglei? Ku Kei's expression shifted, and he quickly sent a telepathic warning to Su Yun. He's just like UNSS level genius recruited by Tianming Academy this year. Dinglei, the newly emerged genius of the Ding family, possessed an SS-level talent. He exuded a mountain-like aura of dominance as he strode over to stand before Su Yun, his eyes cold as ice. Su Yun, in a few days, your secret medicine pavilion will be torn down. Ding Lei declared from above, his tone condescending. Su Yun frowned deeply. Was this guy crazy? Why would he want to demolish the secret medicine pavilion for no reason? You think Dongfang Taiwei is on your side out of kindness? Ding Lei's gaze turned vicious, his words laced with resentment. Back then, it was the Dongfang family who caused the death of a king-ranked powerhouse from my Ding family. A king-ranked powerhouse wasn't just a pillar on the battlefield of all races, but also a crucial bargaining chip between nations in the human realm. Losing even one was an irreparable blow to Huaxia. Only then did Su Yun realize he had never seen his teacher's family over the past month. Could it be that they were all gone? Leave the secret medicine pavilion and join the Ding family. Ding Lei's eyes blazed as he pressed on. From now on, whatever happens to the pavilion will have nothing to do with you. The surrounding students were stunned. So Ding Lei's real aim was to force Su Yun into giving up and siding with the Ding family. In their view, under the pressure of the four great clans, any sensible person would make the smart choice. But Su Yun simply sneered. Why should I care? What did you say? Ding Lei's expression darkened instantly. Why should I care how many people from the Ding family died? Su Yun looked utterly disdainful. I'm Dongfang Taiyu's apprentice now, not a member of the Dongfang family. The grudges of the past have nothing to do with me. But if you want to play dirty or get ruthless, come find me anytime. He'll be ready for you, because in the end, the only ones who'll die are you. Su Yun's defiant grin made him seem almost unhinged, leaving everyone present in awe. As a member of the secret medicine pavilion, he dared to say it had nothing to do with him? But thinking deeper, why should people today pay for the mistakes of the past? Boom. A terrifying pressure erupted, Ding Lei's face turning dark and menacing. How much has my Ding family sacrificed for humanity? Who are you to judge? I don't know, and I don't care to find out. Su Yun shrugged. I don't have time to argue with you. If you want to fight, let's do it in a few days. With that, he marched forward, forcing Ding Lei aside. The crowd was stunned. Ding Lei had actually failed to stop Su Yun. Su Yun. Rage flashed in Ding Lei's eyes, but he finally took a deep breath and suppressed it. Fine. If you refuse to leave, then you'll die. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun was about to ask about the reason for its impending demolition when he saw Dongfang Taiyue sitting on the sofa, reading. I heard you had a run-in with the Ding family? Dongfang Taiyue asked without looking up. Just an idiot looking for trouble, Su Yun replied casually, secretly impressed by how quickly his teacher got the news. You want to ask about the pavilion? Dongfang Taiyue continued. Su Yun nodded. A pained look flashed across Dongfang Taiyue's face. Any research institute, pavilion, or hall within the academy must pass regular assessments. Years ago, they already wanted to dismantle the secret medicine pavilion. To keep it going, I sold them my pill formulas as collateral. Now I'm penniless, and if we fail the next assessment, the pavilion will be no more. Only then did Su Yun understand why the pavilion was so impoverished. This place must be his teacher's last hope. Teacher, they say you're a criminal. They're not wrong, Dongfang Taiyue replied, his expression growing even more sorrowful. About 50 years ago, the secret medicine pavilion was the most renowned and respected family of alchemists in the human realm. Back then, they basked in endless fame, talent, and resources, and the Dongfang family was courted by many powerful clans. But fate took a cruel turn. During the Tianhai battle, which shook the world, 2 king-level warriors and over 100 elite war gods fell one after another. Their deaths were all linked to the pills crafted by the secret medicine pavilion. These elite soldiers were completely wiped out by the armies of the myriad clans after consuming those pills. That day, torrential rain mixed with blood stained the earth red. In an instant, the secret medicine pavilion went from a prestigious family to outcasts, shunned by all. To prove their innocence, every member of the Dongfang family chose the most decisive way. They set themselves on fire in public. Hearing this, I couldn't help but gasp, Su Yun murmured, looking at the teacher who once commanded storms but now wore a complicated expression, caught somewhere between laughter and tears. Teacher, your family was truly unyielding, Su Yun said heavily. Dongfang Taiyue gave a bitter smile. I should have died with them, but I survived only because I was in seclusion at the time. At that moment, Su Yun finally understood why so many people were hostile towards him. Teacher, do you really believe there was something wrong with the pills made by your family? Impossible, Dongfang Taiyue denied without hesitation. Then there must have been a conspiracy. We have to uncover the truth, Su Yun said firmly. The old grudges had nothing to do with him, but since someone wanted to force this hatred onto him, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Child, actually, I lied to you. Dongfang Taiyue was about to confess, but Su Yun interrupted him. Teacher, right now, the most important thing is to keep the secret medicine pavilion alive. We have to take it step by step. Don't rush. In this cold world, only his teacher had shown him warmth. No matter how hard the road ahead, he was determined to see it through. Dongfang Taiwe looked at his disciple and smiled with relief. He knew he had chosen the right person. The assessment has two requirements. The secret medicine pavilion must have at least one yellow rank alchemist and a guardiana protector, Dongfang Taiwe explained. This news gave Su Yun a headache. He was already a yellow rank alchemist, but finding a guardian was the real problem. Under the pressure of the four great clans, who would dare join the secret medicine pavilion? The teacher and disciple squatted on the ground, racking their brains for a suitable candidate. The guardian had to be someone unafraid of authority, preferably with a background that even the major clans wouldn't dare provoke. Just then, a token slipped from Su Yun's pocket. Dongfang Taiwe caught sight of it and asked in surprise, "Why do you have a blood token from the mixed blood sect?" Su Yun recounted in detail how he had obtained the blood token. After hearing his story, Dongfang Taiyu's lips curled up in a faint smile. Don't be fooled by how this thing looks like a simple token. It's actually a creation of a forge master. A forge master? Su Yun was taken aback, frowning slightly. So how exactly do you use this token? Dongfang Taiwe shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. I don't know much about that. I only heard a little about it back in the day. He glanced into the distance. Luckily, the Bintai Pavilion isn't far from the secret medicine pavilion. With that, he led Su Yun down several stone paths to the entrance of the Bintai Pavilion. As soon as they stepped inside, a wave of heat and stuffiness rushed over them, accompanied by the constant clanging of metalwork echoing all around. A few disciples inside the pavilion stiffened noticeably when they saw the two enter. One of them asked quietly, "Master Dongfang, is there something you need?" Dongfang Taiwe shot him a glance, and instead of answering, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Lin Sihua, get out here now." His voice boomed throughout the entire pavilion, making the tools on the walls tremble. The apprentices and forge masters inside all froze, exchanging uneasy glances. Who dares cause trouble in the Bintai Pavilion? Someone whispered under their breath. But the man called Lin Sihua wasn't angry at all. Instead, he strolled out from the back room, beaming with excitement. "Did you bring me a new apprentice?" he asked, raising his eyebrows expectantly. Su Yun quickly bowed. "Hello, Master Lin. Cut the nonsense." Dongfang Taiwe got straight to the point, pulling the blood token from his robe. "Do you recognize this?" Lin Sihua glanced at it, then turned to the other disciples and barked, "Get back to work. Don't just stand there gawking." The others scattered instantly, like startled birds. They all knew if they didn't get out of the way, the master would take it out on them. Lin Sihua carefully took the blood token, balancing it in his palm. Suddenly, his other hand transformed into a shadowy black hammer. He swung it through the air, striking the token with 4 precise taps. Immediately, a sheen of red liquid began to form on the token's surface, as if some intricate mechanism had been activated. Su Yun watched in amazement, eyes wide. "This thing is incredible." Lin Sihua kept a calm face, but inside he was bursting with pride. His eyes seemed to say, "See? That's what a real forge master can do." "This blood token is pretty crudely made. The markings here look like a date," Lin Sihua explained nonchalantly. Su Yun took the token and examined it closely, discovering a cleverly hidden countdown mechanism inside. Dongfang Taiwe added from the side, "This is used for the election of the hybrid sect's hall master. If you turn it into the academy, you'll earn 500 merit points." At that, Su Yun's face lit up with a sly grin. "Hand it over to the academy? Am I stupid? Of course I'm going to use it myself." At that moment, a brilliant plan formed in Su Yun's minded run for the position of hall master in the hybrid sect, and then, when the time was right, sell the whole sect out. He did a quick calculation. About 2 months left should be plenty of time. He chuckled to himself, thinking he might even reach advanced warrior or war general level before then. Just as he was about to leave with his teacher, Lin Sihua called out to him with a smile. "Su Yun, let me teach you something." Dongfang Taiwe pretended not to hear, his gaze wandering to a distant wall. Lin Sihua pulled out a faintly glowing jade pendant and handed it to Su Yun. Su Yun took it, closed his eyes, and slipped into a meditative state. 10 minutes passed. "Master Lin, I've learned it," Su Yun said calmly, opening his eyes. Lin Sihua was so startled he waved his hand, accidentally collapsing a nearby room. The students and teachers in the pavilion were baffled, unsure what had just happened. "What's wrong with the master?" someone whispered. "Call the construction department. This room is shoddy." Lin Sihua hurriedly covered up his shock, but his mouth twitched uncontrollably as he stared at Su Yun in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Su Yun didn't answer. He slowly spread his fingers, and a shadowy black hammer formed in his palm, shaped from his spiritual power. "This is the technique recorded in the jade pendant, the iron hammer method," Su Yun explained calmly. Lin Sihua's eyes flashed with excitement. He reached out, and a lumpy red ingot that an apprentice had been working on flew into his hand. It looked like a chunk of red clay, uneven and rough. "Hit it," Lin Sihua commanded, his eyes shining with anticipation. Su Yun glanced at his teacher. Dongfang Taiwe gave him a subtle nod. Su Yun gripped the black hammer tightly, his muscles tensed, and brought it down with a sudden force. The deafening clang of metal echoed throughout the iron pavilion. "Don't stop!" Dongfang Taiwe barked in a low, commanding voice. Su Yun swung his arms, the hammer trailing after images through the air. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the impurities in the metal billet were gradually forced out, leaving behind dark red streaks. This kid's insane. 18 strikes in a rout on his arms hurt. When I was an apprentice, I could only manage for before I had to rest. He's a monster. Whispers and exclamations rippled through the crowd. Everyone was transfixed. Forging weapons has always been a grueling test of willpower. Each clash between the hammer and the billet sent a shockwave strong enough to make the weak-willed faint on the spot, sometimes with lasting injury. But if there was one thing Su Yun didn't lack, it was determination. He didn't know a thing about the art of forging and was just relying on brute force. But the pain that would cripple most people was barely a tickle to him. Within minutes, most of the impurities in the billet were gone. The iron pavilion fell silent, especially Lin Sihua, who was clutching the billet and breathing heavily, like an old bellows. Su Yun, the adults need to talk. Wait outside for a bit. Lin Sihua forced a smile, though his face was ashen. Su Yun agreed cheerfully and left the iron pavilion with his blood token. The moment Su Yun stepped out, Lin Sihua exploded. Dongfang, you old bastard. He'll kill you. He grabbed a hammer and swung it at Dongfang Taiwei. Have you lost your mind, old man? Dongfang Taiwei cursed as he dodged. A talent like that. Incredible willpower, a strong spirits, a born blacksmith. And you want to steal my apprentice? He'll kill you today. Lin Sihua was on the verge of tears. For a blacksmith, nothing is more feared than a lack of willpower. Without it, you can forget about forging anything above the Xian grade for life. Su Yun was the most gifted forging genius had ever seen. The onlookers in the iron pavilion stared in shock as the two masters chased each other around. Lin Sihua had already set up a soundproof barrier, so outsiders could only see their ridiculous chase. He's my apprentice. I'm going to train him to be a heaven-tier alchemist. Dongfang Taiwei shouted frantically. Like hell you will. Do you even have the resources to train him? Lin Sihua retorted, eyes blazing. Dongfang Taiwei was at a loss for words. He really didn't. So, let Su Yun transfer to the iron pavilion, Lin Sihua said, his tone softening. Dongfang Taiwei was silent for a long moment before letting out a helpless sigh. Only then did Lin Sihua realize had been too harsh. But by the time he came to his senses, Dongfang Taiwei had already slipped out the door and disappeared. You sly old fox. Lin Sihua fumed, but it was too late to chase after him. There were still 5 days left before the assessment at the secret medicine pavilion, but Su Yun was missing a Guardiana strict rule at the academy. After some thought, he decided to discuss it with Li Chunju, since he was a talented member of the Li family and always knew what was going on. When they met, Su Yun tossed him a bottle of minor spirit recovery pills and got straight to the point. I need a guardian. Do you know anyone suitable? Who would dare cross the 4 great clans? Li Chunju was quick to catch on. There had to be something unusual about this request. After a moment's thought, he said seriously, you should try the Spirit Beast Division. Spirit Beast Division? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, clearly not unfamiliar with the term. If his dual talents were ever revealed, his little 9-tailed fox would definitely be categorized under spirit beasts. And your reason? He countered, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Li Chunzu took a step closer and lowered his voice. Of the 4 major clans with a grudge against the secret medicine pavilion, only the Liu family is involved with the Spirit Beast Division. So, you still have options. He paused briefly. Besides, I've heard there are some hidden connections between the secret medicine pavilion and one of the Spirit Beast research institutes. Su Yun gave a slight nod, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful glimmer as a plan began to form in his mind. Thanks. From now on, you'll get a discount on Xiao Huohuo elixirs and other pills, he said simply before turning to leave. Li Chunzu watched Su Yun's figure disappear into the distance, the corners of his mouth twitching. Is he really an alchemist? He shook his head in disbelief, finding it hard to accept that someone could rise to the ranks of a yellow-tier alchemist in such a short time. If he is, then he's a monster. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun laid out his thoughts in detail to Dongfang Taiwei. Spirit Beast Division? Dongfang Taiyu's eyes flickered with a trace of memory. Now that you mention it, I vaguely recall something. I once had business dealings with the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute from the Spirit Beast Division. Fusion Bloodline Research Institute? Su Yun repeated, frowning at the name. Don't tell me they actually fuse the blood of ferocious beasts or other races into the human body. Normally, martial artists just refine beast blood for cultivation. If foreign blood is truly merged into the body, it could easily lead to deadly backlash. In your experience, how do spirit beast users fight? Dongfang Taiwei suddenly asked. Without hesitation, Su Yun replied. They command spirit beasts, so it's always a 2-known advantage. Dongfang Taiwei nodded in agreement. That's the usual fighting style for the Spirit Beast Division nowadays. But the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute is different. His voice grew heavy. It allows the user to temporarily merge with a spirit beast, unleashing incredible power but at a steep cost. As he spoke, Dongfang Taiwei seemed to recall something terrifying and involuntarily shuddered. Su Yun paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Isn't that just like the 9-tail mode? Dongfang Taiwei fell silent for a moment before looking up. Still, maybe he could become the pavilion's guardian. In a remote corner of Tianming Academy stood an old, isolated research building. It looked much like the secret medicine pavilion. Its outer walls were worn and clearly hadn't been cleaned in years. A faded sign hung above the entrance, reading, Fusion Bloodline Research Institute. Old Zeng, come out and see us. Dongfang Taiwei kicked open the iron door and strode inside. A moment later, the door to the institute creaked open. A girl with glasses stepped out, her short black hair neatly framing her shoulders. She wore a school uniform and clutched a thick book to her chest. Hello, may I ask what business you have with the director? The girl asked softly. Dongfang Taiwei frowned, clearly not expecting her to answer the door. Su Yun quickly stepped forward. Senior, we're here to see Director Zeng. Before he could finish, a pained roar erupted from within the institute, shaking the very walls. Dongfang Taiyu's expression changed instantly. He shouted, Old Zeng. The next second, the door was violently thrown open as a monstrous figure burst out, neither fully human nor beast, its entire body radiating a dense, bloody aura. It lifted its gaze, and a wave of murderous intent flooded the room. Su Yun froze, feeling a chilling sense of death creeping into his heart. Dongfang, suppress me now. The creature roared in agony, its voice a mix of human reason and beastly growls. Without hesitation, Dongfang Taiwei dashed forward, forming hand seals in the air and conjuring a medicine cauldron. Flames of a strange blue-green hue flared inside, radiating immense suppressive power. The cauldron slammed down on the creature, and the blue-green fire began to burn away the surging blood aura. A nauseating stench quickly filled the air. After a fierce struggle, the creature gradually reverted to human form, a frail, elderly man with white hair and a body so thin his bones were visible. He gasped for breath, shooting a hostile glare at Dongfang Taiwei. Get out. Now. I just saved your life, and this is the thanks I get. Dongfang Taiwei shot back, clearly annoyed. Zeng Yu sneered, his eyes wary. You wouldn't come here for nothing. I bet you want me to be your guardian. Not a chance. Damn it, I knew you'd have this attitude. Dongfang Taiwei roared in anger. If I'd known, I would have made you suffer more. The two argued fiercely, the tension mounting to the point where it seemed a fight might break out. Song Yi, the girl with glasses, said with a smile. Su Yun. He reached out and shook her hand. The assessment for the secret medicine pavilion is coming up, right? Song Yi asked. That's right, Su Yun nodded. So I wanted to ask Director Zeng for some help. Zeng Yu stood to the side, hands behind his back, his tone cold. I'm busy researching the bloodline fusion technique. I don't have time. Dongfang Taiwei groaned inwardly. Zeng Yu, with his fiery temper and stubbornness, was making excuses again. The worst part was, after nearly 60 years of research, there had been no progress with this bloodline fusion technique. Zeng Yu acted like nothing could faze him, which was incredibly frustrating. Director Zeng, may I take a look at your bloodline fusion technique? Su Yun suddenly asked. Zeng Yu glanced at him, his voice icy. Who are you? I'm his apprentice, Su Yun replied with a slight smile, his tone calm. Dongfang Taiwei snorted, ready to retort, but Zeng Yu cut him off, mocking. An alchemist like you thinks you can meddle in the sacred research of the bloodline fusion technique? Dongfang Taiwei was furious, itching to throw a punch. Alchemist, huh? Back in the day, you took plenty of my pills, and now you look down on me? If I can solve your problem, would you be willing to become the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion? Su Yun kept smiling, his eyes resolute. Zeng Yu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This kid seemed so confident. He glanced at Dongfang Taiwei, then tossed Su Yun a jade pendant. Inside, you'll find the basics of the bloodline fusion technique. Let me give you a word of advice. Those from the superhuman lineage shouldn't meddle in the grand work of the beast spirit lineage. If you really can do it, they'll serve at your command. Su Yun's smile grew even warmer. I hope you'll keep your word, Director. He tugged at Dongfang Taiyu's sleeve, and the two turned to leave. Zeng Yu shot them a cold look, then turned to Song Yi. What are you staring at? Get inside. With that, he strode into the research institute without hesitation. Song Yi glanced back at Su Yun as he walked away, a hint of hope flickering in her eyes. At Yoshin Garden, Su Yun pored over the bloodline fusion technique, marveling at Zeng Yu's talent. The framework was strikingly similar to the Ninetales model at first, but soon veered off course. Instead of further developing the potential of awakened beast spirits, Zeng Yu had gotten lost in the direction of fusing ferocious Biasa misguided path. Su Yun fell into deep thought. He suddenly summoned the little Ninetales and used observation hockey to scan the area. Confirming there was no one watching, he let out a satisfied smile. The little Ninetales happily leaped into Su Yun's arms, nuzzling him affectionately. If I use the Ninetales model as a foundation and combine it with the bloodline fusion technique, could I create an entirely new cultivation method? Su Yun's mind raced as inspiration struck. He closed his eyes, gradually sensing an unprecedented connection, like all things resonating in harmony. At that moment, his innate comprehension as the bearer of the primordial immortal body shone through. Suddenly, a strange resonance formed between Su Yun and the little Ninetales, like a river flowing unimpeded. This wasn't the original Ninetales model, but something entirely new. The little Ninetales transformed into a beam of light and merged into Su Yun's body. Instantly, his eyes turned black, his pupils glowing faintly with a menacing aura. Behind him, 9 blood-red tails of light appeared, swaying gently in the air like a fox's tails. Staring at his transformed body, Su Yun couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Holy crap, I actually pulled it off." The next morning, inside the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute, although Zheng Yu showed no signs of madness today, his face was still as pale as paper. He glanced sideways at Dongfang Taiyue, the corners of his mouth curled in mockery. "Don't tell me you managed to create a better technique overnight." Dongfang Taiyue sipped his tea leisurely and let out a cold laugh. "Frog in a well. What did you say?" Zheng Yu slammed the table, his anger flaring. Su Yun quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Director Zheng, I've actually figured it out. Your approach to the early stages of the fusion bloodline technique was correct, but the research lost its way in the later stages. The key is to focus on oneself, not blindly pursue merging with external forces. The bond between awakened spirit beasts and martial artists is a matter of life and death. They're inseparable. What truly needs to merge isn't the blood, but the body." With a sharp crack, the teacup in Dongfang Taiyu's hand shattered. He stared at Su Yun in shock. Song Yi was also stunned into silence. Is this really something a Superman type could come up with? But Zheng Yu was the most astonished of all. He gazed blankly at Su Yun. "I've tried that method myself, but every attempt ended in failure." Su Yun went on. "You misunderstood the core principle. It should be the awakened spirit beast merging with us, not the other way around. Spirit beast martial artists have always treated their awakened beasts as tools, ignoring the fact that they're essentially a part of themselves. A spirit beast can be reformed after death, but if the martial artist dies, there's no coming back." Xing Yu's eyes suddenly shone with excitement. "That's right. Why didn't I think of that?" Su Yin took out the jade pendant from yesterday. "This is my own creation, the mixed beast method. According to my calculations, it can boost a spirit beast martial artist's combat strength by 25. The 3 of them were instantly stunned. He had created a technique overnight that could increase the power of spirit beast martial artists by 25? It was almost unbelievable. Xing Yu's hands trembled as he spoke in a low voice. "Kid, do you know what this means?" Seeing Su Yun's confusion, Dongfang Taiyue explained. "This could completely revolutionize the cultivation system of the human race." Song Yi added. "Martial artists could sign blood contracts with fierce beasts or the young of other races, just like spirit beast martial artists do with their awakened beasts." Only then did Su Yun realize the gravity of the situation. "Wait, does this mean all of humanity could practice the mixed beast method? That would greatly improve our chances of survival. Not just for God of War level fighters, even King level, and those at even higher tiers would benefit immensely." Dongfang Taiyue said excitedly. "Old Zheng, give it a try." Zheng Yu took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Su Yun. Is this kid really a Superman type? As he spoke, he pressed the jade pendant to his forehead, instantly absorbing the knowledge within. Suddenly, Zheng Yu's body trembled slightly. Dongfang Taiyue quickly pulled Su Yun and Song Yi back. In the next moment, a burst of black light exploded. A massive creature, 20 meters long, appeared beside Zheng Yu. It was a gigantic beast with thick limbs and jet-black scales, its fearsome head radiating intimidation and strength talent, the abyssal black lizard. The beast suddenly lunged at Zheng Yu as if it wanted to crush him. At the moment of contact, the abyssal black lizard dissolved into darkness and enveloped Zheng Yu. His aura surged, and energy erupted in a torrent. When the darkness faded, Zheng Yu had undergone a complete transformation, no longer thin and frail, but powerful and imposing, his entire body covered in armor made of scales, with a trident-shaped helmet. A long, black, spiked tail lashed out behind him, each swing creating a sonic boom. "Ha ha, I finally did it. What nonsense is this about bloodline fusion techniques? The beast hybrid method is the future." Zheng Yu suddenly burst into wild laughter, his aged face twisted with excitement. Dongfang Taiyue stared intently at Su Yun, his eyes full of disbelief. A problem that had plagued others for 60 years was solved in a single night by this young genius. The thought left him both exhilarated and uneasy. Song Yi stood quietly to the side, her expression shifting from contemplation to hesitation, and finally settling into determination. Suddenly, tears streamed down Zheng Yu's face. 60 years of hard work, and it's nothing compared to the inspiration of a youngster in just one night. All that talk about bloodline fusion being wrong, about rejection reactions, it's all rubbish. The beast hybrid method has solved all of it. He abruptly grabbed Dongfang Taiyue by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. "Dongfang, transfer this kid to the Bloodline Fusion Research Institute. Get lost." Dongfang Taiyue shoved him away. "I'm not giving this kid to anyone." In the blink of an eye, the 2 esteemed elders were wrestling like youngsters. As they bickered, Zheng Yu cursed, "Such a talented kid. and you let him end up in the secret medicine pavilion. Damn you, Dongfang, you old dog. Suyin scratched his head awkwardly. I think I might have caused a bit of a stir. I've never seen anything like this before. Song Yi covered her mouth, laughing softly. Our teachers are usually so reserved about taking on students. Just then, Suyin caught a familiar scent, coming from Song Yi. He gave her a simple, honest smile. Where's your hometown, senior sister? Lanwei City, a third-tier city under longest administration, Song Yi replied, her eyes curving into crescents. Su Yun fell silent, but inwardly, he became more alert. The scuffle finally ended, with both elders sporting bruised faces. Zheng Yu suddenly laughed. Let's see if the board dares to cut my funding now. He turned to Su Yun. Kid, you're going to become a key figure in changing the human cultivation system. Director Zheng, I never thought about all that. Su Yun waved his hands quickly. You can have the beast hybrid method. Just don't drag me into this. Fame brings trouble, you know. Foolish boy, Zheng Yu scoffed. Once this method spreads, every cultivator will owe you credit. Su Yun changed his tune instantly. Then make sure my name is on it. Both elders were left speechless. In the end, they agreed. Zheng Yu would take the fame, while Su Yun would receive the merit points. Since Su Yun was still young, it was best not to draw too much attention for now. Director Zheng, about what you promised before. From today on, as long as the secret medicine pavilion stands, I, Zheng Yu, will always be its protector. In just a few days, the assessment would begin, and the fate of the secret medicine pavilion would be decided. Watching Su Yun work tirelessly for the pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue felt a surge of emotion. This kid is putting so much effort into saving the pavilion, maybe it's time I stepped up, too. Oh, by the way, Director Zheng, Su Yun flashed a sly grin. Let's keep your new role as the pavilion's protector under wraps for now. I want to embarrass Wang Can and the others in front of everyone. You little rascal, Zheng Yu said, half laughing, half crying. Are you sure your surname is Su? You are just like Taiyue in his younger days, cunning and vengeful. Su Yun just smiled innocently. Everything was ready. All that was left was the assessment. Tomorrow is the day of the yellow rank alchemist assessment. Every department, hall, and pavilion related to alchemy within the academy is buzzing with excitement. Everywhere you look, students are hunched over, practicing diligently. For these young people, becoming an alchemist means a leap in status. Even if they end up working in smaller cities in the future, this skill will guarantee them a comfortable life. As this year's host, the Divine Pavilion is shrouded in a mysterious atmosphere. Wang Can stands by the window, sweeping his gaze over his subordinates. His voice is low and steady. Is everything ready? Cauldrons, herbs, seating for the candidates, everything is set. Wang Ming replies respectfully. Remember, Wang Can's tone turns cold. We absolutely cannot let Su Yun pass the assessment. Second granduncle, do you really believe he could become an alchemist in just a month? Wang Li can't help but ask. A faint, cold smile appears on Wang Can's lips, and a trace of caution flickers in his eyes. The Dongfang family may be our rivals, but I have to admit Dongfang Taiyu's abilities. He's an outstanding alchemistone I can hardly match. That's why the secret medicine pavilion must be dismantled. He turns to Wang Ming, his voice stern. Be careful with everything you do. Understood? Yes, sir. Wang Ming answers, feeling a chill in his heart. Meanwhile, in the secret medicine pavilion, recite the ingredient list for the intermediate yellow rank pill I taught you yesterday, Dongfang Taiyue says, watching his disciple with a serious expression. Without hesitation, Su Yun begins, mudong fruit, burning heartgrass, creeping stone vine, white poison root, and softleaf grass. The bone-tempering bitter pill is mildly toxic, but in emergencies, it can unleash power beyond the first rank. However, it causes excruciating pain after use, so it's not recommended for everyday use. Dongfang Taiyue nods in approval, then asks, you've already bought these ingredients from the supply hall, haven't you? Su Yun freezes for a moment, forcing a dry laugh to cover it up, but Dongfang Taiyue immediately calls him out. There's still a hint of white poison root sweetness on your left hand, and I can smell burning heartgrass on your right. Teacher, your nose is, incredibly sharp. Su Yun exclaims in genuine admiration. Dongfang Taiyue sees right through him. You're not allowed to prepare your own pills during the assessment. The recipes will be handed out to everyone. Don't think you can impress everyone by crafting an intermediate yellow rank pill during the test. I tried that trick myself when I was young. Su Yun can only sigh in resignation and abandon his plan. Back at Yoshin Garden, Su Yun, now a mid-stage 5-star warrior, resumes his training. The elders in the garden watch and sigh. That reckless kid is at it again, even tougher than a bandit. Should we just knock him out to keep him from overdoing it? In the end, they only slightly reduce the supply of spiritual energy, knowing the assessment is tomorrow. The elders whisper among themselves. It's strange he manages alchemy, sells medicine, studies, and still has to deal with the 4 major clans. How does he train so fast? Geniuses really can't be measured by common standards. On the day of the assessment, the alchemy testing hall at Tianming Academy is packed with noise and excitement. The venue, large enough for 1,000 people to practice alchemy at once, has its doors wide open as crowds pour in. The scale of the event intimidates the freshmen, while the upperclassmen, though a bit tense, are more accustomed to it. Teacher Wang, isn't alchemy supposed to be done in quiet? A nervous freshman asks. Wang Ming sneers, if you can't handle a little noise, how will you compete in the tournaments? This is just a small venue. When the real alchemy competitions happen, you'll see what a real crowd looks like. The students can only groan, but we weren't thinking that far ahead. If you think you can't pass, leave now. Wang Ming snaps, his face turning stern. At that moment, no one dared to speak. The candidates stepped forward to collect their number tags, each showing a different expression as they moved to their assigned cauldrons. Su Yun blended into the crowd, walking with a calm demeanor. His gaze casually met Wang Ming's. Mr. Wang. Su Yun offered a bright, harmless smile, but there was a subtle confidence flickering in his eyes. Wang Ming's lips twitched noticeably. He forced a stiff smile. Do your best, he said, his tone strained. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wang. Su Yun nodded slightly, his smile unwavering. Watching Su Yun walk away, Wang Ming's eyes darkened, a cold sneer forming in his heart. You think you can pass the assessment? Keep dreaming. Su Yun's arrival caused quite a stir in the examination hall. The other candidates glanced over, their eyes filled with surprise. Can he really refine medicine? Weren't those minor spirit restoration pills he sold actually made by Master Dongfang? Become a yellow-rank alchemist in just a month? Are they serious? Doubtful whispers rippled through the crowd, but Su Yun ignored them all. He walked straight to his assigned spot and focused on the cauldron before him. It was a standard yellow-rank cauldron, smaller in size, with a smooth, light brown surface and no decorative patterns. Though plain in appearance, a brand new cauldron like this was worth over 100 merit points. Su Yun mused to himself, unless you bought a second-hand one, which might explode halfway through the process, you had to pay the price. Glancing around, Su Yun noticed had been placed in the center of the hall. He didn't dwell on it, simply waiting for the assessment to begin. Today's test is for the qualification of a low-level yellow-rank alchemist, the examiner announced loudly. The task bone healing pill. A wave of low sighs swept through the room, and many candidates' expressions changed. As the name implied, the bone healing pill was used to treat bone injuries. For apprentice alchemists, the greatest challenge in refining this pill was one key ingredient: black-skin chijiao root. Yellow-rank alchemists were allowed only one attempt at refining it. If they failed to extract this ingredient successfully, their assessment would end immediately. Soon, staff members distributed the materials. Each candidate received the same set of ingredients, but their faces reflected a range of emotions. Standing on the platform, Wang Ming scanned the hall and shouted, "Begin!" In an instant, flames ignited under every cauldron. Hundreds of cauldrons came to life at once, filling the hall with heat and energy. The candidates poured their spiritual energy into their cauldrons, fully focused on the task. The sight of hundreds of people refining medicine at the same time was truly impressive. Some candidates, overcome by nerves, lost control of their spiritual energy, and their flames went out. Others, distracted and flustered, fumbled through the steps, making mistake after mistake, which drew gasps and sighs from the crowd. Su Yun, however, remained composed. He placed his right hand steadily on the cauldron's input, channeled his energy, and easily lit the flame. Unlike most candidates, he immediately took out the black-skin chijiao root and began extracting its essence, the most crucial step. Just as Su Yun started carefully adjusting the flame's temperature, something unexpected happened. The candidate to his right suddenly increased his flame dramatically. At the same time, the candidates in front, behind, and to his left all turned up their flames with cold, determined faces. The sudden surge of heat caused the temperature around Su Yun's cauldron to spike, nearly burning the black-skin chijiao root. People from the Divine Pavilion. Su Yun's expression darkened. Clearly, these people were willing to sabotage their own chances just to disrupt his process and stop him from passing the assessment. Despite the interference, Su Yun didn't panic. With a subtle movement of his fingers, he precisely controlled the intensity of his flame. Just as he was about to counteract the disruption, his expression suddenly changed. Because a thin, clearly visible crack had appeared at the base of his cauldron. The bottom of the cauldron was curved, and a thin crack was slowly widening. The alchemical flame, like a wild beast out of control, was pouring furiously through the gap. Su Yun's eyes narrowed as he immediately identified the culprit: medicinal insect resin. Although this sticky substance could be used for ordinary repairs, applying it to a cauldron was like drinking poison to quench thirst. Once the temperature of the flame rose, the resin would melt away, leaving the damage completely exposed. What made this sabotage especially insidious was that it left no trace, as the resin would be completely incinerated by the high heat. Well played, Divine Pavilion. Su Yun's gaze grew colder. Not only had someone sabotaged his cauldron, but the ingredients for the bone-mending pill had likely been tampered with as well. But there was no longer any need for proof. The evidence was clear as day. With the cauldron leaking and the ingredients contaminated, refining the pill was now impossible. All around him, the other candidates were fully absorbed in refining their ingredients. but only Su Yun's cauldron showed a dwindling flame, flickering like a candle in the wind. Wang Ming watched this unfold, a cold smirk on his lips. Kid, this is the Divine Pavilion's turf. No matter how talented you are, you'll have to bow your head here. Mocking laughter echoed from the crowd, yet a strange smile appeared on Su Yun's face. If you won't let me succeed, then I'll make sure you all pay the price. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of alchemical fire erupted from Su Yun's cauldron, roaring skyward like a furious dragon. The ingredients were instantly reduced to ash as the crack widened rapidly, and the entire cauldron began to shake violently. Before anyone could react, a deafening explosion rocked the hall. Shards of the cauldron shot out like arrows, knocking a dozen Divine Pavilion apprentices to the ground. Some coughed up blood, others screamed in pain after being struck by the flying debris. The room fell silent, everyone stunned by the sudden chaos. Wang Ming's face twisted in fury as he stood and shouted, Su Yun, you lost control and blew up your cauldron. Your qualification for the test is revoked. But Su Yun simply brushed the dust from his clothes, looking unruffled. Who said I was here to take the beginner-level test? What? Wang Ming was momentarily caught off guard. Su Yun glanced at the wreckage around him and sneered, beginner level? I'm not interested. I want to take the intermediate-level test. For a moment, the room was silent, then laughter erupted. Trying to refine an intermediate pill after just 1 month at the academy? What a ridiculous joke. Even Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Kid, are you still half asleep? Go back to the secret medicine hall and have Elder Dongfang give you something for your delusions. Su Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm as he said, how about this? If I succeed, everyone from your Divine Pavilion will line up and let me slap them. If I fail, I'll never touch alchemy again. Everyone stared at Su Yun, his confident posture and composed voice making them hesitate. Wang Ming's smile faded as suspicion crept into his mind. Is there something fishy going on here? Just then, a voice whispered in Wang Ming's ear. Agree to his terms. Without hesitation, Wang Ming nodded. All right, I accept. With a loud boom, the black demon cauldron appeared out of thin air, landing heavily in the center of the hall. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized that this cauldron was extraordinary far from an ordinary artifact. Even the teachers and students present, and Wang Ming himself, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Damn, Dongfang Taiwei complains about being broke every year, yet he just casually gives Su Yun such a high-grade cauldron. Wang Ming cursed inwardly. Su Yun stood before the black demon cauldron, focused and steady. He took 5 ingredients from his storage pouch and arranged them neatly in front of the cauldron. Bone-tempering bitter pill, someone recognized the combination of materials. That's one of the most difficult mid-tier yellow-grade pills to refine. Is he really going for it? The teachers and students exchanged shocked glances. A sense of unease crept into Wang Ming's heart. Even the students who had been taking the test stopped what they were doing, all eyes fixed on Su Yun. Su Yun picked up the first ingredient mudong fruit and gently tossed it into the cauldron. With a hiss, the fruit's skin cracked in the fire, releasing a stream of green liquid. The liquid churned in the flames as Su Yun expertly controlled the heat, refining it 3 times, each with perfect precision. His spiritual control is incredible. A teacher couldn't help but whisper in awe. Is he really just 18? And he's achieved this level in only a month. The second ingredient was burning heartgrass, which resembled a lamp wick. Su Yun patiently roasted it at low temperature until it turned into fine powder. He refined it 4 times, each extraction flawless, leaving no waste. The third, luo shirvine, was a mass of tiny intertwined tendrils. Su Yun roasted it into powder with practiced ease, refining it 3 times in quick succession without a hitch. The fourth is white poison root, a teacher nervously explained in a low voice. This one's tricky. If not handled correctly, the toxins remain. Before he finished, Su Yun was already roasting the pale red root, as thick as a baby's forearm. He kept the temperature at a perfect balance, not too high, not too low. Threads of blood-red liquid seeped out, gradually turning pitch black in the flames and releasing a faint, pleasant aroma. 5 consecutive refinements, someone exclaimed. How can his spiritual strength be this strong? The last ingredient, soft grass leaf, was the easiest for Su Yun. 1 quick extraction was all it took. After refining all the ingredients, Su Yun began adding them to the black demon cauldron in a precise sequence. The materials slowly fused under the flames. Wang Ming and the others from the Divine Pavilion grew increasingly uneasy as they realized things were going wrong. I don't believe he can actually form the pill, Wang Ming muttered through clenched teeth, though he sounded less certain than before. The embryo of the bone-tempering bitter pill appeared rough and pitted inside the cauldron. Su Yun manipulated the flames with pinpoint accuracy, filling every tiny indentation. Suddenly, the flames surged, completely enveloping the pill. As the last pit was filled, Su Yun withdrew the fire in one smooth motion, the whole process seamless and efficient. A smooth, gray-black pill appeared before everyone. The bone-tempering bitter pill, it's done. The hall fell silent, every eye filled with shock. No one was more stunned than Gong Pao, who had been watching nearby. He stared in disbelief, overcome with regret, wishing he could slap himself should have invested back then, no matter what. For an average alchemist, it usually takes an entire year to master pill fusion, and that's often under the guidance of a mentor. Those with exceptional talent can become a junior yellow rank alchemist in just half a year. But if you're talking about someone who can achieve an even more astonishing feat, rising 2 ranks within a single month to become a mid-level yellow rank alchemist, there's probably only one person in the entire field who's ever managed that. Su Yun. There's never been anyone like him before, and there may never be again. Below the stage, Wang Meng's face was pale as he stared fixedly at the bone-tempering bitter pill in front of him. The whole alchemy process had been witnessed by teachers and students alike, leaving no room for trickery. Anxiety and humiliation surged inside him, and he clenched his teeth in frustration. We agreed just now, didn't we? Get in line for your punishment, Su Yun said with a bright, almost sunny smile, though there was a hint of mischief in his eyes. Does the Divine Pavilion not keep its word? The apprentices from the Divine Pavilion looked at Wang Meng, exchanging awkward glances. Not only did they have to take the punishment, but they had to line up for it. How humiliating was that? Su Yun, we're all students at the same academy. There's no need to take things this far, Wang Meng said, taking a deep breath and trying to keep his voice steady. Su Yun's smile only grew wider. Do you really think there's any room for compromise between us? They'll say it one last time, get in line. Otherwise, from now on, every time I see a Divine Pavilion apprentice, they'll slap them. Each word struck Wang Meng like a hammer, and Su Yun's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Su Yun, calm down, one of the Divine Pavilion apprentices said nervously. Wang Meng's expression darkened as he ordered, line up. Reluctantly, the apprentices complied, forming a straight line. Nearly 100 students stood rigidly at attention, perfectly aligned. The onlookers could hardly believe what they were seeing. What is this? Since when did an alchemist's assessment turn into a slapping contest? Gong Pao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Chunzi gave a bitter chuckle. We should give Su Yun a nickname, the Slap Hero. That set everyone off, and laughter broke out all around. The nickname was oddly fitting. Let's keep going, Su Yun said coldly, glancing at the first apprentice in line, a playful smirk on his lips. How many stars are you, little brother? Su Yun asked with a hint of disdain. 4 stars, the apprentice stammered, his voice trembling. Before he could finish, Su Yun's slap landed like a bolt of lightning, sending the apprentice flying. Moving with lightning speed, Su Yun's hands blurred as he struck, almost leaving afterimages behind. One by one, the Divine Pavilion apprentices were sent sprawling. Some collapsed to the ground, some clutched their faces in pain, and a few lay flat out, wailing in misery. Male or female, it makes no difference. Su Yun's voice was cold and merciless. Is this really a slapping contest, or what? Gong Pao was laughing so hard, he could barely breathe. Li Chunzi couldn't hold back either. We really do need to call him the Slap Hero now. The crisp sound of slaps echoed again and again, each one louder than the last. Su Yun's strikes grew even more forceful, leaving several furious Divine Pavilion apprentices bleeding from the mouth, some even losing teeth. The intensity of the violence made the atmosphere grow tense and oppressive. Then, suddenly, everything fell silent. All eyes were on Su Yun as he stood before Wang Meng, his face showing a shy smile, though a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Teacher Wang, Su Yun called softly. Wang Meng's eyes widened in anger. What do you think you're doing? Please forgive me for crossing the line this once, teacher, Su Yun replied, his smile gentle, but his presence overwhelming. Everyone was silently cursing. Was he really about to slap his own teacher? That was beyond rebellious. Without hesitation, Su Yun swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to Wang Meng's face. The crack echoed through the silent air, deafening in its clarity. Instantly, a bright red handprint appeared on Wang Meng's cheek, and he staggered back, his neck twisting to the side as blood spurted from his mouth. How is this possible? The apprentices in the audience were stunned, never having witnessed such a dramatic scene. Wang Meng's expression turned even uglier as he glared at Su Yun, his eyes sharp as knives, but he was left utterly speechless. Are battle generals always this thick-skinned? If I'd known, I would have used my full armament hockey. Su Yun thought to himself, still feeling the lingering sensation on his palm from slapping Wang Meng across the face. Wang Meng whipped his head around, glaring at Su Yun with eyes blazing and his teeth clenched tight. As a proud member of the Wang family, being slapped in public and unable to fight back was the ultimate humiliation. Second grandpa, I really want to. Wang Meng cursed inwardly, then shook his head in self-mockery. Forget it, I just can't bring myself to do it. So, does this mean I'm officially a mid-level yellow rank alchemist now? Su Yun asked with a cheeky grin that was just begging for a punch. Wang Meng nearly ground his back teeth to dust, forcing out a single word through clenched jaws. Yes, thank you, Teacher Wang. Su Yun replied with an innocent smile, then darted away before Wang Meng could explode. Had achieved his goal, there was no reason to stick around and watch the aftermath. News spread like wildfire through Tianming Academy. An 18-year-old alchemist had emerged out of nowhere and totally embarrassed the divine pavilion. Just as things had started to calm down, a new storm was brewing. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun stood respectfully before Dongfang Taiwei. You passed the test? Dongfang Taiwei asked calmly. I did, Su Yun answered obediently, offering up the tempered bone-bitter pill. Dongfang Taiwei studied the pill closely, putting on a stern face. The temperature control wasn't perfect, there are still some flaws. But inside, he was in utter shock. The difficulty of refining this pill's ingredients was so high that even top-level yellow-rank alchemists would struggle to achieve this level of perfection. I heard you had another run-in with the Divine Pavilion? They tampered with the cauldron and the herbs, and even sent people to interfere with me. You handled it well this time, Dongfang Taiwei nodded. If you ever run into tough opponents again, just call me. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other without another word. High atop the Divine Pavilion, Wang Can's face was dark with rage. The humiliation had suffered today was hard to swallow. Wang Ming knelt on the floor, his cheeks swollen, not daring to lift his head. Go and rest, Wang Can said coldly. Once Wang Ming had left, a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Su Yun, Dongfang Taiwei, just you wait. At the board meeting the next day, all the directors, pavilion masters, and department heads were in attendance. To everyone's surprise, Dongfang Taiwei from the Secret Medicine Pavilion and Zheng Yu from the Bloodline Fusion Research Institute were also present. The one-month deadline to dismantle the Secret Medicine Pavilion is up, Wang Can began. Since Pavilion Master Dongfang has failed to secure support from any battle general or war god, I recommend immediate demolition. Seconded. I agree. So do I. Many directors voiced their support, while Zhang Zhongqing remained calm and unconcerned. Just then, Zheng Yu raised his hand. I disagree. All eyes instantly turned to him, filled with confusion. The chamber fell silent as every eye turned toward Zheng Yu. Everyone knew he had always maintained a good relationship with Dongfang Taiwei. Although they hadn't interacted much in recent years, there were rumors that Dongfang Taiwei might have asked him to take on the role of guardian. Still, given Zheng Yu's infamous temper, who would have thought he'd actually agree? Most people silently shook their heads, thinking it was nearly impossible. Wang Qin's expression turned icy. He spoke in a low, cold voice. Zheng Yu, don't forget the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute is also on the demolition list. Then, with a sharp edge to his tone, he challenged, so what? Are you trying to use this as leverage against me? What an idiot. Zheng Yu let out a mocking laugh and shot back without hesitation. You talk too much. Want to threaten me? Take a good look at yourself first. He dismissed Wang Qin with a look of utter contempt. Around them, the other directors, pavilion masters, and institute heads coughed awkwardly, all silently agreeing Zheng Yu's sharp tongue was legendary. Zhang Zhongqing forced a wry smile and tried to mediate. Director Zhang, let's keep it civil, no more insults, please. Turning to Wang Can, he explained patiently. The Fusion Bloodline Research Institute is required to earn 300,000 merit points every year, but after all these years, what significant results do you have to show? You're just a drain on resources. And the Secret Medicine Pavilion is also scheduled for demolition today. Wang Can's face darkened, and his voice grew colder. I'm a board member of Tianming Academy, and I have the authority to decide this. His words were harsh and accusatory. Zheng Yu scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Easy for you to say. For nearly a decade, you've been withholding my merit points. How do you plan to settle that debt? If anyone's a parasite, it's you. Don't even deserve those points. His words were razor-sharp, leaving Wang Can at a loss for words. The argument grew more intense, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Only Dongfang Taiwei remained indifferent, still seated and completely unfazed by the chaos around him, casually playing a mobile game. Finally, Zhang Zhongqing cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. His tone was a bit more serious as he announced, rules are rules. Since Zheng Yu is willing to serve as guardian, and Su Yun from the Secret Medicine Pavilion can fill the gap, the pavilion won't be demolished for now. He made this declaration in an attempt to calm things down. The directors from the Wang, Lu, Feng, and Ding families looked displeased, their hearts filled with anger. After all the back and forth, they had finally reached some sort of agreement, only for Zheng Yu to throw everything into disarray. Under the table, some were grinding their teeth in frustration. Wang Can took a deep breath and said coldly, the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute has accomplished nothing for years. I propose we shut it down. Seconded. Someone immediately chimed in, a look of disdain on their face. It should have been done long ago. Another added, their tone dripping with contempt. Zheng Yu, this isn't just business, it's personal. I support the motion, too, said another board member, his voice icy and full of animosity toward Zheng Yu. Many others voiced their agreement. Zheng Yu's bluntness had earned him plenty of enemies, and today's demolition proposal was almost a consensus. Amid the rising clamor, everyone stared at Zheng Yu, waiting for his response. Yet Zheng Yu remained calm and collected, meeting their gazes with a cold smirk. He sat there, steady and unflinching. Wang, Ding, Lu, Feng, you really are something, Zheng Yu said with icy sarcasm. Just then, A tremor shook the ground behind him. With a thunderous crash, the Danyuan black lizard appeared at his back. Its massive form loomed over everyone like a mountain, its cold gaze sweeping across the room. For a moment, everyone was stunned, unsure what was happening. Suddenly, the black lizard lunged, jaws wide, heading straight for Zheng Yu. People were dumbfounded. Was the spirit beast about to attack its master? What was going on? Only Zhang Zhongqing's eyes lit up. He jumped to his feet in shock, his voice trembling. He did it? As the Danyuan black lizard attacked, a startling transformation took place. The lizard's body dissolved into a brilliant light that quickly enveloped Zheng Yu. As the light flashed, Zheng Yu's form began to change. His body grew stronger and more imposing, armored scales covering him from head to toe, his aura surging, transforming from an ordinary person into a true powerhouse. His presence soared. In an instant, he leapt from a 3-star war god to the level of a 5-element war god. There was a collective gasp as everyone stared in shock. A 2-star jump might not sound like much, but in real combat, the difference in power was unimaginable. Zheng Yu grinned, his confidence on full display. I was planning to keep things civil, but you kept pushing me, so I had no choice but to show my hand. My research finally succeeded. Dongfang Taiyue, sitting nearby, curled his lip in annoyance, secretly thinking, what a show-off, flaunting my disciple's achievement as if it's his own. Shameless. Zhang Zhongqing was still in shock, his voice trembling. Old Zheng, how much has your combat strength increased? Zheng Yu looked even more pleased. About 25%, give or take. Suddenly, someone was so overwhelmed with excitement that they smashed their chair to pieces with a single slap. The directors from the Spirit Beast Division were especially moved, tears of excitement welling in their eyes, their faces filled with awe and admiration. Zheng Yu, you have to sell us your research results. One of the board members slammed the table in the conference room, his voice almost breaking. Name your terms, or tell me how many merit points you want each year. Just grant me the rights, and I'll agree to anything. The crowd erupted into shouts, each person scrambling to get their offer in first. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes, gripping the armrest so tightly his knuckles turned white, veins standing out on his neck. He took a deep breath. You've finally made a breakthrough. Is it only effective for the Spirit Beast Department? A flicker of thought passed through Zheng Yu's eyes before he replied slowly. Any contracted pet can use it, but it requires extra cultivation. This will change the entire cultivation system for humanity. Lu Guang couldn't help but interject, his eyes shining with excitement. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew increasingly chaotic as voices overlapped. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongqing's eyes turned jet black, and a wave of unseen darkness swallowed all light and sound in the room. Everyone fell silent, stunned into submission. Zheng Yu, what are your conditions? With a gentle twist of his fingers, Zhang Zhongqing brought the light back. His voice was as calm as a windless lake. A trace of wariness flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes as he spoke softly. The mixed beast technique stays with the academy. At those words, many in the room visibly relaxed, their shoulders easing. As long as it's not monopolized, someone muttered under their breath. The Wang, Ding, Feng, and Lu families, I forbid them from cultivating it. Zheng Yu immediately added, his gaze sweeping sharply over several board members. Wang Can, Lu Guang, and a few others looked embarrassed, shifting uncomfortably in their seats. This could be a problem. Zhang Zhongqing sighed inwardly, but kept his expression neutral. Agreed. Anyone caught cultivating it without permission, I'll deal with them personally. With the principal's guarantee, Zheng Yu's lips curled into a sly smile. That's settled then. Don't forget to allocate more funding for my research. He glanced around the room, clearly pleased with himself. The other major family representatives, board members, and council heads all looked on with thinly veiled amusement, some even snickering quietly. Are we done here? Dongfang Taiyue put away his phone and suddenly added, the secret medicine pavilion is reopening. Make sure to allocate funds for me. Absolutely not. Wonkin blurted out, his face suddenly pale. The secret medicine pavilion was once the holy land of alchemy in the human realm. Though it had fallen into disrepair, it remained a force to be reckoned with, especially for the divine pavilion. Wang Can, you're meddling too much, Dongfang Taiyue said disdainfully, glancing at him. There are rules for a reason, the principal's words. Before Wang Can could protest further, Zhang Zhongqing raised a hand to interrupt. If the secret medicine pavilion passes the review, it can apply for funding. He knew full well that Dongfang Taiyue wanted to revive the pavilion to nurture Su Yun. With the mixed beast technique out now, what about countries like America? One board member asked, brow furrowed. Zhang Zhongqing replied calmly, they'll have to trade resources for it. This is Waxia's intellectual property. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun had no idea what was unfolding at the meeting. He was nowhere near the level to get involved in such high-level power struggles. Quietly closing the door behind him, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he prepared for another round of theft. I have 546 beginner hands of God, Su Yun calculated. At an exchange rate of 50 to 1, that's 10 intermediate hands of God. He had accumulated 59 intermediate hands of God and continued exchanging. The final result thrilled him. Su Yun now possessed 4 advanced hands of God. Time to steal. Su Yun took a deep breath and focused his mind. 4 advanced hands of God have been condensed. Please select a world to steal from. 2 worlds are open at random. Pirate World, Alliance World. Pirate World. Su Yun rubbed his hands together excitedly. Hope I get a devil fruit or something. Theft failed. Su Yun froze, but the system quickly chimed in again. Theft successful. Item stolen. Boa Hancock's high heels. Theft successful. Item stolen. Conqueror's hockey. Theft successful. Item stolen. Supreme Great Sword, Shu Sui. Su Yun was utterly stunned, staring wide-eyed at the items that had appeared out of thin air. No way. Shu Sui and Conqueror's hockey, he muttered to himself. Did I just steal from Whitebeard? Su Yun stared intently at the Kanjiunch sword and the Conqueror's hockey, his eyes shining with barely contained excitement. As for the Empress high heels, he didn't spare them a glance, grumbling inwardly. How many times do I have to say it? I'm not some fetishist. This system is just ridiculous. Conqueror's hacketh mark of a true king can be gained through training, but was an innate force of will. In its presence, those with weak resolve would crumble, paralyzed by fear, or even faint just from a single glance. Then there was Kanjiunch, one of the 12 supreme grade swords, once the personal weapon of Edward Newgate. Its power was beyond question. At last, I've collected all 3 types of hockey. Su Yun was overwhelmed with excitement, already picturing future scenarios in his mind whenever he ran into minor characters, head blast them with Conqueror's hockey, and sweep them aside with ease. He could almost see crowds of enemies falling before him. As for Kanjiunch, the reputation of this legendary blade spoke for itself. Now that Su Yun had mastered sun breathing, he needed a worthy weapon to channel his power, and Kanjiunch was the perfect fit. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. The anticipation was like a shot of adrenaline, giving him hope amid the increasingly tough days. After a moment, Su Yun calmed himself. He knew his situation at Tianming Academy was growing more precarious, especially with mounting pressure from the 4 major families. He had to get stronger. Extract Conqueror's hockey. Rumble. Above Tianming Academy and even across all of Longduth, clouds began to churn violently, radiating a suffocating pressure. The Academy's mighty warriors looked up in astonishment, watching as dark clouds gathered from all directions. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing's expression changed sharply. What a terrifying presence. This is on par with the kings of the myriad races. Could it be? His eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he vanished from his spot, his spiritual force spreading like a massive net over the entire academy. But the phenomenon lasted less than a minute before fading away. The whole academy was thrown into an uproar. That aura was terrifying, like kneeling subjects before a true king. I felt like if those clouds pressed down any harder, would all be crushed to death. What on earth just happened? The academy's top fighters discussed it in shock, while the warrior and commander level students barely noticed anything. They simply weren't strong enough to sense such overwhelming power. In the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun slowly opened his eyes. Outwardly, nothing seemed to have changed, but when he glanced around, there was now a commanding, almost regal confidence in his gaze. You'd better not mess with me. My Conqueror's hockey doesn't discriminate. Su Yun laughed heartily. Just then, Dongfang Taiwei returned, humming a tune. Teacher, how did it go? Su Yun asked eagerly. With me here? It was nothing, Dongfang Taiwei replied, brimming with confidence. Su Yun leaned in and whispered. So, how many merit points did you get? Well, back when the pavilion was at its peak, we earned several million merit points a year, Dongfang Taiwei said, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes, though he kept smiling. Back then, there were more people, more elixirs, and we sold to both Tianming Academy and other places. Su Yun couldn't help but swallow hard. Millions of merit points. If he had that much, he could easily reach the commander level. Dongfang Taiwei gave him a gentle knock on the head and laughed. It's just the 2 of us now, and some people aren't willing to give us more. Humph. Once I'm capable, they'll get you as much funding as you want. Su Yun huffed. Dongfang Taiwei chuckled. All right, I'll hold you to that. With that, the 2 of them returned to their daily routine of studying alchemy. In the main building of the Superman division, Su Yun was quietly attending class. Teacher Xiong announced, starting this afternoon, the bright list will officially open. All the students' eyes lit up at once. The launch of the Guangming ranking signals that competition among students is about to heat up. This list is also known as the genius ranking. Anyone not on it is considered mediocre. If you can't make the list, you're just an ordinary person. Teacher, is there any benefit to making it onto the Guangming ranking? Su Yun raised his hand and asked. Some students who weren't fond of Su Yun secretly laughed, thinking, this guy is so practical. Students on the Guangming ranking receive merit points every month. The higher you rank, the more points you get, Teacher Xiong patiently explained. Additionally, your ranking also affects the funding for your department, division, or hall. Su Yun nodded, but quickly lost interest. He had already heard that students near the bottom of the list only received a few dozen, maybe 100 merit points each month less than what he could earn in a single day selling medicine. However, Su Yun overlooked one important fact. Those who focused solely on cultivation depended on these merit points to make a living. Special professions like alchemists and blacksmiths made much more, but their work was tightly controlled by major organizations, making it difficult to sell valuable items independently. Su Yun was an exception. Dongfang Taiwei had long since lifted any restrictions on him, could do as he pleased. As soon as class ended, a student suddenly shouted, "The Guangming ranking is open." Students from all 4 departments rushed out, looking up at the sky above the academy. A hum filled the air as auspicious energy descended and purple light swept in from the east, spreading in all directions. A dazzling, radiant ranking list slowly drifted down from the sky. It looked as smooth and precious as the finest silk, carved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and noble atmosphere. The Guangming ranking unfurled, displaying the names of the top 100 students. 1. Feng Luoxiao. 2. Wang Yunting. 3. Li Tiangang. 4. Ding Hao. 5. Lu Huina. 68. Wan Pingyi. 98. Mo Du. 99. Piluoming Mok. 100. Gong Pao. These 100 students were the most talented at Tianming Academy. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the Guangming ranking. Today, the list would undergo a major overhaul. Countless students had been waiting for this day. If you could break into the top 50, you might attract the attention of a powerful figure, making your future much brighter. Many had quietly worked hard for a whole year, hoping to make a name for themselves in one go. How did a foreigner make it onto the list? Su Yun asked in surprise. He's a mixed blood, grade A talent, hardworking and strong, Kuke explained. Su Yun nodded. On Blue Star, weak nations no longer existed, and the strong had formed alliances to resist the pressure from the myriad battlefields. In the rear, talents were nurtured, and while there were occasional minor conflicts, they were nothing serious. On the front lines, however, there could be no internal strife at all, or the consequences would be dire. As a result, China would sometimes send its talents to train in other countries, and other nations would send their own to study in China. Kuke looked at Su Yun and asked, "Are you going to challenge anyone? I'll see how it goes. If I run into someone I know, I probably won't fight." Su Yun shrugged. He was on good terms with Gong Pao, so there was no need for a confrontation. But if he came across anyone from the 4 major clans, well, he definitely wouldn't hold back. In the Divine Pavilion, Wang Can spoke in a low voice. "If Su Yun shows any sign of breaking into the bright ranking, do everything you can to stop him." "Yes, sir." Wang Li and the others replied in unison. A cold glint flashed in Wang Can's eyes as he added, "Even if you have to lower your own rankings, do it. Understood?" "Understood." His gaze was sharp as a blade, and his tone left no room for doubt. Su Yun must not make it onto the bright ranking. If he gets funding, he'll grow at an alarming rate. Stop him at all costs. He took a deep breath, his thoughts lingering. If you get the chance to challenge him to a life-or-death duel, all the better. Meanwhile, at the Lu family, Lu Guang had issued the same order. "Can I ask why we're targeting Su Yun?" Someone asked quietly. Lu Guang's expression was calm and his gaze was icy as he replied, "You don't need to know. Just follow orders." The person fell silent, saying no more. Lu Guang turned to a man and a woman ahead of him, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Tian Xian, a Mao. You're currently ranked 87th and 83rd. Find a chance to drop your rankings." The two nodded silently, a hint of coldness in their eyes, without any objection. At the Feng family, although there had been no direct conflict between the Feng family and Su Yun yet, tensions had been brewing because of the secret medicine pavilion. The Feng family director, dressed in a pale golden robe, stood with his back to everyone, his silent presence stifling the air. Su Yun must not make the rankings. His voice was low and decisive. If he ends up crippled, the divine pavilion's medicine can heal him. If he can never cultivate again, the Feng family will see to his care for the rest of his life. At the Ding family, the Ding family director, tall and imposing, took a long drag from his cigar and exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking softly. "Take him out." "Don't worry, Grandpa." Ding Lei replied with a cold smile. "I understand." The director looked at Ding Lei with satisfaction in his eyes. This boy has real talent. He'll achieve great things in the future. If Su Yun won't make a move, force him to. Ding Lei nodded, a cold smile still on his lips. At the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun was focused on refining pills, with Dongfang Taiwei offering careful guidance nearby. "As important as a pill master's skills are, your connections are just as vital," Dongfang Taiwei said seriously. "If you can leverage your strengths to win over powerful allies, you'll avoid a lot of trouble. Breaking warrior pills are a good example." "Teacher, aren't those top-tier yellow-grade pills?" "I haven't learned them yet," Su Yun said, puzzled. "It's just an analogy." Dongfang Taiwei rolled his eyes. "You can use similar strategies to attract people." As their session ended, Dongfang Taiwei suddenly warned, "Be careful these days." Su Yun frowned in confusion. "Careful about what?" "Unless I'm mistaken, the 4 major families will team up to block your path to the rankings," Dongfang Taiwei said, his expression grave. Su Yun just smiled, unconcerned. So what if I make the rankings? Is it easier than selling medicine? Making the rankings will give you more funding, Dongfang Taiwei replied with a smile. As Su Yun swept the floor, he said, I'm fine with things as they are. You're already investing all your resources in me, teacher. Dongfang Taiwei could only shake his head with a wry smile. That's true enough. Su Yun felt perfectly content earning his own money, spending it as he pleased, and even buying wine for his teacher. What could be better? Besides, his cultivation was already nearing the late 5-star stage, and he was planning to infiltrate the mixed blood sect to make a fortune. In the afternoon, there was a dramatic shakeup in the bright ranking, with spots 90 through 100 constantly changing hands, and the crowd frequently erupting in surprise. Amid this atmosphere, Ding Lei was quietly making arrangements. Lei, there are only 4 people currently connected to Su Yun. Who are they? Ding Lei asked, frowning. Kuke, a 7-star warrior with an grade Superman talent, Sound Shell, Song E, a half-step 8-star warrior with an grade Spirit Beast talent, Soft Metal Beast, Li Chunzu, an 8-star warrior with an grade Spirit Weapon talent, Army Sword Body, and Gong Pao, likely in the late 8-star stage with an grade Spirit Weapon talent, Tiger Cannon. Ding Lei silently analyzed the situation. If they wanted to go after Su Yun, the targets were already clear. One person reported the details. Ding Lei stood at the center of the crowd, his gaze cold as ice. He raised his hand slightly, signaling for his subordinates to quiet down. Focus your attacks on Kuke and force Su Yun to intervene, Ding Lei said, his voice low but commanding. Everyone else, get involved too, make it a relay battle if you have to. Yes, Brother Lei. The dozen or so people around him responded in unison, excitement flashing in their eyes. Among them were several 8-star fighters, and even a few who had reached the 9-star level. Their strength was undeniable. At that moment, Kuke stepped out of the main hall, looking tired but satisfied. He had just completed a task and earned 10 merit points, a decent reward for someone new like him. Are you from the Superman division too? A stranger's voice interrupted Kuke's thoughts. He turned to see a burly upperclassman eyeing him. Kuke found it odd but nodded politely. Yes, senior. The upperclassman looked him up and down, frowning at Kuke's slender frame. That can't be right. All the Superman division guys are built like tanks. Why are you so skinny? Kuke felt annoyed but kept his composure. I'm still growing. He replied evenly, though a hint of irritation crept into his tone. Just then, Ding Lei approached with a group. He frowned at the upperclassman and asked, What are you trying to do to my junior? Kuke was taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes. Was Ding Lei actually standing up for him? Not long ago, Ding Lei had nearly come to blows with Su Yun. The upperclassman chuckled awkwardly. Brother Ding, I'm just trying to make a breakthrough and wanted to spar with someone. Is that so? Ding Lei nodded, then looked at Kuke, his voice suddenly gentle. It's just practice. Quebec sparring will do you good. But Kuke started to explain, but Ding Lei's gaze suddenly turned sharp as a blade. Show some pride in the Superman division. When someone challenges you, you answer. Ding Lei's voice was no longer gentle, now carrying an unmistakable order. It's fine, Brother Lei is watching. Don't be a coward, don't embarrass the Superman division. Take the challenge. The crowd around Ding Lei began to jeer, their voices growing louder and louder. Kuke felt an invisible pressure descend on him, like a mountain pressing on his shoulders. He didn't understand why he had suddenly become the face of the Superman division, but at this moment, he had no choice. If he refused, he'd never be able to show his face here again. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Ding Lei's lips. He wanted everyone to know that anyone connected to Su Yun was doomed. From the very start, Kuke never stood a chance. Bang! The upperclassman lunged forward, his fists coated in icy frost, aiming straight for Kuke's face. Kuke let out a high-frequency sound wave, forming a translucent barrier in front of him. But in the next instant, the frosty fists smashed through the barrier like it was nothing, slamming hard into Kuke's stomach. Bang! Kuke's face turned bright red as he crashed to the ground like a broken kite, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Pathetic. I thought you'd be strong since you're close to Su Yun, but you're just weak. The upperclassman stood over him, sneering. He lifted his dirt-covered boot and stomped on Kuke's face, then kicked down, breaking Kuke's fingers. The pain jolted Kuke awake from unconsciousness, his eyes wide with shock, veins bulging on his forehead. Yeah, that's enough. A fight is a fight, but there's no need to trample someone's dignity. Someone in the crowd shouted in protest. Yao ignored him completely, grabbing Kuke by the collar and slapping his deformed face. Kid, remember this, and try to mix in with just anyone. With that, he tossed Kuke off the stage like garbage, landing right at Ding Lei's feet. The crowd stepped back, sensing what was really going on. What a disgrace to the Superman division, Ding Lei sneered as he glanced down at the battered Quebec. If I were you, I'd never show my face at Tianming Academy again. With that, Ding Lei led his group away, leaving chaos behind. At the same time, Li Chunju, Gong Pao, and even Song Yi were also being challenged by different people. After the Guangming list was announced, fights on campus became even more frequent. When Su Yun walked into the classroom with a fried dough stick in his mouth, he was met with a series of knowing, mocking glances. He was used to this by now. After all, these wealthy kids had never treated him kindly. Kuke is badly injured and won't be coming to class today, Teacher Xiong announced as he entered the room. Su-Yun frowned. In his memory, Kuke was always a quiet, gentle person. How could he suddenly be seriously hurt? Teacher, what happened to Kuke? He got injured sparring with someone yesterday, Teacher Xiong replied, giving Su-Yun a meaningful look. If you don't have the strength but still insist on fighting, you have to bear the consequences. You should have seen how miserable he looked. Someone snickered from the crowd, their tone laced with sarcasm. That's what you get for hanging around certain people. Su-Yun's expression darkened instantly. If they couldn't beat him, they'd start targeting those around him. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. When class ended, he blocked the group's path. What? Want to end up in detention again? One of them sneered. Without warning, Su-Yun struck like lightning, his fingers clamping around someone's neck like iron. Blood began to seep between his fingers. Shut up. He'll ask the questions, you answer. If you don't, you'll all regret it. The others started to speak, but Su-Yun's murderous aura left them speechless. Whose idea was it? Ding Ding Lei. The person in his grip stammered. He said everyone close to you should suffer. Who actually did it? Yao Feng. Su-Yun let go, sweeping his cold gaze over the group. If I hear any more of your nonsense, I don't care who's backing you, will take every one of you down. Later, in the regular dorms, Su-Yun's anger only grew when he saw Kuke lying on his bed. Kuke's fingers were broken, his right eye was bruised, and his breathing was weak. I'm sorry. You got dragged into this because of me, Su-Yun said quietly. It's fine. He'll be all right after a few months of rest. Kuke managed a weak smile. That wasn't sparring, they were clearly out to kill him. One roommate said angrily. Su-Yun took 3 bottles of pills from his pocket and placed them by the bed. These are bone healing pills, minor recovery pills, and purification pills. He handed another bottle of minor recovery pills to the roommate. Take care of him for me. Su-Yun, don't do anything rash. Kuke pleaded. This is obviously a trap set for you. Su-Yun stared at Kuke's pale face, his eyes unwavering. I know. If they want to force my hand, then let them try. Looking at his friend's battered body, Su-Yun had only one thought left. Fight. Fight back hard. We have to beat them until they're all terrified. Only then is it enough. Kuke lay alone on his dorm bed, staring through the ceiling as he muttered to himself. Trouble, it's coming again. After leaving the regular dormitory, Su-Yun headed straight for the supply hall. He spent 1,000 merit points to exchange for a vial of dark red demon blood essence. Once he learned where Yao Feng was, he made his way directly toward him. At that moment, Yao Feng was laughing and joking with a group of friends. 50 merit points from Ding Lei just for teaching that loser a lesson, what a deal. He bragged smugly. Yao, Su-Yun's coming, someone whispered a warning. Yao Feng looked up to see Su-Yun approaching at a steady pace, a faint, cold smile on his face. So you're Yao Feng, the one who hurt Kuke? Su-Yun asked, his expression warm and friendly. What, here for payback? Yao Feng sneered. No, isn't it normal for a weakling like Kuke to lose? Su-Yun waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, I can't stand that coward. You did well, so I brought you a little gift. Yao Feng was momentarily confused, and a crowd had already gathered, eager to watch the scene unfold. He assumed Su-Yun wouldn't dare make a move in public, but he was very, very wrong. Just a few steps from Yao Feng, a burst of scorching alchemical fire erupted in Su-Yun's hand. With a thunderous boom, the powerful shockwave sent everyone nearby flying. Yao Feng, you little rat, how dare you ambush me? Su-Yun roared, lunging at Yao Feng. The two of them tumbled into a brawl, and soon others were dragged into the chaos. Before Yao Feng could even react, he was swept up in the pandemonium. The enforcement squad arrived quickly. Their leader's voice was cold and commanding. Take them all away. Why are you arresting me? He started it. Yao Feng protested. Still talking back? You're all going in, the officer replied icily. A faint, chilling smile played at Su-Yun's lips. The heavy iron door of the detention room slammed shut, plunging Su-Yun, Yao Feng, and over a dozen others into darkness. Just as Yao Feng was about to speak, a dazzling golden light suddenly illuminated the space. Su-Yun had activated his 9-tailed demon fox form. Demonic claws stretched out from Su-Yun's back, pinning Yao Feng and his gang firmly against the wall. It's hard to make a move outside, but in here, I have no such worries. A savage gleam danced in Su-Yun's blood-red eyes. Are you ready? The sound of bones breaking echoed through the room, and soon, blood stained the floor of the detention cell. Su-Yun forced them to swallow bone-mending pills, making them endure the agony of their bones shattering and healing over and over. Please, stop. We know we were wrong. Yao Feng and the others begged in misery, dropping to their knees. But all they got in return were 2 cold words from Su-Yun. Keep going. Desperate screams filled the detention cell, but no one outside could hear them. Have you heard? Su-Yun has been sent to solitary confinement again. The news spread quickly among the students, sparking heated discussions about his latest clash with Yao Feng's group. In the hallway, students gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, some shaking their heads in sympathy. others gloating over his misfortune. When Ding Lei heard the news, he burst out laughing, a sinister glint in his eyes. He finally lost his cool. This is the perfect chance for us to take him down. Those around him eagerly agreed. What started as a minor dispute should have only led to one day in solitary, according to the rules. But as the enforcers approached the confinement room, a strong smell of blood hit them, making their faces go pale. Did Suyun kill someone in there? The moment they opened the door, they gasped at the scene before them. Blood covered almost every inch of the walls, and the stench was overwhelming. Yao Feng and over a dozen others stood behind Su Yun, their faces drained of color and their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been sucked out. Su Yun, however, smiled calmly. We just had a friendly conversation. Then what's with all the blood? One of the enforcers asked, his voice trembling. Oh, I thought the white walls were too plain. I wanted to add some color, Su Yun replied nonchalantly, shrugging. The enforcer turned to Yao Feng and the others. Did he beat you? Yao Feng finally reacted, but his eyes were filled not with hope, but with deep fear. No, it was our fault for running our mouths. We were wrong. He blurted out, desperate to explain. Seeing their reaction, the enforcers decided not to press further and told them they could leave. But Yao Feng and his group stood frozen until Su Yun nodded, finally giving them permission to move. What shocked the enforcers even more was that the group immediately dropped to their knees as soon as they left the room, bowing to Su Yun over and over. Ancestor Su Yun, we're leaving now. News of the incident quickly reached the regular dorms. Ku Kei stared in disbelief as Yao Feng and the others took turns visiting, some bringing gifts, others offering merit points, and some even kneeling and begging for forgiveness. When Ku Kei asked what happened, they reacted as if they'd seen a ghost, clutching their ears and fleeing in terror. Su Yun's methods. Ku Kei swallowed hard. Looks like Ding Lei and his crew are in for a world of trouble. In the sacred spirit realm, two statues watched as Su Yun arrived again. The eagle statue teased, Kid, you're already thinking of using your second chance at 5 stars? The whale statue spoke in a grave tone. Little Su Yun, are you aiming to jump straight to 7 stars? Standing up for your friends is admirable, but you need to consider the consequences. Consequences? Su Yun chuckled, his eyes full of determination. Su Yun shook his head with a faint smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'd love nothing more than a fight to the death. I just hope they have the guts. With that, he strode into the secret realm, his back straight and resolute. The stone eyes of the eagle statue swiveled, its voice tinged with surprise. Is this kid really human? His killing intent is even stronger than those on the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Did Tianming Academy recruit a genius, or a harbinger of slaughter? The whale statue sighed helplessly, its stone eyes gazing silently into the air. The void rippled slightly, like water disturbed, and quickly settled. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing slowly opened his eyes, hesitation flickering across his face as he furrowed his brow. In the warrior's sector of the sacred spirit secret realm, Su Yun clenched his fingers, crushing the blood essence of the ghost-marked demon clan. Scarlet energy spread through the air. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to cultivate with all his might. Before entering the secret realm, he had seen Li Chunju, Gong Pao, and Song Yi. Each had their own strengths and hidden cards. None were seriously injured, but all had run into some trouble. Ding Lei, I have no interest in playing dirty. Su Yun's eyes burned with violent intent, gradually turning red as a wicked grin curled at his lips. But I'll make you pay. They'll make you fear me for the rest of your life. Breath of the sun. Inhale. Exhale. The essence and rich spiritual energy from the blood essence surged into Su Yun's body like a flood. He felt the bottleneck at mid-5-star warrior loosen, and then he broke through to the late stage. Without pausing, Su Yun crushed more blood essence, drawing in more energy, and continuing his intensive cultivation in seclusion. The 4 great clans quickly learned that Su Yun had used his second chance in the secret realm. They exchanged knowing, mocking smiles. Su Yun's desperate. Without reaching 7 stars, he can't challenge the bright list. He can't stand to see his friends suffer, so he's pushing himself. He's biting off more than he can chew. The geniuses on the list are even more terrifying. Forcing a breakthrough will only destabilize his foundation, won't be a threat for long. Tell everyone to get ready to do everything possible to block Su Yun. Their eyes gleamed with scheming intent. Within the academy, everyone knew about the conflict between Su Yun and Ding Lei. It was also clear that once Su Yun emerged from seclusion, a confrontation was inevitable. The atmosphere grew tenser by the day, like a storm about to break. How foolish, what's the rush? Lin Sihua slammed the table in frustration, deeply dissatisfied. Zheng Yu frowned as well, his voice low and serious. That kid always seemed calm. Why would he make such a rash decision? Both of them had high hopes for Su Yun, each hoping to take him on as a personal disciple. Dongfang Taiwei sat silently on the sofa. Having spent so much time with Su Yun, he knew his student inside and out. Aren't you his teacher? Why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to say something? Lin Sihua complained, her tone full of reproach. Dongfang Taiwei glanced at her and replied softly, He's facing double pressure, one from his humble background, and one from me. If these challenges can make him grow faster, it's all worth it. Aren't you worried the pressure will be too much? Zheng Yu snorted coldly. Dongfang Taiwei answered calmly. If he's crippled, we'll take care of him. If he's hurt, we'll make medicine for him. If he still feels pressure fighting those at his own level, he stood up, his tone suddenly bright and decisive. Then he deserves to lose. At that moment, Lin Sihua and Zheng Yu seemed to see a younger Dongfang Taibold, fierce, and unafraid to take risks. The sky was heavy as iron, wild winds howling, and occasional dry thunder rumbled through the clouds. A crowd had already gathered in front of the secret realm, all waiting for Su Yun to emerge. 12 hours, this kid's really going all out. The eagle statue squawked in surprise. He's dead set on reaching 7 stars, the whale statue sighed. He's coming out. Suddenly, the portal spun and burst into dazzling light. Su Yun strode out, his gaze sweeping over the assembled teachers and students like lightning. The wind whipped his black hair as he looked on with boundless arrogance. From this day forward, all those so-called elite heirs, I'll crush every single one beneath my feet. The teachers and students at the entrance quickly pulled out their communicators and sent the same message. Su Yun is out of seclusion. Within the academy, turmoil erupted. Thunder rumbled dully in the sky as students and teachers all turned their eyes in one direction. Su Yun had emerged from seclusion. Su Yun, if you want to make it onto the rankings, you'll have to get past me first. Several top talents from the bright list blocked his path, their eyes gleaming with challenge. In an instant, more than a dozen people gathered in the street, clearly a premeditated ambush. Su Yun stopped, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So, a fight to the death then? His words hit like a sledgehammer, freezing the mocking smiles on the faces of his opponents. They were only here to wear him down, a task worth a few hundred merit points a month, not to risk their lives. Su Yun, it's just a friendly match. There's no need for a life or death struggle. A teacher quickly tried to mediate. Your surname? Su Yun looked at him coldly. Feng, the teacher replied, forcing a smile. Su Yun nodded. Since teacher Feng suggested it, let's make it a sparring match. All of you, come at once. The crowd gasped. One person facing off against more than a dozen top fighters? Even with SS level talent, could Su Yun, who had just broken through to 7 stars, really handle this? Gong Pao and Li Chunzi tried to dissuade him, but Su Yun simply smiled calmly. I'm busy today and don't have time to waste. His dismissive attitude completely enraged his opponents. All at once, over a dozen level talents unleashed their power, ready to attack. At that critical moment, Su Yun's black eyes narrowed. In an instant, a domineering, overwhelming aura swept through the entire area like a tidal wave. The air trembled, and faint arcs of electricity flickered. For a heartbeat, it was as if the entire Tianming Academy stood still. On the dueling platform, Su Yun's opponents, who had been so aggressive just moments before, now lay sprawled on the ground, their eyes glazed and foam at their lips, knocked out cold by nothing more than a single look from Su Yun. Right on cue, the system notification sounded. Ding. The host has defeated 15 senior students, acquired 23 basic divine hands, and 17 intermediate divine hands. The entire crowd fell silent, disbelief written on every face. This level of strength was beyond their imagination. This wasn't just some special ability. It was the aura of a true king, a sovereign presence that looked down on the world. On a rooftop not far away, dozens of figures appeared quietly, all of them among the top 50 on the bright list. Not only that, but teachers, board members, and elders of the academy were also secretly watching. Zhang Zhongqing's expression changed dramatically as he finally understood the source of the disturbance from the other day. So it was him. As the echoes of the fierce battle faded, everyone made their way toward the secret realm. The whale statue gazed into the distance, letting out a rare sigh. He's decisive and fearless, with a deep hatred for evil. If he truly unites Blue Star, no one will dare to oppose him. The eagle statue beside it was shocked. Are you saying he's a true hero? That's exactly the kind of leader Blue Star needs. The whale statue replied in a deep voice. But in this world, admiration always comes with envy and fear. Members of the powerful Wang and Lu families could no longer hold back. He's just a mere 7-star warrior, yet he's already shining so brightly. What will happen in the future? We have to eliminate him before he grows stronger. They quickly gave orders. Lower your rankings at once and focus all efforts on stopping him. On the arena stage, Su Yun stood tall, surrounded by an almost tangible aura of dominance. He looked down at the crowd, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Who else wants to challenge me? Ding Lei was about to step forward, but a middle-aged man stopped him. Right now, his momentum is unstoppable. Let someone else wear down his spirit first, the man whispered. I don't need tricks like that. Ding Lei protested, clearly unhappy. You absolutely cannot lose. The middle-aged man's tone was firm. Ding Lei could only glare coldly at the stage in silence. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "I'll go." Everyone turned toward the voice, and someone immediately recognized the challenger. Feng Jiao, you're ranked 97th, are you just picking on him? Feng Jiao ignored the comment and strode onto the stage. Just look at the bright list. At that moment, Feng Jiao's name had already disappeared from the ranking sheet, had deliberately dropped his position just to take on Su Yun. This scene infuriated the students from humble backgrounds. Shameless. Is this how you treat a newcomer? Is this how the noble families suppress us? Many others could only sigh in resignation. Su Yun's eyes grew even colder, but he managed to smile at Feng Jiao. Senior Feng, please. Very well. Feng Jiao answered with a shout. Instantly, his entire body radiated a dazzling white light as he summoned a silver-white battle blade. Wherever the blade passed, the arena surface turned to dust. Cyclone Silver Moon Slash. Feng Jiao shot forward like lightning, his blade shining as brightly as the Milky Way. Observation Hockey. Su Yun effortlessly tracked the trajectory of the attack, moving gracefully through the flurry of blade strikes. Then, his fist, wrapped in jet-black armament hockey, as hard as steel, struck straight at Feng Jiao's face. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Feng Jiao was sent flying off the stage like a rag doll. His face was unrecognizable, his nose crushed, front teeth missing, eyes bulging, utterly defeated. The entire arena fell silent. It was as if everyone's heart had stopped. Feng Jiao, ranked 97th, had been defeated in a single move. Ding! The system notification sounded. The host has defeated Feng Jiao and received intermediate hand of the gods X4. Is Feng Jiru weak? Absolutely not. He has an A-level talent and has received full support from his family. He broke into the Guangming list last year and held his place for an entire year. Yet today he was taken out in a single punch by a freshman. Junior Su, I'd like to learn from you if you don't mind. Before the words had even faded, another challenger quickly stepped onto the stage. It was Zhu Ting. As expected, he had lowered his own ranking just to challenge Su Yun. These people really had no bottom line. Below the stage, students from humble backgrounds gritted their teeth, anger burning in their eyes. On the platform, Zhu Ting stood tall in a dark blue combat suit, his features striking and handsome. His orange eyes were mysterious, as if hiding endless danger. Please. Su Yun's expression was cold and indifferent. He knew that if they were going to stand in his way, they'd better be ready to pay the price. Disintegration. Zhu Ting roared, and a surge of orange energy burst from his palm, slamming into the arena. Instantly, the platform trembled as if a giant stone was being shattered, shaking violently. The specially made sand and stone seemed to turn soft and unstable, making it hard to keep one's footing. Ultra Mini-Tailed Beast Bomb. Su Yun immediately entered Ninetales mode, a mass of black energy swirling in his palm. The fierce aura shook the air, making the entire space seem to tremble. Everyone watching felt a chill run down their spines. Sensing that terrifying energy, Zhu Ting's expression changed, and he shouted, "Blood Sand Warrior." The sand around him instantly gathered, turning a deep crimson. The darker the sand, the paler Zhu Ting's face became. The students and teachers below were stunned. This was no longer a friendly match, but a fight to the death. The crimson sand rapidly formed a Nini-meter-tall humanoid statue. In its left hand was a massive sword, in its right, a shield. Its presence was overwhelming. With a thunderous crash, the Blood Sand Warrior raised its shield to block, while its sand sword lunged forward, sending a storm of sand sweeping across the arena. Su Yun's eyes were icy. Without hesitation, he hurled the tailed beast bomb. The black energy erupted, consuming everything in its path, and smashed into the Blood Sand Warrior's shield. Bang! The Blood Sand Warrior staggered, its giant form nearly losing balance. Then, a deafening boom echoed overhead as sand exploded everywhere. Zhu Ting was sent flying like a broken kite. Blood spraying from his body, was barely conscious. Zhu Ting, defeated. Another instant knockout. The students from humble backgrounds were overwhelmed with emotion, many with tears in their eyes as if all their long-held frustration had finally found a release. Dinglei, are you a coward, or what? If you've got the guts, I'm right here. Get up here now. Su Yun's voice cut through the air like a knife. Instantly, the atmosphere in the arena shifted, all eyes locked on him. At this moment, he seemed almost godlike, standing alone against the elite families. The students from poor backgrounds were in awe, their excitement surging like a tidal wave. Some of the seniors' eyes turned red with emotion, their suppressed anger and resentment finally bubbling over. After years of being crushed by the elite, they had at last found their outlet. Boom! A surge of powerful spiritual energy rippled through the air, making it hard to breathe. Ding Lei's burly figure appeared before the crowd, his gaze fierce and predatory like a tiger released from its cage, his hostility clear for all to see. The students at the edge of the platform felt a chill run straight to their bones. SS-level talent. Superhuman-type magic diamond spirit, said to have the strongest defense among warriors. Whispers ran through the crowd, fear impossible to hide. Even some junior warrior-level students doubted if they could even scratch him. Su Yun stared at Ding Lei, a cold glint in his eyes. He quickly assessed that Ding Lei's strength was at least at the late 8-star warrior level. But he didn't linger on Ding Lei. Instead, he looked elsewhere. Mo do. You were so loud last time today, it's your turn. Su Yun gave a cold, murderous smile. One by one, he would pay back every grudge and humiliation. I just happened to be the gatekeeper for the Guangming list. If I beat you, in moving up, Ding Lei said with a mocking sneer, his tone full of provocation. Su Yun shot back, I don't think you'll get that chance. Ding Lei's smile froze, his face twisting with rage. Suddenly, a layer of sparkling black diamond crystal appeared on his skin, its sharp gleam flashing in the sunlight like a ticking time bomb on the verge of exploding. With a single stride, Ding Lei shot forward like a cannonball. His massive frame traced a breathtaking arc through the air, completely shattering the stereotype that big men are slow. Every movement radiated overwhelming power, his explosive muscles making each action seem unstoppable. The sheer force of his presence made the surrounding students instinctively step back, their breathing growing strained. Heaven Splitter. With a furious roar, Ding Lei unleashed a heavy punch wrapped in a diamond-like radiance, the wind from his fist howling like a ship's horn. Facing this ferocious attack, Su Yun remained calm. Golden light blazed behind him, instantly condensing into razor-sharp demon fox claws, which lashed out to meet Ding Lei's iron fist heaten. Boom. The instant fist and claw collided, shockwaves rippled outward. To everyone's surprise, Ding Lei was forced back more than 10 steps, coming off the worse in this direct clash. He stared at Su Yun in disbelief, the side of his face now marked by black diamond-shaped patterns. Interesting. Ding Lei licked his lips, excitement blazing in his eyes. You're not as weak as I thought. Before he finished speaking, a 3-meter-long black iron staff appeared in his hands. Its ends were painted red and wrapped with golden rings, and a sparkling gem was set in the center. A low-tier Xin-level weapon, the Black Demon Staff. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Only freshmen from the most prestigious families had access to weapons of this caliber. Yet, Su Yun merely smiled knowingly. He released his nine-tails form, and a 5-meter-long massive blade materialized in his grip. The blade was coiled with black and red spiral patterns, a strip of white cloth tied to its hilt, thudding heavily against the ground. Its cold gleam seemed capable of cutting through anything. Want to use weapons? Su Yun swung that Song Yun blade lightly, stirring up a fierce wind. He'll play along. The crowd erupted in shock. It was clear Su Yun's weapon was on a whole different level from Ding Lei's. Let's see if you can withstand my staff. Ding Lei roared, his body now encased in black diamond armor. He leapt into the air, his black demon staff sheathed in a thick layer of black diamond, reminiscent of the legendary Rui Ijingu Bang wielded by the Monkey King. Diamond Devil Staff Strike. Under the terrifying pressure, the arena floor began to sink. Su Yun drew a deep breath, and a torrent of flames surged from within him. Yanghua Thrust. Flames spiraled around the Song Yun blade as it shot upward, colliding directly with Ding Lei's black demon staff in midair. In an instant, the black diamond shattered inch by inch, the staff exploding apart. The Song Yun blade sliced through everything in its path, piercing straight through Ding Lei's chest as blood blossomed in the air. On the stage, Kanjianqi pierced through Ding Lei's chest. Flames continued to scorch the layer of black diamond crystal, and Ding Lei let out harrowing screams of pain. With a cold flick of his blade, Su Yun tossed Ding Lei off the stage like a piece of trash. The teachers in the crowd rushed forward to check Ding Lei's injuries. After confirming they weren't fatal, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, Su Yun hadn't broken the academy's rule shed, simply taught Ding Lei a lesson. Members of the Ding family stood among the spectators, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing Ding Lei's miserable state, their killing aura nearly erupted. However, Su Yun remained unfazed. He knew that if any of them dared to make a move, the academy's teachers would intervene immediately. Ding. The system notification sounded. Host has defeated Ding Lei. Dropped. Advanced Hand of God 3. A faint smile tugged at Su Yun's lips as he rejoiced inwardly. As expected, fighting top-tier geniuses always pays off. Even the lowest reward is an advanced hand of God. He quickly wiped away his smile and scanned the arena. If anyone else has a problem, come find me. If you try any more tricks, it'll crush everyone in your department just like Ding Lei. His bold declaration stunned the entire crowd. Many stared in disbelief. In the distance, Yao Feng and the others trembled with fear. At this point, they'd rather face the battlefield of 10,000 races than confront the demon-like Su Yun. As Ding Lei was carried off for treatment, and the tension in the air began to ease, Su Yun suddenly shouted, "Mo do. Get up here." The crowd erupted in shock. Students and teachers exchanged glances. Was he really going to keep challenging people? According to the Bright List rankings, Su Yun had taken the 100th spot after defeating Ding Lei. Next up were Gong Pao at 99th, Piluoming Monk at 98th, and then Mo do at 97th. Haha, I forfeit. Gong Pao laughed, and quickly backed away. Piluoming gave an elegant gesture of invitation, his mixed blood good looks and black and gold short hair drawing screams from the girls. Su Yun cupped his fists in thanks. I appreciate it, gentlemen. Mo do, it's your turn now. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, locking onto Mo do. Mo gritted his teeth and glared bitterly at Gong Pao and Pil Yuoming. Although he had just broken through to early stage 9-star warrior, he really didn't want to face Su Yun. But with the situation as it was, he had no choice. At that moment, someone quietly slipped him a pill and whispered, "If things go south, take this." A sudden gust of wind swept the arena as Mo strode up onto the stage, hands behind his back. Azure wind blades swirled around him, slicing through the air with eerie ferocity. "Did you really think the geniuses on the bright list have no trump cards?" Mo said coldly. Su Yun didn't reply. He simply tightened his grip on Kanjiunki, coating the blade with armament hockey. The blade angled toward the ground, leaving a swift scar across the arena floor. Mode's expression changed instantly as he roared, "Wind prison." Boom. A surge of blue-green light exploded, and countless blades of wind rained down in sheets, layer upon layer, quickly forming a 10-meter-high tornado of razor-sharp wind. Inside, the wind blades churned with terrifying intensity. Anything caught within would be shredded to dust in an instant. The sheer destructive power was like a natural disaster in the making. Everyone watching couldn't help but react in shock, drawing sharp breaths. No wonder it's the elemental path. When it comes to power, range, and destruction, no other path can compare. Compared to this colossal tornado, Su Yun looked insignificant, like a grain of sand in the ocean. The crowd had already resigned themselves to his defeat. But Su Yun gripped his Tsung Yun blade tightly, eyes fierce. He suddenly stepped forward, raising the blade high above his head, and brought it down with thunderous force. One slash to split the heavens and earth. Crack! The terrifying tornado was cleaved in two by Su Yun's strike. In an instant, the winds dissolved, the howling ceased, and the arena fell silent, as if nothing had ever happened. All eyes turned to Mode. A deep, bone-revealing wound split his chest, blood gushing out as he coughed up more, barely hanging on to life. Ding! The system notification sounded. "You have defeated Mode and received Advanced Hand of God 2. The entire crowd was stunned. Not just the students and teachers, but even the board members, elders, and the headmaster felt a chill run down their spines. Damn! He crossed 2 levels and finished Mode with a single strike? Is that weapon on the earth tier? Zhang Zhongqing's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Damn that Dongfang Taiyue, always whining about being broke. Where did his disciple get a weapon like that? Damn it. Dongfang Taiyue himself was dumbfounded, eyes filled with disbelief. Good grief. Even I wouldn't have dared do this when I was young, taking down the top talents of 4 great clans in one day. As he muttered in shock, a surge of pride also welled up inside him. That's my disciple, outshining the master. Below the stage, Wang Li shook with rage at Mode's critical injury, shouting, "Su Yun, are you insane?" Su Yun shot him a cold glare, his voice calm but brimming with menace. "Not convinced. He'll take you down too." Wang Li felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat breaking out on his back. This guy's a true lunatic. If it weren't for the Academy's rules, he'd probably have killed half the people here already. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Guang gritted his teeth and whispered to 2 Lu family disciples, "Get ready. I don't believe he's not exhausted. We must stop him, no matter the cost." Yet, to everyone's surprise, after defeating Mode, Su Yun didn't continue challenging others. He simply jumped off the stage with a relaxed smile. "That's enough for today. I've had my fun." The crowd twitched at his words. He just leaves after getting his fill? "Su Yun, since you want to challenge the great clans, don't run away." Someone shouted angrily. Su Yun turned back, grinning innocently. "According to the Bright List rules, there's a 3-day protection period after making the list. We'll talk again on the 4th day." The man was left speechless. Su Yun was right. In the end, everyone could only watch as Su Yun walked away. Today, the reputation of the great clans had been utterly trampled by him. The so-called clan prodigies were taken out in a single move. The so-called divine pavilion geniuses were seriously injured with one slash. He was practically an unstoppable force of chaos. Now things are getting interesting. Some of the elders actually chuckled, eyes glinting with anticipation. In their view, Su Yun's arrival was a good thing. The academy has grown lazy and complacent over the years. It's time for a shakeup. Su Yun made a spectacular entrance, and those eager to challenge the Guangming rankings were starting to get restless. However, no one could hope to imitate Su Yun's wild and reckless fighting style. It was unique and truly deserved its reputation. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue ran his hands over Su Yun, muttering under his breath, "Not a single scratch on you. How strange." "Teacher, am unbeatable," Su Yun replied seriously, looking him in the eye. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes widened. He suddenly smacked Su Yun, making him wince in pain. "Unbeatable, huh?" he snapped. Su Yun pouted but didn't dare talk back. Recently, Dongfang Taiyue had been feeling that Su Yun was drawing too much attention. He needed to tone it down. Being too high profile wouldn't just attract the academy's interest, even factions from outside might start targeting him. Dongfang Taiyue said sternly, "For now, just stay here and focus on your studies. Don't cause any more trouble outside." Su Yun nodded obediently. Just then, the doors to the pavilion swung open and Lin Sihua walked in with a smile. "Hello, Pavilion Master Lin. Su Yun greeted politely, standing up. Lin Sihua grinned. Old Dongfang is right. Why don't you learn some forging from me for a while? Su Yun was stunned and quickly looked at his teacher. Learning a craft isn't a bad idea. At least you won't starve if you end up as a blacksmith, Dongfang Taiwei said nonchalantly. Lin Sihua frowned in protest. I'm a master forger, not just some blacksmith. It's all the same, Dongfang Taiwei replied indifferently. In truth, both of them hoped that forging would help temper Su Yun's temperament and make him a bit more grounded. Su Yun looked aggrieved. He really didn't want to learn forging. There's a reason we want you to learn forging right now, Lin Sihua said, his tone turning serious. On the battlefield of the myriad races, our people are fighting every moment. Supplies from the rear are crucial. Besides, the passageways to the human realm have become unstable lately. Dongfang Taiyu's expression darkened. It's true. Things are getting complicated. A wary look flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Has war broken out between humans and the other races? As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere grew tense, as if a storm was about to break. Battlefield of the myriad races, outside the human realm passageway. Amid a vast mountain range, endless military camps stretched out like giant dragons winding across the land. Closest to the passage, towering palaces floated in the air, casting a heavy aura that seemed to suppress all directions. Outside the tents, tens of millions of soldiers were engaged in intense training. Others rested or meditated, creating a vibrant and bustling scene. The soldiers' eyes burned with killing intent, as if any creature passing by could be struck down in an instant. Suddenly, the sky collapsed, divine light flooding down, and multicolored petals drifted through the air like a deity descending. The void shook violently, scales of energy rippling through the air, and the threads of life intertwined in a storm. In the next moment, dragons surged out, shaking the heavens and earth, their might reverberating across the land. At the same time, demonic energy spread as rifts tore open in the sky. Swirling vortices of demonic light appeared, and figures began to emerge one after another. Gods, demons, dragons, major races all rushed to the borders of the human realm, and the shadow of war finally loomed over the land. Form ranks. The generals roared, and the soldiers snapped into formation, spiritual energy surging upward and piercing the clouds. Their eyes were fierce and unyielding, fixed on the encampments of the myriad races ahead. What is the meaning of this? A calm voice suddenly called out, slicing through the tension on the battlefield. In the void, dozens of human figures flashed into view like thunderbolts. At their head stood a tall man with sharp features, black hair, and black eyes. Dressed in crimson battle armor and carrying a massive blade on his back, his presence was as sharp as a heavenly sword, striking fear into the hearts of all the other races. Dragon King Sha, are you really planning to keep all the treasures you found recently in the abyssal sea of the human realm for yourself? An elder from the god race spoke, his gaze dark and accusing. King Shalong spoke calmly. Those who are destined will obtain it. This has always been the way of the world. Suddenly, an arrogant voice from the dragon clan echoed from the clouds. Then if we break through the human realm and wipe out all of humanity, isn't that also the law of the strong dominating the weak? Beside King Shalong, King Sanhuan sneered. You're welcome to try. I won't let any dragon females escape. Sanhuan, you're courting death. Furious roars reverberated from the clouds. Years ago, King Sanhuan had not only conquered a minor domain of the dragon clan, but had also abducted their holy Maidina, shame the dragons could never forget. A chilling, sinister voice drifted out from the abyss of the demon clan. Hand over all your treasures. We also want to claim a concession within the human realm. The moment the word concession was spoken, King Shalong and the Chinese powerhouse's expressions changed drastically. The Chinese troops' eyes turned blood red with rage, and furious shouts erupted from every direction. To hell with you all. You want to fight? A concession? Over our dead bodies. Well, fight to the last man before we ever give up our land. Silence. A voice, deep and resonant as a great bell, echoed across the heavens, instantly quieting the enraged army. A shadow flickered across King Shalong's eyes. If you really insist on this, then we will fight to the death. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers' deafening roar shook the skies, the scent of blood thick in the air, causing many of the foreign powers to pale. They couldn't help but marvel humanity had risen from the very bottom to this level in just 3 or 4 centuries. It was truly miraculous. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a blonde, green-eyed Westerner with a scruffy beard rushed over. You mustn't go to war. This was Ross, a king-level powerhouse from America. He pleaded anxiously. King Shalong, everything can be negotiated. There must not be a battle to the death. Ross, we will never accept a concession. King Shalong responded firmly. If we allow this, chaos will break out in our rear, and foreign cults will take advantage. The intentions of the myriad clans are clear. After heated debate, the Dragon clan offered a compromise. Send our descendants into the human realm to compete with the humans for the treasures. Let's see who prevails. What do you say? The various clans began to scheme. Distrustful of each other, They suspected that humanity's rapid rise hid some great secret within the human realm. Unwilling to strike directly, they could only agree to this indirect approach. In the end, King Xiaolong accepted the proposal on behalf of humanity. After the other clans dispersed, their expressions remained grim. If not for the various clans' wariness of the human realm, they would have already launched a full-scale assault. Now, humanity could only endure in silence, biding their time for a true rise to power. A storm capable of reshaping the human realm was quietly brewing. The events unfolding on the battlefield of 10,000 races quickly made their way back to the human realm, causing a massive uproar. News spread like wildfire, shaking the entire human realm. Angry debates echoed through the corridors of universities and military academies, while in tea houses and taverns, ordinary citizens slammed their fists on tables, fury burning in their eyes. Online, protest posts sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, flooding the internet at an astonishing rate. I absolutely opposed letting the alien races into the human realm. One netizen furiously typed, "My father died on the battlefield a few years ago, killed by the Blood Demon clan. If those bastards dare to set foot here, they'll spill their blood even if it costs my life. We pay taxes every year without complaint, but you expect us to live alongside the alien races? That's impossible." Another comment, with tens of thousands of likes, read, "The atmosphere in the Huaxiao region was especially tense. The streets were packed with dense crowds of protesters, holding up signs and shouting themselves hoarse. This is a deliberate scheme. The alien races will use their so-called civilization to invade us. By the time we regret it, it'll be too late. Dragon King, Demon Eye King, you can't do this." Inside the city hall of Dragon City, Mayor Wang Jian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the surging crowd below with a deep frown. As a key member of the Wang family and a powerhouse on the battlefield, even he felt powerless at this moment. "Mayor Wang, what should we do now?" his secretary asked from behind, her voice full of helplessness. Wang Jian took a deep breath, his gaze troubled. "I just can't understand why the ancestor agreed to this. Has our people lost all ground on the battlefield?" He turned and rubbed his temples wearily. "Let's see how Tianming Academy is handling this." Meanwhile, Tianming Academy was in turmoil as well. On the plaza in front of the teaching building, students gathered in heated debate. They're talking about giving the aliens a concession? ID spit in their faces. A muscular young man shouted, swinging his fist in anger. Nearby, another student, his face grim, gritted his teeth. "Damn it, both my uncles served in the army. Last year, the alien races crushed them without mercy. If they come here, all the better. I want to see just how tough these bastards really are." The top 100 geniuses on the bright list didn't join the public debate. Instead, they each returned to their training rooms, focusing with unprecedented intensity. They understood that great change was coming, and in the end, only their own strength could protect the human realm. That day, heavy clouds hung over the sky, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. Everyone felt a heavy weight pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Inside the Tianming Academy Council chamber, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. The usual scheming and rivalry had vanished. Every board member wore a dark expression, struggling to contain their rage. "Principal, Wang Jian wants to know how we can calm the public's anger." Wang Can finally broke the silence, his voice low. Zhang Zhongqing sat at the head of the table, his face ashen. As the principal, he had actually supported a conciliatory approach, but he hadn't expected the alien races to push even further and demand entry into the human realm. "Kill them." When Zhang Zhongqing raised his eyes, everyone in the room felt a chill run down their spines. The coldness in his gaze sent shivers through every board member present. "Round up every foreign cult in the city. Livestream the arrests. Execute them on the spot." Zhang Zhongqing ordered coldly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "That will help the public vent their anger and help us as well." He didn't care what other academies did. At the very least, within Tianming Academy and the cities under Dragon City's control, Zhang Zhongqing was still in charge. "I might not be able to kill the alien races, but I can sure as hell deal with their lackeys." Orders were dispatched like lightning to Longdu and its affiliated cities. Armies mobilized at once, war chariots rumbled, soldiers lined up in formation, and a massive crackdown began. In Lalangshan, a secondary city under Longdist jurisdiction, a splendid mansion was suddenly stormed by troops. The synchronized marching echoed through the courtyard, throwing dozens of people inside into panic. One of them stammered, "Sirs, what's happening?" The general leading the troops replied coldly, enunciating each word, "You have colluded with foreign sections. The evidence is clear. Execution will be carried out immediately." At this, the group of 30 or 40 people was thrown into terror. What frightened them even more was that someone among the soldiers was holding a camera, broadcasting the entire scene live. As the group prepared to resist, a thunderous roar shook the air. A colossal golden ape appeared out of nowhere, towering over the courtyard, wielding a staff as massive as a mountain. With a series of heavy thuds, the staff swept across the crowd, turning dozens to blood mist in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. On the livestream, comments flooded in. Good. Well done. Those traitors deserved it. Selling out humanity and siding with the enemy, they had it coming. Countless viewers' furious outcries echoed across Huaxia, for too many compatriots had died on battlefields against the myriad races. The hatred ran deep. That day, the entire nation was engulfed in anger and bloodshed. Inside the secret medicine pavilion at Tianming Academy, Su Yun learned of everything that had happened. He neither raged nor complained. He knew well that, with his current strength, pointless fury would achieve nothing. But his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. In his heart, there was only one conviction: grow stronger had to become stronger. Dongfang Taiwei walked over and gently patted his head, sighing inwardly. What this child lacks most is time, and right now, humanity itself is running out of time. Su Yun focused on the flickering alchemical flames, continuing his work as he declared with unwavering resolve, "Teacher, once I master the human realm, they'll drive every last one of those invaders out. And what if someone stands in your way?" Dongfang Taiwei asked gravely. "Kill them." Su Yun's voice was cold as ice. "Anyone who refuses to obey, kill. Anyone who won't submit, kill. Anyone who sides with the enemy, kill them most of all." Watching the determined figure before him, Dongfang Taiwei let out a deep sigh. After years of appeasement, humanity had forgotten how to be strong, how to fight. But there would be time to talk about that later. Smiling, he said earnestly, "I believe you'll become the pillar that supports our people." "I will." Su Yun nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. In his mind, the human realm was the foundation never to be tainted by outsiders. The divine realm, homeland of the gods, stretched boundlessly across the heavens and earth. Brilliant rays of multicolored light flickered intermittently along the horizon, like blessings bestowed by the deities themselves, illuminating the palatial halls nestled among endless mountain ranges. This was the stronghold of the gods. The elderly man in white robes, who had once appeared at the gateway to the mortal realm, now stood within a magnificent golden hall. Radiant divine light swirled around him, his platinum hair fluttering gently in the breeze, and a warm, spring-like smile graced his face. Before him stood two strikingly handsome men. The man on the left wore luxurious robes. His long, platinum hair flowed to the floor, untouched by dust, hovering weightlessly as if lifted by some unseen force. His refined features seemed almost otherworldly, and every gesture exuded elegance. The man on the right had neatly cropped platinum hair, deep golden eyes that held a captivating allure, and a smile that could melt the hardest heart. "You must be careful on your journey to the mortal realm," the elder advised earnestly. "Emperor Ku, your grace is received. We accept your command." The two men replied respectfully, bowing slightly to the elder. The elder then turned his gaze to an elderly female guardian standing nearby, his voice dropping low. "I suspect the one who fell during the siege by the myriad races years ago remains in the mortal realm. You must investigate thoroughly." "Understood." The old woman was visibly shaken by his words, but immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the demon realm was a hive of activity. As some of the most formidable forces on the battlefield of all races, the demons were rife with internal strife and power struggles. In this survival-of-the-fittest world, countless strong contenders emerged. The demon race was divided into many branches, such as the hybrid demons, hell demons, and abyssal demons. Inside a blood-red palace, dozens of demon lords were at each other's throats, vying for the right to enter the mortal realm. The conflict escalated when the lords of the hybrid and violet prison demons came to blows, ending with the latter's head shattered in defeat. The demon king seated at the head of the hall made the final decision. The slots will be divided equally. But this time, you must proceed with caution. The mortal's strength has been skyrocketing with every encounter. Something about their world is amiss. All the demon lords voiced their agreement. The dragon realm was also seething with undercurrents. In this primeval land, 100 feudal apes clashed with enormous birds in the sky, and the roars of one-horned bulls shook the earth. Yet, all these fierce beasts bowed to a single race, the dragons. In just a few centuries, the mortal's power has grown at an unprecedented rate. Their environment must play a part, a dragon elder warned gravely. Once inside, cultivate diligently and strive to awaken the dormant bloodline within you. The chosen dragon prodigies and their guardians accepted their orders in unison. Other races who had earned the right to enter the mortal realm were also making preparations. An earth-shattering confrontation was about to unfold there. King Xiaolong and his companions stared expressionlessly at the approaching commotion in the distance. Laughter echoed closer and closer as powerful figures from the celestial, demon, and dragon clans led thousands of their prodigious young followers toward the gathering. "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting," the leader said with a grin. This time, 5,000 prodigies from the myriad clans had entered the human realm, ready to disperse across the various nations. "Wait!" Just as they were about to step into the passage, King Xiaolong barked out coldly, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. "If any of you die in the human realm, we will not be held responsible." Of course, the crowd from the myriad clans scoffed. If you lose a fair fight among equals, you're just worthless. Death means nothing. Besides, with guardians here, who would dare try anything? This is nothing more than a game to us. Their words made it clear they saw the human realm's prodigies as nothing but ants. All the human kings present instantly wore grim expressions. These bastards were going too far. Let them through. At King Xiaolong's command, the passage opened wide, swallowing up all the visiting prodigies. Because King Xiaolong was a patriarch of the Wang family, the visiting prodigies were all arranged to gather at Tianming Academy in Huaxia. A massive warship thundered down from the sky above the academy, drawing silent stares from every teacher and student below. What's with all these strange things in the human realm? Look at those humans down there. Don't they look like ants? You could squash them with one step. They're so ugly. I thought humans would at least look decent. The prodigies on the warship mocked openly and without restraint. When they finally swaggered down from the ship, the academy was already seething with anger. Although Zhang Zhongqing had ordered everyone to remain courteous, the arrogance of the visiting prodigies only grew worse. These losers are just clowns. Hey, little bug, want to try a life or death duel? The demon clan prodigies, in particular, were especially contemptuous. Damn it, bring it on. Many students were furious, but their teachers held them back. If you're not on the bright list, you're not even qualified to challenge the visiting prodigies. Amid the tense standoff, Su Yun stood calmly at the front, leisurely eating a grilled pancake. Those around him stared in disbelief. How can you still eat at a time like this? Suddenly, a furious new student charged at a demon clan prodigy. Before he could get close, the prodigy stopped him with a single glance, then flicked him away with a wave of his hand. The student crashed heavily to the ground right in front of Su Yun, kicking up dust and dirtying his food. Su Yun looked at the fallen student, then at the demon prodigy, and said coldly, "Would you say you just ruined my food?" "Clown, right?" The demon prodigy sneered. "Yeah, I dirtied your food. So what? If you don't like it, I'll gouge out your eyes." Everyone at the academy held their breath, while Zhang Zhongqing sighed in the shadows. But in the next instant, Su Yun's armand his grilled pancake were suddenly wrapped in a powerful aura. He slapped the demon prodigy across the face with a forceful swing. Boom. The demon prodigy spat blood and was sent flying, smashing through a high wall. Ding. Host has defeated Qi Luo. Dropped. Advanced divine hand 2. The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared, stunned, at what had just happened. Everyone, both humans and members of the myriad races, stood frozen in shock. No one present could process what had just happened. Su Yun had actually dared to strike. It wasn't that the guardians were slow to react, but rather that no one had expected anyone to lay a hand on a genius from the myriad races, especially in front of everyone. Before arriving, Tianming Academy had made it clear, any private fights within the academy were strictly forbidden. Anyone who broke this rule would be immediately detained. If a fight resulted in death or injury, the perpetrator would pay with their own life. Even the so-called geniuses of the myriad races, for all their bravado, knew better than to actually start a fight. Everyone understood the consequences. But Su Yun ignored all these rules and slapped his opponent without hesitation. "Wasting food, and you still think you're in the right? He'll tear you apart." His words were barely coherent in his anger, but his actions were swift and decisive. Without missing a beat, he drew his Tsung Yun blade, ready to go after his target. The demon race's guardians reacted instantly, surrounding and protecting their young master. "Where are the enforcers?" A teacher shouted anxiously. "Get Su Yun out of here now." Seeing this, the teachers began calling out, worried that Su Yun would escalate the situation even further. Within moments, a dozen enforcers rushed in and quickly restrained Su Yun, escorting him toward the detention room. But to everyone's surprise, the enforcers' expressions were unusual. Instead of their usual sternness, there was a hint of gentleness in their eyes, and their movements were surprisingly careful. "Well done," they whispered quietly. "The myriad races have gotten too arrogant. They think that just because they're strong on the battlefield, they can do whatever they want here," a student shouted excitedly. "Su Yun is amazing. Put those so-called geniuses in their place. That was so satisfying. I wish I'd hit them a few more times." Another student cheered, and the crowd's excitement was almost electric. However, hidden in the shadows, Zhang Zhongqing broke out in a cold sweat, a chill running down his spine. Had always known Su Yun was bold, but he hadn't expected this level of audacity. Su Yun didn't hesitate for a second, as if his opponents didn't matter at all. Slowly, the tension among the teachers and students of Tianming Academy began to ease, as the suffocating atmosphere finally broke. The geniuses from the myriad races, however, remained expressionless, seemingly unaffected. Qi Luo watched the scene with cold indifference. Is this all the humans have? And they're this happy about it? Typical. Only losers get this excited over nothing. To them, Su Yun was just a minor challenger, barely worth their attention. The prodigies of the gods, demons, dragons, and other races didn't regard him as a threat. Suddenly, a flash of purple light lit up the air. An overwhelming pressure swept through the area like a tidal wave, making the very air feel heavy. "Come fight me." Feng Luoxi's voice rang out calm, yet commanding. Then Sheng-in of the god race appeared, bathed in a mysterious radiance that made him look like a figure from a painting, handsome and otherworldly, his presence outshining everything around him. He smiled slightly. Very well, let's do this. But before the battle could begin, a board member stepped forward with a kindly smile. You've all worked hard, geniuses of the myriad races. Why not take a break first? Director Feng's smile was gentle and composed. The god race's guardian, a middle-aged man, also smiled and nodded. I agree. And just like that, the tense standoff ended as quickly as it had begun. But that day, the myriad races remembered a single name, Su Yun. Inside the apothecary pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue, Zheng Yu, and Lin Sihua exchanged looks, all wearing helpless smiles. I told you not to let him out, but you wouldn't listen, Lin Sihua said, shooting Dongfang Taiyue a glare. Dongfang Taiyue snorted. My disciple did the right thing. If it were me, I would have kicked him a few more times. Zheng Yu glanced at the two, his expression growing serious. With all these geniuses from the myriad races gathered at Tianming Academy, the other academies won't just sit back and watch. Things are about to get a lot more complicated. We need to be careful. Lin Sihua and Dongfang Taiyue both sighed. For the next few days, you need to make sure Su Yun keeps a low profile, Zheng Yu told Dongfang Taiyue, his tone grave. If he intends to kill, fine, but he must be absolutely certain there's no room for error. There must be hidden trump cards behind these powerful clans, Lin Sihua quietly reminded. A cold, murderous glint flashed in Dongfang Taiyue's eyes as he spoke harshly. If it weren't for the rules of the human race, I would have already refined all these so-called geniuses from the myriad clans. Lin Sihua and Zheng Yu sighed inwardly. After all, the fall of the Dongfang family was directly linked to the myriad clans, which explained their deep wariness. Even though there was an agreement between the humans and the myriad clans, any outburst in this tense situation could trigger unforeseen disaster. For now, all they could do was endure. While everyone else was applauding Su Yun's bold actions, he was lying on the bed in the detention room, full of regret. 2 days in confinement, just for slapping someone? What rotten luck. If I'd known, I might as well have knocked all his teeth out, Su Yun grumbled in frustration. At that moment, a piece of news spread quickly. The Guangming ranking was about to be reformed. Kuke brought Su Yun a fresh donkey meat sandwich and, chewing as he spoke, said, You've been bumped down in the rankings. I don't really care about that, Su Yun replied nonchalantly, biting into the sandwich. Tell me about the changes to the Guangming ranking. Kuke shook his head. You're something else. The rankings are the least of it. Do you know the biggest change this time? Geniuses from the myriad clans can now join the rankings. Most of the senior students have been pushed down, and a lot of people are upset. Yeah, I get it. With more geniuses from the myriad clans, competition is even tougher now, Su Yun said calmly. But it's not like the myriad clans have gained that much from pushing the seniors down. If anything, the God Pavilion's pill business is booming. Kuke continued. There's been a lot of fighting over the past 2 days, plenty of casualties. But do you know why everyone's so desperate? The top 50 on the Guangming ranking get the chance to enter the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace? Su Yun raised an eyebrow, clearly interested. That's right, Kuke said excitedly. It's the holy land of the Blue Star human race. Statistics show that almost everyone who enters the Divine Palace becomes a war god-level powerhouse. Some even make it to kinghood. But competition in the Divine Palace is brutal, and the death rate is extremely high. What's it like in there? Su Yun asked. Kuke lowered his voice. Any spoils won by human experts in the borderlands are sent into the Divine Palace. That's probably why the myriad clans are suddenly so interested here after those treasures. A cold light flashed in Su Yun's eyes. I see. The myriad clans really are scheming, but the Divine Palace isn't a place you can just walk into. Are you going to try for the Guangming ranking? Kuke asked suddenly. They'll go if I have time. It's not that difficult anyway, Su Yun replied easily. His main focus was still cultivation. The ranking was just a side goal. Recently, Su Yun had already advanced to mid-stage 7-star warrior and didn't plan to get too involved in other matters for now. After leaving the detention room, Su Yun strolled down the bustling street. Surrounded by people of all races, he finally realized the academy was no longer a purely human institution. The presence of students from the myriad clans made everything much more complicated. Meanwhile, the demand for pills was higher than ever. Su Yun smiled to himself, a business plan forming in his mind. Perfect time to earn some merit points. His high-quality, affordable pills were popular among both new and returning students, and the fierce competition on the Guangming ranking was the perfect business opportunity. There was no way he was going to miss out on a windfall like this. As for competing for the ranking himself, he wasn't in any rush. The geniuses on the list were all battle-hardened, and with the myriad clans involved, it was nearly impossible for the humans to catch up in the short term. Still, Su Yun wasn't worried about the situation. You've got talent. I could help you develop it when I have time, Kuke offered. Maybe later. I need to go buy some raw materials today. Su Yun nodded, said goodbye to Kuke, and turned to leave. He planned to take advantage of this period to earn as many merit points as possible and gather resources for his cultivation. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun broke into a wide grin the moment he saw his teacher. He pulled out 2 bottles of crystal-clear wine from his robe. Dongfang Taiwei had been ready to scold his unruly disciple, but as soon as his eyes caught the shimmering glow on the bottles, all his reprimands vanished into thin air. Humph, Dongfang Taiwei said, taking the bottles and pretending to be stern. Keep yourself in check for a while. Things are pretty chaotic outside these days. Su Yun immediately straightened his back and patted his chest. Don't worry, teacher. This is the perfect time for our pavilion to rack up merit points. I won't cause any trouble. Dongfang Taiwen narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. How could he not see through this rascal's plans? Taking advantage of the fierce competition to sell medicine for profit, then using the merit points to buy blood essence and advance his cultivation a steady and efficient path, and without a doubt, the right choice. All right, Dongfang Taiwen nodded in satisfaction. Which types are you planning to sell? 3 mid-tier yellow-grade pills, Su Yin replied confidently. Bone-tempering bitter pill, blue sea pill, and the red scorchbone pill. The effects of the bone-tempering bitter pill had been discussed many times before, so there was no need to go over them again. The blue sea pill was a spiritual energy recovery pill. Unlike the small spirit recovery pill, which instantly restored 30 of spiritual energy, the blue sea pill could restore up to 50 and even form a lingering blue ocean of energy within the user, allowing for ongoing recovery during battle. Naturally, it came at a higher price. The red scorchbone pill, on the other hand, was designed specifically for healing bone injuries and was far more effective than ordinary bone-mending pills. Its only drawback was the excruciating, burning pain the user had to endure. Su Yun knew full well that the competition for the bright list would be fierce and brutal, with broken bones and serious injuries inevitable. Healing pills for bone injuries would be in high demand. By focusing on just these 3, he could easily corner the market. What if members of the 10,000 clans come to buy from you as well? Would you sell to them? Dongfang Taiwei asked with a sly smile, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Of course, Su Yun replied without hesitation, then narrowed his eyes. But they'll have to pay extra. Dongfang Taiwei was finally reassured. This kid with Sharft never let himself get the short end of the stick, nor give the 10,000 clans any advantage. Take these 2 pills, Dongfang Taiwei said, flicking 2 pills over as he turned to go upstairs. Su Yun caught them steadily. A rich, medicinal aroma immediately filled the air. The pills were about the size of a longan, pale purple in color, with intricate floral patterns etched on their surface. Purple lotus poison pill, and it actually smells good, Su Yun commented, popping one into his mouth without a second thought. Seeing this, Dongfang Taiyu's lips twitched, but in the end, he just grumbled as he headed upstairs. Damn it, I told you to take one a day, not both at once. Whatever, you're practically superhuman anyway. The purple lotus poison pill was a profound grade pill that could both detoxify and boost resistance to poison. Dongfang Taiwei hadn't been able to make them before due to a lack of funds. But now that the secret medicine pavilion had secured some resources and, with merit points coming in from Zun Yu's beast-taming achievements, they had a modest reserve. So, he decided to focus on nurturing Su Yun. Inside the pavilion, Su Yun took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes. Let's get to work. He quickly raised his cauldron, lit the spiritual fire, and began focusing on refining medicine. Meanwhile, a crowd of older and new students had gathered at the entrance to the Divine Pavilion, all wearing troubled expressions as they talked. The Divine Pavilion's yellow-grade pills are way too expensive. We don't have a choice. Medicine is a necessity. Where can we find good pills at a reasonable price? In their efforts to secure a spot on the bright list, everyone was training harder than ever, and nothing was more effective than actual combat. Injuries were inevitable. They'd enter the Divine Pavilion battered and bruised, and walk out sighing in frustration. Xiao Zun of the Divine Pavilion gave the group a cold, disdainful look. If you don't have any merit points, don't come here and waste my time. Despite their resentment, no one dared to argue. Just then, a few prodigies from the 10,000 clans arrived to buy medicine. Xiao Zun didn't greet them or try to stop them. He simply stepped aside to let them pass. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a gong echoed down the street outside the Divine Pavilion, drawing everyone's attention. Excitement lit up their faces. I've got top-quality pills here. Don't miss out as you pass by. Su Yun beat the drums and gongs, the noise echoing through the air. Familiar faces from his old customers appeared in the crowd, all grinning with delight. Su Yun's pill shop was finally open. Meanwhile, the people from the Divine Pavilion looked as gloomy as if a storm had been brewing for days. Damn it. Of all places, he had to open his shop right in front of us. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Zun's eyes, his brows tightly furrowed. Blue sea pills, mid-grade yellow level, 5 pills per bottle, 10 merit points each. Bone-tempering bitter pills, 30 merit points for 1. Fiery bone pills, 10 per bottle, 9 merit points. Su Yun enthusiastically introduced his products, glancing around at the crowd. Hearing these prices, many people's eyes widened, greed lighting up their faces. Wow, these prices are way lower than the Divine Pavilions, and the quality's even better. 2 bottles of blue sea pills. Brother Su, save me 3 bottles of fiery bone pills. I'm almost out of merit points. A young customer shouted anxiously. 2 bone-tempering bitter pills. Students from the Divine Pavilion rushed out, and the scene instantly became lively. Su Yun's stall was immediately surrounded. Nearby, a yellow-level alchemist from the Divine Pavilion muttered, "What should we do now, senior brother Xiao Zun?" Xiao Zun smiled faintly, his eyes cold. "We'll take a look." Unhurried, he squeezed through the crowd and walked up to the stall. "Business is booming. Junior brother Su," Xiao Zun greeted with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the stall, his tone full of challenge. "That's right, senior brother Xiao. Divine Pavilion's business isn't bad either," Su Yun replied with a bright smile, though there was a subtle chill in his words. The surrounding customers covered their mouths, stifling laughter. This wasn't business, it was daylight robbery. Su Yun had stolen all the Divine Pavilion's customers, and he still had the nerve to smile. "He'll buy all your pills," Xiao Zun said calmly, his tone firm and unyielding. "Sure, that'll be 10,000 merit points," Su Yun replied unhurriedly. "At most, it's worth 5,000, Xiao Zun said with a forced smile, his expression darkening. Su Yun waved for the onlookers to move aside. "All the pills are here. Buy if you want, if not, get lost." His words were crisp and direct, carrying an unmistakable threat. The crowd burst into laughter. "That's just like Su Yun, bold and straightforward, truly admirable." Xiao Zun's smile froze. He turned to leave, but not before throwing out a cold remark. "Undercutting our prices, huh? Then well, lower ours too." Not long after, figures from the myriad clans appeared at the stall. At the front was a boy with blue markings on his face, deep green eyes, and an imposing aura. The beast ears atop his head twitched slightly as he spoke in a low voice. 3 bottles of fiery bone pills. At his words, the surrounding students grew agitated, glaring at them as if ready to tear them apart. The boy continued, 1 bottle for 90. 90? Su Yun's smile grew even brighter. "Wasn't it 9 merit points? How did it go up tenfold? Foreigners pay extra." Su Yun's tone remained calm, but there was an unmistakable authority in his words. "You're price gouging." Someone behind the beast-eared boy shouted angrily. "Yell all you want. Buy it if you want, otherwise move along." Su Yun snorted. "Let me make it clear, this is human territory, not your backwater. If I say this bottle costs 10,000 merit points, then that's the price. If you can afford it, buy it. If not, get lost." The atmosphere instantly froze. The beast-eared boy and his group trembled with anger, but dared not say another word. After all, the demon genius Ji Luo was still unconscious after a run-in with Su Yun. No one wanted to end up like that. This human might look ordinary, but he was far fiercer and more confident than any of them. "Su Yun, right?" The beast-eared boy took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. "Typical of a lowly race, bullying us only in this way." He snorted and led his group into the Divine Pavilion, tension still lingering in the air. Su Yun glared coldly at their backs, rage boiling inside. "Damn it, you so-called geniuses from the myriad clans, one day, he'll crush every last one of you. And he'll make sure to expose your secrets so none of you can escape." He made up his mind. Around the stall, more and more people voiced their support for Su Yun. "Brother Su's the best. Give me a few more bottles of blue sea pills. Keep talking. I could listen all day. Support for Brother Su, 3 bone-tempering bitter pills, please." Thumbs went up all around, smiles breaking out as the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. In no time, Su Yun's entire stock was sold out. After today's sales, even after deducting material costs and taxes, Su Yun netted over 3,000 merit points. Compared to the usual 1,000 per day, it was a threefold increase. But Su Yun was well aware that after these past few days, he had become the #1 enemy in the eyes of the myriad clan's geniuses. This Su Yun must be eliminated, or he would become a serious threat. He must be dealt with. To set an example, a Dragon Clan genius said coolly. Su Yun had been making a fortune these past few days. Merit points flowed into his account like water. Of course, the more he earned, the more taxes he had to pay. These taxes were allocated to various needs, with a significant portion going to support the human armies fighting on the front lines of the myriad races battlefield. On the surface, the arrival of young talents from all races to the human realm seemed harmonious, but that was only an illusion. Once the humans and other races met on the battlefield, a brutal, no-holds-barred slaughter was inevitable. The peaceful facade couldn't hide the undercurrents surging beneath. Inside the resources hall, Su Yun stood at the counter and got straight to the point. "Hello, how much for a drop of Chuamu Dragon Blood Essence?" The senior student behind the counter smiled. 90 merit points each. Though the Chuanmu dragons were mainly support-oriented and known for their healing abilities, their blood essence was still quite valuable. After all, their race ranked among the top 3,000 of the myriad races. "That's ridiculously expensive," Su Yun complained inwardly, but kept a straight face. In the end, he obediently handed over his merit points and bought 50 drops in one go. The size of the purchase made the senior at the counter's eyelids twitch. She had never seen a freshman spend so many merit points within just 2 months of entering the academy. With the rest of his money, Suyun planned to buy raw materials for alchemy. With Professor Dongfang Taiwei overseeing the secret medicine pavilion, there was no way he'd have trouble obtaining pills. With some luck, he could reach the late stage of 9-star warrior in the near future, or perhaps even break through to the warrior general level. Alchemists really do make a killing, the senior student thought to herself. No wonder there were only 2 people in the secret medicine pavilion right now. If Dongfang Taiwei didn't train Su Yun, was he supposed to spend his days watering dragon eggs with potions? Leaving the resources hall, Su Yun hurried straight toward Yoxin Garden. He knew all too well that he wasn't the only genius in Tianming Academy. While he was making progress, others were growing just as quickly. He couldn't afford the slightest slack, or he'd be left behind in no time. In Yoxin Garden, Su Yun sat cross-legged and took out 20 drops of Chuanmu dragon blood essence, crushing them all without hesitation. Instantly, a surge of crimson energy laced with a trace of wood element roared through his body like a tidal wave. Veins bulged on Su Yun's forehead as his expression grew tense. When it came to overwhelming willpower, the dragon race was more than 10 times fiercer than the ghost-marked demons. A faint dragon's roar echoed within him. The violent energy assaulted both his body and his mind, but Su Yun remained composed, silently enduring it all. Before long, he heard a faint crack from within. The barrier to the next stage shattered, and Su Yun smoothly advanced to the late stage of 7-star warrior. But he didn't stop there. He activated his sun breathing technique at full force, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The higher the level, the more energy was required to break through. That was exactly why he chose the spiritual energy-rich Yoxin Garden. With the abundant energy here and the boost from the dragon blood essence, he was confident he could make it to 8-star warrior in one go. A low hum resonated as Su Yun's body trembled slightly, and spiritual energy from all directions converged on him, like rivers flowing into the sea, flooding through his entire being. The barrier shattered once more. 8-star warrior. Elders secretly observing him broke out in a cold sweat. For this kid, breaking through seemed as easy as drinking water, utterly unbelievable. Still, they were mostly relieved. The stronger he became, the more confident they would be when facing the myriad races. At the same time, many of the young prodigies from other races frowned, all sensing that the spiritual energy around them had suddenly grown much thinner. Some of the bolder protectors couldn't help but want to investigate. No sooner had they stepped out than the academy elders blocked their way. It's highly inappropriate to intrude on another's residence. Please return, an elder said, wearing a calm, unyielding smile. A demon race protector sneered. Your human realm is really short on spiritual energy. The elder maintained his smile. Don't worry, there's always the spirit river. The group of protectors scoffed, then hurry up and open it. With that, they swaggered away. Witnessing this scene, all the elders' faces darkened. These protectors were getting far too arrogant. They really think this place belongs to them. Open the spirit river. Tell Su Yun to absorb as much as he can. Don't let these outsiders take advantage, even if it means our own people miss out. I want to see how arrogant they are after this. The elders' furious shouts shook the air, and the tension reached its peak. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing clutched his head in despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Damn it, it's all my money they're burning. Sure, they're having a great time, but what about me? If this keeps up, I'm done. I quit. He was so angry he looked like he might explode. With a thunderous roar, the spirit river finally opened. Instantly, the entire Yoxin Garden was filled with a dense spiritual energy, thick enough to form a mist. Talents from all races, and those on the bright list immediately felt rejuvenated, spirits soaring as they threw themselves into their cultivation. Su Yun opened his eyes, muttering seriously, is the heavens giving me special treatment because I'm advancing too slowly? As soon as he finished, the elders around him nearly rolled their eyes in unison. Unbelievable. You call that slow? They jeered angrily, and one of the elders, furious, picked up a stone and threw it at Su Yun. Su Yun tilted his head slightly and caught the stone with ease. From inside the stone came a calm voice. Absorb with all your might. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The heavens really are looking out for me. Without another word, he activated the breath of the sun. In an instant, a gale of spiritual energy surged into his body, as if he were draining the very air around him. 2 streams of spirit energy, like dragons, rushed into Su Yun's body and were refined almost immediately. The once murky spiritual energy in his dantian crystallized into a clear, golden glow, becoming even more dazzling. All around, the geniuses and guardians of the myriad races stared in disbelief. Someone muttered, what's going on? Didn't they say the spirit river was open? I feel like I'm getting even less spiritual energy than before. Are the humans tricking us? That's odd, another genius said, suspicion in his eyes. I sense someone using a special breathing technique. The elders wore grave expressions, but they approached with relaxed smiles, a sharp contrast to the tense atmosphere. Truly, Tianming Academy is full of hidden talents, said a guardian with dragon horns, his voice cold. What can I say? An elder replied with a laugh. We've got a genius who awakened a toilet-flushing talent. He's impossible to satisfy. Suyun, a guardian from the divine race, said with a smile, would you be willing to meet us? I'd advise you not to try anything, or you might not even know how you died. A hot-tempered elder grinned menacingly. The guardians' faces darkened, their eyes sharp as blades. Very well, they sneered, clearly unwilling to let things go. By now, Suyun's reputation had spread across all races. More and more people were talking about him. Suyun again? He even knows how to use a breathing technique. Someone exclaimed. He absorbs energy faster than our own 100-dragon technique. That's terrifying. Things at Tianming Academy were quietly changing. The outside challenges were fierce, but to Suyun, it was just another trial. Including today, Suyun had been at Tianming Academy for exactly 2 months. At this moment, he stood in the backyard of the secret medicine pavilion, his gaze fixed on Kuke. Sound shell? Suyun rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Kuke looked nervous and spoke softly. I can control the volume of my voice and even create sound barriers. But my close combat skills are weak if my opponent is too strong. I get overwhelmed easily. Suyun's eyes lit up. Can you make your own sounds quieter? Like what? Kuke asked. The sound of footsteps, a punch, things like that. Suyun mused. I can. Kuke nodded, then opened his mouth and let out a faint gray mist. A transparent layer seemed to wrap around him like an invisible cloak. From then on, no matter how Kuke moved, he made no sound at all, like a ghost in the dead of night, moving in complete silence. Suyun stared in amazement, admiration glinting in his eyes. You're a natural-born assassin. Suyun was delighted, his face lighting up with anticipation. But Kuke frowned, looking completely exasperated. So what if there's no sound? Kuke threw up his hands. You'll still get beaten up in a heated fight. Who follows rules on the battlefield? You use whatever works. It's time to let go of that stubborn mindset. Suyun's eyes shone with determination as he leaned forward slightly. Just remember this. Your talent is incredible, stronger than some strankers. Kuke stood frozen, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Maybe it was just his nature, but had always believed that if you were going to fight, you did it fair and square. It had never occurred to him to sneak around or attack from behind. If you keep developing your ability and use your sound shells to make yourself as quiet as possible, maybe even hide your presence completely, Suyun grew more and more excited, gesturing animatedly. Then you could even take down someone at SS rank. Sweat broke out on Kuke's forehead. Talking to Suyun is way too intense. But then, a spark of excitement appeared in his eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. A rank shaking up SS rank? Is that really possible? Suyun's smile faded abruptly, his expression turning deadly serious. Now I have a serious question for you. Kuke straightened up immediately. Go ahead. I want to sponsor you. Would you accept? Suyun's gaze was piercing, his tone more earnest than ever before. Huh. Kuke was stunned, his mouth hanging open. Upstairs, Dongfang Taiwei was watching everything unfold. He crushed the wine bottle in his hand, shards scattering at his feet, horror written all over his face. It's over. My precious disciple's orientation is in question. He howled inwardly. Damn it. He's never even been around girls at this age. I've totally failed as a teacher. Dongfang Taiwei wanted to slap himself for not fulfilling his responsibility. Kuke looked timid, lowering his head and speaking barely above a whisper. Suyun, I like girls. I even have a fiancé back home. Fiancé? Suyun cursed inwardly, feeling like he'd just taken a massive hit for no reason. Outwardly, though, he remained composed. Forget what I just said, he used the wrong words. Suyun waved his hand, explaining, what I mean is, I want you to become the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion. Your training will be supported by the pavilion. And you'll have one main goal, ranking up in competitions. Winning brings more resources to the pavilion. That was Suyun's real purpose. Right now, most students at the academy had already been absorbed by the various departments or joined powerful families with their own mentors. Because Kuke was so close to Suyun, he hadn't been recruited by anyone else. Amen. Kuke agreed without hesitation, more than willing. But as soon as he spoke, he smiled wryly and shook his head. But can I really make the rankings? After all, he couldn't even beat Yao Feng. A man can't just give up. Suyun shot him a glare. If you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Kuke took a deep breath, clenching his fists. When I look back on this in decades, will I regret joining the secret medicine pavilion? Who knows? But right now, this is the best chance I've got. He trembled with excitement. I trust you. Suyun snapped his fingers, a grin spreading across his face. All right, let's go get you registered and pick out a movement technique. As for weapons, I'll make them myself. Don't forget, Suyun was also an apprentice blacksmith. Had been spending every day at the Iron Pavilion, learning how to forge. Why waste money buying weapons when he could make them himself? Without another word, Suyun grabbed Kuke by the arm and headed out. The resource hall was brightly lit, shelves lined with all sorts of items. Senior, do you have any top-tier yellow grade or entry-level profound grade movement techniques? Preferably something with a dark affinity, Su Yun asked directly at the counter. The senior behind the counter swiped quickly through a glowing screen. Based on your criteria, there are 22 top-tier yellow-grade manuals and 9 entry-level profound-grade ones. The yellow-grade techniques cost between 800 and 1,000 merit points. The profound-grade ones are between 1,200 and 1,500. Standing beside him, Kuke felt a chill run down his spine. Since joining the academy, had only managed to earn 20 or 30 merit points. Not even enough for a fraction. And the price isn't even that high. Let me take a look at the basic Xian rank movement techniques. On the surface, Su Yun looked calm and collected, but inside, he was bleeding. He thought to himself, if I ever get the chance, I'll sell martial arts techniques too. In the end, he picked a basic Xian rank movement technique called Phantom Shadow Step, which cost 1,250 merit points. Seeing Su Yun's choice, Kuke was deeply moved and secretly vowed to do everything he could to bring honor to the secret medicine pavilion and get his name onto the bright list as soon as possible. Su Yun transferred the merit points to Kuke, signaling him to go make the purchase. The academy had a rule. While medicine and weapons were unrestricted, martial techniques could only be bought by the person who would use them and could not be used by anyone else. When they swiped the card, the senior sister at the counter nearly had her eyes pop out. Unbelievable. Buying a basic Xian rank movement technique for a 7-star warrior? Su Yuno, brother Su, are you looking for a lucky charm? Su Yun didn't care at all and ignored her, leading Kuke out of the supply hall. As they left, he waved his hand. I'll test your movement technique tomorrow. Go start training right away. Kuke nodded immediately and ran back to the secret medicine pavilion. Su Yun didn't waste any time either, heading to the Ironforge pavilion to continue learning blacksmithing. As he walked over, he overheard people talking nearby. Did you hear? The Ironcraft clan is challenging everyone in the academy. The Ironcraft clan is ridiculously reborn smiths, and now they're bullying us too. I heard Two Gang has already forged a high-tier yellow rank weapon. TSK, TSK. Su Yun listened to the conversations, but didn't pay them much mind. He was just a blacksmith apprentice. He had no time for things that didn't concern him. Walking into the Ironforge pavilion, he was immediately hit by the intense heat and the rhythmic sound of hammers striking metal. The atmosphere was lively and energetic, with senior students busy at work, sparks flying everywhere. Good day, seniors, Su Yun greeted politely. After spending some time there, everyone was pretty satisfied with him and responded with friendly smiles. Stop talking and get over here, Lin Sihua shouted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Su Yun quickly ran over and stood to the side, watching intently. Lin Sihua gripped his hammer and brought it down hard on a chunk of metal, sending sparks flying. With each strike, the rough piece gradually took shape, eventually resembling a sword. Watch closely. When forging, a weapon can emit a glow. If you hammer that glow into the weapon, it'll become much stronger. Lin Sihua explained sternly. As he finished speaking, a fist-sized glow suddenly burst from the chunk of metal, the so-called weapon light. Clang. The hammer smashed down on the glow, sparks erupting as the light was forced into the metal. With each powerful blow, the weapon light was hammered deeper and deeper inside. Clang, 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 clang. After 7 heavy strikes, the glow merged perfectly with the metal, which became smoother, and the outline of the sword grew clearer. Su Yun watched in awe, deeply impressed. So this is weapon forging. Pretty cool, right? Lin Sihua seemed to notice Su Yun's expression and said proudly, there's a lot more to this than you think. Good thing you have me to guide you. Yes, teacher, Su Yun replied with a goofy salute and a smile. Then Lin Sihua had Su Yun start hammering a rough piece of metal. Remember, weapon light comes in different levels. 7 strikes for basic yellow rank, 14 for intermediate, and so on. For now, just focus on staying steady. Don't rush to draw out the weapon light. Just then, the apprentices in the Ironforge pavilion suddenly gasped in shock, completely stunned. Lin Sihua frowned and turned around angrily. What are you all what the? Before he could finish, he cursed out loud. Right in front of Su Yun, the metal chunk suddenly started to tremble, and a weapon light burst out, shaking violently, as if trying to escape Su Yun's control. Don't panic. Hold it down and hammer it back in. Lin Sihua barked. If you just force it, the quality will drop. Su Yun immediately focused, using his spiritual power to firmly wrap around the weapon light and suppress it. Now, Lin Sihua's eyes gleamed with excitement, holding his breath, his heart pounding. Got it. Su Yun's eyes flashed as he brought the hammer down hard, driving the weapon light back into the metal. Clang, 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 clang. The echo of each steady blow filled the Ironforge pavilion. In the end, the weapon light was perfectly hammered into the metal. With a final, resounding strike, the chunk became even more refined and flawless. The entire Ironforge pavilion fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Lin Sihua gnashed his teeth in shock, frozen in place. Damn, that level of understanding is just unfair. The rough dagger slowly took shape in Su Yun's hands. With just a few strikes, he had already formed its outline. This was merely a casual experiment to see if he could forge a low-tier Huang-grade weapon, and to his surprise, he succeeded on the first try. Lin Sihua stared at the crude dagger, his expression serious. Damn, he muttered, unable to hold back his admiration. This kind of talent is enough to make a grown man cry. Forging a Huang-grade weapon in less than a week, unbelievable. Teacher, how's the quality? Suyin asked. Lin Sihua curled his lip. Mediocre at best. You'd be lucky to get a few dozen merit points for it. It's junk. As long as it works, that's good enough for me. Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly, then quickly added, by the way, teacher, what special materials are needed for an assassin's Huang-grade weapon? An assassin. Lin Sihua thought for a moment. The Phantom Dagger, a mid-tier Huang-grade, would be the best fit. Please guide me, teacher. Su Yun grinned, his smile honest and sincere. The expression made Lin Sihua chuckle. In truth, he genuinely admired Su Yun's character and talent, especially his integrity. For craftsmen like alchemists, forgers, and array masters, betrayal was the greatest fear. The pain of having a painstakingly trained disciple turn against you was enough to break anyone. That's why they valued character above all. Even when Su Yun was in dire straits at the secret medicine pavilion, he held firm to his principles, proving his pure heart. Isn't your Tsonyan cutter good enough? Why the need for a phantom dagger? Lin Sihua asked as he pulled out the weapon blueprint. It's for a friend, Su Yun replied honestly. Good kitty, you're already learning to build your own team. Lin Sihua nodded approvingly, pleased to see his student showing such promise. Soon, they arrived at the backyard of the secret medicine pavilion. After a day of training, Kuke had begun to master the ghost mirage movement technique. Without hesitation, Su Yun tossed him the dagger head forged the day before. Kuke caught the dagger and immediately felt a sense of perfect balance in his grip. Come on, try to kill me, Su Yun said calmly. Huh. Kuke was taken aback. Don't attack, Hedon. Use the smallest movement possible to land a lethal blow. Stab the kidney, pierce the heart, slit the throat, whatever you choose. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. The ruthless approach left Kuke, who had never killed anyone, frozen in place. If you don't kill me, they'll kill you. Su Yun suddenly lunged forward, an intense killing intent radiating from him. Sensing the danger, Kuke dodged to the left like a ghost, but Su Yun instantly closed the distance, his arm crashing down with overwhelming force. Kuke rolled away just in time. With a loud crash, the ground where had been standing caved in. Memories of being bullied by Ding Lei and Yao Feng flashed through his mind, his eyes turning red with anger. But instead of charging recklessly, he exhaled a wisp of pale gray smoke, concealing his presence and shrouding himself in a ghostly aura. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly spun around, only to find that Kuke had completely vanished from sight. A faintly satisfied smile appeared on his face. As he pondered the situation, he suddenly heard a subtle noise to his left. Instinctively, he threw a punch in that direction, but struck nothing but air. In that split second, a dagger gleaming with cold light pressed against his lower back, right at his kidney, and was thrust in without hesitation. Clang! To everyone's surprise, a metallic clang rang out. The dagger was blocked by a layer of tough, black steel-like material, refusing to budge an inch. Kuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. So you really wanted to stab me, huh? Su Yun turned around, teasing with a grin. Kuke scratched his head awkwardly, clearly a bit too excited during the sparring. Fortunately, Su Yun's advanced observation haki had warned him in advance. If it had been anyone else, their kidney would have been ruined. This also confirmed Su Yun's judgment. Kuke truly had potential. That was a feint just now, wasn't it? Su Yun asked. Yes, Kuke nodded, explaining, I used a sound shell to amplify the noise in your left ear, then took the chance to launch a surprise attack from behind. Smart. Su Yun praised sincerely. Anyone who can make those kinds of connections is clever indeed. Kuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. The thrill of realizing his own potential was exhilarating. Once you're ready, it'll be time to challenge the powerful clans and the myriad races, Su Yun said, his tone serious. How long do we have? Kuke asked nervously. It could be just a few days, or maybe half a month, Su Yun replied honestly. As Kuke felt the pressure mounting, Dongfang Taiwes strolled over. With a flick of his hand, he tossed out 2 pills. Bear Demon Pill for Kuke, and the Violet Lotus Poison Pill is for you, kid. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Kuke received the top-grade muscle-strengthening pill with both hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. Su Yun casually swallowed the Violet Lotus Poison Pill and joked, now that teachers got money, once we get on the rankings again, there'll be even more. You little rascal. Dongfang Taiwes scolded with a laugh. After taking the Bear Demon Pill, a shadowy black bear appeared behind Kuke, its roar echoing faintly. His bones crackled, sweat poured down, typical signs of someone refining a powerful pill. In contrast, Su Yun remained completely at ease, even preparing to start making pills himself. How long has it been since you slept? Dongfang Taiwei asked helplessly. Over 2 months, I guess, Su Yun replied offhandedly. Dongfang Taiwei sighed inwardly at how increasingly unconventional his disciple was becoming. When Suyun urged him to go rest, he could only grumble as he headed upstairs. Recently, apart from not sleeping, Suyun had actually been quite disciplined, training in the morning, forging at noon, cultivating in the evening, and making medicine at night his days were full. Humming a little tune, Suyun made his way to the Iron Pavilion, only to find a crowd gathered at the entrance. It turned out the Ironworks clan had come to challenge the guild, having already defeated more than a dozen local forges. The crowd was abuzz, wondering if the Iron Pavilion could turn the tide. Suyun frowned, slipped in through the side door, and saw a steel-like figure competing with the senior students in forging rough billets. Lin Sihua stood nearby, looking grim. The situation was clearly not in their favor. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed throughout the forge. More than a dozen senior students from the Bintai Pavilion were locked in an intense contest against Tugong of the Ironcraft tribe. Among them, 3 were high-level yellow-rank forgers, while the rest were at the intermediate level. Each stood before a forging table, hammering away at a rough, uneven billet, every blow sending a powerful shockwave through the air. Tugong wore a white robe, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, and gripped a silver hammer in his hand. He scanned the crowd coldly, a faint, contemptuous smile curling at his lips before he brought his hammer down with force. Clang! The deafening noise swept across the arena. The nearest Bintai Pavilion student immediately began to bleed from his nose and mouth, his face contorted in pain. Within moments, several others faltered and collapsed, unable to endure the strain. Humans are so weak, Tugong sneered, flashing a mouthful of gleaming steel teeth. You call this willpower? These so-called intermediate yellow-rank forgers wouldn't last a second in our iron realm. They'd be smashed to bits. His taunts stoked the anger of everyone present. Whether they were participants or spectators, faces flushed with shame and rage. But there was nothing they could do. Skill was on Tugong's side, and they had no grounds to argue. One high-level yellow-rank student's arm was shaking violently. He gritted his teeth, summoned all his strength, and brought his hammer down with everything he had. Clang! The shockwave rippled across the arena, but Tugong stood unmoved. Then, in a blur, his silver hammer struck the billet twice in quick succession. Thud! Thud! Both high-level students coughed up blood and collapsed, unconscious. A flash of killing intent flickered in Tugong's eyes as he raised his hammer, ready to strike again. Enough! Lin Sihua called out just in time. Tugong glanced at Lin Sihua, a hint of caution in his eyes, but the cold smile remained on his lips. The Ironcraft tribe's guardian beamed. Director Lin, as agreed, if Tugong wins, the void chi stone from your pavilion is his. Lin Sihua's face darkened, his eyes burning with unwillingness. His students weren't weak in just 3 years at the academy. 2 had already reached high-level yellow rank with remarkable insight. But against the Ironcraft tribe, born for forging, they simply couldn't compete. The Ironcraft tribe had a natural affinity for the forge, and since Tianming Academy wasn't renowned for its forging division, defeat was inevitable. Teacher, we've let you down, the students said, bowing their heads in shame. Usually, their willpower training ended with a few laughs at their expense, but losing to another race carried a sting of humiliation. Lin Sihua sighed. Get some rest. Suyun quietly slipped over to the group and handed them some pills. Thanks, the student said, feeling a bit comforted. Suyun asked curiously, Guys, I get the challenge, but why wager the void chi stone? The Ironcraft tribe had their eyes on our teacher's void chi stone from the start. It's a rare, Xian rank, forging material, one student explained. No crafting involved, just pure willpower, hammer for hammer. Whoever slows down loses. It's a test of endurance, but we've been slacking off lately, he added with a regretful shake of his head. Suyun knew a bit about the void chi stone. It came from the myriad race's battlefield, and when fused into a weapon or spiritual tool, it could reduce the shock waves generated during attacks. Just then, the Ironcraft tribe's guardian noticed Suyun, his eyes lighting up. He remembered the Dragon tribe's earlier request to make an example of Suyun. The Ironcraft tribe ranked around 3,500 among the myriad races, not high, but not low either. If they could curry favor with the Dragon tribe, it would be a great opportunity. Aren't you Suyun? The guardian said with a sly smile. Care to test your willpower against Tugong? Tugong glanced at Suyun, his face full of disdain. Junior Su had only joined the Ironclad Pavilion a week ago and knew next to nothing. At that moment, a senior student hurriedly stepped forward to shield Suyun. Tugong scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt. If you don't know what you're doing, get lost. Don't get in my way. Suyun, rather than getting angry, simply smiled innocently. But inside, he was already plotting. How can I get the void chi stone back from these guys? The Ironforge clan is practically handing it to me. Perfect. Let's see if I don't beat you to a pulp. He turned to Lin Sihua and said, Teacher, I've always been a peaceful person. The moment he said this, everyone around rolled their eyes. You? Peaceful? More like catastrophic. You've only been here 2 months, and every mess that's happened has your name on it. A thoughtful look crossed Lin Sihua's face. He could sense trouble brewing. What are you planning? Suyun kept up his harmless act and smiled. Since this big guy is interested, we'll play along. We can all get along, right? Lin Sihua hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. Su Yun was stubborn as iron. Maybe he could salvage some dignity for the pavilion. If things got out of hand, he could always step in. After all, they'd already lost face. What was a little more? Meanwhile, the Iron Forge clan's protector was grinning even wider. Tu Gang sneered, "You want to play with me? Careful, I might smash you flat with one swing." "Right, and what if I really die?" Su Yun feigned a look of panic. The Iron Forge protector just smiled coolly. "The weak don't deserve to live. If you die, that's that. Everyone here can be a witness." The tension in the air skyrocketed. Despite Su Yun's strength and his rank as a mid-level alchemist, he was up against a born blacksmith from the Ironforge clan. The gap was real and a fatal accident wasn't impossible. Tu Gang looked down on Su Yun, his eyes full of mockery. "Let's see if you can survive my first attack, little human." On the forging platform, an irregular metal billet was being hammered. Tu Gang, following his protector's orders, decided to go all out. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he raised his silver hammer high and brought it down on Su Yun with all his might. Clang! The deafening sound of metal rang out, and a powerful shockwave rippled through the area. Every senior in the pavilion was stunned. They knew Tu Gang had gone all in with that strike. People were worried, but when they looked at Su Yun, their confusion grew. He was completely unscathed. The force of the blow hadn't touched him at all. "That's it. My turn." A cold smirk appeared on Su Yun's lips. Inside, his little nine-tailed fox was already gathering spiritual energy at full force. Su Yun activated the iron hammer technique. A black hammer appeared in his hand, radiating a terrifying aura. "Die!" he shouted, slamming the hammer down. Clang! The impact sent a nearly tangible shockwave surging straight at Tu Gang like a tidal wave. The sneer vanished from Tu Gang's face, replaced by sheer terror. The situation had changed too fast. Even the Ironforge protector couldn't react in time. Boom! Tu Gang's will snapped, his soul obliterated in an instant. His body crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, collapsing to his knees, eyes lifeless and vacant. He was dead. Everyone stared in disbelief at Tu Gang's body. This genius blacksmith, who had dominated the younger generation at Tianming Academy, had been killed by a single blow from Su Yun. His soul was completely destroyed. Ding! Host has killed Tu Gang. Dropped. Advanced Divine Hand 2. The system notification chimed in Su Yun's mind. "And you call yourself a high-level blacksmith?" Su Yun shot a contemptuous look at Tu Gang's corpse, then fixed his cold gaze on the Ironforge protector. What a disgrace. The crowd couldn't help but tremble with excitement. That was satisfying. Su Yun had done an incredible job. The Ironforge protector's eyes blazed with fury, a murderous aura rolling off him, as if he might tear Su Yun apart at any moment. "Are you looking to die?" Lin Siwa's eyes grew cold and deep. Everyone heard it just now. "The weak don't deserve to live." He died, so what? Can't handle the consequences? The tension only grew, but Su Yun just smiled calmly, arms crossed, completely unfazed. The crowd started to cheer him on. "If you can't handle it, get lost. Don't act tough here." The Ironforge protector clenched his fists in rage. Finally, he took a deep breath, picked up Tu Gang's body, and spat out, "I won't forget this." With that, he turned and left, radiating anger and hatred. The crowd erupted in cheers, everyone feeling as if a huge weight had been lifted. Su Yun wore a relaxed smile, basking in the support of those around him. Standing together against the outside, nothing felt better. The entire academy was in an uproar. Su Yun had killed Tugong, a member of the Iron Artisans, with a single blow, not in a life-or-death duel in the arena, but in a clash of wills. Tugong became the first of the myriad races to die here since their arrival in the human realm. His death was nothing short of a disgrace. Not only had he failed to deal with Su Yun, but he'd ended up losing his own life in the process. What a waste, utterly humiliating. When the geniuses of the other clans heard the news, they were furious. At the moment, the myriad races held the upper hand in Tianming Academy, with most of the top spots on the bright rankings belonging to them. It was clear that they had firmly suppressed the human students. Now, with Tugang's death, people began to question the deterrent power of the myriad races. The powerful clans, the Celestials, Demons, and Dragons, didn't seem too bothered. After all, the weak are always weak. If they die, so be it. But this Su Yun was proving to be rather interesting. Ku Di, the Emperor of the Celestials, smiled warmly, his expression as radiant as the sun. "Huh." A demon girl laughed seductively, glancing at Qi Luo, who had just been sent flying with a slap. "Qi Luo, you fought him before, didn't you? Tell us, what was it like?" Qi Luo's face darkened instantly. "Damn, you call that a fight? I was knocked out with a single slap and didn't wake up for days. I just came to." He muttered, "That was a sneak attack. If I get another chance, I'll crush him myself." A dragon clan prodigy, dressed in golden robes with flowing hair and a pair of horns beneath his handsome features, said calmly, "I told you before, people like him have to be eliminated, but none of you listened. He's just a nobody, not worth our attention. Anyone outside the bright rankings isn't even worth facing." Most people dismissed Su Yun, clearly not taking him seriously. But Sheng In from the Celestials quietly reminded them, no, we need to keep a close eye on him. Anyone who can use the breathing technique will always be a potential threat. Meanwhile, excitement was surging among the Academy's students. Su Yun's victory over Tugong didn't just earn them pride, it was a huge boost to their morale. While the children of the noble families were bold enough to challenge others, few dared step onto the life and death stage. In the end, none were as decisive as Su Yun. Cheers broke out everywhere. That was awesome. If Su Yun could take out a few more of those prodigies, would give him a banner in his honor. People discussed the incident on every street and in every alley, the chatter never ending. Inside the main building of the superhuman department, Su Yun was attending class as usual, completely unconcerned with the commotion outside. In the classroom, Teacher Xiong was giving a lecture on the origins of the common tongue. The language we're learning is the common tongue, designed to make communication with the myriad races easier. It was established by the great kings long ago, so we could better understand each other, Teacher Xiong explained, writing key terms on the blackboard. He then moved on to the characteristics of the superhuman department and some common training methods, making the lesson lively and engaging. Just before class ended, Teacher Xiong looked around the room, his tone suddenly serious. 1 week from now, the hunting tournament will begin. The students paused in surprise, then erupted in excited cheers. The hunting tournament was Tianming Academy's biggest annual event. Savage beasts from all over the world would be released into a designated area, and participants could choose to team up or go solo. The tournament was hugely popular, especially since winners could earn merit points, and the chance to hunt the prodigies on the bright rankings was a major highlight. If you found one of those top talents alone, a group could take them down together. This year, the myriad races will also be competing, and the prodigies ranked in the bottom 50 of the bright rankings will be joining as well, Teacher Xiong added, which relieved many students. The gap between the top 50 and the bottom 50 was significant. Excitement swept through the academy as students eagerly discussed the upcoming tournament. On their way back to the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun and Ku Kei hurried along. Ku Kei lowered her voice and said, "Did you hear? It sounds like students from other academies will be joining the tournament too." Su Yun frowned slightly at the news, but said nothing more. Su Yun smiled lightly and said, "It's only natural. After all, our academy is the only one that brings together so many different races. I just hope there won't be more trouble," Ku Kei said with a bitter smile, shaking his head, his brows furrowing slightly. Su Yun's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his voice grew heavy. "If I could, I'd actually prefer things to get even more chaotic." Meanwhile, at Panhai Academy in Yangcheng, the principal stood on a high platform, his gaze sweeping like a searchlight over the neatly assembled students below. "When you arrive, you'll be considered temporary students. I want all of you to keep a low profile," the principal announced forcefully. "Aim for the top 50 on the glory list, and secure a place in the Divine Palace." Below the platform, the students' eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, their expressions openly hostile. Their mission to Tianming Academy was not only to win spots in the Divine Palace, but also to take the opportunity to eliminate the top talents from other races. The atmosphere at Shanglong Academy was noticeably different. "Our main goal is to win places in the Divine Palace. Don't get into unnecessary conflicts with the other race's prodigies," the principal said calmly, but with a hint of warning. "Why? Because you can't guarantee you'll defeat them all. If you can't, then back off. This is a rare opportunity for all the academies to come together, to learn and grow. Understand?" Both the principal and teachers repeatedly emphasized avoiding life and death struggles with students from other races, reminding everyone that survival came first. At that moment, a student stood up and asked in a low, serious voice, "What about the prodigies from our own people?" "Fight," the principal replied, hands clasped behind his back, uttering the word with indifference. The hall fell silent. Many quietly clenched their fists. Their true enemies were right in front of them, yet all they could do was vent their frustrations on their own kind. The sense of frustration hung over everyone like a venomous snake. The atmosphere at Luoyang War Academy was completely different. There, military discipline was strict, and orders were absolute. The principal stood at the front, straight as a spear, radiating authority. "Avoid unnecessary conflict with our own people," the principal said, his gaze sharp as a blade. "But if you encounter students from other races, do as much damage as you can. If you die, the academy will support your family. If you're crippled, the academy will take care of you. But don't ever tarnish the reputation of the War Academy. Kill, kill, kill." The students roared in unison, their voices shaking the hall with overwhelming momentum. Every academy had its own approach. Some were ready to risk everything, while others turned their aggression inward. At the Tianming Academy Council, Zhang Zhongqing had already learned the intentions of the other academies. He didn't try to intervene, he knew it was impossible. "Open it up, and increase the fees," Zhang Zhongqing said softly, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. The board members couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Was he really thinking about profits at a time like this? Zhang Zhongqing didn't bother explaining. Only those who managed the academy understood the real costs. Opening the Spirit River twice had been a huge drain on resources, and every miscellaneous expense required merit points. That same day, the skies above Tianming Academy became lively. Warships and all kinds of giant flying beasts appeared, weaving through the clouds. Over there, that's the Wei and Lin families from Shanglong Academy. And there's the Hua family from the War Academy. Those eyes are terrifying. Damn, at least 10 academies have shown up. The campus was instantly buzzing with excitement. Local students, prodigies from other races, and top talents from other academies all mingled, creating a tense atmosphere that felt like a storm was about to break. For the moment, the incident with Su Yun killing two gang faded into the background. Meanwhile, the one who had started all this was quietly studying forging in the Iron Pavilion. Since becoming a forging apprentice, Su Yun had come up with several bold ideas not just about making weapons, but about creating a spatial artifact that could actually sustain life. His plan was to trap people inside, let them fight each other like insects in a jar, and then personally finish off the final survivor. That way, he could savor the thrill of battle and collect the spoils from the god hand. That's a dangerous idea, Lin Sihua exclaimed when he found out. Su Yun scratched his head sheepishly. In truth, he had only shared the part about trapping people. He hadn't mentioned the full insect jar plan. If he had, Lin Sihua would have sent him straight to a psychiatric ward without hesitation. This wasn't just dangerous, Anna Maria, it was downright terrifying. Su Yun was fully absorbed in learning the art of blacksmithing. Each strike of his hammer rang out crisply through the workshop. Just as he was lost in concentration, hurried footsteps echoed outside. A senior student burst in, breathless and shouting. Huofuzu from the War Academy has killed a genius from the six-winged, flying tiger clan. Tu Wu from the War Academy also severely injured a genius of the Heavenly Fire Demon clan, though he was badly wounded himself. Meanwhile, Wei Pai from Shanglong Academy fought the Deity clan and narrowly lost. The mood in the room instantly grew tense. Su Yun looked up, secretly shocked. We've only just arrived at the academy, and things are already this intense? He became curious about the one called Huofuzu. That name sounds powerful. Fuzu, as in ambushing all other clans? Unable to hold back, Su Yun asked his teacher, Lin Sihua, who was swinging his hammer beside him. Teacher, who are the Huofuzu? Lin Sihua raised his hammer high and brought it down hard, sending sparks flying. Without pausing his work, he replied in a deep voice, the War Academy belongs to the Hua family. They represent the militant faction of the human race. The Hua family once boasted two great kings, King Tsiulu and King in White. In particular, King in White was a legend in his youth, slaying gods and demons alike on the battlefield, and became the youngest warlord ever crowned. At this point, Lin Sihua's voice grew heavy, his eyes reddening as he hammered even harder. But then, the day came when the myriad clans lured him into a trap under the guise of peace talks, and ambushed him. It took the lives of 5 kings from their side just to bring him down. Su Yun drew a sharp breath, deeply shaken. King in White was truly a force to be reckoned with. For the first time, he understood the meaning behind the name Huofuzu. Lin Sihua stopped his hammer and looked at Su Yun with a serious expression. Su Yun, we may have some alliances with certain other clans, but never assume they're all trustworthy. Remember, those who aren't our kin will always have different hearts. Su Yun nodded quickly. I understand, teacher. After leaving the Iron Pavilion, he pushed his cart straight to the entrance of the Divine Pavilion and shouted, medicine for sale. Inside, Xiao Zun and Wang Li's faces darkened at the sound, muttering under their breath, not him again. Even though their own basic grade pills had dropped in price, it hadn't helped much. Customers would only come after Su Yun's medicine sold out, since his ingredients had been refined 5 or 6 times and were far superior in quality. With students from all the academies pouring in, Su Yun's business was better than ever, earning him plenty of merit points. Even at night, while refining medicine, he couldn't help but smile. He was especially generous to students from the War Academy, always giving them 2 extra bottles for free. From the War Academy? Here, take it. No charge. The students would protest, we can't accept this for free. Su Yun would wave them off. Take it. Next time you come, they'll have to raise the price. The War Academy students were immensely grateful, and Su Yun's reputation quickly spread. However, this special treatment also sparked jealousy among the other academies. Students from the Wei family at Shanglong Academy would show up uninvited and say sarcastically, how about giving us some extra, too? Su Yun glanced up and replied with a cold laugh. Careful, or I might just throw it in your face. The student narrowed his eyes in warning. You dare offend the great families? Su Yun scoffed. Go ask around, there's no shortage of rich brats I've beaten up. Now get lost. The Shanglong Academy students left with dark faces, too intimidated by Su Yun's attitude to argue further, but not before muttering a threat as they left. You're going to get what's coming to you. Just wait. These little incidents didn't disrupt Su Yun's business at all. After selling out his pills, he returned home with his cart full of earnings. Lately, not only had he been making a fortune, but his strength was improving steadily, as well as was truly managing both at once. That night, the lights in the secret medicine pavilion burned brightly. Ku Kei returned to his dorm, exhausted. while Su Yun continued to immerse himself in alchemy. Dongfang Taiwei came over, concerned. Don't push yourself too hard. Su Yun smiled and nodded, agreeing on the surface, but he already had new plans for the night. He sat down, closed his eyes, and 10 streams of blazing light appeared in his hands. The intermediate divine hands technique had fully formed. A faint smile played on his lips as he silently thought, "Steal, begin." The system randomly opened 2 worlds for Su Yun to choose from. The monster world and the greatsword world. The world of Monster Hunter. Su Yun's eyes lit up with excitement, knew just how valuable set bonuses were in Monster Hunter. A system prompt sounded, connecting to Monster World. Failed to steal. Steal successful. You've obtained the Fire Dragon set blueprint. Steal successful. You've obtained the Furious Hammer. Steal successful. You've obtained the Calamity Greatsword. Failed to steal. Failed to steal. Staring at his new items, Su Yun's mouth formed an O in surprise. The Fire Dragon set blueprint wasn't a finished piece of equipment, but rather a crafting recipe which actually made it even more valuable. This set not only offered part-breaking abilities, but also boosted fire damage, increased strength, and provided resistance to wind pressure. This is a huge score. Su Yun was ecstatic. The Furious Hammer and Calamity Greatsword, on the other hand, were ready-touse weapons. Su Yun pondered, could I integrate the Furious Hammer into my Iron Hammer technique? If that works, my hammer's power would reach a whole new level. I need to ask about this tomorrow. Glancing around the room, Su Yun noticed the dragon egg in the corner. Still not hatched after all this time? He walked over and gently tapped the egg, suddenly feeling a faint tremor from within. Seems like it's developing well. He'll just have to wait a bit longer. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Yun felt that tonight's haul had been especially rewarding. Early the next morning, Kuke arrived at the secret medicine pavilion. The hunting tournament is just a few days away. I have a task for you, Su Yun said seriously. Kuke immediately straightened up, listening intently. He'll equip you with a set of gear. During the tournament, you must defeat 5 members of the myriad clans. This is your trial. Kuke took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. Su Yun never gave out charity for no reason. If you chose to follow him, you had to show your worth. I won't have to fight our own people, will I? Kuke asked. Su Yun rolled his eyes. This tournament only targets the myriad clans. All other grudges are on hold for now. He always knew how to prioritize. When it came to outside threats, unity was essential. Meanwhile, various factions were making their own plans behind the scenes. At the top floor of the Divine Pavilion, Wang Qin was giving orders. Ping He, your job at the hunting tournament is to deal with Su Yun. It was time to settle old scores with the myriad clans and resolve some personal grievances as well. This time, ganging up on him was perfectly legitimate. Wang Li and Mo Du exchanged knowing smiles. They were both on the verge of breaking through to the warrior level. In the Lu family's main hall, Lu Guang gave his instructions. Wait for the right moment and seriously injure Su Yun. Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao nodded solemnly. As for the myriad clans, others would deal with them. Lu Guang was still fixated on that dragon egg. It had to be taken back. Now that the beast fusion technique was gradually being made available, forming a contract with the dragon after it hatched could bring unimaginable power. Although the 4 great families were temporarily forbidden from studying the technique, it was only a matter of time before the ban was lifted. The Feng and Ding families were also eyeing the situation hungrily. Back at the Iron Pavilion, Su Yun had just finished shopping at the supplies hall. The materials for 2 sets of Fire Dragon armor had cost him 150 merit points. Although there were no true Fire Dragons in this world, similar materials would do the trick. Let's get forging, Su Yun said, brimming with confidence as he prepared to start crafting. Inside the Iron Pavilion, Su Yun was fully absorbed in forging the rough billet, his hammer striking down again and again with unwavering precision and strength. The senior students around him watched in awe, unable to tear their eyes away. Unbelievable. He's hammered it hundreds of times already, and he doesn't seem affected by the recoil at all. And just how strong is his mental focus? They exchanged glances, struggling to believe what they were seeing. Normally, shaping a rough billet would require an immense amount of mental energy, but for Su Yun, it seemed almost effortless. The burning and pain that came with channeling his mind into the process barely registered on his face. There was not a trace of discomfort. Instead, the ground was littered with discarded low-grade yellow-tier weapons, a testament to his tireless forging ability. At that moment, Lin Sihua walked in from outside and, seeing the scene, couldn't help but frown. What are you all looking at? He asked, his tone a mix of surprise and warmth. One of the seniors gave a wry smile. Teacher, does Su Yun ever rest? Him? Lin Sihua smirked. He's got remarkable endurance. You should all try to learn from him. The others nodded, though their expressions were complicated. Learn? Learn what exactly? Lin Sihua thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly. Had heard Su Yun never slept, spending every spare moment training, refining medicine, or studying to broaden his knowledge. Not only was he gifted, he also put in relentless effort, a true overachiever. Approaching Su Yun and seeing the heap of low-grade yellow-tier weapons on the ground, Lin Sihua couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. His mental strength is incredible. Teacher. Su Yun looked up, and, upon seeing Lin Sihua, immediately asked, I have a hammer, can I integrate it into the iron hammer technique? Lin Sihua raised an eyebrow, instantly grasping Su Yun's intention. You want to replace the conjured hammer from the iron hammer technique with your own? He probed. Su Yun nodded eagerly, hope shining in his eyes. You can do that with the fusion technique, Lin Sihua replied with a slight smile. By the way, hey, race a gift to welcome you to the Iron Pavilion. He took out a jade pendant and tossed it to Su Yun. Su Yun caught it and pressed it to his forehead. Now that he was a disciple, he naturally regarded both Lin Sihua and teacher Dongfang as family. There's a technique inside called the Lin family fusion technique. This technique, is it from your family? Su Yun asked in surprise. Lin Sihua replied nonchalantly, more or less. Not many of us left, anyway. Su Yun fell silent for a moment, then said sincerely, Teacher, you and teacher Dongfang will take care of you both in your old age. Lin Sihua rolled his eyes, but felt a warmth in his heart. Ungrateful brat. Are you trying to get rid of me already? Go train and stop wasting time here. He chuckled and turned to head upstairs. Su Yun scratched his head and smiled as he watched Lin Sihua leave. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, focused his mind, and summoned the angry main hammer. In the blink of an eye, a massive hammer appeared in his hand. The handle of the angry main hammer was wrapped in golden black bristles, fitting perfectly in his grip. Where the head met the handle, a rough bone connector held them together. Most striking of all was the hammerhead itself, shaped like a beast's skull, deep purple-black in color, with two spiraling short horns and a bone spike embedded in the center. Su Yun ran his hand over the hammer, feeling the wild, raging will contained within. He took a deep breath, steadying himself for the challenge ahead. The Lin family fusion technique taught that when a forger fused their technique with a weapon, they would inevitably face a fierce internal struggle. This tug-of-war could break anyone lacking unshakable resolve. But Su Yun showed no fear, his eyes only grew more determined, burning with resolve. With his left hand gripping the black iron hammer, and his right holding the angry main hammer, he brought them together. A thunderous shockwave erupted, threatening to tear everything apart. The force was so overwhelming it nearly shattered Su Yun's body, but he held on, refusing to let go. In that moment, Su Yun's heart was as unyielding as iron. Amidst the overwhelming power, he found the courage to defy fate itself. Fuse. Su Yun unleashed his spiritual power, which transformed into two invisible hands, forcefully merging the furious hammer and the iron hammer technique. In an instant, a thunderous crash resounded, sending shockwaves rippling outward. All the low-grade weapons behind him were blasted into the air, swords flying, spears spinning, creating a spectacular and chaotic scene. Everyone inside the iron tempering pavilion was startled by this unexpected display and instinctively took several steps back. Upstairs, Lin Sihua and several elders exchanged incredulous looks, unable to hide their astonished smiles. He mastered the Lin clan's fusion technique in less than 20 minutes. With that kind of willpower, he can even forcefully suppress the vibrations. Master, you've really found yourself a remarkable disciple. Their voices were tinged with envy. Lin Sihua tried to maintain a calm facade, but the grin tugging at his lips betrayed his delight. He thought to himself, he'll have to keep this kid in check, or he'll get too cocky. So, feigning indifference, he began tapping his foot. The elders noticed and scoffed. Maybe you should stop shaking your leg before you lecture him. Mind your own business. Lin Sihua's face flushed with embarrassment as he barked back. Soon, the tremor subsided. The furious hammer and the iron hammer technique had successfully fused. Wiping sweat from his brow, Su Yun eagerly inspected the new hammer in his hand. It still retained the basic features of the furious hammer, with mane-like decorations around the head, a deep purple-black hue, and faint golden lightning patterns flickering across its surface. Strike while the iron is hot. Time to try forging the fire dragon set. Su Yun stood up, eyes shining with excitement. The apprentices in the pavilion were speechless. Someone couldn't help but grumble. Bro, can't you take a break? You're making the rest of us look useless. Su Yun ignored the complaints and explained. The fire dragon set consists of 5 pieces of armor. First up, the helmet. Without delay, he grabbed the forging materials, skillfully fused them into a rough prototype, and brought his new hammer down with a mighty swing. With a loud clang, sparks and a faint flicker of lightning erupted. The entire pavilion fell silent. Even the master and elders pressed their faces to the windows, stunned. A glow of spiritual energy had appeared within the unfinished helmet. Lin Sihua blurted out a string of expletives. One strike had brought forth the artifact's glow. This was unheard of. Usually, it took many blows to hammer out impurities before that light would appear. But Su Yun didn't follow the usual path, achieved it with a single swing. Well done. Su Yun laughed heartily, raising the purple hammer for another strike. Clang, clang, clang. 7 flashes of artifact light merged into the prototype, gradually shaping it into a helmet. Just as everyone thought the miracle was over, an 8th glow suddenly appeared. Master, that's a mid-grade yellow tier piece. This is insane. The elders were so excited they nearly needed heart medicine. For these forging masters, a mid-grade yellow-tier item wasn't all that impressive, but for Su Yun to reach this level after just over a week of learning, even with the help of the fusion technique, was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue, busy refining medicine, scoffed, "Really? That's enough to shock them? They're still too young." Lin Sihua appeared by Su Yun's side and reminded him in a low voice, "The higher the grade, the more intense the spiritual burn your mind will endure. You must hold on." Su Yun simply nodded. He could feel the searing heat in his soul, but it only made him more exhilarated. Again, the artifact light continued to merge into the prototype, and the helmet began to glow with intertwining silver, red, and black hues, with 3 prominent black spikes. "Don't rush. Stabilize it before striking again." "Yes, that's right. Perfect timing." Lin Sihua coached him attentively, admiration shining in his eyes. This was a test of sweat, stamina, and sheer willpower. Sparks flew, and at last, a fully formed fire dragon helmet landed in Lin Sihua's hands. Although shocked, he maintained a calm demeanor and said coolly, "Not bad. Just a mid-grade yellow-tier item." The apprentices gasped in awe. He actually forged a mid-grade piece already. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Su Yun said gratefully, bowing deeply. Lin Sihua's smile widened uncontrollably, and he coughed to hide his joy. "Of course, keep up the hard work." "Yes, Master." Su Yun bowed again. The other apprentices crowded around, eyes filled with envy. After Lin Sihua went upstairs, the elders started teasing. "That's your idea of keeping him humble? Looks more like you got shown up. Get lost." Lin Sihua rolled his eyes, then burst out laughing. The Lin clan's forging legacy finally has a worthy successor. In the backyard of the secret medicine pavilion, Kuke was filled with shock and excitement. Dressed in mid-tier yellow-grade armor, he could clearly feel an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. "The fire dragon set," he whispered in awe. The armor gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. The faceplate, arms, chest, and thighs shone with a cold, silvery light, while the shoulders, skirt, and scale boots were a unique blend of deep red and black. Most striking were the exposed black spikes, each one sharp enough to pierce a beast's hide with ease. The entire set looked flawless, without the slightest imperfection. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. How does it feel?" "It's like it's boosting my strength." "Feels amazing." Kuke couldn't hide his excitement. Su Yun nodded to himself, thinking, "Looks like the set's attributes are kicking in." Kuke had already fused the fire dragon set into his body, and with just a thought, he could equip it instantly. It was incredibly convenient. Remember, equipment is just a tool. You have to rely on your own strength in the end. Su Yun reminded him earnestly. Kuke nodded firmly, a determined look in his eyes. The more benefits he gained, the more pressure he felt not to disappoint Su Yun. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed overhead. In the bright sunlight, a massive shadow swept across the sky. Su Yun squinted, a faint smile on his lips. "Looks like they've started transporting beasts here from all over the world. I heard the beasts for this hunt are at the 8 and 9-star levels, maybe even warrior class." Kuke said, a mix of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. Su Yun nodded slightly. Any student could take part in the hunt, but only those ranked in the bottom 50 of the bright list could join the main event. Still, there was no shortage of warrior class talents among them. "Rest up and save your energy," Su Yun said, waving him off. "Where are you going?" Kuke asked. "To sell medicine," Su Yun replied, pushing his cart and leaving without looking back. In the Yoshin Garden, the top-ranked races, the divine, demon, and dragon clans all lived here, while those without money had to settle for regular dorms. "The hunting tournament? Sounds interesting." A genius from the myriad races sneered. "Is it an event for us to hunt humans?" "Heh, hunting weak beasts? That's boring. Let's just kick the humans out," another replied with open disdain. Chi Luo grinned, showing his sharp teeth. "Starting off by crushing the humans, I like it." "Not a bad idea." Sheng En smiled and nodded. "Don't kill anyone, but crippling them shouldn't be a problem." Su Yun will probably join too. "Keep an eye on him." Long Yunxiang, the Dragon Clan prodigy, reminded calmly. A Dragon Clan member behind him sneered. "Don't worry, 10th Prince." Emperor Ku glanced at Long Yunxiang. "Seems like you have a serious grudge against him. I heard he has a dragon egg. He'll trade his life for the return of our kin." Long Yunxiang's voice grew cold, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. The others nodded in understanding, eventually reaching a consensus. During the hunt, all humans would be driven out. That day, the sky roared with noise as countless figures hurried toward the academy's back mountain, a vast forest teeming with fierce beasts. To accommodate the tournament, the academy had transported large numbers of beasts from all over the world. Even from a distance, the roars of the beasts echoed continuously. It was worth noting that a faint glow flickered above the back mountain. This was a barrier created by rune masters and formation experts working together, sealing the area completely to prevent any beasts from escaping. Dear viewers, welcome to Dragon City Channel 1. The event was being broadcast live. Zhang Zhongqing and the Academy's board members sat on a high platform, joined by protectors from the myriad races. Let's hope both humans and the myriad races show their best, Zhang Zhongqing said with a smile. The Divine Clan's protector smiled meaningfully. I hope so too. The board members frowned. His words sounded like a bloodstained blade, chilling and ominous. Below, enforcement teams maintained order, while teachers repeatedly reminded the students, don't be reckless. If you're in danger, crush your jade token immediately. Stick together in small groups, never go off alone. The hunting competition is just for fun, so don't risk your life. Teacher Xiong's expression was stern as he swept his gaze across every student, his tone leaving no room for argument. Suyin glanced down at the crude jade pendant in his hand, the life-saving token given to every participant. A faint trace of energy was sealed inside. If crushed, a teacher would immediately come to the rescue. Looking around at the crowd, Suyin couldn't help but be amazed. There were thousands of competitors, including not only human students, but also representatives from myriad other races and academies. The scale of this event was truly unprecedented. Suyin, I'm heading out first. Kuke nodded at him in farewell. Suyin smiled back, feeling a surge of anticipation for his friend's performance. Just then, he sensed several chilling auras nearby and instantly activated his observation haki. Among those auras, there were both humans and members of other races. Looking for trouble, are you? Suyun's eyes turned cold as he muttered under his breath. He had a clear goal this time. Hunt the other races and seize the god hand. As for those arrogant noble families that wanted to cause trouble, wouldn't show any mercy. Next group. The enforcer's call snapped him out of his thoughts. Suyun strode forward, quickly followed by others. A mysterious, refined energy swept over them, and they were randomly teleported to a spot deep in the back mountain. The forest was dense, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows on the ground, like a sea of stars. Standing in this patch of light, Suyun quickly spread out his senses. Let's see, 1,000 meters to the east. Oh, someone's already fighting a fierce beast, he murmured to himself. Huh, over there, someone's clashing with the other races. The Huo family really is impressive. That path looks promising. He'll set up an ambush there. His observation haki worked like a radar, sweeping up intelligence from miles around and feeding it directly into his mind. Ninetales mode. He called softly, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed off. He wanted to check on Kuke's location, but his friend was already out of range, so he had to give up for now. Meanwhile, inside a small mountain peak, 3 demons were plotting their next move. Their skin was tinged with purple, and their eyes flickered with fire-like light. Let's hunt some humans. One of them grinned, baring his sharp teeth. Just as they were about to leave, a strange figure suddenly appeared behind them, silent, without warning, as if materializing out of thin air. With a flash of the blade, one demon's ear, middle finger, and ankle were sliced off in an instant. Blood sprayed as his screams echoed through the cave. Who's there? The other 2 shouted in terror, spinning around. But the cave was eerily silent, the quiet so oppressive it sent chills down their spines. An inexplicable fear began to take hold. Suddenly, the second demon heard a faint sound by his ear. He turned instinctively, and in that split second, both his ears and a kidney were mercilessly sliced away. What is this thing? He clutched his side and ears, writhing on the ground in agony. The third demon was completely terrified, trembling uncontrollably. How could something like this exist in the human's back mountain? No trace, no sound, not even a ripple of energy left behind. This terrifying scene was captured on camera and instantly broadcast to both human and non-human spectators. Shocked cries erupted everywhere. Yao Feng and the others broke out in a cold sweat as they recognized the figure Kuke. The one they'd always dismissed as useless was now toying with 3 demons, as if they were nothing. His eyes no longer gentle, but filled with a chilling ferocity. On screen, the third demon's nerves snapped. He crushed his jade pendant in panic. The moment it shattered, all 5 of his fingers were severed, blood gushing out. A teacher appeared instantly, stunned by the carnage before him. Get us out of here. The 3 demons wailed in pain. Once they were taken away, Kuke finally stepped out of the darkness. He slowly raised the visor of his fire dragon helmet, revealing a face cold as ice. That felt incredible. Kuke's heart pounded wildly, as if his true nature was finally being unleashed. In that moment, Kuke became a ghost in the darkness. The fierce beasts were arranged in 2 layers, inside and outside, with a stark difference between them. The beasts on the outer perimeter were mostly at the 9-star warrior level, some even nearing the peak of the warrior class. However, those at the core were almost all at the level of war generals. As a result, the human geniuses were constantly pushing forward. By killing enough beasts, they could climb the rankings and compete for the top spot. If they encountered a ranked contender traveling alone, taking them out could be an easy way to boost their own position. However, the geniuses from the myriad races had a different goal, driving the humans off this battlefield entirely. Suddenly, a powerful aura rippled out in all directions, accompanied by the shockwaves of fierce combat. With a cold chuckle, a 5-person team ahead grew tense and looked forward warily. The voice belonged to a tall man, who slowly emerged from the shadows. He had dragon horns on his head, wore deep blue battle armor, stood over 3 meters tall, and exuded an imposing presence, especially his dragon-like eyes, which were deep and icy. This was none other than Long Sihai, ranked 89th on the Radiance leaderboard. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the team members as they recognized him. Long Sihai, a prodigy from Luoyang War Academy, was infamous for his ruthlessness. He had no intention of climbing higher. Instead, he deliberately remained at 89th to block the humans' advance. His goal was simple, yet shameless, to keep the humans from progressing. If he encountered someone from another race, he would immediately surrender without hesitation. One of the team members whispered, "That's Long Sihai? He's only here to stop us from moving forward." Long Sihai ignored the others, his gaze fixed on the girl at the front of the group. Determination was written in her features, her short black hair swaying slightly in the breeze, an air of resolve perfectly complementing her striking looks. She was Deng Yuan, ranked 95th on the Radiance leaderboard. Her eyes sparkled with fierce determination as she yelled, "Attack!" In an instant, the surrounding trees were uprooted as if pulled by an invisible force. They shed their bark and were instantly transformed into massive wooden stakes, which shot through the air like cannonballs. Deng Yuan's elemental S-strength talent, Lord of the Forest, surged with overwhelming power. The other four didn't dare hesitate and immediately charged at Long Sihai. The wooden stakes whirled through the air, hurtling toward him with devastating force. A blue, ocean-like glow suddenly enveloped Long Sihai, forming 9 concentric ripples around him. With a roar, he stepped forward and threw a powerful punch. His attack unleashed 9 waves of energy, exploding outward. The wooden stakes shattered instantly under his assault, splinters flying everywhere. While he couldn't defeat the entire team with a single blow, his strength still overwhelmingly suppressed Deng Yuan's group. In a flash, 4 of her teammates were sent flying. Long Sihai sneered, "A bunch of weaklings, and you dare challenge me?" He struck quickly, grabbing one teammate by the ear and yanking until blood sprayed out. Another was punched in the stomach, collapsing with a scream as blood and entrails burst forth. A third had his right leg smashed, flesh and bone mangled, coughing up blood that splattered across Long Sihai's face. The fourth tried to fight back, but was crippled with a single blow to the shoulder. Wiping the blood from his face with disgust, Long Sihai's eyes gleamed with contempt. Trash. Just as he was about to continue his assault, a massive tree trunk crashed down from above, blasting him hundreds of meters back with its force. Gritting her teeth, Deng Yuan shouted, "Go! Get out of here!" The 4 teammates, filled with helplessness and despair, knew they had no chance. Even with 5 of them together, they couldn't withstand Long Sihai for even a moment. 4 were instantly taken out. With no choice, they crushed their jade pendants, vanishing as their teachers whisked them away. A cold glint flashed in Long Sihai's eyes. "You've got some guts." His deep blue armor was now streaked with white marks, his expression icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. Deng Yuan took a deep breath, her heart pounding with caution. She was ranked 95th, but Long Sihai's true power was far beyond 89. He was likely close to level 70. "Forest cabin," Deng Yuan shouted, sweeping her arms. Instantly, every tree within 50 meters was drawn in, forming a colossal wooden cabin. The structure loomed like a giant beast with thick, tree-trunk legs, radiating an intimidating pressure. 2 massive wooden arms, like the cabin's limbs, swung down hard toward Long Sihai. "You're wasting your true potential. Being bigger just gives you more places to get hit." Long Sihai sneered, his body shimmering with blue waves of light. In a sudden burst of speed, he easily dodged the oncoming attack. Boom! The massive log crashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Long Sihai darted out from the haze like lightning, thrusting his palm forward with a resonant hum. A blue, jade-like palm print, crackling with energy, shot straight at the giant wooden structure. Crash! The wooden house collapsed instantly under the impact, splinters flying everywhere. Deng Yuan's face turned pale as she plummeted from the sky. The teachers from Luoyang War Academy watched in shock. Long Sihai had exploited the very flaw they'd been trying to correct in Deng Yuan, but she had always ignored their advice. She hit the ground hard, landing on her back, blood spurting from her mouth. Weak and battered, she still struggled to get up. Just as she moved, a heavy foot mercilessly stomped down on her right hand. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was unmistakable, and a wave of agony washed over Deng Yuan, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. "Not bad. I like your screams even more," Long Sihai said, looking down at his prey. Suddenly, he frowned. "What's with that look?" Deng Yuan bit her lip, silent, her eyes burning with hatred and pain. She tried to crush the jade pendant at her waist, but Long Sihai reacted swiftly, swatting it away with a single blow. "Still not going to make a sound?" He grabbed her by the neck with one hand, yanked, and tore off one of her arms with brute force. Hot blood sprayed from the wound, soaking the ground red. Many in the crowd turned away, unable to bear the sight. Even more were filled with anger. This was supposed to be a battle, not torture. Dang Yuanyuan's face grew even paler, but she didn't make a sound, only glaring fiercely at Long Sihai. You've got a death wish. Long Sihai growled, irritation flashing in his eyes. He couldn't believe a mere human would dare defy him like this. Food shouldn't act with such defiance. That's enough. One of the Luoyang War Academy teachers finally snapped, shouting as he appeared on the scene. Long Sihai glanced at the newcomer, squinting with a faint smile. Just a friendly spar. With that, he tossed the barely conscious Dang Yuanyuan to the teacher, looking completely unconcerned. Without another word, the teacher scooped up the student and rushed away. The mood of what had seemed like a friendly hunting match had taken a dark turn. Zhang Zhongqing, the board members, and teachers from the other academies all looked grim. This was a blatant slap in the face. Can't kill. Fine, it'll cripple them. The Dragon Clan's guardian said with a cold smile. Is this how humans train their talents? How adorable. Zhang Zhongqing forced a smile. Everyone has their own methods. His words drew mocking laughter from the other guardians. A heavy sense of dread settled over the human teachers and students. Dang Yuanyuan wasn't the only one. Other talents had suffered similar fates. Even if their wounds could heal, their foundations had already been damaged. Long Sihai, in high spirits, continued his hunt for the next target. The thrill of crushing the weak filled him with satisfaction. Spotting another group of humans, he grinned. It's Long Sihai. The five-man team's faces changed as they shouted and tried to flee. But after barely 100 meters, they saw someone ahead. Su Yun. Friends from the War Academy? Su Yun raised an eyebrow and smiled. Go ahead. Thanks, Brother Su. The five let out a sigh of relief and hurried on. When Long Sihai realized his prey was gone, anger flared in his chest. But seeing Su Yun nearby, his eyes lit up with excitement. Outside the mountain, the human spectators watching the broadcast grew excited. Here he comes. The big bad wolf is here. Hey, little worm, what color is your clan's blood? Su Yun grinned. Long Sihai sneered. Too bad you'll never find out. Boom. Instantly, Su Yun drew his Kanjiunki blade, his aura exploding as he flashed above Long Sihai. Breath of the sun, heavenly azure. Flash. Before Long Sihai could react, one of his arms was severed. Red? I thought it'd be green. Su Yun landed softly, disappointment clear in his voice. So novels really do lie. Witnessing this scene, both the humans and the myriad other races fell silent. In an instant, the dazzling blade light, a symbol of Waxia's martial heritage, flashed outside. Su Yun's Kanjiunki drew a fierce arc through the air, slicing off Long Sihai's arm in one swift motion. Blood spurted as Long Sihai staggered back, his face contorted in agony, mind overwhelmed by the terror of his opponent's brutality. But Su Yun showed no mercy, pressing forward with his blade. Kanjiunki swung again, and within 100 meters, trees were felled at the base, crashing down in a thunderous wave. In desperation, Long Sihai summoned the Taishang Dragon Transformation Cauldron. Dragon blood gathered in the air, forming a three-legged cauldron shaped like a roaring dragon. What are you roaring for? I want dragon meat. Su Yun shouted, his voice thundering. The Kanjiunki, now wreathed in a domineering black aura, transformed into a massive guandao and shattered the dragon cauldron in a single blow. Long Sihai began to bleed from every orifice, collapsing to his knees. Su Yun's assault didn't stop. With another slash, he severed Long Sihai's other arm. Standing wide-legged, his body drenched in blood like a demon god, Su Yun twisted his waist sharply, and the blazing Kanjiunki swept across, slicing through Long Sihai's legs as well. Sun-breathing waltz. With a fierce shout, Su Yun collected Long Sihai's severed limbs, cursing, "Don't you die on me, I'm not paying for your life." With that, he shoved a healing pill into Long Sihai's mouth. A system notification chimed. Ding. Host has defeated Long Sihai. Dropped. Advanced Divine Hand 1. The mountainside erupted with excitement, especially among the students from Luoyang War Academy, who cheered Su Yun's name in awe. Dang Yuanyuan was so thrilled she jumped up and down, shouting that she wanted to have Su Yun's babies, leaving everyone blushing in embarrassment. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the non-human races turned tense. The Dragon Clan's protector looked grim, while the divine race's Sheng In smiled with interest. Emperor Ku fixed his gaze thoughtfully on the Kanjiunki. The demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. The human leadership had mixed reactions. Wang Can and Lu Guang urged Su Yun to restrain himself. The Feng and Ding families were clearly displeased. In contrast, the Li family's director expressed support, and Zhang Zhongqing could barely contain his excitement. But Su Yun's next move completely enraged the Dragon Clan, started roasting skewers of dragon meat over a fire using the severed limbs. This sight had humans around the world bursting into laughter, while the other races looked utterly aghast. The Dragon Clan's protector roared for Su Yun's execution, and the faces of the other races turned cold as well. At that moment, Dongfang Taiyue and Lin Sihua could no longer hold back. Fueled by anger, they stepped forward, ready to face the Dragon Clan heathen. These two, both veteran alchemists and smiths who worked with fire daily, were not to be underestimated. Dongfang family. The air grew thick with tension, as if a storm was about to break. The Tao protector of the Tianhua demon clan let out a sinister smile, his words cutting like a knife. You used to be so formidable traitors inside, enemies outside. In the end, only one survived. As soon as he spoke, a surge of fury twisted Dongfang Teiyu's face into a savage mask. The other's expressions changed drastically as well. That incident was a forbidden topic for the human race, something that could neither be discussed nor touched upon. Buzz. 100 feudal flaming cauldrons soared into the sky, flames raging within. 3 colors of fire crimson, blue, and pitch black roared as they erupted. The 3 flames merged inside the cauldron, their power surging like a fire god descending upon the world. At that moment, Dongfang Taiyue was wreathed in flames, his eyes bloodshot, as if determined to burn away all past humiliation. His thunderous roar echoed, "You'll all die for me too." The flaming cauldron hurtled toward the myriad clans. A wave of searing heat rolled out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The crowd was stunned, fear written all over their faces. This old lunatic has snapped. At least 3 Tao protectors moved at once, joining forces to suppress the terrifying cauldron. If it were allowed to land, countless lives would be lost among the myriad clans. You. Among the clans, a powerful figure's face darkened, his voice cold as he muttered. At that moment, Zhang Zhongqing quietly turned away, his gaze deep and voice low but icy. "I won't allow you to bring this up again." "Hey, just a joke. No need to get worked up," the Tao protector of the divine clan replied with a forced smile, slowly reining in his anger. Lin Sihua and the others hurried forward, restraining the furious Dongfang Taiyue, and the tense atmosphere finally eased a little. Zhang Zhongqing took a deep breath, forcing down the turmoil in his chest. He turned to speak to Su Yun in a resigned tone. "Su Yun, don't do this." Meanwhile, Su Yun was squatting nearby, grilling a skewer of meat, looking confused as he glanced over. He put away his food, sighing with regret, "What a waste of my dipping sauce." Many people on the field twitched at the corners of their mouths. Who brings dipping sauce to a battlefield? What is this guy's deal? Just then, Su Yun's keen observation picked up on a disturbance. He spun around, moving like lightning as he activated his nine-tails form. In the distance, a team from Tianming Academy was being pursued by a divine clan powerhouse. Boom. An explosion erupted as Su Yun arrived in a flash of light. The squad's eyes lit up with surprise and relief as they saw him. "Su Yun. Hey, good morning," Su Yun replied with a mischievous grin, pointing at their target. "He's mine." The team hurriedly handed over their target and fled without looking back. After all, this was a divine clan member. They stood no chance, and lingering would only mean death. Facing Su Yun, the divine clan powerhouse remained calm and silent. Shouldering his kanjiunch blade, Su Yun raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Why do all you divine clan types look so effeminate? Name yourself." A cold glint flashed in the other's eyes as he shouted, "Guangyi Divine Clan Yaokong. Ranked 71st on the light list." Su Yun shrugged, unimpressed. "Never heard of you." Buzz. 6 radiant wings unfurled behind Yaokong, holy light tearing through the air. With a sweep of his palm, a wheel of pure light formed and hurtled towards Su Yun, buzzing as it sliced through the air. Ultra mini-tailed beast bomb. A sphere of pitch-black energy formed in Su Yun's palm, which he hurled forward. Boom. Light and darkness collided, tearing through the air. A mushroom cloud rose as the explosion overturned the surrounding air. Yao Kong swept his 6 wings, scattering shimmering particles of light. Each time his wings touched the light, his speed surged, allowing him to close in on Su Yun in an instant. 6-winged divine sword. Murderous intent flashed in Yao Kong's eyes. His 6 wings spread like cicada wings, transforming into 6 radiant swords that stabbed towards Su Yun. 8 extremes collapse. Su Yun shouted, slamming his foot down. The force shattered the ground, his punch as sharp as a blade. Boom. Yaekong's face changed as he was sent flying uncontrollably. "There's hidden force." He muttered darkly, summoning holy light within himself to try to force out Su Yun's power. Bang. The last wave of hidden force exploded, blood gushing from his mouth. He staggered, as if struck by lightning. In the next instant, Su Yun shattered the ground beneath his feet and appeared behind Yaokong. With a swipe of his demon fox claws, he grabbed Yaekong's wings and crushed them with a sickening crack. Feathers drifted like dust, scattering through the dense forest. Yao Kong collapsed to his knees, his face twisted in pain. The iconic wings of his clan shattered inch by inch in the air, dissolving into countless points of light. "You." Yao Kong tried to speak, but Su Yun cut him off. "Shut your filthy mouth." Su Yun barked, his fists raining down on Yao Kong's body with relentless force. Each punch landed with a sickening thud, the sound of flesh and bone colliding echoing through the woods. In the brief pauses between blows, Su Yun even found time to slap Yao Kong twice, the crisp sound ringing out clearly. Finally, Su Yun gathered his strength and drove a punch straight into Yao Kong's chest. The blow was so powerful that Yao Kong went limp and collapsed, barely clinging to life. Ding. Host has defeated Yao Kong. Dropped. Advanced Divine Hand 2. Looking down at the battered, barely breathing Yao Kong, Su Yun sighed softly. I can't kill you. I'm sorry. Those watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gasp, eyes wide with shock. Su Yun is incredible. Both the Dragon Clan and the Divine Clan have fallen to him, someone whispered in awe. But the battle was far from over. Su Yun turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the densest part of the crowd. He wasn't the only one fighting. Other prodigies were locked in fierce combat as well. There were plenty of 7- and 8-star warriors among the humans, but noticeably fewer at the 9-star level, and this disadvantage quickly became apparent. Even though the top students from other academies fought valiantly, they could only hold out for so long. Beat them all to a pulp and throw them out, someone from the allied races laughed wildly. Ha ha, this is my favorite part. I've already taken care of more than 20. Why are you all so slow? The academy prodigies exchanged tense glances, gritting their teeth as anger burned in their eyes. Just then, Wang Li, Mo Du, Ding Lei, and a few other elite students exchanged looks and quietly withdrew from the battlefield. Mo Du, what are you doing? Someone called out in confusion. Mo Du replied expressionlessly. This is a beast hunting competition, not a brawl with the allied races. With that, he and Wang Li turned and left. Ding Lei shot one last glare at the gloating crowd, clenched his jaw, and followed. The allied races sneered. They're fighting among themselves now? Humans really are something else. When Wang Li and the others found Lan Pingyi, he was focused, whispering, wait here. I can sense him. They immediately understood who he meant. Su Yun. I think I smell prey. A calm, amused voice called from the forest just as the allied races prepared to drive out the remaining humans. Su Yun emerged, cloud cutter in hand, striding confidently into view. He swept his gaze across the crowd, a hint of excitement curling at his lips. You guys go ahead. Leave these little pests to me, Su Yun said to the other prodigies. We can't let the allied races take the warlord-level beasts. If anyone wins, it should be us. We'll stay and help you, someone insisted through gritted teeth. Su Yun waved them off. Relax. They're not worth my full effort. You're getting cocky, kid, a tiger-headed prodigy from the allied races roared. Su Yun shot him a cold look. Did I give you permission to speak? If I didn't, keep your mouth shut. How dare you? A demon clan prodigy shouted in fury. There are demon clan geniuses here too. Buzz. Blood-red veins flickered in Su Yun's eyes as black lightning crackled in the air. An overwhelming, almost divine aura exploded from him, suffocating everyone around. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the allied race prodigies went slack-eyed, drool trickling from their mouths as their bodies stiffened and collapsed. Only a handful remained standing, pale and trembling. Ding. Host has defeated members of the allied races. Dropped. Basic Divine Hand 12, Intermediate Divine Hand 9. Clearly, he doesn't need our help, the human prodigies who had wanted to assist said, quickly making their exit. His abilities are just too strange. Weaklings can't even get close to him. Watching from the shadows, Wang Li felt a chill run down his spine. This guy is even stronger than before. Mo Du's eyes darkened, his killing intent growing as his fists clenched involuntarily. Ding Lei stood his ground, a layer of black, diamond-like armor quietly forming over his body, his expression icy. Lan Pingyi spoke calmly to those beside him. Remember, we strike together. At that moment, everyone was stunned by the sudden collapse of the Wan clan. The shock was especially clear on the faces of their protectors, and the top 50 powerhouses of the bright ranking, including figures like Sheng Enhei, were witnessing the awe-inspiring might of a true king. For the first time, the signature smile vanished from Emperor Ku's face, his voice heavy as lead. The guardian of the divine clan grew visibly serious as well. If humanity was ever to rise, it would likely depend on this young man named Su Yun. A person's potential is often evident at a glance. A true powerhouse can change the fate of an entire race. In that moment, Dongfang Taiyue and Lin Sihua could barely contain their excitement. Did you see that? That's the disciple we trained. Meanwhile, members of the four great families stood by expressionless, their minds racing with conflicting thoughts. Zhang Zhongqing took a deep breath, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. She feared Su Yun's brilliance would make him a target, not just for internal rivals, but also for the Wan clan and foreign cults. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Wang Li and his group appeared. Their intentions obvious. They were here to ambush Su Yun. In the rear mountains, Su Yun instantly sensed the approaching danger. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, raising his Tsong Yun blade and striking down with force. The skies darkened, thunder roared, and thick bolts of lightning crashed down like rampaging dragons. A blast of wind formed fly ash shot towards Su Yun like an air cannon, while a massive, crystal-coated wooden stake tore through the air, aimed at his vital points. Courting death, Su Yun's fury erupted. He had wanted to set aside personal grudges and deal with the threat of the Wan clan first, but these people would rather risk that danger just to take him down. Utterly despicable. At the critical moment, the fire dragon armor flared across Su Yun's body. With a thunderous boom, dust billowed skyward. Wang Li, Mo Du, and Ding Lei appeared, watching coldly. As the dust settled, their expressions shifted. Su Yun stood unharmed in his fire dragon armor, his hand gripping the blade, trembling slightly. Very well. Since you insist on this path, you'll pay the price. Su Yun's voice turned icy, his blood-red eyes blazing with fury. Just then, a strange figure appeared behind Wang Li, plunging a dagger precisely into his lower back before vanishing in an instant. Wang Li screamed, clutching his bleeding wound. Who is it? Before he could react, the figure reappeared, aiming straight for his ankle. Wang Li roared, unleashing a storm of violent lightning. Lan Pingyi quickly summoned a towering, 100-meter flame spirit, trying to rescue Wang Li. But the mysterious figure moved with lightning speed, disappearing before the thunder could touch them. Ding Lei and Mo Du shivered, realizing at last that something truly terrifying had infiltrated the hunting competition. Suddenly, Su Yun sprang into action, moving like a bolt of lightning. His eyes were cold and emotionless, filled only with pure killing intent. He swept his Yun blade through the air, severing the connection between the flame spirit and Wang Li. For the first time, Lan Ping's composure broke, and he charged forward with a shout. Wang Li crashed to the ground, coming face to face with Su Yun's terrifying gaze. You're finished. Su Yun sneered, his blade flashing. In an instant, Wang Li was hacked into a bloody, limbless stump. The brutality of the scene was burned into the souls of all who witnessed it. Wang Can and the others stared in horror, realizing that things had taken a disastrous turn. Wang Li was gravely injured. Though he was barely clinging to life, his battered and bloodied body meant a tremendous loss for the Divine Pavilion. Mo Du, stay alert for anyone in the shadows. Ding Lei, come with me. Lan Ping's gaze was cold and menacing as he issued his orders. Mo Du's expression changed instantly. Energy surged within him, and he unleashed a flurry of wind blades, swirling around him to form a protective barrier prepared for any ambush from the darkness. Ding Lei's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Don't order me around, he snapped, even as he stomped the ground with force. Dirt flew in all directions as he shot forward like a black diamond, tearing through the air. Ding Lei, have you forgotten how I made you afraid? Su Yun's eyes glittered coldly from behind his mask, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he activated his nine-tails form. Golden light erupted from his body as the claws of the demon fox burst out behind him, lunging straight for Lan Pingyi. At the same time, Su Yun himself gripped Kanjianki, facing Ding Lei Heiden. The scene brought back memories of fear for Ding Lei, and his resolve wavered despite himself. I don't believe it. You are just a criminal's disciple. He roared, the black diamond layer covering his body growing even thicker. He grabbed a nearby tree, instantly transforming it into diamond, and hurled it at Su Yun with all his might. The air screeched as the diamond-transformed tree whistled through it, but Su Yun didn't flinch. He exhaled slowly, flames surging over his body, and Kanjianki flashed with afterimages in his hand. Breath of the Sun-Solar Halo Dragon, head dance. The blade, wreathed in fire, sliced the diamond tree into fragments. Su Yun closed in, bringing Kanjianki down hard on Ding Lei. The blade was momentarily blocked by the black crystal armor, but with the boost from the fire dragon set, it broke through in an instant. With a sickening sound, Ding Lei was slashed from his waist to his thigh, nearly cut in half. Even with his superhuman vitality keeping him alive, he was completely incapacitated. Eyes wide with terror, he fumbled for his jade pendant, but it slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Pathetic. Su Yun sneered, stomping on the jade pendant and smashing it, then turned to face Lan Pingyi, who had been knocked back by the demon fox's claws. The elders of the Ding family arrived, eyes bloodshot at the sight of Ding Lei's condition. Meanwhile, Wang Li was quickly carried away by others. This battle had dealt a devastating blow to the Divine Pavilion. At that moment, the wind blade shield around Mo Du was suddenly sliced apart by a strange force. A flash of cold light, and one of his kidneys was pierced in an instant. If you've got the guts, fight me face to face. What's with all the sneaking around? Mo Du howled in pain. Hiding in the shadows, Kuke looked nervous but mostly disdainful. I dared to stab and shrank. I'd do the same to an SS shrank. As Su Yun's gaze shifted in their direction, Mo Du frantically crushed his jade pendant, screaming, You can't attack me. The members of the Divine Pavilion who saw this looked utterly disgraced. Ding. Host has defeated Wang Li and Ding Lei, and received advanced hand of God X4. Those few from the 10,000 races over there are yours, Su Yun suddenly said. Lan Pingyi didn't quite understand who he was talking to, but he realized one thing: the person hiding in the shadows was no longer going to interfere. I truly underestimated you, Lan Pingyi said, locking eyes with Su Yun and speaking in a grave tone. Su Yun didn't respond, only returning a cold stare. He had never wanted direct conflict with the academy, but after being provoked again and again, he had reached his limit. Boom. In the next instant, Lan Ping's entire body blazed red, and a massive flame spirit appeared behind him. In an instant, Wild flames engulfed everything within several hundred meters, as if they would burn the world to ashes. This was the SS-level elemental talent Heavenly Fire Giant Spirit. And Lan Pingyi was a one-star war general. Fire River. Su Yun let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the sky. In an instant, a blazing spirit emerged from the void, like an ancient deity crossing the ages, unleashing a roar that shook the heavens. Boom! The fiery spirit swung its massive fist, causing the very air to wail under its force. Flames surged forth with unstoppable power, scorching everything in their path. The earth burned, and trees erupted into ash in an instant. This was the might of a war general, far surpassing that of a mere warrior, able to draw upon the mysterious power hidden deep within. Yet Su Yun stood his ground, unflinching. He put away his Tsongyun blade, and instead summoned the iron hammer technique. A gigantic purple hammer materialized out of thin air, swelling in size as it met the wind, taking the shape of a wrathful weapon. Lifting it above his head, streams of fierce energy coiled around its surface, distorting the air around it. With a furious shout, Su Yun brought the purple hammer crashing down to meet the raging river of fire Hedon. Boom! To everyone's shock, the unstoppable torrent of flames was smashed apart by a single blow. Spectators stared in disbelief. The fire was extinguished in an instant. A powerful shockwave swept through the area, snuffing out much of the raging inferno in the forest. The ground shook violently, cracks spreading outwards and filling everyone with dread. Using the hammer's recoil, Su Yun launched himself into the air like a cannonball. Boom! Suddenly, the once bright sky erupted in flames as spirals of fire wrapped around Su Yun, then poured entirely into the purple hammer. He plunged down like a comet, both hands gripping the hammer, roaring, "Kill!" For a moment, everyone human or otherwise saw that blazing meteor streaking across the sky. But it wasn't a rock, it was a living, breathing man. Blood spirit cross/. Lan Ping's face paled in terror. He could no longer hold back and unleashed his full strength, merging with the fiery spirit behind him. His skin began to crack and bleed. A desperate, life-risking technique. Though he couldn't fully merge with his innate power, he had no other choice now. A glimmer of intelligence flashed in the fiery spirit's eyes. Crossing its arms into an X, its entire form transformed into a towering pillar of fire, rising up to meet Su Yun's falling strike. Bang! As the purple hammer struck down, the two flames collided and exploded into a ring of fire, sending waves of heat rippling across the sky. The scorching temperature twisted and warped the very air. Crack! Suddenly, the fiery spirit's form split apart, shattering under Su Yun's hammer. With a deafening crash, Lan Pingyi crashed into the dirt, smoke pouring from his body. Completely defeated, unable to fight any longer. Ding! The system chimed. Host has defeated Lan Pingyi. Dropped. Advanced God's Hand 4. All of the participants from the Divine Pavilion had been utterly crushed in this hunt. Silence fell outside the arena. The board members were breathing heavily, eyes wide with disbelief. Did I see that right? An 8-star just beat down a 1-star war general like a father disciplining his son. It's insane. Wang Can's eyes were blazing with fury. 2 of my people seriously injured in a friendly match. What a loss. Meanwhile, Dongfang Taiwei and the others burst out laughing. Beautifully done. If killing hadn't been forbidden in this hunt, Wang Li, Ding Lei, and Lan Pingyi would probably be dead already. Su Yun slowly removed his mask, revealing a cold, fearsome expression like a god of death returning from hell. You should be grateful for the Academy's strict rules, he said quietly. With his anger spent, his mood gradually returned to normal. Look at these humans always fighting among themselves. That's the way of humans. Good at infighting, useless against outsiders. Ha ha. He must be exhausted by now. At that moment, Su Yun heard the taunts of the non-humans and turned to glare at them. A few of them stood there, smugly discussing the scene. But in the next instant, Su Yun flashed forward, his body as hard as black steel. With a crushing punch and a sweeping kick, he sent the group flying, coughing up blood as they hit the ground. What a bunch of idiots. You like getting beaten that much? He sneered coldly. If you're not going to get lost, you're just asking for it. The non-humans really are brainless. After finishing off the unnecessary members of the myriad races, Su Yun quietly shifted his gaze to the depths of the back mountain. His eyes were sharp, and a faint smile played at his lips. If nothing goes wrong, the biggest crowd will be gathered over there. That's where the warlord-level beasts will show up. He turned to his side and spoke calmly. Kake, how did you do? Kake appeared beside him as silently as a ghost. With a flick of his wrist, a pile of ears, fingers, and internal organs scattered onto the ground, blood seeping into the earth. Su Yun looked at the trophies and grinned. He actually took the kidneys from the myriad races. Not bad, I'm satisfied. Kake finally relaxed, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He knew that he owed this opportunity entirely to Su Yun. Su Yun, do you dare hunt down the warlord-level geniuses of the other races with me? Kake asked, a note of anticipation in his voice. Of course. Su Yun replied without hesitation. Kuke was deeply moved, and though he tried to hide it, excitement showed on his face. When you start to really let loose, you'll never want to go back to your old life, Su Yun said quietly. You'll miss this thrill. After this, facing the weak will just feel boring. The inner mountain was a maze of rugged, twisting peaks. Suddenly, a swath of vegetation collapsed with a thunderous crash, and an earth-shaking roar echoed through the valley. A massive beast, its body armored like a living tank, charged forward, crushing trees and boulders in its path. This war rhino was colossal, about the size of 2 tanks, and its thick hide was harder than steel, nearly impervious to artillery shells. The single horn on its head, looking as if it were cast from pure mercury, gleamed brightly in the sunlight. On the other side, a heavy black mist rolled in as a giant python slowly revealed itself. This was a 4-meter-long mandrake black python, thick as a water tank, its scales a dull black with no shine in the sunlight. The most striking feature was the slight bulge on its foredata sign. It was about to evolve into a flood dragon. Though there were only 2 warlord-level beasts, each was terrifying enough to make even seasoned fighters hesitate. Even martial artists of the same level would struggle to hold their own. The intelligence in their eyes showed that these beasts had already developed a significant degree of wisdom. At that moment, geniuses from various academies had gathered, watching the 2 beasts and sizing up the situation. The geniuses from the myriad races were present as well, but their eyes kept darting toward the human geniuses, their intentions clear. They planned to take out the humans first, then claim the hunting contest for themselves. Got it. As long as they're not in the top 50, I don't care. The geniuses of the myriad races exchanged cold, knowing smiles. Just as they prepared to hunt the war rhino or the mandrake black python, an unexpected guest arrived. Su Yun, spattered with blood, strolled over at a leisurely pace, radiating a calm and imposing presence. Su Yun, over here. If it weren't for you, would have been out of the running already. Bro, want the final blow on the war rhino? It's the least I can do for you. People called out to him enthusiastically. Su Yun had helped many of them, and his popularity had soared. He responded with a cheerful laugh. No need to be so polite, we're all on the same side. Not far away, the myriad race's geniuses looked grim. They knew full well that Su Yun was driving them out, or more accurately, hunting them. Humph, getting cocky just because he took care of a few small fry. Xiao Huohuo sneered. The human race has really had it tough these past years. Several of the other geniuses laughed, while the human geniuses stared back coldly. But for now, everyone knew they had to deal with the warlord-level beasts. First, there was no way they could let the myriad races win the contest. Su Yun glanced at Xiao Huohuo and said calmly, I'm not interested in him. He's all yours. Xiao Huohuo was no weakling. After joining the Tianming Academy, his strength had skyrocketed, and he was already halfway to becoming a warlord-level fighter, all for a simple reason. He wasn't even an adult yet. The ages of the myriad races are hard to define. When converted to Blue Star standards, they can only be roughly estimated. Meanwhile, another demon prodigy spoke calmly. Forget about him for now. Let's deal with the beast in front of us. While the myriad races and humans had temporarily agreed to a ceasefire, Su Yun couldn't care less. What a joke, these so-called warlord-level beasts. Tough skin, thick flesh, but they're not even as satisfying to kill as the myriad races. He sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Suddenly, the ground rumbled. Cracks split open beneath the myriad race's feet, forming deep ravines. The shock startled everyone. Are you insane? Xiao Huohuo couldn't help but curse. Ceasefire? Did I ever agree to that? Su Yun's voice was as cold as a blade, brimming with provocation. Viewers watching the live broadcast tensed up, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads. Damn, this guy's a real killing machine. He never intended to stop. He's completely nuts. As the myriad races reeled from Su Yun's sudden move, an even stranger sound came from the rear of the battlefield. More than a dozen warriors from the myriad races were silently pierced by a shadow. Their kidneys were ruptured, lungs torn apart, limbs severed. Blood splattered as the ground was instantly stained red. Kuke showed no mercy, using his mastery of shadows to silently wound enemy after enemy. Unless he killed them outright, he left no survivors. Su Yun, what the hell do you want? The demon prodigy shouted, his voice full of anger and confusion, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Su Yun advanced step by step, his presence suffocating. Get out. He spat coldly. Before the words had faded, he darted forward, the fox demon's claws behind him whistling through the air like thunder, striking at the myriad races. The human prodigies were stunned, especially the students from Luoyang Academy of War. Damn, they always call us warmongers. One student gritted his teeth. Look at Su Yun, that's what a real tough guy looks like. Tianci, let's take him together. The demon prodigy shouted, fury burning in his eyes. From among the gods, a noble figure stepped forward, his arms severed, but a pair of feathered wings sprouting from his back. With a gentle shake, his speed skyrocketed. You want to fight both me and Moroso alone? Are you ignorant or just foolish? Tianci said calmly, his words heavy with authority. Moroso let out a low growl, blood-red flames surging across his body as cracks appeared on his face, each one revealing a bloodshot eye. He clenched his fists, ready for the battle to erupt. "I'm here for you." Su Yun grinned wickedly, launching himself forward. Boom. The three clashed hidden in midair, the shockwaves roaring across the battlefield. The hillside was violently struck, half of it sheared away. The earth shook, rocks flew, and chaos engulfed the scene. At the same time, in the rear, Kuke struck again. Several warriors of the myriad races were caught completely off guard as he precisely pierced their vital points. Kidneys, ears, fingers all were cruelly severed, the air thick with blood. At that moment, the human prodigies, finally snapping out of their shock, began to shout, "Hell yeah? Attack them. Forget about the warlord-level beast kick these guys out." Their battle cries were like war drums, and the charge to counter the myriad races was led by Su Yun, who raised the banner of resistance. Watching all this, Zhang Zhongqing stood rooted to the spot, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up inside him, nearly choking him up. In Su Yun, he seemed to see the rise of a new era. As the instigator of all this, Su Yun had no idea what kind of upheaval he was about to unleash. He only knew one thing: these members of the myriad races were all elite monsters, each one a prime target for the Godin's burst. He couldn't let a single one slip away. In the forest, blood-red flames erupted, and the roar of fire swept across the mountains, shaking the earth. Morosuo emerged from the blaze, shrouded in a dark crimson aura, like a demon lord risen from the depths of hell. Across from him, Tianxi unfurled his radiant wings, each feather gleaming with blinding divine light, as he launched a deadly strike at Su Yun. Su Yun remained calm, his sword, Song Yun Xia, moving with effortless grace. Wherever the blade passed, the divine light shattered. "Flash technique," Tianxi shouted, his wings suddenly expanding to 3 times their size and bursting with a brilliance as dazzling as the sun. Su Yun's eyes stung from the intensity, forcing him to close them. At that instant, Moroso seized the opportunity. All 36 eyes on his face widened. Demon candlelight. 36 beams of blood-red fire shot forth, so powerful that they stirred the surrounding volcanoes. Yet, even blinded, Su Yun maintained astonishing composure. His movements were as agile as a dragon, easily dodging every attack. The sight left both Tianxi and Morosuo in shock. "No wonder he's the gatekeeper of the lower half of the light ranking," Su Yun said coldly as he opened his eyes, a mocking smile on his lips. Golden flames flowed over his body as he instantly activated his Nine-Tails mode. In a flash, Su Yun appeared before Tianxi, gathering a black sphere of energy in his hand. Ultra Mini-Tailed Beast Bomb. Rainbow Divine Kick. Tianxi roared, his feet glowing with 7 colors as he unleashed dozens of rapid kicks. But the moment the black energy exploded, the terrifying force pulverized his legs, slamming his broken body into the ground. A system notification sounded. Ding. The host has defeated Tianxi. Dropped. Advanced Hand of God X1. Su Yun turned to Morosuo, smirking as he drew out his violet hammer. Still reeling, Morosuo realized the danger and tried to crush his jade pendant to escape. "Damn." Su Yun cursed, slamming the hammer into the ground. The powerful tremor knocked the pendant from Morosuo's hand. Despite Morosuo's desperate attempts to shield himself with blood-red energy, he was ultimately smashed into the earth, barely clinging to life. Ding. The host has defeated Morosuo. Dropped. Advanced Hand of God X2. Yes. Fighting these prodigies is the best, always top-tier loot. Su Yun laughed triumphantly. Meanwhile, more than 50 different races had fallen at Kuke's hands, including Qi Luo. On the battlefield, Kuke moved like the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives with every step. His once unremarkable A-level talent erupted with devastating power today. Not only could he take down S-level opponents with ease, but he even dared to face SS-level foes hidden. The geniuses from every academy shuddered at the sight of him. Who would want to end up as this maniac's next victim? Even teacher Xiong, who was watching from the sidelines, stared in disbelief and muttered, "Is that really my student?" Kuke gripped his blood-stained weapon, a surge of gratitude welling up inside him. If it weren't for Su Yun, he would never have become who he was today. Elsewhere, the prodigies from Fanhai Academy joined forces to take down 2 warlord-level beasts. Under their relentless assault, the beasts quickly fell. A cold gleam flashed in Su Yun's eyes. There was no way the myriad races would win this hunt. By now, Tianxi and Maluo Su were both gravely injured, protected by their guardians. Tianxi spoke weakly. "Su Yun, don't get cocky. Talk to me again when you make it into the top 50. Su Yun sneered. "Don't worry. In a few days, I'll show you myself." Rankings? He wouldn't just make the least, that would step on both the aristocrats and the myriad races to get there. "We won." The human students erupted into thunderous cheers. "We've finally driven out all the other races." Su Yun smiled too. The process had been rough, but at last, they'd vented their anger. He was already planning to investigate the aristocratic families when he returned, looking for the perfect target to strike next. Outside, The excitement was just as intense. This was the first time humanity had ever claimed such a decisive victory. In stark contrast, the ranks of the myriad races were silent, their faces dark with defeat. You all did well, Zhang Zhongqing said with a satisfied smile. The board members struggled to hide their amusement. The principal was truly cunning. The losses suffered by the myriad races far exceeded those of the humans this time. A guardian of the divine race spoke coldly. Principal Zhang, don't celebrate too soon. Zhang Zhongqing just smiled and said nothing. Had made his point. There was no need to push things further. Withdraw. At the command of the talisman and array masters, the students in the rear began to retreat. Though injured, their faces were radiant with victory. At the head of the group, Su Yun was already seen as a leader by all. Suddenly, killing intent erupted from the myriad races. Su Yun, return the dragon flesh of our clan. The dragon race was furious, especially after seeing Su Yun roast and eat dragon meat earlier, a humiliation they could not tolerate. Dongfang Taiyue and the others immediately shot back. Reptiles, you're looking for trouble. Tensions soared as the dragon clan's guardian spoke coldly. The might of the dragon race cannot be insulted. Return our flesh and cripple your own strength, and well, let this go. Everyone's faces changed at those words. Wang Can and Lu Guang pressured him. Su Yun, don't ruin things for everyone over your own actions. Veins bulged on Su Yun's forehead as he suddenly grinned wickedly. You want it back? Sure. The aristocrats and the myriad races had just started to smile when he added, but you'll have to use your own backsides to carry it back. If you want it, you're not getting it from me. In the eyes of the world, Su Yun was always rebellious, never one to follow the will of the myriad clans. The moment Su Yun spoke, the faces of directors like Wang Can and Lu Guang darkened. The murderous intent in their eyes was almost tangible. After all, their own children had either been crippled by Su Yun or left seriously injured. Now, this arrogant kid dared to utter such insulting words. Enough! Zhang Zhongqing suddenly spoke up. He turned to the dragon clan's guardian, his voice calm but brooking no argument. Since Su Yun obtained it, it belongs to him. As for asking him to cripple himself, that's out of the question. If you lost, it only shows the dragon clan wasn't strong enough. Here in the human realm, everything is decided by strength. The dragon clan's guardian's eyes flashed with cold light, as if he wanted to tear Su Yun apart on the spot. But Zhang Zhongqing continued, rules are necessary. Su Yun may have gone a bit too far this time, but it's still within reason. Very well, you humans are something else, the dragon clan's guardian said, narrowing his eyes and glaring at Su Yun with murderous intent. At that moment, Long Yunxiang suddenly spoke up. Principal, I have a question. The crowd frowned slightly, unsure what the dragon clan's 10th prince was after. A dragon egg from our clan ended up in his hands. Can it be returned? Long Yunxiang looked directly at Su Yun. Everyone present knew this had been a huge issue before Lu's family had tried everything and still couldn't get that dragon egg. Other representatives quickly chimed in, insisting that lost young ones must be recovered to prevent their bloodline from being exploited. The dragon clan even offered equivalent resources as compensation. Yu just turned away and whistled. What are you talking about? I was just conducting a few experiments, killed 1,000 or so outsiders. Research always comes with sacrifices. Zhang Zhongqing smiled. Sorry, but anything that enters my house is subject to the rules. The dragon egg belongs to Su Yun. It's his decision. Countless threatening gazes locked onto Su Yun, but he just grinned. I ate the egg. If you want, I can at most give you the leftovers. Su Yun, are you looking for death? Long Yunxiang's eyes turned cold. Don't worry. Once I make it onto the bright list, they'll be happy to face you anytime, Su Yun replied coldly. From that day on, tensions between the human clan and the other clans escalated. The main reason was that Su Yun had crippled too many of their geniuses during the hunting competition. Almost every clan hated him, including the Wang and Ding families among the humans. As for the Feng and Lu families, they hadn't even had time to retaliate before the other clans forced them out. The awards ceremony ended in haste. Zhang Zhongqing looked up at the sky and sighed. Ever since Su Yun arrived, this once peaceful academy had known no peace. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue was grinning from ear to ear, practically drooling with excitement. Teacher, you're drooling, Su Yun said with a smile, handing over a tissue. Dongfang Taiyue shot him an annoyed look. You two did well, but don't get cocky, understand? Yes, Master Pavilion Lord. Su Yun and Kuke snapped to attention and saluted, looking honest and earnest. When the hunting competition ended, there was a dramatic shift in the rankings of the lower half of the Guangming list. Su Yun now held 51st place, just one step away from qualifying for entry into the Divine Palace. Kuke was not far behind, climbing to 60th place. Seeing his name on the list, he couldn't help but shout with excitement. There was a time when he dreamed of making it onto the Guangming list, believing that even reaching its edge would be a tremendous honor. Now, standing at 60th, he truly had something to celebrate. Su Yun clapped and congratulated him, a satisfied smile on his face. Kuke's breathing grew rapid, and he almost felt dizzy from the excitement. Standing nearby, Dongfang Taiyue couldn't help but be amazed. His own disciple, with just an A-level talent, had soared in strength and was now able to move through the ranks of battle-hardened warriors with ease. Each move he made resulted in quickly taking out a kidney or some other vital part. As Dongfang Taiyue thought about it, his mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn, what exactly have I been teaching them? Going for the kidneys, so open-lyre aren't they afraid the heirs of these noble families will eventually run out? He glanced at his two disciples, a wave of emotion washing over him. He felt a bit sorry for the other geniuses of his generation. One of his students was a harbinger of death, the other, a widowmaker. How did my apothecary pavilion end up producing such maniacs? It's just beyond reason. Su-yun, when are we going to challenge the rankings again? Kuke asked eagerly. Su-yun thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Let's rest for a few days before we go for it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Taiyue took out 2 pills from his robe and flicked them towards Su-yun and Kuke. The pills were about the size of longan fruit. One was pitch black, giving off a faint, pungent odor, with wisps of black mist rising from its surface. The other was a deep, jade-like red, warm to the touch, its surface etched with rings of various shades of red pale, dark, and blood red interwoven. Ghost pill and scarlet candle pill? Su-yun muttered in surprise. Dongfang Taiyue nodded. The ghost pill will help you control your aura, nourish your organs, and regulate the flow of spiritual energy. The scarlet candle pill is for tempering your body, strengthening your bones. It's extremely potent. He explained that both pills were of the profound grade. Kuke immediately swallowed the ghost pill and began meditating. Black energy spread from within, quickly shrouding his body in shadow, as if he were coated in charcoal, almost merging with the darkness. Su-yun took the scarlet candle pill. Instantly, he felt heat surging through him, his skin burning as if under fire, his bones feeling as though they were being tempered in flames, growing incredibly tough. Meanwhile, the surrounding spiritual energy rushed into his body in a steady stream. Master, I've broken through, Su-yun said, opening his eyes and rubbing his head, looking a bit embarrassed. The effect really is that strong, Dongfang Taiyue remarked calmly, not particularly surprised. Keep absorbing the medicine's power and stabilize your 9-star stage. Su-yun smiled and continued to refine the pill's energy. I've already reached the peak, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. Dongfang Taiyue stared in disbelief, his mouth twitching. Damn it. From now on, I refuse to watch anyone cultivate. Comparing yourself to others will only drive you mad. Back in the day, I was the Dongfang family's prodigy, a genius in both cultivation and alchemy. But next to Su-yun, I'm nothing. Damn it. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Wang family, Wang Qing glared furiously at Wang Li and Lan Pingyi, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. His voice was low and seething. It's not that the Wang family lacks pills or treasures to rebuild flesh and blood. It's just I can't swallow this humiliation. Yuan Kuei, about Su-yun challenging the rankings, deal with him for me. Standing behind him was a man in black. Yuan Kuei, ranked 34th on the Guangming list, a powerhouse with an SS-level demigod talent. Yuan Kuei had just come out of seclusion when he heard about this. He replied softly, "Don't worry, master. Leave it to me, I'll handle it." A storm was quietly brewing. The hunting tournament was over, and Su-yun had to start making preparations. The 3-month deadline was fast approaching. He was determined to infiltrate the election for the mixed blood sect's hall master. But before leaving, there was one more thing he needed to do: challenge the rankings, and only leave after that. 3 days after the tournament, Su-yun found Li Chunzu and handed him a small pouch. Here, this is the information you wanted. Li Chunzu took the pouch, looking slightly puzzled. He couldn't help but feel a bit resentful how had a genius from the Li family like him ended up selling intelligence. Still, the task was lucrative. Su-yun offered a generous amount of merit points. Su-yun accepted the jade token Li Chunzu handed him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. 100 merit points. And I need another favor. Who do you want me to investigate? Li Chunzu raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Do you have any intel on the mixed blood sect, the heavenly demon sect, the heterochrome sect, or the fire sect? Su-yun asked directly. Li Chunzu's expression instantly turned wary, and he lowered his voice. Su-yun, don't say I didn't warn you. You're in the spotlight right now, don't do anything reckless. His tone was full of genuine concern. Su-yun rolled his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. The Sun and Moon Hall has missions to track down foreign sections. I'm just asking. Damn. For a second there, I thought you were planning to defect. Li Chunzu let out a sigh of relief, the tension on his face easing. He knew all too well how narrow the path was for students from humble backgrounds at the academy, especially for someone like Su-yun, who seemed to be everyone's target. They'll have to ask around, but give me 5 days at the earliest, a week at most, Li Chunzu said seriously. Su-yun quickly transferred the merit points to him, and they parted ways. Head asked about multiple sects mainly to avoid drawing too much attention to any one of them. On his way back, Su-yun opened the jade token and carefully reviewed the information inside. It detailed the top talents from the Wang, Ding, Lu, and Feng families. Wang family, Huang Qi ranked 59, Yuan Kuei 34, Chen Chao 50, Wang Xiantong 2. Ding family, Mo Long 49, Liang Jintao 46, Ding, E7. Lu family, Lu Tianxian 57, Lu Mao 58, Wu Rinjia 22, Lu Xiao 8. Feng family, Feng Gang 20, Feng Yuan 15, Feng Luoxiao 4. All these rankings reflected the latest reshuffling. Not only were the bottom 50 fighting fiercely, but the top 50 were locked in intense battles as well. Su Yun narrowed his eyes in thought. With just himself and Kuei, there was no way they could take down everyone on the list. He had to pick a few targets, like Yuan Kuei, Lu Mao, Feng Gang, Mo Long, or Liang Jintao. As for those in the top single digits, they were out of reach for now, not because he lacked the strength, but because he didn't have enough time. Soon, he'd have to start working on the mixed blood sex affairs. Time to find some help, Su Yun decided. Before long, he slipped quietly into the Bloodline Integration Research Institute. Zheng Yu was absent, only Song Yi was there. She sat quietly, short hair framing her glasses, her academy uniform unable to hide her graceful curves. Need something? Song Yi closed her book, a fleeting flash of crimson in her eyes, a gentle smile on her lips. Su Yun rubbed his hands together, a little embarrassed. Senior, you'll be challenging the rankings in a couple of days. Could I trouble you to? He really didn't want to waste time on the small fry, and using his overpowering aura might hurt bystanders. Finding a bodyguard seemed like the best option. You want me to keep certain people off your back, right? Song Yi's smile never faded, as if she'd seen right through him. Su Yun chuckled and nodded. All right, since our families are pretty close these days, it'll help. Song Yi agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Senior. If you ever need anything, just let me know, Su Yun said, giving her a goofy salute. Song Yi looked at his face, her smile blooming like a flower. I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other elsewhere too. I think so as well, Su Yun replied, his tone meaningful. See you later, Senior. See you, Song Yi replied with a smile. After Su Yun left, Song Yi's slender fingers spun a token that appeared out of thin air. On the back, a number was carved, 80. Am I really part of an outsider sect? I'm not so sure about that, Song Yi said with a soft laugh. Su Yun found Gong Pao, who was eyeing him with suspicion. You really think you can get me into the top 50? Gong Pao asked, his face full of doubt. He knew Su Yun's strength, while ranking 51st was already impressive. But breaking into the top 50, especially with the tangled situation at Tianming Academy and so many talented students from all the provinces and various clans, seemed like a fantasy. If you don't trust yourself, at least trust me, Su Yun said enthusiastically, slinging an arm around Gong Pao's shoulder as he started his pitch. I'll forge you a set of mid-grade yellow-tier armor, great defense. Boost your damage. All I have to do is beat up the big shots from the clans along the way. Once they're hurt, you just blast them and your ranking is practically guaranteed. The words mid-grade yellow-tier armor completely captured Gong Pao's attention. As for the consequences of offending those powerful families, he didn't seem to care much. Just remember, I'm helping because we're good friends, not for the armor, Gong Pao said, trying to sound serious. Su Yun nodded vigorously. You're the best. Hey, race to our everlasting friendship. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder, why isn't Gong Pao the least bit afraid of crossing the big families? Come on, everyone's got some backing, Gong Pao scoffed. My dad works for the Longdu Investigation Bureau. The Investigation Bureau, nicknamed Sky Eye or the Bloodhound Squad, was feared across Huaxia. If there was even a hint of a clue, they'd track it down to the end. They rarely made a move unless it was for a big catch. With that kind of background, it was no wonder no one dared to mess with Gong Pao, even with just an A-level talent. Su Yun smiled wryly to himself. Great, I'm the only one here with no connections. Li Chunzu was from the powerful Li family. Gong Pao's dad ran the Investigation Bureau, and as for Kuei, well, her situation was about as rough as his own. So when do we start? Gong Pao asked. In 2 days, Su Yun replied with confidence. I promise he'll get all of you into the top 50. With that, Su Yun rushed to the Iron Pavilion and forged the Fire Dragon set for Gong Pao. Then he pushed his cart straight to the Divine Pavilion. Can't he give it a rest? Always setting up his stall in front of our Divine Pavilion. The pavilion's alchemists were nearly at their wits' end. Senior Yuan Kuei, you have to put him in his place. Yuan Kuei, dressed in black combat gear, had sharp features and a cold, intense gaze. The spiritual energy around him was already becoming tangible, radiating a suffocating pressure that made everyone nearby back away. Let him enjoy his moment, Yuan Kuei said calmly. When he faces me in the ranking battle, he'll lose. With that, he quietly went upstairs. That night, Su Yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion to see his teacher, Dongfang Taiyue, ready to explain his plan to infiltrate the hybrid blood sect and set up a backup plan. You want to go in? Dongfang Taiyue frowned deeply, as if doubting Su Yun's sanity. I've been planning this for a long time, Su Yun said earnestly. You already have credit where it's due, and if you need pills, I can refine them for you. Why take such a risk? Dongfang Taiyue pressed. I used to do things for myself. Now, it's more for you, teacher. Su Yun gritted his teeth. If he could infiltrate the hybrid blood sect, gather intel, and eventually destroy them. That achievement would be enough to clear Dongfang Taiyu's so-called crimes. Dongfang Taiyu's expression was complicated. He hesitated, then just sighed, gently patted Su Yun on the head, and quietly went upstairs. After a long while, his voice drifted down. Do what you need to do. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Su Yun nodded in delight, thinking that what he needed next was even more precise information. Tomorrow is the day we agreed to boost the rankings. Su Yun's heart fluttered with excitement, and he decided to celebrate in advance. Let's steal a little celebration. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Advanced Divine Hand 10 has been charged. Host, please choose the world you want to steal from. 2 random options appeared. Pokemon World, Swordwind World. Pokemon World. Su Yun chose without hesitation, his eyes shining with anticipation. The Pokemon world was filled with all kinds of items and creatures. If he could steal some, and then use the beast fusion technique. Oh my gosh. He was thrilled. This is a path I never even imagined. Steal failed. Steal successful. Item stolen. Pikachu. Steal successful. Item stolen. Haunter. Steal successful. Item stolen. Pokeball 99. Steal successful. Item stolen. Heavy Ball 10. Steal successful. Item stolen. Dive Ball 50. Steal failed. Su Yun froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. Did I just steal Pikachu? No way. The yellow mouse. He burst out laughing. This haul is amazing. 2 Pokemon and 3 types of Pokeballs. The system continued to display detailed information. Pikachu, the most iconic Pokemon in the Pokemon world, already a global phenomenon. Haunter, a ghost-type Pokemon who loves pranks and amuses itself by tapping people on the shoulder in the dark. The more Su Yun read, the more satisfied he became. These could all be summoned directly, not just eggs. Glancing at the dragon egg in the corner, he couldn't help but sneer. Useless. Dragon egg? Finally, Su Yun decided to keep Pikachu for himself and considered giving Haunter to Kokei to enhance his assassination abilities. If he can successfully fuse with Haunter, his strength will definitely increase. Su Yun calculated. 3 kinds of Pokeballs, not bad. He grinned. Am I building a beast squad now? It was just a passing, though it didn't dwell on it. In the back courtyard of the Elixir Pavilion, Kokei was scratching his head, looking bewildered. Have you learned it yet? Su Yun walked over and asked. To increase their chances for tomorrow's ranking battle, he had already taught Kokei the beast fusion technique. Kokei gave a wry smile. I've learned it, but I don't have any battle pets or blood-bonded beasts. Just as he finished speaking, a cold hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Kokei turned around in confusion. Who's touching me? When he saw what was behind him, he jumped 3 feet in the air in fright. What the heck? A ghost in broad daylight. Haunter was clutching its belly and laughing, its disembodied hands waving in the air, the laughter eerie and sharp. Su Yun chuckled and tossed a Pokeball to Quebec. It's yours now. Following Su Yun's instructions, Kokei used the beast fusion technique to nurture the Pokeball, slowly merging it into his body. A soft hum sounded, and an immediate blood connection formed between him and Haunter, who wrapped him in an affectionate hug. Kokei felt a chill run through him, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He could hardly believe he'd just bonded with a ghost. Suddenly, Haunter stopped smiling, its expression turning serious as it lunged at Quebec. The moment they touched, they fused into a thick, swirling black mist. With a boom, the black mist surged outward, and the grass in the courtyard withered instantly. Su Yun instinctively took a few steps back, staring in shock at the figure slowly emerging from the dark fog. Kokei's black hair stood on end, burning like black flames atop his head. His eyes glowed blood red, radiating an icy, intimidating light. Black markings stretched from his cheeks down his neck, disappearing under his clothes as if covering his whole body. At this moment, he had reached peak 9-star strength. Kokei took a step forward and then stopped. Su Yun blinked in confusion. What's going on? Su Yun, I'm behind you. A calm yet chilling voice, as if from the underworld, echoed behind Su Yun. The spot where Kokei had just been standing was now empty, her afterimage gradually fading away. The speed was so astonishing that Su Yun couldn't help but be surprised. The power of the hybrid beast technique was simply overwhelming for martial artists on Blue Star. No wonder veterans like Zheng Yu, Dongfang, and Tai Wei had said that this ability would revolutionize the cultivation system. It truly lived up to their words. So how do you feel? Su Yun asked with a smile. Kokei nodded excitedly, her voice trembling with joy. It's incredible, like nothing I've ever experienced before. Watching her reaction, Su Yun fell into deep thought. If this power could be combined with the right battle pet or a blood-bonded beast, the boost in combat strength would be even more significant. The more perfect the fusion, the greater the increase in power, and you could even gain the pet's traits and abilities. Now, with the hybrid beast technique done with its trial stage, it was about to be released to the Academy students in the coming days. He could already foresee a frenzy for purchasing battle pets. A glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes. In truth, he hadn't just created a single version of the hybrid beast technique, but 4, corresponding to 25, 50, 75, and 100 fusion levels. So far, Kake had only experienced the 25 version. Who knew what would happen if the full power was unleashed? It was always wise to keep a trump card in reserve. Just as Su Yun was lost in thought, two people walked in, Gong Pao and Song Yi. Seeing Ku Kei's transformation, their reactions were mixed. Song Yi appeared calm, while Gong Pao looked stunned. This is the hybrid beast technique, isn't it? Gong Pao swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. He couldn't help but think to himself that he probably couldn't beat Kake anymore. He had to admit, being close to a genius who was both an alchemist and a blacksmith was luck he never could have dreamed of. Su Yun smiled and said casually, "It'll be available soon anyway. Why not give it a try? I heard the price will be around 1,000. Song Yi spoke softly. That's actually pretty affordable. With some effort, I could just about manage it. The real issue is the price of battle pets, especially those with powerful bloodlines. They're sky high. Take my dragon egg, for example," Su Yun added. "On all of Blue Star, battle pets with dragon blood are extremely rare. Let's go make a name for ourselves on the rankings," he said, smiling at the others. The four of them stepped out of the secret medicine pavilion, immediately drawing attention on the street. Su Yun laughed and said, "Go tell the Ding, Wang, Feng, and Lu families I'm challenging the rankings today. No more holding back. I'm going for it. We're all breaking into the top 50. His words instantly caused a stir at Tianming Academy. Even the prodigies from the myriad races heard about it. Su Yun, who'd been making waves recently, was openly challenging the four great families. This wasn't just some hidden undercurrent, it was a full-blown storm. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing was leisurely munching on some medicinal pills when he suddenly jumped in shock, eyes wide. "Seriously? The hunting competition just ended a few days ago, and you're at it again? Don't you ever get tired?" He sighed helplessly. "I'm exhausted. Being principal is going to wear me out. Who would ever want this job in the future?" Zhang Zhongqing was already feeling anxious. He knew how difficult it was to keep the balance between the three factions, and ever since Su Yun arrived, he felt like he'd aged at least 50 years. Meanwhile, more and more students were gathering at Tianming Academy. Some were even from other academies, curious to see how high Su Yun could climb in the rankings. This is going to be good. Many prodigies from the myriad races sneered, clearly eager to see what Su Yun's challenge would bring. In the Divine Pavilion, Wang Can received the news immediately. His eyes were cold, his expression completely emotionless. "Chen Xiao, your job is to wear Su Yun down," Wang Can said, his voice icy, each word sharp as if carved from a glacier. Chen Xiao, tall and powerfully built, his muscles visible even beneath the academy uniform, bowed at once. His voice was steady and forceful. "Yes, Pavilion Master." Wang Can turned, his gaze locking onto Yuan Kuei. His voice dropped even lower. "Your task is to seriously injure Su Yun if you get the chance. Cripple him for good." "Understood." A glint of coldness flashed in Yuan Kuei's eyes, his tone as sharp as a blade. It wasn't that the powerful families lacked other talented students. But ever since the invasion of the myriad clans, the top talents faced daily challenges, and the rankings on the bright list shifted constantly. Most were already injured. At this point, these were the only ones left who could be relied on. Meanwhile, in the Lu family camp, Lu Guang's face was grim, his brows tightly furrowed. "Stop him at all costs." "Yes." The Lu family disciples answered in unison, their eyes shining with determination. On the Feng family's side, Director Feng swept his gaze like lightning over the young people standing before him. "Take turns fighting him. I don't believe that someone who hasn't even reached the level of a war general can hold out for long." Just then, a weak cough sounded from the back of the crowd. A figure stepped forward, face pale, but wearing a confident smile. "Cough, cough. Let me give it a try." Director Feng immediately frowned, his voice stern. "Luo Xiao, you need to rest. You were badly injured fighting the divine clan. Stay out of this." Luo Xiao's lips curled in a light smile. "If I take him out in one blow, wouldn't that solve everything once and for all?" Director Feng waved him off insistently. There was no way he would let Luo Xiao get involved. Su Yin simply wasn't worth it in his eyes. Luo Xiao's true rivals were people like Wang Xiantong, Lu Xiao, Ding Yi, and the super geniuses Shang Yin, Ku Di, and Long Yinxiang. Helpless, Luo Xiao turned and left, sighing softly as he walked away. "If we don't deal with him now, it'll only get harder later." Over in the Ding family camp, the atmosphere was even heavier. Ding Lei had once been expected to fight his way into the top 50, but now, just hearing Su Yun's name made him tremble. Su Yun had become his inner demon. Ding Lei was thoroughly defeated. Director Ding's eyes were bloodshot, his voice low and seething with anger. "Mo Long, Liang Jintao, do whatever it takes to stop him. Give it everything you've got." Mo Long and Liang Jintao exchanged a bitter glance. They'd never wanted to get caught up in the struggle between the powerful and the humble, but having chosen to follow the Ding family, they had no choice but to obey. "Understood," the two replied in a heavy tone. The entire academy was abuzz with tension, currents of rivalry running beneath the surface. On the arena, the bright list battles were underway, but the crowd's attention was fixed on Su Yun. There was no doubt was the star of the day. Go, Su-yun! A clear female voice called out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Deng Yuan from the Luoyang War Academy, standing at the front with her companions. Several of the top 50 ranked geniuses were by her side, including a member of the Huofu clan. Su-yun paused, a bit surprised. Since when did he become so popular? Seeing Su-yun glance her way, Deng Yuan's cheeks flushed bright red. She waved energetically, her voice full of excitement. Crush them all. Quite a few people around her couldn't help but sweat at her enthusiasm. This girl was truly something else. Huofu stood among the crowd, his face a bit pale, but when he saw Su-yun, he gave a sincere smile and nodded from afar. Su-yun smiled back, had always respected Huofu, who, since arriving at Tianming Academy, had refused to fight against humans, choosing instead to challenge only the geniuses of the myriad clans. His resolve was admirable. Leaping onto the stage, Su-yun's gaze was sharp and direct. Where's Chen Chao? I challenge you. Su-yun, if you want to face senior brother Chen Chao, you'll have to get through me first. You really think there's only a one-number difference between 51 and 50? Prove yourself against us first. Voices of protest rose from the crowd, one after another. Su-yun didn't even spare them a glance. In his eyes, they were nothing more than clowns. They'll take these challenges for him. Come at me. A gentle female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned in surprise. Who is that? Many whispered. Song Yi rarely appeared outside the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute, so very few recognized her. Unless Su-yun wants to fight personally, they'll handle the rest of your challenges, Kuke said calmly, stepping forward. Her voice was quiet, but carried unquestionable authority. The crowd was stunned. Her presence was even more formidable. On the hunting grounds, this notorious tough guy had already given countless challengers a hard lesson. Gong Pao leaned lazily against the edge of the ring, putting on a nonchalant front. I've got nothing better to do, so I might as well join the fun. On the surface, he seemed calm and relaxed, but inside, he was a bundle of nerve. She had never been challenged by so many people at once before. Members of the powerful families whispered among themselves, frowning. Even he's been dragged into this. His father works for the Investigation Bureau. If anyone messes with him, they'll probably have their backgrounds checked by tomorrow. On another platform, Song Yi stood expressionless, facing Yuan Ling, who was ranked 100th. You shouldn't get involved in this mess, Yuan Ling said coldly. Song Yi simply responded with a smile, saying nothing. A cold glint flashed in Yuan Ling's eyes as she darted forward, her fingers aimed straight at Song Yi's eyes. But Song Yi was even faster. A gray, mud-like substance surged from her skin, instantly forming a spiked mace. She stepped forward and swept it across Yuan Ling's abdomen. With a dull thud, Yuan Ling's face twisted in pain. She spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled across the platform several times before coming to a stop, completely motionless. It's been a while since I fought. Guess I'm a little rusty, Song Yi said with a smirk. Suddenly, a pair of swiveling eyeballs sprouted from her shoulders, giving her a slightly timid appearance. Sclass Beast Affinity Soft Metal Beast. Someone shouted from below. Quick, send an elemental user to deal with her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the third ring. Kuke was engaged in a fierce battle with someone from the Ding family. He moved with ghostly speed, making him nearly impossible to track. Enraged, his opponent's hair bristled like steel needles, but only managed to strike a fading afterimage. In the next instant, Kuke's dagger found its mark in his opponent's lower back, drawing a cry of agony. Men in the crowd instinctively clutched their own lower backs, and even Su-yun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did teaching him that move mess with the future of the human race? Kuke kicked his opponent off the platform and said calmly, next. The crowd fell silent. No one wanted to risk their kidneys against him. Meanwhile, Gong Pao's match was heating up. His tiger cannon kept firing relentlessly, forcing his opponent to scramble for cover. Another crushing victory. Just then, a fierce aura descended upon Su-yun's platform. Chen Chao appeared, riding a massive warhorse. The horse was shrouded in bluish-black, ghostly flames, its mane flickering like hellfire, and its muscles etched with glowing black veins. Chen Chaos here, a student exclaimed. That's an Sclass Beast Affinity Black Nether Horse. Su-yun, you're getting way too cocky, Chen Chao said in a deep voice. Su-yun gripped his blade, Cloud Cutter, which was wrapped in a fierce aura, and grinned. Just wait, I'm only getting started. He stepped forward, causing the entire platform to tremble and sink. No fancy moves, just a powerful overhead strike. Chen Chaos' expression changed dramatically as he quickly summoned a battle spear and charged forward on horseback. With a deafening clang, their weapons collided, shattering the platform beneath them. The mighty black nether horse was covered in cracks, blood spraying as its anguished whinny echoed throughout the arena. The crowd couldn't help but laugh and shake their heads. Chen Chao, you almost lost your horse out there. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the arena split in two under Su-yun's blade. Chen Chao was thrown from his black nether horse, slamming hard onto the ground. Pain twisted his face, and the spear in his hand shattered into countless pieces. Standing above him, Su Yun's gaze was sharp as lightning. He looked down coldly and barked, "Kill." In an instant, the power of Tsung Yun Xia erupted, sweeping across the arena. The black nether horse let out a heart-wrenching scream as it was cleaved in half, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Su Yun sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "Well, Chen Xiao, looks like your horse is gone." Chen Xiao was in such agony he could barely breathe, coughing up blood, his spirit broken. He had shared a deep bond with his horse, and its death left him devastated, his whole body trembling. Ding. Host has defeated Chen Xiao. Reward. Advanced Hand of the Gods 1 dropped. At that moment, other members of the Divine Pavilion rushed onto the stage to carry Chen Xiao away. But a cold, knife-like glare swept across them, freezing everyone in place. Su Yun's voice was icy. "Did I say you could touch him? I want him to crawl off by himself." Gritting his teeth in rage, Chen Xiao struggled to his feet and staggered toward the edge of the ring. After just a few steps, he collapsed again and lost consciousness. The crowd gasped. Su Yun's dominance was shocking. But this very dominance gave him an unquestionable claim to victory. "Su Yun." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Lu Mao stepped onto the stage, eyes full of challenge. "I want to fight you." Su Yun glanced at him indifferently and replied calmly, "You're ranked too low. Not interested." Right now, his only target was Yuan Kuei. His intentions were clear. The Wang family had suppressed him the most, and this time, he was going to strike hard at the Divine Pavilion. The others could wait. Has everyone from the Divine Pavilion been wiped out? Su Yun laughed wildly. "Come challenge me, or he'll go after you one by one." His brazen words left everyone stunned. Many clutched their heads, thinking, "I've never seen anyone this arrogant." And Su Yun was just a newcomer to this world. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on the other 3 arenas. The fight between Ku Kei and Song Yi was especially intense. Gong Pao was struggling, as most of his opponents were already badly injured. Song Yi's flexible metal beast was both offensive and defensive, making it almost impossible for her opponent to escape its grasp. Ku Kei, meanwhile, was facing Lu Mao's challenge Heaton. Lu Mao, an strength talent known for his speed, sneered at Quebec. "You, Su Yun's lapdog, think you can match my speed?" As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient character flashed across Lu Mao's back, and his speed surged. In a blink, he charged at Ku Kei, his movements leaving afterimages everywhere, attacking from all angles. But Ku Kei remained calm. A layer of black mist swirled around him, and his steps were light. Despite Lu Mao's incredible speed, Ku Kei kept up without missing a beat. He called out softly, "Shadow Merge." With that, all the afterimages suddenly transformed into deadly attacks, rushing at him fists, knees, feet, each strike vicious and precise. With a thunderous impact, Ku Kei was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Lu Mao's eyes glinted with a ghostly ferocity. "He'll cripple you first, then take care of Su Yun." But in that moment, Ku Kei looked up, and a huge figure appeared behind him, Gistong, a massive spirit beast whose presence dominated the arena. Before anyone could react, a powerful aura exploded outward, making it hard to breathe. "Is that a blood pact?" Someone shouted in shock. The arena erupted in chaos. Even more astonishing, Song Yi unleashed her own beast technique at the same time. 2 mighty auras surged and collided in the air, making everyone's hearts pound. The powerful warriors from all sides instantly restrained themselves, the atmosphere turning tense. Even they could sense the looming danger. Ku Kei's black hair stood on end like flames, his eyes growing blood red. Suddenly, he took a step back and vanished into thin air. "No way. There's nothing here. How could he just disappear?" Someone cried out in disbelief. But it wasn't over yet. A sharp sound sliced through the air, and a ghostly dagger appeared behind Lu Mao out of nowhere. A gut-wrenching scream followed. Blood sprayed as Lu Mao clutched his eye, stumbling back in panic. Blood streamed from his hand, while his right eye, stabbed blind, was gushing crimson. Lu Mao's ankle had been cleanly severed, leaving him to hop desperately around the arena on his remaining foot. Ku Kei moved like an invisible specter, his blade mercilessly slicing every inch of Lu Mao's flesh, transforming him into a bloody mess within moments. With a final, powerful kick, Lu Mao was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing to the ground and lying motionless. The crowd below stared in shock, unable to believe how terrifying the beast fusion technique was, instantly turning the tide of battle. Ku Kei and Song Yi quickly caught up to Su Yun, on the verge of breaking into the top 50. Gong Pao, ever the strategist, targeted only the gravely injured, steadily climbing the ranks from behind. "What unbelievable luck!" Gasps erupted from the audience. All 4 of them might actually make it into the top 50. Representatives of the 4 great families looked grim. Having missed the chance to learn the beast fusion technique, they now watched its power firsthand, filled with bitter regret. This was the price of their earlier decisions. Song Yi, clad in a gray battle robe that hugged her curvaceous figure, had gray liquid dripping from her clothes. She turned to look at the prodigy from the myriad races, who offered a friendly smile. "I don't want to fight you. We admire you, human girl. Why not chat sometime? They'll let you have this spot." The faces of the four great families darkened further, cursing Su Yun for being too high profile. Now the situation was completely out of their control, especially with the unexpected stance of the myriad races. Thanks to their voluntary concession, Su Yun and his companions successfully squeezed into the top 50, with Su Yun leaping all the way to 35th place. Next came his biggest challenge of the day. Yuan Kuei. Are you going to forfeit or fight? Stop wasting time. Su Yun looked down from above, his gaze icy as he stared at Yuan Kuei below. Yuan Kuei's face was dark with frustration. He hadn't expected to be forced into such a disadvantage. Seeing Su Yun nearly unscathed, he secretly swallowed a pill, the scent of medicine wafting as his throat moved. Yuan Kuei, do you dare face me in a life-or-death duel? Su Yun taunted with a cold smile. The audience erupted in an uproar. No one expected the ranking match to escalate into a fight to the death. Yuan Kuei was momentarily stunned, had only hoped to test his strength with the help of the medicine, but now he was being forced into a corner. What's wrong? Is the entire divine pavilion full of cowards? Life or death duel. If you don't dare, get lost. Su Yun's eyes blazed with fury, his roar shaking the arena. Yuan Kuei's mind raced. I'm a battle general, and he's just a 9-star warrior. I should be able to win, right? The members of the divine pavilion were already seething with anger. They had never suffered such humiliation, especially at the hands of someone from the secret medicine pavilion. Fine. Yuan Kuei's eyes turned bloodshot, his aura surging. Let's settle this with a life-or-death battle. A teacher reluctantly stepped forward, solemnly reminding them, once you sign, your fate is sealed. Are you sure about this? We're sure. Both replied in unison. As the pen touched paper, the life and death contract took effect. In that instant, all eyes in the mansion turned to this semi-divine showdown. The sky was cold and overcast, with threads of wind brushing past, tugging at Su Yun's hair and stirring the tense nerves of the audience. Suddenly, Su Yun shot forward like a cannonball, his presence fierce and commanding, making the entire arena tremble. He unleashed the Baji collapse, his arm muscles swelling instantly, slicing through the air like a black diamond blade. Yuan Kuei didn't dare to be careless. His body was quickly covered in a metallic sheen as he countered with a powerful cannon tiger fist. As the roar of a tiger echoed, their fists collided with explosive force, sending shockwaves across the arena. Yuan Kuei lost his balance and staggered backward, exposing a fatal weakness. Seizing the moment, Su Yun dashed forward. At that critical instant, Yuan Kuei flicked his fingertips, producing a sharp gunshot. A silver bullet shot directly at Su Yun's heart. Instead of retreating, Su Yun charged head-on, shattering the bullet in midair with a burst of silver light. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Kuei unleashed a volley of silver bullets, raining them down on Su Yun. Thanks to his observation haki, Su Yun dodged effortlessly. But suddenly, the bullets twisted in midair, changing direction at will. As an SS-rank purgatory steel demon, Yuan Kuei's unique ability left countless opponents helpless. Just cheap tricks, Su Yun scoffed, dodging smoothly. Only then did the audience dare to catch their breath, as the fierce exchange had left everyone holding on in suspense. Ignorant. Yuan Kuei sneered, and the whole arena shook violently. The silver fragments merged into the floor, transforming the ring into a giant guillotine. A razor-sharp blade came crashing down towards Su Yun's neck. The crowd cried out in shock. This move was almost impossible to defend against. At the last second, golden flames erupted around Su Yun as he activated his nine-tails form. In a flash, his fox claws caught the blade, and with a shout, break. The execution platform shattered. Su Yun used the momentum to launch a counterattack, his claws and fragments slashing straight for Yuan Kuei's vitals. In a panic, Yuan Kuei clapped his hands, turning the ring into two giant steel palms to shield himself. But the defense crumbled instantly. The fragments slammed into him, making him cough up blood, though he still wore a twisted grin. Suddenly, Yuan Kuei's spiritual energy surged, and he broke through to the 2-star warrior level. It was clear that a secret pill he had taken was now kicking in. The special pills from the Divine Pavilion could fool most, but not Su Yun. Now, Yuan Kuei was surrounded by an even more powerful spiritual aura, radiating murderous intent as he roared, I'm going to kill you. To everyone's shock, Su Yun suddenly released his nine-tails form. The audience was dumbfounded. Why would he give up such a powerful advantage at this crucial moment? All around, people couldn't help but wonder, what is Li Zai Ganshinma thinking? Suddenly, a golden light shimmered on Su Yun's shoulder, transforming into an adorable little creature. With chubby cheeks, petite limbs, and soft ears striped black and yellow, it curiously observed its surroundings. 2 red dots marked its cheeks as it affectionately nuzzled Su Yun's head. The crowd fell silent. How did such a cute creature suddenly appear from Su Yun? Was it a mouse? A spirit beast? No, it was a blood contract. So cute. But does it even have any fighting power? Shocked exclamations broke out everywhere. Booming thunder suddenly rumbled above the academy, dark clouds gathering overhead and casting shadows across the land. Sunlight vanished completely. Have you ever been struck by lightning? Su Yun stared straight at Yuan Kuei, then suddenly smiled. And then, boom, a bolt of pure golden lightning crashed down like a roaring dragon, its brilliance illuminating the entire arena. Pikachu leapt up, merging with the lightning and fusing into Su Yun's body. Crack! The entire platform collapsed. Lightning surged everywhere like a swarm of writhing snakes, dancing across every inch of ground. Another deafening crash echoed out. Amid the scattered light, Su Yun stood at the center, looking completely transformed. He now hovered an inch above the ground, his clothes replaced by arcs of crackling lightning that shone brilliantly. His black hair floated upward, electricity crackling around him. His eyes had turned pure gold, without whites or irises, sending chills down everyone's spines. In this moment, Su Yun radiated a sense of wicked charm, dominance, and something otherworldly and strange. What the hell, this kid's tapped into 50 of his power already. Zhengyu, who had been watching in secret, spat out his tea in shock. Damn, this troublemaker stirs up chaos every day. How does he still find time to develop his hybrid beast technique? Yuan Kuei was dumbfounded. So were the heads of the top clans. Right now, Su Yun's strength was on par with a battle general. Not bad at all, Su Yun thought, smiling in satisfaction. Whoosh. He moved, surrounded by endless arcs of lightning. The crackling was so loud that many in the crowd covered their ears. In the next instant, Su Yun tore off Yuan Kuei's leg, blood gushing everywhere. Ah! Yuan Kuei screamed in agony, barely able to react. How was Su Yun so fast? Holding the severed leg, Su Yun shook his head. You're too weak. Steel refinement. Yuan Kuei roared in fury. The remaining silver dust on the ground shot up, forming sharp spikes that closed in on Su Yun from both sides, like a giant maw about to swallow him whole. Thunderstrike. Su Yun unleashed a torrent of lightning from his body. Boom. The steel assault was shattered in an instant, revealing Yuan Kuei's face stunned and terrified. Raising a finger to the sky, Su Yun's cold, merciless expression was filled with icy killing intent as he pointed at Yuan Kuei. Boom. Golden lightning crashed down, striking Yuan Kuei directly. In a flash, Yuan Kuei didn't even have time to scream before collapsing, his body smoking and reeking of burnt flesh. The steel body he prided himself on shattered into fragments the moment it hit the ground. He was utterly destroyed, reduced to ashes. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Both humans and other races were left speechless in shock. This was Su Yun's true power, completely overwhelming. The people from the Divine Pavilion were frozen in place, faces pale and trembling. When they finally came to their senses, they saw Su Yun looking their way, a bright, neighborly smile on his lips, flashing a row of silver teeth. Yet his words were cold as ice. From now on, I only fight to the death. If you're afraid, don't challenge me. Ding. The host has killed Yuan Kuei and received Advanced God's Hand 3. The entire residence was in shock. Whether human or from other races, everyone was fixated on Su Yun, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yuan Kuei, ranked 34th and known for his formidable strength, had just been killed on the spot by Su Yun, who was a whole major realm lower than him. All that was left was a pile of black ashes scattered on the ground. The members of the Divine Pavilion stared at the ashes, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Whenever they accidentally met Su Yun's cold, bottomless gaze, any harsh words they wanted to say instantly died in their throats. At this moment, Su Yun seemed like a fierce god emerging from the depths of the underworld, his entire being radiating a suffocating murderous aura. Don't move, one of the Divine Pavilion elders warned his companions in a low voice. He's not someone you can handle right now. Feng Luoxio was right, another whispered through gritted teeth. If he had just attacked directly, things wouldn't have gotten so complicated. This boy's talent is simply monstrous. The three great clans Lu, Ding, and Feng immediately took action, each blocking their own people who were about to step forward and confront Su Yun. Seeing this, Wang Qin growled through clenched teeth. Weren't you all taking turns? Lu Guang replied expressionlessly. Anyone who goes up now is just throwing their life away. Wang Qin was furious, veins bulging from his neck to his temples. These damned cowards. He cursed inwardly. So it's only our Divine Pavilion people dying. The three of you don't lose a thing. In the end, the great clans were always the same, never truly cooperating. All they cared about was their own interests. Meanwhile, representatives from other prominent families exchanged whispers in secret, each determined to seize the mixed beast technique at any cost. If their frontline king-level experts could fully master this technique, perhaps humanity could finally secure a foothold on the battlefield of all races. At the same time, in the camp of the other races, the strongest among them were deep in thought. Shin En of the divine race spoke gravely. We absolutely cannot allow the humans to master the mixed beast technique. It poses too great a threat to us. Long Yangxiang's tone was somber. Humans are so unpredictable. In just a few hundred years, they've developed such a technique it's unbelievable. If the mixed beast technique spreads, their strength will soar. At that point, It'll be difficult for the rest of us to keep them suppressed. Then why don't we use it? Some younger members of the other races asked cautiously. Xin In and Long Yunxiang both shot them disdainful looks, not even bothering to answer such a foolish question. As proud descendants of ancient bloodlines, how could they taint themselves with the methods of other species? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, the demon race representative let out a low chuckle. If you don't want it, we're actually quite interested. Everyone knew the demon race was notoriously belligerent. They would do anything to increase their own power. Mo Zhu, the young genius of the Skyfire demon clan, bared his sharp teeth in a grin. To us, these so-called SS-level geniuses are just beasts too. Many of the other strong figures from various races looked uneasy at these words. Suddenly, a chilling realization hit them. When the humans first entered the battlefield of all races, weren't they seen as nothing more than fresh blood by the other races? If the demon race tweaked the mixed beast technique just a bit, could they fuse with these SS-level geniuses? Mo Zhu raised his voice with a cold sneer. Come on, who's next? His words immediately drew countless irritated stares. Wasn't the situation chaotic enough already? I heard Su Yun is an apprentice of the Dongfang family. Mo Zhu continued. Speaking of the Dongfangs, I vaguely recall my ancestor mentioning that 50 years ago, several human clans conspired to frame them. Something like that. Mo Zhu's expression grew increasingly unhinged, and his words became more and more outrageous. The representatives of the four great clans all turned pale, fear flashing in their eyes. Was this demon brat out of his mind? A demon race protector quickly stepped forward to cover Mo Zhu's mouth, smiling at the crowd. He's just overtrained since childhood and mind his nonsense. Control your people. Wonkin barked coldly. Suyin raised his eyebrows in response. This Skyfire demon seemed to know quite a few secrets. Besides, wasn't the hybrid blood sect the very foreign cult the Skyfire demons had rooted in the human realm? Mo Zhu suddenly broke free from the protector's grasp, grinning wickedly. But the secret medicine pavilion were idiots too. Choosing to burn themselves alive, how stupid can you get? Su Yun's gaze grew even colder. True, he had no particular feelings for the former members of the secret medicine pavilion, but he respected his teacher deeply. To have the pavilion insulted like this, who could tolerate it? If you dare step onto the stage, he'll kill you like a dog. Su Yun's grin twisted into something savage. A cold glint flashed in Moses' eyes. With a sudden leap, he landed squarely in the center of the arena, his voice thundering. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Boom. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Tension thickened in the air as everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stage, as if some invisible pressure was spreading throughout the crowd. Still want to fight? On the side of the myriad clans, Sheng In and Ku Di exchanged glances before breaking into mocking laughter. What a pathetic act, Sheng In murmured. It was obvious that Ma Zhu was deliberately provoking Su Yun, hoping to disrupt the inheritance of the beast fusion technique. Despite the mounting tension, the demon clan showed no sign of worry. Instead, a frenzied chorus erupted from their ranks. Su Yun, kill Ma Zhu. I want to hear him scream in agony. Smash every bone in his body, Ma Zhu. Countless voices howled, rabid as wild hounds. I want to see just how strong he really is. Someone growled through clenched teeth. The demon clan's feverish bloodlust sent chills down many spectators' spines. It was shocking they weren't cheering for their own, but rather thirsting to see Su Yun slaughter Ma Zhu without mercy. Soon, the two sides signed the life and death agreement. Ma Zhu sneered at Su Yun. I won't kill you, boy. I'll use your miserable life to bargain for the beast fusion technique. His eyes flashed coldly, his tone dripping with provocation and disdain. Are you done talking? Su Yun's voice was icy, calm, yet laced with deadly threat. Boom. Before the words had faded, Ma Zhu erupted in a blaze of crimson flame. He slammed his right foot down, shaking the arena and sending shards of stone flying as if a bomb had detonated. Blood demon feral art chaos unleashed. Ma Zhu roared, his hands weaving through the air. Countless blood-red shadowy palms shot toward the scattered stones, each carrying destructive force like a shower of crimson stars raining down. The air was filled with a piercing whoosh, thunderous and chilling, as if the very sky might be torn apart. Yet Su Yun stood unmoved in the center of the stage. His expression betrayed no fear or surprise, only deep, steady composure. Song Yun slash. Su Yun swept his hand, lightning crackling in his palm. Golden bolts shot outward, radiating a sense of utter annihilation. With a jolt of his arms, lightning blazed forth like a great sword, cleaving through Moses' blood-shadowed palms. Boom. The golden arc sliced down, shattering the stones and tearing the blood-red shadows apart in an instant, revealing Moses' stunned face. That strike was nothing short of terrifying. You want to die? I'll grant your wish. Su Yun flashed forward, wreathed in lightning, his voice cold and lethal. Blood trickled from the corners of Moses' eyes as he bellowed, chaotic demon. But Ma Zhu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged at Su Yun like a raging tide, his right fist glowing with a bloody light. a demonic snarl echoing as he hurled it towards Su Yun's chest. No wonder he's a top demon warrior, the crowd gasped, recognizing the lethal power of the attack. But before anyone could blink, Su Yun moved like lightning too fast for the eye to follow. A dazzling flash of blade cut through the air, severing Moses' right hand at the wrist. Blood erupted like a fountain as the severed hand exploded and the shadowy aura vanished. Even Moses' armor couldn't withstand Su Yun's strength. Shock was plain in his eyes. Let this be the first cut. Su Yun roared, unleashing another Tsongyun slash. Lightning flashed, the blade's edge even sharper as it drove straight from Moses' neck. Moses' eyes widened in terror. He hurriedly activated his armor, but it turned to ash the moment the blade struck. With a crisp snap, Moses' head flew from his shoulders, his features still frozen in stunned disbelief as blood sprayed across the arena, staining everything red. Silence fell, the air thick and still. Like barking, do you? Su Yun looked coldly down at the severed head, his voice icy enough to chill the bone. Let's see if you can make another sound. With that, he stomped down mercilessly. There was a sickening crunch, a spray of blood, and the head was crushed to powder. The arena was shrouded in deathly silence. No one dared make the slightest sound. Ding! Suddenly, a system prompt chimed. Host has slain Maju. Dropped. Advanced hand of the Divine Five. You little bastard, you're courting death. At that moment, a protector from the Heavenly Fire Demon clan glared furiously, thrusting out a hand. Demonic energy surged like a tidal wave towards Su Yun. The atmosphere grew even heavier. This was no longer just Su Yun's fight, but a clash between the strongest of two clans. The storm unleashed by Moses' death was far from over. Demonic energy surged violently. In an instant, black-purple energy swept towards Su Yun, enveloping him like a deadly net, threatening to swallow him whole. Several board members' faces changed dramatically. They leaned forward, fingers twitching, ready to intervene. You of the Tianhua Demon Clan, are you forcing my hand? A chilling, icy voice suddenly echoed through the hall, making everyone present feel as if they had fallen into a freezing abyss. Their very breath became labored. In a heartbeat, the world darkened. Sunlight vanished, and it was as if endless night had fallen. The Tianhua Demon Clan's protector's expression froze, his whole body emitting sharp, cracking sounds. Crack, crack. It was as if an invisible force gripped his body, squeezing tighter and tighter. Blood spurted from within him, and his bones shattered under the immense pressure. When the darkness finally receded, everyone gasped. The protector had been twisted into a grotesque shape, his bones and skin mangled beyond recognition, barely clinging to life. The board members exchanged knowing glances. They all understood who had intervened. Principal Zhang Zhongqing, Dongfang Taiyue, Lin Sihua, and Zheng Yu sat back in their chairs, visibly relaxed. If the principal hadn't acted, they would have. That old man's gotten even stronger, Lin Sihua muttered quietly, his voice tinged with respect despite the curse. In the academy, you so-called protectors had better behave yourselves. Don't cross the line. Zhang Zhongqing's voice echoed above the academy, every word heavy with murderous intent, pressing on everyone's hearts like a tangible weight. This is the Tianhua Demon Clan's own doing. Principal, there's no need to worry. The Shinzu clan's protector chimed in with a gloating smile. Seeing this, the other Demon Clan protectors hurried forward, heads bowed, supporting their barely conscious companion. None dared utter another word, and they quickly withdrew. With that, the unexpected episode came to an end. The real stars of the day remained the four people on stage. After Su Yun defeated Mo Zhu, his ranking soared to 31st place. Ku Kei, Song Yi, and Gong Pao also made it into the top 50. Together, the four of them had made history. Su Yun, you're amazing. Deng Yuanyuan cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted with excitement, her voice ringing across the entire venue. The students from Luoyang Academy of War cheered and applauded, their enthusiasm growing with every wave. Cheers erupted from all the teachers and students, their faces alight with excitement. Ever since the arrival of the myriad clans, they'd suffered greatly. Today, they finally witnessed the defeat of one of those clans, and not just any, but the arrogant Demon Clan. The sense of relief and satisfaction was overwhelming. Su Yun led Ku Kei and the others off the stage, nodding kindly to the cheering crowd. Just then, he suddenly sensed a cold, knife-like gaze and turned immediately. Long Yunxiang. Their eyes locked across the distance, the air between them charged with tension, as if invisible sparks were flying. Both knew a showdown was inevitable. Finally, surrounded by a jubilant crowd, Su Yun left like a victorious general returning from battle. Throughout, the representatives from the myriad clans wore dark, dangerous expressions. Su Yun had become a thorn in their side. They could no longer afford to let him be. We need to find a chance to take him out, the Shinzu clan protector whispered. It has to be outside the academy. Zhang Zhongqing is watching here. Meanwhile, Sheng Enku, the emperor, curled his lips into a faint smile. He had thought the human realm was boring, but now, things were getting interesting. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing let out a long sigh, raising his hand to study it. a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. What's wrong with me? Have I grown so soft that I can't even recognize myself? He murmured, almost inaudibly. A moment later, his tone darkened. Endure. I must endure. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. But even as he spoke, the murderous intent in his eyes surged like a tide. Books and cups in the room instantly crumbled to powder under the force of his aura, silently drifting through the air. When Gong Pao went home for his break, he happened to run into his father returning as well. Upon learning that his son had made it into the top 50 on the bright list, Gong Ji was so overjoyed he nearly punched a hole through the ceiling, his face lighting up with pride. This calls for a celebration. You're having a drink with your old man tonight. Gong Ji pulled out a bottle of his finest, long-cherished wine, his eyes shining with pride. Gong Pao's mother was all smiles as she bustled about, preparing a lavish meal. The three of them sat together, savoring the rare moment of family reunion and happiness. After a satisfying meal, Gong Pao leaned in and whispered to his father, Dad, Suyin helped me a lot this time. So there's been some talk, but who cares? I didn't cheat or steal. Making it into the top 50 is something to be proud of. Gongji scoffed dismissively. As for Suyun, you have to repay him someday. While peeling an orange, he asked, where do you plan to go for this year's beast hunting mission? Ever since spiritual energy returned to Blue Star, vicious beasts had become more common, disrupting daily life. To prepare students for real combat, military academies and universities across Huaxia organized annual beast hunting missions. I went to Zone 9 last year. This year, I'm thinking of trying Yancheng, Gong Pao replied after a moment's thought. At the mention of Yancheng, Gong Ji's expression darkened, and he spoke firmly. No, absolutely not. You can't go to Yancheng. Yancheng is a frontline city closest to the sea, constantly battling sea beasts. Its injury and fatality rates are much higher than other major cities. Plus, it guards the Sea of Death, one of Blue Star's 5 major seas. In recent years, sea beast attacks have become more frequent. Just in the past few years, 8 top warriors have been seriously injured and 3 have died. You're almost at the war general level now. Go to Zone 9, or even abandon city if you must, but not Yancheng. Gong Ji's tone left no room for argument. Gong Pao's mother came out from the kitchen. Hearing her husband's words, she sighed softly. Listen to your father. Don't go. All right. Gong Pao agreed reluctantly, nodding his head. Though he felt a little disappointed, he knew his father had a point. Tianming Academy. 2 days had passed since Su Yun's ranking challenge. Hey, race the information you asked for. Li Chunzu pulled a jade pendant from his pocket and handed it to Su Yun. Thanks, man, Su Yun said with a smile as he accepted it. Then he asked, did you forge Gong Pao's set of yellow grade armor? Li Chunzu glanced around and lowered his voice. If you don't say anything, they'll take that as a yes. Su Yun just smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Do me a favor and make a set for me too. I want high-grade yellow tier. I've got something urgent at the end of the year, Li Chunzu said in a hushed tone. No problem. For you, 500 merit points will do, Su Yun replied. Li Chunzu's eyes lit up, and he grinned. That's a real friend's price. Any other blacksmith would ask at least 800. Merit points received, Su Yun said smugly. We may not be short on points now, but making a bit extra never hurts. Just as they were about to part ways, Su Yun suddenly asked, any other intel? Li Chunzu rolled his eyes. Knew you wouldn't be that generous. There's going to be an operation soon to eliminate foreign cults at our academy. Word is, several cults are gathering in Ing City. If you're planning to go alone, be careful. Thanks for the heads up, Su Yun nodded, already making plans in his mind. Li Chunzu continued, I have it on record the Feng and Ding families will be involved. Su Yun's eyes narrowed, his smile turning cold. He muttered, the big clans and the myriad races, you all want me dead, don't you? Fine. This time, with the mixed blood cult, they'll make sure you all go down together. As he turned to leave, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun found his teacher, Dongfang Taiyue, organizing medicinal herbs. When are you leaving? Dongfang Taiyue asked without looking up. Tomorrow, Su Yun replied with a smile. Dongfang Taiyue set down the herbs, his expression turning serious. You're in the spotlight right now, with plenty of people wanting you dead. Keep your guard up, he warned, letting out a sigh. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Sihua hurried in from the iron pavilion and handed Su Yun a mask. The mask resembled a human face, felt soft to the touch, and gave off a cool sensation. High-grade Zuan-level disc-wise silk mask, Lin Sihua explained with a grin. Su Yun accepted the mask happily. With this treasure, he wouldn't have to worry about being recognized. His reputation had grown too much lately, and keeping a low profile was definitely the wise thing to do. How many spots did you get for the campaign against the foreign cults, old Dongfang? Lin Sihua suddenly asked. Dongfang Taiyue rolled his eyes. You think they'd give any to me? The Feng and Ding families snapped up all the spots this time. Maybe others could get in, but the secret medicine pavilion doesn't stand a chance. I got 3, Lin Sihua said smugly, raising his eyebrows. As a top-tier Xin-level forge master at Tianming Academy, even the most powerful families had to show him some respect. After all, everyone relied on him to repair their armor, weapons, and artifacts. Under Dongfang Taiyu's fiery glare, Lin Sihua left in high spirits. Watching the scene, Su Yun couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking these two teachers really were a pair of bickering friends. I've already reported your situation to the principal, Dongfang Taiyue said suddenly. Su Yun's smile faded. The principal's pretty useless, huh? Why not just crush that guardian and be done with it? Dongfang Taiyue lightly tapped his head and sighed. He has his own difficulties. As the academy's top leader, he has to balance many interests. Sometimes he wants to act, but can't. Honestly, he's secretly helped and protected you more than once. Really? How come I never knew? Su Yun asked in surprise. Where you stand shapes how you think. Dongfang Taiyue shook his head. Years of compromise have made him hesitant. Enough? Teacher, any more, and my head will explode. Su Yun quickly waved his hands, signaling he couldn't take any more lectures. Get out. Dongfang Taiyue said gruffly, giving him a playful kick. As Su Yun left, Dongfang Taiyue called after him. Kid, maybe the principal is indecisive, but he always puts the human race first. Su Yun took a deep breath and nodded quietly. With his teachers and the principal supporting him from behind the scenes, he felt a bit more confident. That evening, the streets were bustling with people. Su Yun and Ku Kei strolled along, greeting passers-by as they snacked on skewered meat. I'm leaving tomorrow, Su Yun said casually. Leaving? Where to? Ku Kei's booming voice immediately drew attention from those nearby. Su Yun quickly pulled him along, lowering his voice. Keep it down. In the shadows, members of powerful families and the myriad clans quietly started to follow. I heard there are several foreign cults in Yingqing. I'm planning to sneak in and see if I can pick up some treasures, Su Yun said mysteriously. Take me with you, Ku Kei said excitedly. You're not ready yet all you're good at his kidney strikes. You'd be better off grilling kidneys instead. Su Yun scoffed. Their low conversation was just loud enough for those spying in the shadows to overhear. Su Yun was leaving the academy. The news immediately caught their attention. Fine, Ku Kei shrugged. So what about the beast-slaying mission? Su Yun looked calm and almost careless as he spoke. Everything has to be done step by step. If you try to rush things, you're bound to get hurt. Are you serious? Wang Can shot up from his seat, his eyes shining with excitement. A young apprentice from the Divine Pavilion hurried over. Pavilion Master, I heard it myself. Well done. A cold glint flashed in Wang Can's eyes. Ever since Su Yun joined the manor, the Wang family had suffered repeated humiliation. Now, Wang Can's hatred for Su Yun was like a raging tide. He swore to himself that if Su Yun left the manor this time, he would make sure he never returned. News quickly reached the Ding family. Director Ding, who was leading the crackdown on the foreign cults, gave the order with a grim expression. Anyone from the mixed blood sect, the demon sect, or the fire sect, if you catch them, kill them on sight. Even if there are people from other families among them, it doesn't matter. Better to kill by mistake than let one escape. When Su Yun was mentioned, Director Ding's eyes were filled with hatred because of this boy. Ding Lei, the family's future pillar, had been crippled. Director Feng was also making plans behind the scenes. According to the reports from the myriad clans, Su Yun is highly skilled in breathing techniques. Once he's found, capture him in secret and do whatever it takes to pry the secret out of him, he said, his voice as cold as ice. Lu Guang was even more obsessed with the dragon egg, especially after learning about the beast fusion technique. Don't kill him, Lu Guang's eyes gleamed. Use him to trade for the dragon egg. Knowing old Dongfang's personality, he'll definitely agree. Director, is Lu Mao going to Yingqing? Someone from the Lu family asked cautiously. Yes, Lu Guang replied indifferently. Catching Su Yun is just a side task. Let them see some blood, it'll do them good, since they'll have to fight on the battlefield sooner or later anyway. Meanwhile, in the Yoxing Garden, the myriad clans had also received the news. The Heavenly Fire Demons, the Radiant Winged Clan, and the Sea Dragon Clan each sent a protector, all exuding murderous intent. The Heavenly Fire Demon Protector, who had almost been killed by Zhang Zhongqing, was the first to speak up. I will avenge Prince Maju. His face was pale, his expression twisted with rage. Fine, but you must follow orders, Sheng En said calmly. The protector nodded heavily. Send in 10 more high-ranking warriors. Make sure Su Yun dies, no matter what. Sheng En continued to give orders. When you kill Su Yun, make sure to bring me his sword, Emperor Ku said with a smile. Whoever gets it, keeps it, came a lazy voice. The speaker sat cross-legged on a cushion, long purple hair trailing to the ground. Though strikingly handsome, there was an undeniable arrogance about him. Mokadoro, what are you doing out here? Emperor Ku asked with a smile. The human realm is truly fascinating, Mokadoro replied, stretching out a finger as purple blood danced at the tip. I've only been here a month, and my bloodline has already grown stronger. What's your opinion on killing Su Yun? A red-haired demon prodigy asked. Mokadoro shot him a glance and flicked his finger. A purple lion's roar erupted, sending the red-haired prodigy flying, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Did I say you could speak? Mokadoro's smile was almost sickly. To think mere humans dare to trample on us. If word got out, what would happen to the myriad clan's reputation? That's why Su Yun must die. Every word dripped with murderous intent. The others from the myriad clans silently nodded, surprisingly united in their resolve. At that moment, the lamps of Tianming Academy burned bright. Countless undercurrents surged toward a distant place, where an earth-shattering massacre was about to erupt. In the afternoon, at the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute, everything had changed dramatically since Zheng Yu shared the mixed beast technique. More and more families were eager to gain entry to the institute, even going so far as to offer rare treasures in hopes of winning Zheng Yu's favor. However, Zheng Yu was notoriously unpredictable. No one could tell what his reaction would be. Every single gift was flatly refused, with no sign of politeness. No one dared complain, though. He now held a vital key to the cultivation system of the human race, and crossing him could have unimaginable consequences. At that moment, the institute's doors swung open, and Song Yi stepped out. She wasn't wearing her academy uniform today, but instead had chosen a simple outfit. Pausing at the entrance, she bowed deeply toward the institute before turning to leave, heading for Tianming Academy. From a second-floor window inside, Zheng Yu's figure appeared, watching silently as Song Yi walked away. He sighed under his breath, if only I'd traded you for that kid's new mixed beast technique. Not long after Song Yi left, Su Yun arrived. Familiar with the place, he pushed open the door and called out, Teacher, are you in? Zheng Yu's lazy voice drifted down the hall. Come up here yourself. Su Yun didn't waste any time and hurried upstairs. He found Zheng Yu sitting comfortably in a chair, legs crossed, sipping tea. Su Yun approached with a bright smile. Teacher, do you remember what you promised me? He asked eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly. Who do you want dead? Oh, come on. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh and groan inwardly. Every teacher was more difficult than the last. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. I want to join the mixed blood sect. I hope you can offer some help when the time comes, he said, straightforward and clear. Zheng Yu thought for a moment, then smiled slightly and casually tossed 2 jade pendants from the table. Crush the green one, and well come as soon as possible. The red one means well intervene directly. Su Yun accepted the pendants, delighted. Thank you, teacher. He'll be going now. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced around curiously and asked, Teacher, where's senior sister? Zheng Yu looked impatient. Who knows where she's off to? I'm busy, get out. Su Yun nodded, said nothing more, and left the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute. During this period, Su Yun didn't forget Zheng Yu's instructions. He reminded Kuke, make sure you train hard. If you run into trouble, don't hold back. If anyone dares challenge us, make sure they don't walk away. Protect our spot on the rankings. Kuke nodded earnestly. Got it. Before leaving, Su Yun stood at the institute's entrance, his gaze drifting toward the secret medicine pavilion. 3 months had passed, and he found himself reluctant to leave. He already saw this place as his home. He boarded a bus, his figure gradually disappearing into the crowd. At the same time, the powerful families and various factions among the myriad races had already received the news the operation had begun. Ingcheng, a secondary city attached to Longdu, had a population of nearly 4 million. Its streets bustled with life, and the markets were lively and vibrant. Yet behind all this activity, there lurked the hidden influence of many foreign cults. For instance, a seemingly harmonious family of 4 could actually be under the control of an outside sect, secretly engaging in unknown activities. If even the slightest clue was discovered, the mayor would immediately order a thorough investigation and swift eradication. All of this was to ensure the citizens could feel a bit safer in their city. In the busy market at the station, Su Yun's figure appeared among the crowd. He stepped off the bus, looking completely unremarkable. Dressed in a gray long-sleeved shirt, a beige jacket, blue jeans, and black sneakers, he looked just like an ordinary college graduate blending in effortlessly with the masses. Su Yun stretched his body and murmured, it really is better outside. Fresh air filled his lungs, and the long-lost sense of freedom lifted his spirits. The moment he got off the car, he sensed spiritual power probing from all directions. There were plenty of people lurking in the shadows, clearly searching for someone. They must be looking for me, Su Yun thought with a cold smile. Let's see how long you can keep playing this game. Keeping a calm expression, he bought 2 apples, slipped them into his pocket, and kept walking. As he bit into the sweet and tangy fruit, he took out the blood token to check. It showed 6 hours left, plenty of time. According to Li Chun's investigation, his destination was in the old district of Ing City. This area was filled with ancient towers and city walls, and clusters of elderly people chatted by the street. Their conversations ranged from whose daughter was getting married to whose son was doing well in school, the air filled with a slow-paced, comforting sense of daily life. The moment he stepped into the district, Su Yun released his haki of perception. There are some dangerous people hiding in that building, he thought in surprise. So much activity in broad daylight. Is this a martial arts gym? Doesn't seem like a territory of the hybrid sect. Pretending to stroll casually, he actually paid careful attention to everything around him. Suddenly, a familiar scent reached his nose, the unmistakable smell of the hybrid sect. Su Yun's lips curled into a faint smile as he continued deeper into the alley. The alley grew narrower, water dripped from pipes on both sides, and rats scurried into the sewers. Suddenly, Su Yun snorted, and the darkness ahead began to twist and ripple. Show your token, or well drain your blood dry. A cold voice echoed. Su Yun took out his blood token marked 79. Instantly, a faint force made the token tremble. The token is valid, the voice said, still icy. Darkness swallowed Su Yun in an instant, and when he opened his eyes again, he was inside a blank, white-walled room surrounded by people about his age. Another rookie. You really think you can compete for Hallmaster at your age? Aren't you afraid you'll wet your pants in fear? Someone sneered. A flash of purple sword light mixed with flames shot through the air. Before the mockers could react, they collapsed in pools of blood. Anyone else have something useless to say? Su Yun swept his cold gaze around, and the rest instantly fell silent. He sheathed his sword, picked up 8 blood tokens scattered on the ground, and thought to himself, now I have 9, including my own. The more tokens, the more followers I can command in the hybrid sect, right? But his true goal wasn't the Hall Master position, it was vice leader. When the time came, he'd lead the entire hybrid sect branch to join Tianming Academy. Open the door. A deep, resonant voice rang out. As the lock clicked open, the candidates filed out one after another. Su Yun followed the crowd, and the scene before him opened up. A vast underground world lay ahead. The underground world was vast, divided into several sections, each spanning a kilometer large enough to accommodate hundreds of people engaged in fierce combat. High-voltage electric fences surrounded every area, crackling with electricity and flashing with blue sparks. Spectators crowded around the perimeter, their faces pale and eyes glowing with a sickly red light. Fresh blood and flesh, someone growled, licking their lips. Fight! I want to see blood fly 5 steps. These people were like travelers lost in a desert, crazed with thirst for blood. Candidates vying for the position of Hall Master emerged from the preparation rooms one by one, each displaying a different expression. Some pressed their lips together in silence. Others looked pale with fear at the scene before them, while a few wiped their weapons with cold, sinister smiles. Su Yun stood among the crowd with his colossal sword strapped to his back, glancing around. The number of participants far exceeded his expectations, at least 500. At that moment, 10 figures appeared on a raised platform above the underground arena. All of them were battle generals, clad in armor formed by condensed spiritual energy, their faces obscured and mysterious. One of them, a tall and imposing man in a light blue robe with sharp features, stepped forward and swept his cold gaze over the crowd below. It doesn't matter how you obtained your blood tokens, he announced in a calm, steady voice that carried clearly across the arena. Only the last 10 survivors will qualify to become Hall Masters. There are no resto, whatever it takes to be the last one standing. Who are you? Someone shouted in protest from the crowd. The old Hall Master immediately snapped. Silence. This is the vice leader of the Ingqing hybrid cult. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this man was likely a high-ranking battle general. Anyone who disrespects our cult dies on the spot, the vice leader said coolly. Before his words had even faded, the challenger began to scream in agony. His blood boiled, steam rising from his body, and with a loud bang, he exploded into a cloud of blood. The vice leader casually waved his hand, condensing the flying blood and flesh into a ball, then tossed it to the cult followers at the edge of the arena. They swarmed over it like ants drawn to sugar. Su Yun kept his face expressionless, but his heart was filled with loathing for this cult. As long as such evil organizations existed, there would never be peace on Blue Star. Open the gates, the old Hall Master commanded. 30 seconds until the slaughter begins. Seconds ticked by. Su Yun gripped his colossal sword in reverse, his killing intent rising. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately disguised himself as a spiritual weapon user. In the same section, a masked woman was also scanning the area, her gaze eventually settling on Su Yun in the corner. Is it him? She murmured to herself. Begin. At the old Hall Master's order, the gates slammed shut. Without hesitation, Su Yun sprang into action, launching himself forward with lightning speed. His sword swung in arcs wreathed with violet flames and punctuated by the roar of tigers, cutting down more than a dozen people in an instant. Damn, not even a single god's hand dropped, he muttered in annoyance. These small fry are a waste. Bang. The crack of a whip rang out from a distance, and a man's head exploded, spraying blood everywhere. The gruesome sight sent the cultists into a frenzy, their faces twisted with excitement. Su Yun turned toward the woman wielding the whip, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Senior? Junior? The two exchanged glances and burst out laughing. What a coincidence they actually ended up in the same area. Fate really was unbeatable sometimes. Out of 10 regions and 10 Hall Masters, here they were together. Su Yun leapt up with his sword on his back, the blade flashing as he struck down with sudden force. Song, he stepped back calmly, her lips curling into a smile as she saw the deep groove left by the sword. Isn't that a bit much? She teased. If I don't go all out, it'll look suspicious, Su Yun replied with a sly grin. They understood each other perfectly. In the hybrid sect, Survival depended on having each other's backs. Below, the battles raged on. Above, the deputy sect leader and the old hall master were discussing this year's competition. The young people are impressive this year, the deputy sect leader said approvingly. Look at the one in Region 1, quick with the sword, ruthless, no hesitation at all. The one in Region 9 is good too, the old hall master nodded. Excellent with illusions, can win without even fighting. They exchanged a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted their conversation. The walls of Region 1 shook violently, dust billowing as the barrier between Region 1 and Region 2 was smashed open. Through the smoke, Su Yun and Song Yi flashed past, darting into the next area. This was your plan? Song Yi asked with a wry smile, surprised by her junior's straightforward approach. Was just going to smash through all 10 regions and throw everyone into chaos. If we're going to cause trouble, let's do it properly, Su Yun replied with a wicked grin. Everyone here deserves it. Blood on their hands. Traitors to humanity, none of them are innocent. Well, except us, of course. Above, the deputy sect leader and old hall master were left speechless. In all their years overseeing the competition, they had never encountered a situation like this. Region 2 had already reached a fever pitch, but with Su Yun and Song Yi bursting in, everything descended into uncontrollable chaos. Boom. The ground shook with another explosion as the disaster sword danced like purple flames, cutting down countless opponents in an instant. Ding. The system chimed. Host has slain Zhang San, Li Si, and 17 others. Dropped. 22 beginner god ants. Song Yi looked at Su Yun, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. She could tell that the killing intent in her junior wasn't just about the fight, it was a kind of release. This place was his outlet, a way to let off all the frustration had bottled up. Next region. Su Yun gripped the disaster sword and slashed at another wall. Boom. With another crash, the wall collapsed, opening a path to Region 3. Inside, a peak 9-star warrior was dominating his opponents. He was powerfully built, muscles on his back coiling like springs. As he punched, those spring-like muscles contracted, unleashing a terrifying force that seemed to tear through the air. Pangamo, don't kill me, a desperate voice shrieked. Pangamo sneered. You all have to die. Thud. A heavy punch landed, leaving a bloody, gruesome mess. Just then, Pangamo noticed Su Yun. He tensed his back, gathering strength for a punch. Su Yun simply smiled, drawing his sword with practiced ease, swift as flowing water. The blade shimmered. Flash. Pangmo's arm was severed instantly, blood spraying everywhere, the air thick with the scent of iron. Die. Su Yun swung again, and with a flash of his blade, Pangmo's head flew off, turning to ash before it even hit the ground. Ding. The system chimed once more. Host has slain. Pangmo dropped. One intermediate god ant. The vice leader and the elder hall masters all turned their gazes to Su Yun, each with their own thoughts. The vice leader frowned slightly, silently observing Su Yun's every move while pondering. Is this kid really from the spirit weapon branch? By my estimate, he should be at least a brank, maybe even a rank. The elder hall masters, already guessing at the answer, whispered among themselves, why not just call him SS rank and be done with it? Their tone carried a hint of disdain, yet the vice leader kept silent. As he stared at Su Yun, his eyes swept over the others as well. The vice leader couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Over the years, those who followed him had proved loyal, but not particularly clever, especially when it came to scheming. He had long grown used to relying on his own strategies to control the situation. What he needed, besides loyalty, were smart and thoughtful strategists. As for the mixed blood sect, the vice leader smirked dismissively. To him, it was nothing more than a tool, a means to steadily expand his own influence. In these chaotic times, Huaxiao might appear peaceful on the surface, but in reality, every territory was controlled by powerful families and academies, each ruling their own domain. There was no true central authority, and so sects and private armies flourished. The vice leader knew time was not yet on his side. Only when he reached the rank of war god could he truly seize his chance. But his ambitions went far beyond that. While the vice leader was deep in thought, the battle before him took a sudden, dramatic turn. Su Yun had almost cleared all 10 sectors. 200 to 300 people were now gathered at the center of the battlefield, tension thick in the air. Suddenly, the illusionist from Sector 9 shouted, "Are you insane?" The others also frowned, their attention fixed on Su Yun. Su Yun simply curled his lip, unfazed. Killing weaklings is boring. It's way more interesting to fight someone with real skill. The illusionist's voice remained calm and even, as if unprovoked by the taunt. Is that so? Then go die. As soon as he spoke, the air twisted violently, and an illusionary domain swept towards Su Yun like a massive shroud. Yet the moment the illusion touched him, it shattered instantly. Shock flooded the illusionist's eyes, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Yun shrugged with a mocking smile. Sorry, I forgot to mention ordinary illusions don't work on me. Without hesitation, he lunged at the illusionist with thunderous speed, swinging his massive sword of calamity. The illusionist, furious, roared, "Thousand Threads Spirit Worm." With a burst of spiritual energy, Thousands of silver threads shot from his body, weaving into a giant silver insect. Su Yun's eyes narrowed in realization, a mind artifact. It was a powerful weapon designed for spiritual cultivators, but notoriously hard to control. Yet as Su Yun's sword came down, the silver insect twisted in that instant, absorbing the force and even coiling around the blade. Su Yun's gaze turned icy as the silver creature pressed toward him, its threads glinting sharply, ready to slice through any warrior's flesh with ease. Silver Storm Frenzy, the illusionist shouted. The silver insect exploded, sending a torrential rain of razor-sharp threads slicing through the crowd, shredding everything in their path. The air filled with blood and gore, severed tongues still twitching. But Su Yun didn't flinch. His eyes were cold as ice as he gripped the sword of calamity in reverse. Purple flames danced along the blade as he charged forward, his sword sweeping down like a surging tide. In the next instant, the silver threads were slashed apart by a single strike. The illusionist stared in disbelief. Impossible. Before he could say more, the sword of calamity came crashing down, slicing the illusionist cleanly from head to hip. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the grisly scene sent the surrounding cultists into a frenzy. The bloodier the battle, the more excited they became, as if everything was unfolding just as they wished. Ding. Host has slain Imo Lanran. Dropped. Intermediate hand of God X2. Witnessing Su Yun's terrifying strength, the remaining fighters paled. None dared face him again. They turned and chased after other targets instead. Meanwhile, Song Yi's figure darted through the crowd. With every crack of her whip, ahead flew her moves swift, precise, and never missing. No one dared challenge her. In the end, 10 people stood amidst a pool of blood. Severed limbs and fragments of flesh littered the ground. White bones protruded everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, as if they were in hell itself. The vice cult leader and the elder hall masters wore satisfied smiles, especially impressed by Su Yun. This young man was ruthless, powerful, and almost flawless. Followers, welcome your new hall master. The vice cult leader's laughter echoed through the chamber. The kneeling cultists' eyes glowed with fanaticism. Suddenly, blood spurted from the base of their spines, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With a wave of the vice cult leader's hand, blood from all 10 sections, along with the cultist's own, was drawn into the air, gathering like streams into a massive sphere. He's really putting on a show. If he ever gets tired of this, he could make a fortune running a hot pot restaurant, Su Yun thought to himself. With a loud crash, the blood sphere shrank and shifted, splitting into 10 floating goblets filled with blood. The vice cult leader let a drop of his own blood, infused with the power of a war general, fall into each cup. The thick liquid swirled menacingly, sending chills down the spines of the 10 below. This is the sacred blood bestowed upon you by your leader. Drink it, and you will become loyal followers of our cult, the vice cult leader declared. Drink, drink, drink. The cultists chanted madly. Song Yi tipped her head back and finished her cup in one swift motion, so quickly that Su Yun was taken aback. She whispered, use the bloodline fusion method to slowly dissolve it. Su Yun's mind cleared, and he drank it all in one go. The blood was foul and nauseatingly thick. Instantly, he felt 2 mysterious forces attacking his soul, but he quickly activated the bloodline fusion technique to redirect them, keeping his soul intact. The remaining 8, though hesitant, followed suit and drank. The vice cult leader smiled with satisfaction, assigning each of them a number from 1 to 10, and gave Su Yun the position of Hall Master 1. Thank you, leader. Su Yun purposely left out the word vice, catching the leader off guard for a moment before he burst out laughing. The elder hall masters exchanged glances, convinced this young man had great potential. After the vice cult leader departed, the elder hall masters came down to warn everyone to relocate and reminded them to keep quiet. When the third hall master questioned whether such a shabby place was worthy of being their base, one of the elders only smiled. Then, another elder stamped his foot, summoning a massive black serpent from the shadows. It transformed into a cloud of dark mist, enveloping everyone as they left the underground world behind. When Su Yun and the others took in the scene before them, they were all stunned. What greeted them was a bustling construction site. Workers were sweating as they mixed cement and carried bricks, creating an atmosphere of intense activity. These are all our followers and undercover members, the old sect leader explained casually. Aren't you worried about someone using spiritual power to investigate? Su Yun asked cautiously. The old sect leader replied confidently. We have specialized spiritual warriors casting illusions. If anything unusual happens, we'll relocate immediately. To outsiders, this is nothing more than a group of workers doing their job. Everyone put on safety helmets and followed the old sect leader to a central floor. To Su Yun's amusement, the deputy leader had already changed into work clothes, a briefcase tucked under his arm, looking every bit the successful businessman. Head looked even more convincing with a beer belly, Su Yun thought to himself. The deputy leader announced seriously, in 2 days, we'll be negotiating with the Tianma sect and the Fire sect. Each leader will bring 50 followers as a precaution. He then looked to the old sect leader, signaling him to elaborate. The old sect leader explained, in recent years, the Tianma sect and the Fire sect have been competing with us for followers, drawing criticism from higher authorities in Yingqing. There have been a few clashes, but none were resolved. This time, the Tianma sect reached out first, wanting to discuss territory. Listening to this, Su Yun couldn't help but think, this isn't some foreign cult, it's more like a gang. They even have performance reviews and get scolded if they fall short. Am I Chen Haonan now? Any questions, sect leader? The deputy leader glanced around at the group. Su Yun stepped forward respectfully. The sudden invitation from the Tianma sect might be a trap. His words took Song Yi by surprise, making her worry he might give himself away. I thought the same, the deputy leader agreed. Su Yun continued. Where is the meeting being held? The old sect leader pulled out a map. At an abandoned hotel in the old city. I suggest not letting everyone go inside, Su Yun advised seriously. The south side of the hotel is good for retreat if anything goes wrong. We can get out quickly. The others nodded in agreement. A flash of red appeared in the deputy leader's eyes. Why did you decide to join the hybrid sect? Su Yun felt two mysterious forces stir within him, and replied coldly, my teacher was killed by the academy, and I barely escaped with my life. I want justice. The deputy leader nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, we'll help you get your revenge. Thank you, sect leader. Su Yun bowed. From the back, Song Yi silently complained. If you keep cursing old Master Dongfang and the others like that, don't blame them if you end up getting beaten. The deputy leader instructed, don't leave the premises for the next 2 days. With that, he left. The old sect leader patted Su Yun on the shoulder, encouraging him. Assist the deputy leader while your future is bright. The other leaders quickly chimed in with their flattery. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yun and Song Yi walked away together. You're pretty good at keeping secrets, Su Yun said with a smile. Song Yi touched her slightly awkward face and replied with a grin, right back at you. The two of them sat in silence for a while before Su Yun finally broke it. His voice was especially clear in the quiet room. Why did you come here? Revenge, Song Yi answered calmly, her eyes showing no emotion. Who do you want to kill? Su Yun frowned, his gaze sharp as he stared at her. The deputy leader, Song Yi replied, her tone short and resolute. Su Yun's frown deepened, a trace of confusion flashing through his mind. How did you end up holding a grudge against the deputy leader? He killed my adoptive parents. Of course I want revenge, Song Yi added, her voice so flat it was as if she were recounting someone else's story. Su Yun smiled at her and nodded slightly, as if he accepted her explanation. But inside, he was on guard. What a load of nonsense. Does she think ill by such a melodramatic story? The deputy leader must have something she wants. He averted his gaze, hiding his thoughts. Whether Song Yi can be trusted is still up in the air. Meanwhile, in the center of Yingqing, have the accommodations all been arranged? A middle-aged man with a commanding presence asked calmly, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Uncle, everything is ready. Yingqing's mayor, Ding Han, replied respectfully, leaning forward slightly to show deference. At this moment, the faculty and students of Tianming Academy had arrived in Yingqing. Leading the group was Ding Xiaoshuang, an elder of the Ding family and a stern-looking middle-aged man. Ding Han turned to the other side, a respectful smile appearing on his face. Aunt Feng, it's been years since we last met. Feng Kuei, an elder of the Feng family and a lower-rank war god, was elderly and needed a pair of crutches to walk. Yet her eyes were strikingly bright, as if able to see through everything. She asked softly, what's the situation with the foreign cult? My people have infiltrated their ranks. There will be a negotiation at the abandoned hotel in 2 days, Ding Han replied in a low voice, a calculating glint in his eyes. Very good, Feng Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Ding Xiaoshuang turned to the group of energetic young people and announced with a smile, kids, in 2 days, you'll be wiping out the foreign cult. What's so special about them? Just a bunch of weaklings. We've been trained by the academy, what do they have? I could crush them with one hand. The students scoffed, their faces full of disdain. If Su Yun had been there, he would have been amused by their arrogance. Among these students were Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao from the Lu family, Wang Li, Xiao Zun, and Huang Qi from the Wang family, Ding Lei and Mo Long from the Ding family, and Feng Jiao from the Feng family. All of them were elite students who had made the academy's honor roll. There were also over 100 other students, all nurtured by prestigious families. Even more remarkable was the presence of powerful fighters like Wang Ming, who were clearly hoping to seize some benefits for themselves. Don't get careless. Those cultists can be unpredictable when they go crazy, Feng Kuei cautioned in a low voice, her eyes showing a trace of wariness. Ding Xiaoshuang narrowed his eyes and asked quietly, where's Su Yun? He switched vehicles several times, and we lost track of him, Ding Han replied helplessly. But I'm sure he's here in Yingqing, just hiding in the shadows. That little brat is slippery, Ding Xiaoshuang said through gritted teeth, a flicker of hatred in his eyes. His gaze fell on Ding Lei, who had lost his former arrogance and now looked hollow, like a walking corpse. Ding Lei had become a permanent stain on the Ding family's honor. Wang Li, on the other hand, had fully recovered, and his eyes now burned with a fierceness, like a beast ready to pounce. In 2 days, Lu Teng, you'll lead a team to disrupt the negotiation, Ding Qiushuang ordered. This will just be the first strike. The cultists will be in Yingqing for a while, so let the students use this as a training opportunity. 2 days later, late at night, the atmosphere at the construction site was tense, with a strong scent of blood in the air, as if a massacre had just taken place. Su Yun was chatting with the elder leaders. After 2 days together, everyone had become much more familiar. If you run into someone you can't handle, just stick close to us. Don't try to be a hero, one of the elders reminded him with a smile, though his eyes showed he was wary of the danger ahead. Su Yun nodded with a smile. Don't worry, senior. Soon, the deputy leader appeared before them and said quietly, let's move. A massive black serpent emerged once again, its enormous body coiling around the hundreds of people present. In an instant, it carried everyone away from the construction site, racing toward their destination. At the same time, the three major forces Heavenly Demon Sect, Fire Sect, and Tianming Academy moved out together, converging on the abandoned hotel. The hotel had been abandoned for quite some time. Vines crept up the weathered exterior walls, while weeds grew wildly between the cracked floor tiles. Occasionally, wild rabbits and field mice darted through the overgrowth. The grimy windows reflected faint moonlight, and the dilapidated front door let out a harsh creak as the night wind blew. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? A calm voice broke the silence. Members of the hybrid sect really don't have a sense of humor, do they? Another voice replied, laced with mocking laughter. Humor? Screw your humor. Just get to the point and stop wasting time. A third voice snapped, brimming with impatience. As the wind howled, three groups emerged on the hotel's middle floor. Huan Mo from the demonic sect lounged lazily on a battered sofa, dressed in white robes, fingers intertwined, a playful smile on his lips. Bao Shan from the fire sect was clad head to toe in black armor, veins bulging on his bald head, exuding a murderous aura like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Huan Mo, Bao Shan, say what you came to say and be done with it, the deputy leader of the hybrid sect said coolly. A mischievous glint flashed in Huan Mo's eyes as he slinked closer to the deputy leader. You little ingrate, you used to call me sweetie, and now you use my real name? His coquettish tone sent chills down everyone's spine. Outside, Su Yun, who was lying in ambush, was stunned and turned to the old sect master. Senior, did the deputy leader really go that far? The old sect master lowered his voice awkwardly. Back then, the deputy leader thought Huan Mo was a woman because of his looks, so just don't spread this around. He shot Su Yun a warning glare. Su Yun gave a thumbs up, stifling his laughter. Inside the hotel, the deputy leader's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Niu Taiju, I just love the way you look at me. Huan Mo giggled, then turned to tease Bao Shan. Bao Shan shuddered and roared. Stop wasting time. Get to the point. Suddenly, Su Yun sensed a familiar presence approaching. It was people from the Tianming Academy. He made the Huode sword emit a faint hum to alert the others, then suddenly shouted. Demonic sect, hybrid sect. You're colluding with humans? The fire sect will never forgive this. His outburst shattered the barrier Huan Mo had set up. At the same time, Su Yun secretly loosed an arrow, striking a fire sect disciple right between the eyes. Chaos erupted among the three sects as they turned on each other, hurling accusations and curses. Watching from the shadows, the old sect master and his companions couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This kid is ruthless. We like it. At that moment, figures suddenly surged from all directions of the hotel. In addition to the teachers and students from Tianming Academy, there were also troops from Yingqing. The battle generals exuded a powerful spiritual aura, looking down on everything below. Despite their calm appearances, they were burning with anger inside. Damn it. We were exposed before we even made a move. The ambush was a total failure. Let's just fight them, Heaton. Wang Meng, Lu Teng, and the others cursed under their breath. Su Yun smirked to himself as he glanced at these familiar faces. The only difference was, this was no longer the academy, it was an abandoned hotel. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the hotel collapsed. Niu Taizeno, the deputy leader, stood with Huan Mo and Bao Shan atop the steel beams, coldly surveying the noble families and the army below, their presence overwhelming. By order of the king, all foreign cultists are to be executed. Lu Ting snapped, his eyes wide and his tone icy. Huan Mo sneered, mocking, what impressive authority you have. Bao Shan, hot-tempered as ever, shouted, enough talk. Kill them. The deputy leader frowned, but deep down he understood these so-called geniuses were nothing but worthless trash. He felt a tinge of relief, grateful he had listened to Su Yun and arranged for some of their people to hide outside, ready to strike at any moment. The scene was indeed imposing. The deputy leader said calmly, have we really become important enough to warrant all this? His voice was steady, tinged with resignation. The battle generals remained silent, but Wang Li suddenly let out a strange cry. Su Yun, standing below, curled his lips in disdain, thinking, The Wang family really is loaded. They can turn someone into a cripple and still have them recover. One day, they'll wipe them out for good. Wasn't he just crippled not long ago? Look at these so-called noble families, what a joke. Getting beaten so badly by kids from humble backgrounds. These aristocrats are nothing but a cancer to humanity. Members of the three cults began to mock and jeer, and Su Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. If he weren't afraid of blowing his cover, he'd shout out, "Thanks for speaking up, brothers." Wang Li's eyes grew even more vicious, his killing intent exploding. "You're all dead," he roared, his voice thunderous, sending shockwaves through the air. Lightning raged like a dragon, tearing through the night. In an instant, dozens of heavenly demon and fire cult members were blasted to ashes. "Attack!" Wang Ming and Lu Teng shouted in unison. Chaos erupted in the area. The old hall master spoke in a low voice. "Number 1, stay sharp. We'll go support the deputy leader." Before he finished, they had already charged toward the battle generals, their attacks swift and fierce. "Hallmaster, what should we do?" A nervous cultist whispered. Su Yun, standing among the crowd, eyes darting, quickly hatched a plan. "We need to make this even bigger." Head had enough of these so-called geniuses. Now was the perfect chance to get rid of them and teach the noble families a lesson. He whispered, "Don't rush. Wait for the right moment to strike." Everyone paused, exchanging glances, a little embarrassed by his cunning. The hall master's thinking is truly unique. At that moment, Su Yun saw a battle general slaughtering heavenly demon cultists. His mind raced, and he immediately ordered 50 people, split into 2 groups. Flank from the left and right. Meet up 200 meters ahead, then disappear. The group responded in unison, charging forward. Screams rang out as several young nobles were killed by the cultists' assault. The battle general's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "You bastards, you're dead." Before he could act, a streak of purple fire slashed down from above. With a single sword strike, his arms turned to stone, and with a loud thud, his legs sank deep into the ground. His face flushed as he barely withstood the blow. Su Yun didn't pursue, quickly retreating instead. His goal wasn't to kill outright, but to guide the chaos. He sneered quietly. "Is that all these aristocratic families have to offer?" The battle general glared furiously, wanting to chase after him, but the swordsman was nowhere to be seen. Instead, an old hall master from the hybrid cult appeared, immediately drawing the enemy's ire. "Damn!" The old hall master realized the danger and quickly raised his hand to defend. Just then, a shout rang out. "Come at me if you dare." Su Yun rushed out from the side, blocking in front of the hall master. The old man was deeply moved, his eyes full of trust. "Hold him off, we'll back you up right away." On the surface, Su Yun remained calm and composed, but inside he was panicking. Acting really isn't easy. There are 2 ways to quickly gain someone's trust. First, by achieving something impressive, and second, by coming to their rescue. Su Yun immediately seized this opportunity and decided to start with a rescue. His plan was simple: first, provoke the enemy into attacking the old sect leader, then step in at the right moment to help. With a mask on, the powerful families wouldn't be able to recognize his true identity anyway. Half-breed cult scum. The warrior Su Yun had blocked roared, his spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave. "That's Lu Cheng, with an erranked talent for decay and petrification." One of the old sect leaders warned sharply. "Anything touched by his power turns to stone and shatters at the slightest touch." Facing Lu Cheng's fierce assault, Su Yun stood his ground. "Flash!" he shouted, unleashing a torrent of purple flames from his sword, the blade slicing down with deadly force. With a thunderous crash, dust filled the air. Su Yun used the force to retreat several steps, steadying himself with his sword. Across from him, Lu Cheng was forced back over 10 steps, looking utterly grim. "Traitor! Siding with outsiders, you'll die a miserable death." Lu Cheng sneered. Su Yun's expression remained cold, but inside he was unfazed. What use were insults? If you wanted to conquer the world, strength spoke louder than words. At that moment, 2 bloodied old sect leaders rushed over to help. "Number 1, you did well. Leave the rest to us." Their trust in Su Yun was clear. Su Yun nodded and withdrew. He had earned the old sect leader's trust. Now it was time to win over the deputy cult leader. Suddenly, he spotted 2 familiar figures, Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao. Lu Mao, who had mastered the art of speed, wielded a crescent blade and darted across the battlefield, cutting down fire cult followers with ease. His prosthetic eye, lost to Kuke, was especially striking. "Pathetic. Can any of you keep up with me?" Lu Mao even paused to taunt his opponents. "Don't get careless," Lu Tianqian warned, sword in one hand, shield in the other. "Killing these trash is as easy as chopping vegetables," Lu Mao scoffed, continuing his merciless assault. Hidden in the shadows, Su Yun watched the pair like a hunter stalking his prey. He couldn't act openly at the academy, but here, he had no such restrictions. Lu Mao happened to lock eyes with Su Yun. "I hate the way you look at me," he snapped, and, before the words had fully left his mouth, blurred into motion, his crescent blade flashing towards Su Yun's throat. Su Yun grinned, swinging his sword in an instant. Purple flames tore through the darkness. With a metallic clang, Lu Mao was forced to reveal himself, only to realize in horror that Su Yun had predicted his move. Could you be? His words were cut short as blood burst from his throat. Su Yun gripped his sword with both hands, pouring his strength into the strike. Die! With a sickening crack, Lu Mao's crescent blade snapped. His shoulder, collarbone, and chest shattered in quick succession. The final sword arc split him in two. He collapsed in a pool of blood, convulsing as his life ebbed away. A Mao! Lu Tianqian's scream echoed from a distance. After killing Lu Mao, Su Yun didn't pause, he dashed forward, pressing on. He could sense powerful warriors rushing toward him. But at this moment, he had no time to worry about anything else. Lu Tianqian had to die. In a flash, Su Yun closed in on Lu Tianqian. Purple flames erupted at the tip of his Huohuo sword, the blade slicing through the air like lightning, aiming straight for her vitals. Phoenix shield! Lu Tianqian cried out, hastily raising her small shield. A piercing phoenix cry echoed all around. Bang! The Huohuo sword crashed into the shield with tremendous force. In the next instant, cracks spread rapidly across its surface before it shattered completely. A cold gleam flashed in Su Yun's eyes. Without hesitation, he drove his sword through Lu Tianqian's chest. You! I! Lu Tianqian's face went pale as blood gushed from her mouth. Anyone would have felt pity at the sight of her delicate, pitiful expression, but Su Yun remained unmoved. He unleashed the purple flames, instantly engulfing her body, then flicked his sword, sending her corpse hurtling toward the approaching Lu family warriors like a discarded object. No! Tianqian, Mao? The Lu family's fighters let out anguished cries. The loss of two geniuses was a devastating blow to their clan. Taking advantage of their grief, Su Yun slipped away unnoticed. This assassination was purely personal, and he had no intention of revealing his identity. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding. Host has killed Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao. Dropped. Intermediate God's Hand X4. Su Yun shook his head to himself. Such spoils no longer satisfied him. As he quickly made his escape, he shouted loudly, Brothers of the Fire Sect are unstoppable. Our sect is invincible to Lu family prodigies, slain with ease. Fire Sect will rule the martial world for generations to come. His voice echoed through the night, instantly igniting the situation. All the Lu family's warriors went berserk, charging at the Fire Sect. Bao Shan stared in shock, while the deputy leader of the hybrid sect seemed deep in thought. The voice was eerily similar to that of the Hall Master. Wang family, Feng family, Ding family. Kill every last member of the Fire Sect. I want them torn to pieces. The Lu family roared, forcing the three great families to join the assault. This sudden turn eased the pressure on the demon sect and hybrid sect considerably. Both groups immediately began to retreat to avoid drawing more enemies. Just then, Su Yun sensed through his observation haki that the phantom demon was preparing to ambush Niu Taiju. He thought to himself, could it be that the phantom demon really is colluding with the powerful clans? Wanting to earn their trust, he decided to step in. As the deputy leader was organizing the retreat, a powerful psychic wave swept over them. It's the phantom demon. The deputy leader's face changed drastically. Chief, look out. Su Yun leaped forward just in time, shielding the deputy leader and taking the brunt of the psychic attack. He silently thanked his nine-tailed protection. Without it, this strike would have been fatal. Hall Master. Phantom demon, you bastard. The hybrid sect members roared in unison. The deputy leader hurried to support the injured Su Yun, while the phantom demon sneered. Taiju, I never knew you had such loyal subordinates. I'm almost jealous. Phantom demon, don't forget you were forced down this path by those very clans you're working with. The deputy leader spat. So you still remember that? I suppose I've always been on your mind, the phantom demon replied, his smile growing even colder. Enough. I'm still hurt here. Su Yun said, feigning weakness. You two grown men can save the drama anymore, and I'm going to be sick. The outside world really is more exciting. Chief, now that the fire sect has everyone's attention, we should get out of here. The deputy leader nodded in agreement, then warned the phantom demon. We'll settle this score sooner or later. Suddenly, a massive black serpent burst from the shadows, sweeping up the remaining hybrid sect members and carrying them away at lightning speed. The phantom demon made no move to pursue. Instead, a knowing smile curled his lips. Everything's going according to plan. She should be inside by now. That night, the fire sect suffered heavy losses, and Bao Shan was captured on the spot. Although the demon sect and hybrid sect managed to break through the encirclement, the price they paid was steep. In the center of Yingqing, two cold bodies lay on the ground. Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao. Standing beside them, Lu Teng's face was twisted in fury, his eyes sharp as frost as he roared forward. Fire sect, the Lu family will never coexist with you. Shouts erupted outside the main gate. In the next moment, Bao Shan was kicked into the house and crashed heavily to his knees. Blood covered his face, and his clothes were soaked through with it. Lu Teng strode over, grabbed Bao Shan by the hair, and said coldly, Tell me the location of the fire sect's base, and I'll make it quick for you. Bao Shan gave a twisted grin. Ha ha ha. More of you noble clans should die? Though he tried to sound tough, he was seething inside. What did I ever do to deserve this? My men did the killing, but I'm the one who got caught. If I find out who sold me out, they'll be sure to thank them properly. Seeing Bao Shan refuse to talk, Lu Tang's lips curled into a chilling smile. There are plenty of illegal labs left among the human race. You'll talk soon enough. With that, he kicked Bao Shan away and ordered coldly, take him away. After Bao Shan was dragged off, Lu Teng broke down in tears, his voice choked with grief. Within Yingsheng, I want the fire sect wiped from existence. Kill them all. Contact every major TV station. Want the world to know that Tianqian and Ah Mao died for humanity. Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei exchanged helpless glances. If only they'd gone along earlier. Losing ordinary clan members was one thing, but it was Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao who were gone. Ding Xiaoshuang asked gravely, Ding Han, report the fire sect's locations. We've identified about 17 sites. Ding Han replied at once. Wipe them out. Tonight, we avenge Tianqian and Ah Mao. The Lu family's warriors roared in unison. This would be a sleepless night, a night that belonged to the fire sect of Yingsheng alone. Meanwhile, Su Yun was already lying in bed, feeling a bit surprised. That construction site had turned out to be a temporary base for the hybrid sect, and the negotiation was a test from the Hall Masters. In the end, 3 people survived. Himself, Song Yi, and the 9th Hall Master. Awake? Song Yi pushed open the door with a smile. You really went all and even dared to take on a psychic assault, she said, looking Su Yun up and down. Su Yun shrugged and asked, were you really here for revenge? Song Yi nodded silently. I want to sell them out, but Niu Taiju needs to stay alive, Su Yun said bluntly. Song Yi winked, as if to say, you sly fox. Shed thought Su Yun was only here for an opportunity within the hybrid sect. She hadn't expected him to be this bold. You're even crazier than I thought, Song Yi laughed. Su Yun kept his observation hockey active to prevent eavesdropping before speaking. Senior, can you give me a shot? Song Yi considered for a moment. Fine. I want something from you in return. Name it. A stone from the vice leader's hand. Can you be more specific? You don't need to know. Deal. Su Yun reached out his hand. They exchanged smiles and shook hands to seal the agreement. That means we're in this together now, Su Yun said, flashing an innocent smile. You'll have to help me out. Song Yi couldn't help but laugh, surprised by how readily he agreed. Calmly, Su Yun delivered his final words. This time, every noble family and outsider that came to Yingsheng, I want them all to die here. Song Yi felt an overwhelming, merciless desire to kill. She trembled slightly, but still nodded firmly. All right. As soon as she spoke, there was a knock at the door. The old hall master entered, smiling broadly. Number 1, how's your recovery going? Su Yun immediately straightened up and replied respectfully. Much better, senior. The old hall master turned his gaze to Song Yi and nodded slightly. Number 2 is here as well. A faint smile appeared on his lips. The deputy leader wants to see you. Let's go. Su Yun and Song Yi followed the old hall master down the corridor and into the main hall. The deputy leader, Niu Taiju, sat at the head of the room, surrounded by other hall masters and powerful warriors from the stronghold. Their expressions towards Su Yun were much warmer, now no longer cold and distant. After all, he had just accomplished something remarkable. Number 1, you did well. The deputy leader smiled in satisfaction. Su Yun bowed deeply, his face serious. It was my failure that the leader was harmed. Good. The deputy leader was clearly pleased. He stood up, his voice booming. I'm granting number 1 the chance to enter the blood pool. At these words, everyone's attention turned to Su Yun, their eyes full of envy. Senior, what is the blood pool? Su Yun asked in a low voice. The old hall master stroked his beard, a hint of pride in his tone. The blood pool is a treasure formed by gathering the essence of many bloodline-strong warriors, fierce beasts, and even the blood of countless races. If you can withstand the invasion of these powerful wills, you'll surely reach the rank of war general. Su Yun was ecstatic inside, though he only showed a hint of excitement on his face. He was already at the peak of 9 stars, and this was the perfect chance to break through. Thank you, deputy leader. He bowed deeply, putting on a look of gratitude. The deputy leader's gaze lingered on Su Yun, growing more satisfied the longer he looked. Brave, resourceful, and fiercely loyal, having such a capable subordinate by his side gave him great peace of mind. Of course, the main reason was still the control he held through the mixed blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his guard down for a second. Old Chow, take number 1 down, the deputy leader said, leaving the hall in high spirits. The old hall master led Su Yun to a hidden passageway. As the entrance opened, lights flickered on along the walls, illuminating the way forward. The moment they stepped inside, a cacophony of angry shouts echoed through the tunnel. Mixed blood sect, you'll all die for this. Please, let me go. I have nothing left. If I get out, I'll eat your flesh and drink your blood. The old hall master's face showed no emotion as he replied coldly. You all seem lively enough. Blood draws continue tomorrow. At his words, some prisoners glared with hatred from their cages, while others wept quietly. Su Yun kept his expression calm. But inside he was deeply shaken, his hatred for the mixed blood sect growing stronger than ever. I must destroy them all. Every stronghold must be wiped out. Su Yun vowed silently. At this moment, he realized just how devastated Blue Star had become under the secret destruction of the myriad races. He glanced silently toward the corner, where two people caught his attention. One was a boy about his own age, his arms riddled with needle marks. The moment the boy looked up, Su Yun saw a wildness in his eyes that no one so young should possess, like a predator lying in wait, ready to strike. The other was an elderly man with snow-white hair, sitting motionless like a mountain. Sensing Su Yun's gaze, the old man looked up, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. At the end of the passage is the blood pool. See what you can do, the old home master said with a smile, turning the switch to open the way. Su Yun nodded with a smile, but as soon as he entered the passage, his expression turned cold as ice. These foreign cults, all of them must die. The passageway was so narrow that only one person could squeeze through at a time. Su Yun moved forward with great caution and finally reached the end, where he found a crudely carved pool. The liquid inside was a pale blue, gently rippling under a faint light. However, the stench of blood in the air was so overwhelming it was suffocating, far stronger than anything Su Yun had ever encountered. Even more terrifying was the intense resentment radiating from the pool, so powerful that even Su Yun, who had seen his share of horrors, was deeply shaken. How many lives must have been lost here, he thought, deeply unsettled. Taking a steadying breath, Su Yun resolutely stepped into the pool of 10,000 bloods. In an instant, the pale blue liquid seemed to come alive, surging toward him with ferocity. With a thunderous rush, veins bulged on Su Yun's face and his eyes reddened with blood. The savage will pressing down on him was far beyond anything Head felt from ordinary blood essence. Let us go. Kill. Kill these half-breed cultists. No, please, spare him. He's just a child. Countless fragmented thoughts crashed into Su Yun's mind, relentless and wild. Gritting his teeth, he endured in silence. I will make the hybrid cult wish they were dead, Su Yun declared through clenched fists, each word filled with resolve. As soon as he spoke, the violent will in the pool began to subside. Seizing the moment, Su Yun activated his sun-breathing technique at full force. Inhale. Exhale. With his absorption at maximum, the pool's essence was transformed into pure energy, flooding his entire body. The energy core in his dantian burst into radiant light, suddenly shuddered, and then shot up to hover above his head, frantically drawing in the pool's essence. Is this a breakthrough? Su Yun thought, thrilled, and quickly swallowed the core. Boom. The energy core exploded inside him, turning into liquid form. Immediately, a tiny black dot appeared deep within his body. As he kept absorbing the essence, more black dots emerged, until there were an astonishing 108 in total. These must be the spirit apertures of the warrior class, Su Yun recalled from his studies. Warriors were marked by two things: spirit energy armor and spirit apertures. The former could be shaped into armor and weapons, boosting combat power. The latter was closely tied to the level of one's cultivation technique. Yellow grade, 17 apertures. Mysterious grade, 815 apertures. Earth grade, 1,635 apertures. Heaven grade, 3,672 apertures. But he had opened 108 apertures, a full set. Each one meant another layer of explosive power, and the more he had, the greater his potential. Of course, individual strength mattered too. Those who cultivated elemental arts could make up for fewer apertures by drawing on the forces of nature. Still, after opening the apertures, he needed to activate and connect them by absorbing more energy. And 108 apertures would require an astronomical amount. Suddenly, Su Yun's eyes lit up. Wait, if I sell out the hybrid cult, plus the merit points from the two teachers for defeating the hybrid beasts, he pressed his hands together in a hopeful prayer. Hybrid cult, please be worth hundreds of thousands of merit points. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you all, with tears in my eyes. After finishing his prayer, Su Yun was about to use the pool of 10,000 blood to activate his spiritual apertures, but to his dismay, he saw the pale blue liquid rapidly draining away before his very eyes, until the pool was empty in an instant. Damn it, Su Yun gritted his teeth. That vice leader is a stingy scoundrel who must have noticed I reached the war general level and decided to cut me off. In that moment, his impression of Niu Taiju completely changed. This guy was the epitome of stinginess. With no other choice, Su Yun managed to activate only one spiritual aperture, while the remaining 107 stayed dim and lifeless. As the last drop of liquid vanished, he silently cursed Niu Taiju and made his way back to the underground prison. When he reached the cell, Su Yun suddenly stopped and looked at the old man and the boy, a meaningful smile on his face. Do you want to get out of here? The old man frowned, his gaze sharp and wary as he stared at Su Yun. His voice was low and cautious. There's something off about you. Su Yun kept his composure and smiled. I'm the most loyal follower of the hybrid sect. I have no idea what you're talking about. You can let us out? The boy asked eagerly. a flicker of hope in his voice. No, Su Yun replied casually with a shrug. Just asking. With that, he turned and left. The cell fell silent once again, with only the occasional painful moan echoing through the darkness. Old man, do you think we'll ever get out of here alive? The boy stared up at the pitch-black ceiling, despair in his voice. Leaning against the cold wall, the old man replied quietly, Don't worry. We're still valuable, they won't kill us so soon. Besides, he paused meaningfully. That guy just now is no ordinary person. Compared to the gloom of the underground prison, the grand hall above was bright and magnificent. Su Yun bowed respectfully to the leader. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. I will serve you with unwavering loyalty and devotion. Good. I have gained another war general under my command, the vice leader said with a satisfied laugh, while the elders all smiled approvingly. Standing off to the side, Song Yi watched the scene, a cold sneer in her heart. Laugh, while you still can. Soon, you'll be smiling in your graves. Meanwhile, the situation in Ing City was growing tense. While the human and foreign sects vied for control, the myriad races suddenly descended. Atop a tall building, more than a dozen figures hovered in the air. Leading them was the Fire Demon clan's guardian, his eyes burning with hatred. I have to kill that little bastard with my own hands. Don't worry, you'll get your chance, the Sea Dragon clan's guardian replied with a grin. The Lightwing clan's guardian cast a contemptuous glance over the city. With 3 war gods and 10 elite war generals, wiping out this city will be a breeze. After a brief discussion, they began scanning the city with their spiritual senses, mobilizing the foreign sects to assist. They were certain they would find Su Yun this time. And once they did, they wouldn't hesitate to strike with deadly force. After the failed negotiations, the hybrid sect was quietly recovering its strength. The leaders of each branch were known as vice sect masters, and to tighten control, the sect master had specially established a system of inspectors. These inspectors had the authority to oversee the vice sect masters, and could even remove them directly and appoint replacements. As a result, no one within the hybrid sect dared to offend these mysterious overseers. Inside a room, Su Yun was engaged in a deep conversation with several veteran hall leaders, learning many secrets about the hybrid sect from them. The information about the inspectors made him especially wary. They moved in the shadows, and you could never be sure if you were already under their surveillance. Any suspicious behavior would only lead to death. I'm not interested in these power struggles. I just want to do my best to support the sect master, Su Yun said with a simple, honest smile. The old hall leaders nodded in approval. One of them sighed. You're a clever one, child. You have a bright future ahead of you. If I weren't clever, how could I have kept you all on your toes? Su Yun mocked inwardly, though his face remained as sincere as ever. Come here for a moment. Suddenly, the vice sect master's voice called from outside. Everyone immediately stood up, ready to leave the room. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly sensed a strange presence sweep over him. It felt as if someone was watching him, scrutinizing his every move, with a clear sense of suspicion. Could it be an inspector? Based on what the old hall leaders said, it must be. Su Yun thought with relief. My observation hockey is truly powerful. Even these inspectors can't avoid my senses. On the surface, he maintained his composure and quietly followed the others out of the room. Not long after they left, a figure slowly appeared in the now empty room. The person stood about 190 centimeters tall, dressed head to toe in a black combat suit, with half a mask covering his face. An eerie aura surrounded him. What a strange guy, he muttered to himself, then vanished without a trace. In the main hall, Su Yun and the others stood respectfully before the vice sect master. The vice sect master's gaze swept across the group and finally settled on Su Yun. Recently, the noble families have been going crazy hunting down the fire sect. What's your take on this? The question startled everyone present. It was clear the vice sect master saw Su Yun as a trusted confidant now. On reflection, it made sense. Su Yun had risked his life to protect the sect master, always displayed unwavering loyalty, and his mixed blood was still under their control. All these factors combined to make the vice sect master place complete trust in him. Strike back, Su Yun said without hesitation, his tone resolute. The old hall leaders' faces changed dramatically at his words. With the city on high alert, if we show ourselves, we'll be hunted down immediately. You're still young, don't act on impulse. We should lay low and recover, they urged, convinced that any action now would be suicide. But Su Yun shook his head. You're all wrong. How so? One of the elders asked, frowning. Su Yun explained in a low voice. We, the outsiders, have always stayed hidden, especially when our strongholds have been discovered and we're being hunted. We've never fought back. That's exactly why we should do the opposite and launch a counterattack. They'll never see it coming. The hall leaders were stunned. Thinking it over, his words made sense. Right now, the noble families were focused entirely on the fire sect, paying no attention to the hybrid sect's movements. The vice sect master stared at Su Yun, his eyes growing brighter. And how do you propose we strike? My suggestion, Su Yun said confidently, is to seek out the fire sect's other strongholds and take the opportunity to recruit more followers. Everyone turned to look at him in shock. The plan was ruthless. The fire sect was already on the run, and Su Yun wanted to kick them while they were down. It was true what they said. Only the ruthless can survive. How many people do you need? The vice sect master asked, a satisfied smile on his face. He finally had a clever strategist by his side. Su Yun bowed respectfully. He'll need the sect master's approval for that. Go ahead. I'd like to take some people from the underground prison. At this, everyone exchanged confused glances. The hybrid sect had plenty of manpower already. Why would he want to use those weak bloodlines from the prison? Blood source was the name the hybrid sect gave to those whose blood had been drawn. Su Yun offered a mysterious smile, glanced at the deputy leader, and spoke softly, we need to build our strength. As for them, their deaths mean nothing to us, not worth a second thought. The deputy leader immediately gave him a knowing look, clearly understanding his intent. This is a blood drum, the deputy leader said, producing a small drum from his robes. They've got heart burrow worms inside them. If they act up, just give this a tap and they'll behave. He tossed the drum to Su Yun and waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks between us. Su Yun toyed with the blood drum in his hand, feeling a sudden surge of gratitude. Thank you, leader. The deputy leader laughed heartily, flicked his sleeve, and acted with an easy confidence. Watching him, Su Yun felt even more moved. Nearby, Song Yi stared in astonishment. Su Yun was definitely the first to work so closely with a rival sect. The underground prison was opened again, a heavy silence filling the air. The old hall master followed Su Yun closely, eyes alert. What are your names? Su Yun asked coolly, his tone utterly flat. If you've got guts, just kill us. A group of prisoners shouted, their voices desperate and wild. Anyone with direct ties to major clans, step forward, Su Yun said, his words carrying an undeniable authority. The group hesitated, gritting their teeth, and about 30 people stepped forward. Su Yun nodded slightly, especially those surnamed Ding and Liu. Those named froze, their faces tense as they struggled inwardly, but eventually stepped up. Among them were 2 low-ranking war generals. The rest were 7 to 9-star warriors, all looking battered and weak. I have a task for you. Complete it, and you can leave, Su Yun said, his gaze icy. Really? The man surnamed Liu's eyes lit up with hope. He scrambled to his feet, visibly excited. Su Yun ignored him, his eyes shifting to an old man and a boy in the corner. He crooked his finger. You too, come as well. The old hall master frowned and whispered, Number 1, that old man isn't simple. It took everything we had to capture him back then. Su Yun gave a subtle nod, a cold light flashing in his eyes. As the two stood, he spoke calmly, loosen up. Once we're out, it's time to kill. With that, Su Yun and the old hall master turned and left without another word. I'm from the Liu family. Treated like a dog. One of the men thought furiously, his face twisted in rage. Once we get out, they'll have my revenge. Who does that kid think he is? He'll kill him myself. Their angry muttering hinted at a coming storm. Old Town District. In a newly developing villa area, everything looked peaceful, but danger lingered in the air. This was the temporary base of the fire sect, surrounded by roughly 100 people. 5 were war generals, the rest were wounded warriors, obviously survivors of a brutal fight. How are we going to rescue the boss? A fire sect member asked anxiously. Rescue? We're barely surviving ourselves. Another snapped in frustration. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight to the end. Someone else shouted hoarsely. Fire sect members were known for their temper. If anyone disagreed, fists would fly. In the midst of their argument, a calm voice broke the tension. You have another choice. Join us. Every fire sect member jumped to their feet, eyes fierce. Someone's here. They turned and spotted Su Yun of the hybrid sect. It's you. A fire sect war general recognized Su Yun at once, fury blazing in his eyes. That night, you cost fire sect the Liu family's genius and put us in this mess. Attack, subdue them. Su Yun commanded without hesitation. Battle erupted instantly. The prisoners Su Yun had brought, filled with rage and humiliation, hurled themselves at the fire sect. But they hadn't fought in a long time and were clearly outmatched. Blood was spilled quickly on both sides. Boom. Su Yun drew his disaster blade, facing 2 war generals. His spirit core flared, and the blade's power surged. In a flash, under their terrified gaze, Su Yun decapitated one of them with a single strike. Ding. Host has slain a fire sect member. Dropped. Intermediate God's Hand X2. Even as a 9-star warrior, Su Yun had been able to kill war generals. Now that had advanced, dispatching them was effortless, especially since his foes were already wounded. The outcome was never in doubt. In the end, only around 70 of the original 100 fire sect members survived, all taken captive. Hallmaster, what should we do with these blood sources? A hybrid sect follower asked Su Yun. Su Yun gave a cold smile, murder flashing in his eyes. Leave none alive. Su Yun once said that after they completed the mission, they would be allowed to leave. But what exactly did leave mean? Was it escape, or was it a descent into hell? Now, the answer was clear. He spoke in a low voice. Kill these people with the fire sect's weapons, and make it look like it was their doing. The followers of the mixed blood sect nodded silently, barely hesitating as they quietly drew their weapons. Seeing this, the old man immediately shielded the boy behind him, his eyes wary and fixed on Su Yun. You promised to let us go. The wounded members of the Lu and Ding families gritted their teeth, growling in low voices. You said you'd let us go. Su Yun smiled faintly. You're free to leave. Their faces were filled with suspicion and unease. You're really letting us go? Aren't you worried we'll report you to the authorities? Hidden in the shadows, the inspector frowned, thinking, is he really letting the tiger return to the mountain? Just as they turned to leave, Su Yun's expression turned icy cold, and the sound of a blood drum suddenly filled the air. The mixed blood sect followers struck almost simultaneously. Heads flew, blood splattered, and the ground was painted red. Some followers started toward the old man and the boy, but Su Yun stopped them. These two are of no use to us. Killing them serves no purpose. The old man looked at Su Yun, a chill running through him. This man was ruthless, using them to eliminate the fire sect, then turning on them as well. Truly, he made use of everything and everyone. The boy stared intently at Su Yun, saying nothing. The old man's gaze sharpened. He spoke in a low voice. Your sparing us there must be a reason. Su Yun smiled slightly. Smart. I need you to divert the attention of the powerful families. Someone's about to arrive. As he finished speaking, he reached for the boy, grinning, good-looking kid. For a moment, I thought you were a girl. Now get out of here. The old man, quick to notice, saw Su Yun slip something into the boy's arms. He immediately turned and hurried away with the boy, not looking back once. Hidden in the darkness, the inspector couldn't help but feel a surge of respect. This kid is sharp as a tack. They were deliberately making it look like a fight between the powerful families and the fire sect, but in reality, they were increasing the pressure on other fire sect strongholds. Meanwhile, the mixed blood sect remained untouched and even gained new followers. Leader, aren't you worried the old man will go back on his word? A follower asked anxiously. Su Yun smiled. His palms are thick with calluses, and both his heels and big toes show signs of long journeys. I'd bet he's survived the battlefields of the myriad races. That kind of person can be trusted. He paused, then added, and if he doesn't keep his word, it doesn't matter. They were brought out blindfolded anyway. The followers nodded in agreement. Leader, you're brilliant. Everyone says the sect master is a great leader. Su Yun shot back a compliment of his own. You all did well too. Just then, a breathless follower rushed in. Leader, we found a fire sect location there hiding a treasury. A glint of excitement flashed in Su Yun's eyes. He waved his hand. Let's go. The group slipped away like a silent wind, vanishing into the night. In a corner of the old city, the old man and the boy stopped. The old man pulled a piece of paper from the boy's arms and carefully unfolded it. It read, You owe me a life. Go to the station. We'll find you. Grandpa, what does this mean? The boy asked quietly. The old man was silent for a moment, then guessed, he's probably not actually one of the mixed blood sect. He might be a human operative working undercover. The boy was taken aback, a sense of wariness rising in his heart. He's got guts, leaving us a message like this. This favor isn't simple, the old man said calmly. No matter who he is, owing him a life might just give us a way out we didn't expect. The boy waved his hand, expressionless. He can have my life if he wants. It's not worth much anyway. He patted the old man on the shoulder. All right, let's wait for him to find us. They set off again, their steps resolute. Meanwhile, Su Yun led his followers into a hidden apartment building, where everything was eerily silent. He dug out a small box from its hiding place, and when he opened it, a collection of dazzling treasures was revealed. Everyone, take what you want, Su Yun said, picking up an item and handing it to a follower instead of keeping it for himself. The followers glanced at each other, touched. Leader, we couldn't possibly. As our chief, you should take the first pick. No need, Su Yun replied calmly, a barely noticeable smile flickering in his eyes. Su Yun kept a stern expression, his eyes resolute as he declared, If I say take it, then take it. The believer's eyes reddened slightly as they silently reached into the chest to retrieve the treasures. Inside, the chest was filled with dazzling items. Blood crystals glowing with a faint red light, translucent pills, and several yellow-grade weapons gleaming with a metallic sheen. They handled the treasures with great care, moving slowly as if afraid of taking too much, making sure to leave the majority for Su Yun. However, Su Yun didn't spare a single glance at the treasures. He simply closed the chest and announced solemnly, The rest is for the leader. Hidden in the shadows, the inspector who had been watching couldn't help but gasp in shock. Had never seen a subordinate like this before, someone who always kept his superior in mind, was intelligent, considerate of his peers, and even knew how to show respect upwards. Truly a rare talent. A strong wave of jealousy surged within the inspector. Damn it, how did Niu Taizhu get a subordinate like this? Why couldn't he be mine? The inspector fumed inwardly, grumbling about Niu Taizhu's luck. While the inspector was burning with envy, Su Yun let out a cold laugh in his heart. If his observation haki hadn't detected that extremely well-hidden presence, he would have already claimed all those treasures for himself. Since he was being watched, he might as well play along and use the opportunity to win people over. Hallmaster, just give us your orders from now on. One of the believers said respectfully, "That's right. If you told us to self-destruct, we wouldn't even hesitate. We're willing to sacrifice everything for you." The other believers quickly pledged their loyalty, their eyes burning with fanaticism. Su Yun's lips curled into a faint smile. He said softly, "No need for such drama. Let's head back." With that, he led the group away, escorting the fire cult followers from the scene. The inspector was still stewing in jealousy when suddenly his expression changed, freezing in place. He sensed a powerful summoning force. It was the Heavenfire Demon clan calling for him. At the top of a tall building, a Heavenfire Demon clan protector stood in the wind, his face grim, long robes snapping in the night breeze. With a flicker, the inspector appeared before the protector and bowed respectfully. "Protector, what took you so long?" The protector snapped, his voice cold and commanding. The inspector stayed silent, head lowered like a child being scolded. The protector didn't dwell on it, going straight to the point. "Su Yun has infiltrated several major foreign cults. I want you to find him." "The one from Tianming Academy?" The inspector asked in surprise, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "Shut your mouth. I didn't ask for questions." The protector barked. "The mixed blood cult is nothing but a dog to the Heavenfire Demon clan. Just do as you're told. Only by obeying will you have the right to undergo bloodline conversion." He screamed hysterically, spittle flying. The inspector's expression didn't change, as if he was used to such humiliation. He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, protector. If you hear anything, report to me immediately." After venting, the protector seemed more at ease. With a flick of his robe, he vanished into the night. Once the protector was gone, the inspector slowly lifted his head, his gaze following the direction the protector had disappeared, a subtle hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Damn it. If it wasn't for the mixed blood cult's reputation, I wouldn't bother putting up with you at all," he cursed inwardly. In reality, some of these foreign cults only operated under the banner of the myriad clans to cover up their shady dealings. Loyalty was out of the question. Of course, there were many more cults truly devoted to serving the myriad clans. Inspectors like him, with their own hidden agendas, were in the minority. "No, I have to vent to Neo Taiju," the inspector thought. "If he ever gets on my nerves, they'll replace him with this number one. This kid is way more sensible than Neo Taiju ever was." The inspector's eyes glinted with scheming calculation as he made up his mind. At that moment, the deputy leader's face was lit up with barely contained joy. He had just received a commendation from his superiors, praising him for his decisive blow against the fire sect. They even promised to deliver some gifts as a personal reward. The deputy leader was secretly delighted. Number one was truly an exceptional talent, loyal, clever, and highly effective at eliminating rival sects. If the mixed blood sect can dominate, Ingqing ambition gleamed in the deputy leader's eyes as his fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. "No one will be able to match my achievements. Once our followers are spread throughout the city, even the most powerful noble families will be under my watchful eye." The thought excited him so much that his breathing quickened. Just then, Su Yun pushed open the door and entered, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Deputy Leader, we have detained 75 fire sect followers and seized a chest of treasures." He handed an ornate box to the elder, who immediately passed it on to the deputy leader. Unable to wait, the deputy leader opened the box, his pupils widening in surprise. "That's quite a haul," he thought excitedly. "Is today my lucky day? Good fortune just keeps coming." The thrill almost made him tremble. Forcing himself to stay calm, he cleared his throat and set the box beside him, feigning composure. "Well done," he said smoothly. "It's all thanks to your leadership, deputy leader. I just followed your example." Su Yun replied with a modest grin, scratching his head as if embarrassed. Standing off to the side, Song Yi watched coldly, secretly amused at the deputy leader's growing self-importance. He's finished, she thought. He's so lost in the cries of deputy leader that he wouldn't even notice if he were sold out. The deputy leader's gaze drifted back to the box of treasures, his eyes filled with greed as he began plotting how to keep it all for himself. Outwardly, Su Yun maintained his respectful smile, but inside he was cursing, "What a stingy old miser. Not a scrap left for me. Put it down." Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the room like a blade of ice. The deputy leader froze in place. The elders stiffened as if turned to stone, bowing deeply at once. "Southern Inspector," they cried in unison, their voices tinged with awe. Su Yun was stunned, staring blankly at the unexpected arrival. Hastily, he apologized. "Forgive me, sir, I meant no disrespect." "No need for formalities," the Southern Inspector replied, a rare smile appearing on the unmasked side of his face. The deputy leader and the elders exchanged shocked glances. "What? The inspector can smile? He always wears a scowl. I thought his face was stuck that way. And why is he being so friendly to Su Yun? Have they met before?" When the inspector turned his gaze to the deputy leader, the smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy look as cold as midwinter. "Do you really look like a deputy leader? Greedy, arrogant, selfish. What do your subordinates get from you? He's always thinking of your good, and you can't even offer a word of praise?" His scolding echoed like thunder through the room. The deputy leader could only bow his head, sweating like a guilty schoolboy being reprimanded. Inspector, the deputy leader has treated me very well. He even gave me a chance to enter the blood pool. Su Yun quickly interjected, deliberately using deputy leader instead of his usual title to avoid further trouble. The blood pool? What rubbish! The inspector snapped. Mixing worthless blood together and calling it a reward? He shot a frosty look at the deputy leader and held out his hand. Give me the box. The deputy leader's face twitched, his eyes flashing with resentment. Head never liked the inspector, he was always criticizing. Never had a good word to say. Still, he had no choice but to hand over the box, his fingers trembling slightly. To everyone's surprise, the inspector passed the box straight to Su Yun, his smile returning. Work hard, and help the mixed blood sect establish a strong foundation here in Angqing. Yes, sir, Su Yun replied immediately, shooting the deputy leader a knowing look. The deputy leader caught the signal and instantly brightened. Good lad. No wonder you're my right-hand man. After his tirade, the inspector finally got to the point, his voice dropping to a serious tone. I need you to stir up some trouble and draw someone out for me. Who? The deputy leader asked curiously. Su Yun, the inspector replied coolly, his gaze sharp as a blade. The others immediately began to discuss. The name Su Yun was all too familiar to them. He was the notorious killing star of Tianming Academy. He had slain countless powerful figures from various clans and even taken the lives of many prodigies from prestigious families. Su Yun spoke in a low voice. This guy is ruthless and cunning. He likes to pretend to be weak and hide his true strength, making him a tough opponent. So, we need to come up with a plan to draw him out. The southern inspector asked gravely, you are the vice leader. What's your plan? His sharp gaze swept over to Su Yun. Number 1, what do you think? The vice leader didn't care at all, lounging lazily in his seat as he replied, just take it easy and do nothing. The southern inspector's eyes burned with anger. You lazy good for nothing. Number 1 would make a better vice leader than you. Inspector, right now, the ones most interested in Su Yun are the powerful families, Su Yun said calmly. The Hao and Han families are sworn enemies. If we spread the word that we're planning to attack the noble families, he's sure to get involved. His words earned nods and praise from the southern inspector and the elders. Clear thinking, precise target. They all turned to look at the vice leader, their eyes full of disdain. But the vice leader remained unfazed. What are you looking at? No matter how smart he is, he's still under my command, he said, a smug smile on his lips. Song Yi wiped the sweat from her brow in secret. Su Yun, are you trying to attract even more people from the noble families? This could spark an all-out war. We have to be careful. Don't worry. As long as you don't overthink it, you can leave the fighting to me, the vice leader replied casually. The southern inspector was so angry, his eyes widened. Do you even have a brain? Su Yun smiled, looking relaxed on the surface, but his mind was elsewhere. He knew full well that the real goal this time wasn't to attack the noble families, but to severely wound the vice leader. If the vice leader was injured, the southern inspector's dissatisfaction with him would only grow, and Su Yun's ascension to the position of vice leader would be all but certain. Of course, Su Yun hadn't forgotten about the prodigies from the noble families either. In this scheme, he aimed not only to seize the vice leader's position, but also to take out several of the young elites from the powerful clans. Everything was connected, every step pressing forward, there was no turning back. Well, I'll take my leave now. As he departed, Su Yun handed the vice leader a spatial ring. The vice leader's grin grew even wider, a flash of greed in his eyes. The southern inspector couldn't help but scoff. You don't deserve such a capable subordinate. Song Yi was even more anxious. If those two ever find out the truth, they'll be completely crushed. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already briefed his followers on the plan and sent them out to spread the word. He himself took out a box of blood essence and made a rough estimate there were about 1,100 drops of Jinyu clan blood. The surface of the blood essence shimmered with a faint golden hue, almost like jade. Su Yun crushed all the blood essence in his hand, and a violent surge of willpower burst forth. He quickly used his spiritual power to suppress the wild energy, rapidly absorbing the pure essence within. As the energy poured in, his first spiritual aperture slowly lit up, then the second, the third, 5 apertures in total ignited one after another, forming a brilliant river of starlight filled with dense spiritual energy. With a thought, his spiritual energy instantly condensed into a set of crimson armor. As he continued to activate his power, the armor grew more solid and its strength soared. Su Yun smiled slightly. Interesting. He continued his cultivation, patiently waiting for news. Ing City, downtown. Ding Han reported urgently, Sirs, my people have learned that the demonic sect and the hybrid sect will clash tonight. Su Yun is very likely to benefit from the chaos. At this news, the eyes of the 4 great families flashed with murderous intent. We've finally been waiting for this day. They sneered, whispering to each other, whether it's the outsider sects or Su Yun, tonight they must die. Wang Meng frowned and said in a deep voice, that little bastard won't show up so easily, will he? There are too many people hunting him now, not just us, but the myriad clans as well. Feng Kuei sneered, the protectors of the myriad clans have arrived. Su Yun's room to survive is shrinking fast. Do you understand? Everyone agreed, and the atmosphere grew even heavier. They knew Su Yun's chances of escaping were slim to none. The moment he showed himself, the warrior-level experts would drop all other targets and go after him with everything they had. Ding Qiushuang ordered, "Search. We must find Su Yun." Lu Teng's face was grim as he quietly suggested, "Can we trade him for the dragon egg?" The other two families just smiled without answering, clearly weighing their options. The Feng family was still interested in Su Yun's breathing technique, which made Lu Teng even more dissatisfied. He cursed inwardly, anxiety gnawing at him. If we can't work together now, it's really the worst possible timing. Tonight was cold, the moonlight thin and scattered, with a few snowflakes drifting down from time to time. The old apartment building was shrouded in a layer of frost, making it seem even more silent and desolate. Only a single, aging light bulb flickered weakly, its glow wavering on and off. The surrounding stillness was so complete that it felt as if even the air had frozen. "Juju, where are you?" A soft, delicate male voice suddenly broke the silence. Figures from the Tianma sect appeared in a flash, their leader Huanma still wearing that chilling, unsettling smile. In the next instant, boom, a burst of blood-red light sliced through the air, heading straight for Huanma. His eyes flashed coldly, the void trembling around him. With a sneer and a strange gleam in his eyes, Huanma managed to block the attack heat in. "Are you really that impatient? I haven't even settled the score with you for your sneak attack last time." Huanma taunted, his voice full of provocation. At that moment, the vice leader of the hybrid sect appeared, cold and imposing, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared at Huanma. "Why do you still not understand me?" Huanma sighed lightly, raising his brows as if mocking him. "Kill." The vice leader barked the order, immediately leading his followers to charge at Huanma. The two foreign sects erupted into a fierce battle, the entire apartment building collapsing under the onslaught, reduced to a pile of rubble. Meanwhile, the forces of the powerful noble families and the myriad clans quietly drew closer. The clans released waves of spiritual energy, probing every inch of the area in search of Su Yun. The noble families adopted the same approach, their mounting anxiety thickening the air. "Uncle, are we really not going to step in?" Wang Li asked, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "He's right. If we capture the vice leader of the hybrid sect, we'll earn great merit." Others chimed in, eyes shining with eagerness. "What if Su Yun doesn't show up tonight? Are we just supposed to wait here forever?" Wang Li pressed, growing impatient. "Quiet. No action without orders." Wang Ming snapped, frowning. "You're all at the level of battle generals though. You really think you'd lose if you all attacked together?" Wang Li pouted, and Xiao Zun and the others nodded in agreement. Wang Ming looked at these restless youngsters and sighed inwardly. "Why can't you all be more like Su Yun? He's known as the model disciple, obedient and powerful." At that moment, he sincerely wished Su Yun were his own student, capable and disciplined. "If we still haven't seen Su Yun in 10 minutes, we'll make our move and wipe them out," Ding Qiushuang said helplessly. Everyone agreed, and the tension in the air grew thicker. The battle between the Tianma sect and the hybrid sect became more and more intense, casualties mounting on both sides. After 10 minutes passed, the noble families could no longer suppress their anxiety. "Hybrid sect, your crimes are unforgivable. Kill them all." An elder from the noble families shouted coldly. "Tianma sect, you corrupt and deceive others. You deserve death." An elder from the clans roared in anger. "Attack." Both sides launched their assaults at once, surrounding the two sects. In the midst of this chaos, Su Yun led Song Yi and the others in a flanking maneuver, circling around to the enemy's rear. "Inspector, I'll leave the war gods to you," Su Yun said respectfully. The southern inspector nodded. "Don't worry, I can handle those two old men." With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. "Brothers, attack!" Su Yun bellowed, leading his followers into battle like a pack of wild beasts. A mad light burned in their eyes, fighting spirit blazing. They seemed to believe that only in bloody battle could they find salvation. "Are you really going to show yourself?" Song Yi asked quietly. "Someone has to give them hope," Su Yun replied with a faint smile, his gaze already locked onto Wang Li. "Tonight, you're the one I'm after." Thunder rumbled overhead, a sense of impending destruction filling the air. Wang Li gripped a hybrid sect follower in his hand, lightning crackling around him. "Where is Su Yun?" he demanded coldly. "You don't know." The follower cried out in pain. Wang Li's expression turned icy. He formed a spear of lightning in his hand and thrust it through the follower's skull. With a scream, the man's body convulsed, the stench of burning flesh filling the air. "Kill him." The other hybrid sect members roared in fury. Wang Li scoffed. "Fools." He activated his spiritual core, summoning a massive lightning blade nearly 10 meters long. With a low growl, Wang Li strode forward. Thunder roared as he slashed at the followers ahead, blood spraying as screams echoed through the ruins. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The remaining members of the hybrid sect and the forces of the Tianma sect threw themselves into a desperate battle, the ruined ground reverberating with the mingled sounds of slaughter and thunder. The flames of war spread, and everything was about to reach a new climax. With a single hand, he summoned thunder, making it impossible for anyone to approach him. The terrifying power of an elemental cultivator was on full display. Wang Li stood amidst the wreckage, laughing wildly as arcs of lightning danced around him, releasing bursts of electricity. The frustration he had endured at the academy under Su Yun's suppression was finally unleashed. Just then, a figure appeared atop the shattered ruins. Su Yun gripped the Huohuo sword, his 5 spiritual apertures connecting in an instant to create a fearsome 5-fold amplification. He looked down at Wang Li, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I dare to kill you." Su Yun roared, his body shooting down like an arrow. A streak of violet flame blazed through the night sky. The Huohuo sword, wrapped in ferocious energy, slashed straight toward Wang Li's head. "Where did this trash come from? Die?" Wang Li sneered, bringing his hands together to unleash a bolt of lightning powerful enough to tear the heavens apart, illuminating the entire night. But as the lightning struck the Huohuo sword, it was split in two. Lightning severed. The onlookers were stunned. Wang Li's expression froze, and as he locked eyes with Su Yun's icy stare, a wave of familiar fear surged within him. It's him. It's definitely him. The moment Wang Li recognized Su Yun, the 5-fold empowered Huohuo sword cut through the lightning and flashed past. Wang Li's body was split in two, killed instantly. "Elder Ding! Elder Feng!" Only then did Wang Meng and the others recover, shouting desperately. But at this point, battle gods Ding Qiushuang and Feng Kuei were already tangled up with the southern inspectors, unable to help. After killing Wang Li, Su Yun didn't pause for a second. He turned and headed straight for Xiao Zun. Seeing this, Xiao Zun panicked, flames flaring beneath his feet as he tried to flee for his life. Su Yun sneered, condensing his spiritual energy into a spear and hurling it with deadly precision. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced through Xiao Zun's chest, staining the snow beneath him bright red. "Please don't kill me," Xiao Zun begged desperately, his face ashen. Su Yun ignored him, grabbed his head, and smashed it violently into the ground. With a crack, his skull shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The members of the Divine Pavilion screamed in fury, their eyes wide with rage. Su Yun, however, remained calm, tossing the headless corpse back while secretly collecting Xiao Zun's blood. A system prompt sounded. "Ding. Host has slain Wang Li and Xiao Zun. Dropped. Intermediate hand of God X5. Everything happened in a flash. Su Yun quickly disappeared, then drew the Tsongyun blade and summoned Pikachu to channel the power of lightning. Gritting his teeth, he slashed himself, crashed through a wall, and collapsed on the street. A gruesome wound slashed across his chest, his eyes filled with vicious intent. "Su Yun, you'll remember this grudge." "What? Su Yun is here." The crowd was stunned, chaos erupting instantly. 3 battle god experts from the myriad races rushed over, recognizing the unique marks of the Tsongyun blade. "It's him. That little bastard really showed up. Find him now." The guardians searched everywhere, but found nothing. Su Yun had vanished without a trace. Finally, unable to contain himself, the guardian of the heavenly fire demon clan roared, "Enough. Kill everyone here." 10 elite war generals from the myriad races suddenly joined the battle, instantly escalating the bloodshed on the battlefield. These uninvited newcomers attacked with lethal intent, killing anyone in their path, which enraged everyone from the celestial demon sect, the hybrid blood sect, and the influential families. In the chaos, the illusion demon and the vice sect master, whose presence stood out the most, quickly became primary targets. One of the war generals from the myriad races let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, the night sky was engulfed in a web of blood-red lightning. The strange net of lightning trapped the vice sect master, who was already fending off other attacks. With a sickening sound, the vice sect master was struck from both sides and spat out a stream of blood. Yet he refused to back down. Instead, he grabbed the blood he had just coughed up, forming it into the blood hawk talon. 5 crimson claws tore through the air, shredding an enemy on the spot. But the danger wasn't over. Another powerful enemy suddenly charged in from the side, landing a heavy punch straight at the vice sect master. With a sharp crack, the vice sect master's arm snapped, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He crashed into the ruins, his face as pale as paper. Foreign cultisty. Seizing the moment, a powerful figure from the Wang family thrust his spear at the vice sect master's throat. At the critical moment, Su Yun arrived just in time, using the Huohuo sword to block the deadly blow. "You always show up to save me at the last second." The vice sect master's voice trembled, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes. "Get out of here." Su Yun roared, sword in one hand and fist in the other. His 5 internal energies surged at once, stacking their power as he punched the Huohuo sword. The massive force traveled through the weapon, forcing the Wang family expert back several steps. Taking advantage of the opening, Su Yun hoisted the vice sect master onto his back and shouted, "Retreat." Though the Elder Hall masters were reluctant, they knew they had to prioritize the bigger picture and began to withdraw, protecting the vice sect master as they fell back. The Wang family's hatred for the hybrid blood sect ran deep after all. Su Yun, disguised as the first hall master, had previously killed Wang Li and Xiao Zun. Sensing the tide turning, the other three families quickly called out, "Fall back. Find Su Yun first, everything else can wait. Put the greater good first." Only then did the Wang family reluctantly halt their pursuit. As for the illusion demon, he had already slipped away unnoticed. On the other side, the southern inspector looked coldly at Ding Qiu and said indifferently, "You're all past your prime." Ding Qiu's eyes were bloodshot. "Why did you betray your own people back then?" The southern inspector sneered. "You've become corrupt. You've abandoned the vows that once brought glory to humanity. And the divine palace isn't clean, either." With that, his figure gradually faded into the void, leaving only a final message. If humanity wants to rise again, it needs a thorough cleansing from the inside out. Back at their base, the hybrid blood sect's losses were still manageable, but the vice sect master's severe injuries weighed heavily on everyone. "Master, I'm so sorry." Tears welled in Su Yun's eyes as he blamed himself over and over. The elder hall masters could only sigh as they watched this loyal and emotional young man. "It's just a minor injury. Don't worry," the vice sect master forced a reassuring smile. The southern inspector analyzed. Su Yun's appearance confirms he's in Yingcheng. This wasn't a diversion. The celestial demon sect has taken heavy losses. Once the time is right, we can take them out in one decisive move. Song Yi rolled her eyes to herself, thinking, great. Now the entire hybrid blood sect is siding with Su Yun. But Su Yun was still blaming himself. "It doesn't matter. The vice sect master's injury is all my fault." Su Yun roared hysterically, his eyes blazing with fury. He snatched the dagger from the old hall master's hand and, without hesitation, stabbed himself twice. Blood spurted out, instantly soaking his clothes, pouring out like a spring. At that moment, everyone was stunned, their eyes blank as if unable to comprehend what was happening. "What are you doing?" Song Yi's face twitched, shock mingling with anger as she nearly rushed forward to stop him. "Damn, that's some extreme loyalty. If I didn't know the truth, even I'd be convinced," she thought to herself, a mix of ridicule and frustration welling up, though there was nothing she could do. Su Yun ignored everything, his face pale, his eyes filled with pain. He muttered under his breath, "If it weren't for my mistake, the deputy leader wouldn't have been injured. He should still be leading us." Then, he drove the dagger into his chest again, blood spurting out, crimson drops spreading across the floor. He stabbed himself 3 more times in a frenzy. "I only hate myself for not being able to take the blow for the deputy leader," he gritted through his teeth, his eyes brimming with overwhelming regret and self-reproach. He stabbed himself again, blood gushing out, his strength nearly spent. Silent tears slid down his face, mixing with the blood, his expression filled with utter grief. "It's all my fault. I'm responsible for everything that happened tonight." The scene shocked everyone. Even the deputy leader was moved to tears. Looking at this loyal and resolute subordinate, the deputy leader felt a complex mix of emotions: gratitude, pain, and deep admiration. "What a man of responsibility and integrity," the deputy leader said hoarsely, his voice thick with emotion. "Don't do this, I don't blame you." The deputy leader grabbed Su Yun with one hand, pulling him close, his eyes full of sorrow. "A subordinate like you deserves to be nurtured, not wasted," he murmured regretfully, feeling deeply ashamed for ever considering keeping the treasure for himself. The entire congregation was moved, their eyes filled with gratitude and emotion. At that moment, even the followers of the rival sect saw in Su Yun a man of unwavering loyalty, and couldn't help but admire him. To follow such a leader, they thought, was a privilege in itself. The southern inspector's voice trembled slightly as he took a deep breath and declared, "The deputy leader is unwell, but the mixed blood sect needs someone to lead." A glimmer of calculation flashed in Song Yi's eyes as she suddenly shouted, "I nominate Hall Master 1. He has everyone's trust." "I agree. With Hall Master 1 leading us, we will surely reach new heights." Others quickly echoed, voicing their support for Hall Master 1 to take over as deputy leader. The deputy leader gently patted Su Yun's back and smiled. "While I recover, you'll be the new deputy leader." His tone was calm, but his eyes radiated deep trust. What are you all doing?" Su Yun was taken aback, still filled with doubt and reluctance as he anxiously looked at the deputy leader. "That's an order." The southern inspector's eyes flashed, his voice firm and commanding, leaving no room for argument. Su Yun's gaze sharpened. Though reluctant, he nodded helplessly, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Finally, he nodded resolutely. "Fine, he'll take over for now. As soon as the deputy leader recovers, he'll step down immediately." The southern inspector sighed deeply, his eyes full of regret. How did Niu Taiju get so lucky to have such a loyal subordinate? The deputy leader felt a wave of relief and joy, his gaze softening. Looking at this loyal and capable subordinate, he let go of all previous doubts, feeling only satisfaction. "You all see it, don't you? This is my most trusted man," the deputy leader said with a hint of pride. The southern inspector looked at Su Yun, a flash of approval in his eyes. "So what's your plan now?" Su Yun hesitated for a moment, a fierce look in his eyes. We'll take a few days to regroup, then make those who hurt us pay. You want to start a war? The southern inspector frowned, clearly worried. Su Yun sneered. That's right. Only after a thorough purge can we truly control Yingqing. The southern inspector was momentarily taken aback, then a satisfied smile spread across his face. He finally understood that Su Yun's decisiveness and ruthlessness matched his own. This young man was indeed worth his attention. Good. The southern inspector nodded approvingly. The ensuing discussion was brief and to the point, and soon everyone dispersed. Su Yun stood there, watching the others leave, his gaze deep as he quietly plotted his next moves. You really don't hold back on yourself, Song Yi said softly, walking up to Su Yun, her tone teasing. Su Yun curled his lip. It was all an act. That was Xiao Zun's blood. His eyes were deep, a self-mocking smile on his lips. Song Yi nearly cursed out loud. Unbelievable. You've always got another trick up your sleeve. She grinned, but deep down, she admired Su Yun's cunning and resourcefulness. Do me a favor, get the Tianma sect to work with us for now. Su Yun's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Song Yi seriously. Song Yi smiled at him and nodded lightly. I won't keep the stone for myself. Whenever you need me, just call, Song Yi said with a shrug, turning to leave with a confident, mysterious air. Su Yun watched her go, a thoughtful look in his eyes. There's definitely more to her than meets the eye, he mused, though no one else knew the secret Song Yi was hiding. Regardless, Su Yun knew his plans were only just beginning. This coming battle would be a life-or-death struggle between the great clans and the myriad tribes. The downfall of the great clans was imminent. Just days ago, Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao had died tragically, and tonight Wang Li and Xiao Zun had also perished. From now on, the prodigies would vanish from Yingqing, as if the city itself had become a cursed place, a graveyard for geniuses. I want the foreign sects to pay with their lives for Liar. Wang Meng roared, his eyes burning with vengeance. Ding Xiushuang lowered her gaze and spoke calmly. Let's rest for a few days. Neither Su Yun nor the foreign sects will survive this. Her voice was icy cold, filled with murderous resolve. Yingqing was experiencing unprecedented turmoil. The balance between the three dominant foreign cults had been shattered. The fire sect had suffered a devastating blow, with only a handful of followers left to stir up trouble in the shadows. The mixed blood sect and the demon sect had also pulled back for the time being. Meanwhile, the noble families, enraged by the tragic death of their talented disciples, were gathering their strongest members, vowing to avenge the bloodshed. The whole city was on edge, teetering on the brink of conflict. Inside the mixed blood sect stronghold, Song Yi hurried in and respectfully reported to Su Yun. Deputy leader, the demon sect wishes to meet with us. The elder hall masters nearby frowned, clearly puzzled by the demon sect's move. A knowing smile appeared on Su Yun's lips. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Go make the arrangements. Understood, deputy leader. Song Yi accepted the order and left. One of the elder hall masters couldn't help but ask, Deputy leader, could this be a trap? Of course it could be, Su Yun replied with a light laugh, leaning back in his chair. In these times, when the strong prey on the weak, is there really anyone who's truly good? Right now, the noble families and the secret forces of the myriad clans are both stronger than us. If we don't join forces, we'll just be picked off one by one. Let's see what they offer first. The inspector beside him nodded in agreement, clearly approving of Su Yun's analysis. They'll also need you to keep an eye on things from the shadows, Su Yun said quietly to the inspector. Don't worry. The inspector replied with a reassuring smile. With a war god level expert on his side, Su Yun felt a bit more secure. On the busiest street in Yingqing, the crowds bustled with life and energy. Inside a luxurious hotel, Su Yun, accompanied by Song Yi and an elder hall master, strolled in with the air of a wealthy heir. So, the deputy leader has changed faces again in just 2 weeks? Huan Ma greeted them with a flirtatious smile. Su Yun felt a wave of discomfort but forced a polite smile. This is our first official meeting, isn't it? As they shook hands, Huan Ma deliberately traced her finger across Su Yun's palm, causing him to quickly pull his hand away. Please, have a seat, Su Yun said, resigned. To his surprise, Huan Ma had come alone, exuding confidence. Let's get to the point. What do you want to discuss? Su Yun asked directly. Huan Ma gave him a wounded look. Where's Zhu? Su Yun's face darkened. You damn weirdo. Can't you be serious for once? He turned to Song Yi for help. Senior, maybe you two ladies should chat instead? Song Yi pretended not to hear and turned away. He's recovering from his injuries, Su Yun replied with a wry smile. Huan Ma finally relaxed and got down to business. I want to talk about cooperation. Agreed, Su Yun nodded. But we need to act quickly. The nobles are already gathering their forces, and their patience is running thin. My plan is to use the demon sect as bait and set a trap to wipe out the nobles. You don't need to worry about the details, just follow my lead. Wan Mo's eyes narrowed, clearly surprised that Su Yun already had a plan. She hesitated. And what's in it for us? From now on, Yingqing will belong to our 2 sections. All the treasures the fire sect has hidden in the city will go to the demon sect, Su Yun offered. After years of operating in Yingqing, the fire sect had accumulated considerable wealth. That's a good deal, but I want one more thing, Huanma said with a seductive smile. Name it, Su Yun replied, expressionless. I want Juju to give me a hug, Huanma sighed softly. Su Yun's serious demeanor instantly collapsed, his mouth twitching in exasperation. The elder hall master coughed to stifle a laugh, while Song Yi covered her mouth, trying not to giggle. The deputy leader has always prioritized the bigger picture. He definitely won't refuse. Su Yun spoke decisively, stood up, and reached out to complete the handover. A satisfied smile appeared on Huan Mo's face as the two sides shook hands and made peace. Within 2 days, all the handover tasks were completed, and both parties went their separate ways. Not long after, a violent clash erupted between the demonic sect and the hybrid sect in a corner of the old city. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the demonic sect's ranks. Song Yunqi's domineering blade, crackling with blinding lightning, instantly cut down every member of the hybrid sect. As soon as the battle ended, the demonic sect quickly scavenged the site and then withdrew. A crowd soon gathered at the scene, frowning at the scattered remains. This aura, it's Su Yun, Huang Qi muttered in a low voice. Although he had never fought Su Yun himself, he was all too familiar with Su Yun's fighting style. So the demonic sect has been sheltering Su Yun all along. Someone exclaimed. Or maybe he double-crossed them. Another person questioned. Are you serious? In a clash between two sects, the hybrid sect is wiped out and the demonic sect doesn't lose a single person. Does that sound like a double-cross to you? A seasoned warrior analyzed coolly. The crowd found this argument convincing. Huang Qi frowned deeper. Could Su Yun really be colluding with the demonic sect? Even better, now we finally have a legitimate reason to take him out. A powerful family leader sneered. The group immediately turned back, ready to report everything to elders Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei. Meanwhile, inside the base, Su Yun silently crushed a green jade pendant, thinking it was time for his teachers to act. He took out a carefully crafted human skin mask. The face was unmistakably his own. Does this look like me? Su Yun asked, wearing his own face as a mask in front of Niu Taiju and Inspector Nan. Deputy Leader, are you planning to impersonate yourself to lure the aristocratic families? Inspector Nan asked in surprise. You're sharp, Inspector. Su Yun praised, taking off the mask. And I'm going to steal the blood pool, lure them in, and then blow it up, wiping out their top warriors in one stroke. Song Yi, watching from the side, felt a chill run down her spine, silently vowing never to cross Su Yun. Wearing a disguise of his own face on top of another mask, this level of cunning was truly terrifying. If Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei die, chaos will break out in Ying City, Niu Taiju remarked admiringly. The more chaos, the better. That's the only way we'll be able to take real control of Ying City, Su Yun replied with a cold smile. Finally, Su Yun turned to a follower named Chen Guang. Are you willing to die for me? Deputy Leader, I wouldn't hesitate even if it means blowing myself up. Chen Guang answered resolutely. Good. Hide in the blood pool with this spatial ring. When I call your name, set it off. Moved to tears, Chen Guang knelt and swore loyalty. Su Yun patted his shoulder, turned away without a trace of emotion, and continued to orchestrate his flawless plan. After receiving the intel, Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei sprang into action. They quickly gathered a large group of allies, their objective clear this time. They would not only purge Yingqing, but also eliminate Su Yun once and for all. Lowering her voice, Ding Xiaoshuang discreetly issued orders to a member of the Ding family. The man nodded silently and left, and soon, the protectors from all clans received the message. If we can't kill Su Yun this time, I don't deserve to live. One of the Tianhua demon clan's guardians growled through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, inside Tianming Academy, Zheng Yu sensed a strange disturbance from afar. The green jade pendant had shattered. He immediately sought out Dongfang Taiyue. Old man, it's time to go. It's been a while since I've traveled. I wonder what the world looks like now, Dongfang Taiyue replied casually as he packed away the dragon egg. With that troublemaker apprentice of yours, I bet things are about to get rowdy again. Zheng Yu chuckled. How bad could it be? At worst, we'll lose a few war generals, Dongfang Taiyue said, completely unconcerned. The two left the academy in haste. When Lin Sihua came looking for someone to chat with, he found the place deserted. Annoyed, he shouted, "What the hell? You all went out without me." Then he hurried after them. A day later, the coalition's lineup had grown even stronger. There were now 40 war generals alone. Although Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei remained the only 2 war gods, the allied clans had sent 10 high-ranking generals and 3 more war gods. Even on the battlefields of the myriad clans, such a force would not be easily ignored. At this point, Yingqing was no longer just simmering with unrest, it was on the brink of exploding. Ding Xiaoshuang was rallying the troops. The Wang and Lu families have paid a heavy price to protect our people. Now, we must root out the hybrid sect and the demon sect completely. Remember, don't let a single member of the demon sect escape. Su Yun is most likely hiding among them. Everyone nodded gravely, their faces tense with determination. Move out. Surround Rome District. Feng Kuei commanded, and the group sprang into action. Rome District, an old and densely populated area, was eerily quiet, with only the cold wind howling through the streets. Suddenly, a swarm of powerful warriors appeared on the rooftops, encircling the central park and the surrounding apartment buildings. The allied clan stood guard not far away. Welcome, everyone. The illusion demon appeared out of nowhere, a mischievous smile on her face that sent chills down many spines. Su Yun has colluded with the demon sect. His crimes are unforgivable. Ding Xiaoshuang declared coldly. Kneel and surrender. Hand over Su Yun. Feng Kuei unleashed a powerful aura befitting a war god. Feigning surprise, the illusion demon replied, "What? Su Yun joined our demon sect?" She let out a shrill, unsettling laugh. Still so stubborn. Ding Xiaoshuang shook her head. Attack. With her command, the coalition forces roared into action. The students quickly took their positions, guarding the rear against ambush. Explosions rocked the air as the demon sect came under fierce assault, buildings collapsing and dust shooting into the sky. Just then, Su Yun led the hybrid sect in a sudden ambush, striking at the enemy's rear. Brothers, let's go. With Su Yun's shout, the old hall masters charged at the war generals, while the followers surged into battle with murderous intent. This time, however, Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei were ready. After being ambushed so many times, even a fool would have expected the hybrid sect to try this again. Lu Teng, Wang Meng go. At Feng Kuei's command, the two warriors shot forward like arrows, cutting off the hybrid sect's escape route. From a vantage point in the distance, Dongfang Taiyue, Lin Sihua, and Zheng Yu watched the chaotic battle unfold with cold detachment. Just the day before, Su Yun had met with these teachers in secret, positioning them for an ambush to support the hybrid sect at the crucial moment. Still, one thing left these teachers utterly perplexed: how had this kid climbed to the rank of deputy sect leader in such a short time? If given more time, would he really rise from inspector all the way to high priest, or even end up as the pope? Meanwhile, Su Yun quietly slipped a human skin mask from his robe. Inspector, my life is in your hands now. He took a deep breath, his voice tinged with unease. The southern inspector smirked. What's this? Are you actually nervous? With all these battle gods around, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. Su Yun managed a wry smile as he put on the mask, then pulled out a small black snake. It was the battle pet of an old hall master, able to boost speed and, if needed, it could be sacrificed for even greater power. For victory, a little sacrifice was inevitable. In the next instant, a cold surge of power from the snake flooded into his chest, and Su Yun shot forward like a streak of black lightning. With a sickening splatter, the head of a demon sect cultist exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Without pausing, Su Yun pressed his attack on the hybrid sect's followers. Strangely, as they met his gaze, those cultists showed a look of grim resolve, as if to say, "Deputy leader, please end it for us." In a matter of moments, more than a dozen cultists had fallen to his sword. There's Su Yun. Traitor, kill him immediately. Su Yun, prepare to die? Su Yun's sudden appearance brought a momentary pause to the chaos. Then a surge of murderous intent swept the battlefield. A terrifying power descended, making his heart pound. One of the battle gods had joined the fray. With a thunderous crash, the ground buckled and sank. Ding Xiaoshuang scanned the battlefield with a frown and finally spotted the southern inspector in the distance. He was gripping Su Yun by the throat, sneering, "You want him dead? Let me do it myself." Everyone was stunned. Just how many enemies had Su Yun made for even the rival sects to hate him this much? Hand him over to us. The myriad tribes could no longer hold back and join the fight. Feng Kuei's expression changed drastically. Su Yun can't die yet. We haven't gotten the breathing technique from him. She shouted, "You collaborators have no right to execute Su Yun. This is a matter for our people alone." Suddenly, Su Yun became the focal point of a fierce struggle. Some wanted him dead, others needed him alive. The scene was so chaotic that even the southern inspector felt overwhelmed. This was nothing like the plan they'd envisioned. "Inspector, Qin Wang's pillar strategy." Su Yun whispered urgently. The southern inspector's eyes lit up. "Right, the key is the blood pool." At that moment, a fiery cloud gathered in the sky. The fire demon clan's guardian roared, "All of you die." The blazing cloud exploded, raining searing heat and distorting space. The other battle god struck as well. The southern inspector gritted his teeth, dragging Su Yun as he fled desperately. "Aren't you going to set it off yet?" With so many battle gods after them, he couldn't last much longer. But Su Yun was eerily calm, his eyes glinting cold and sharp as a serpent's. "Wait, let them all come for me." He spoke in a low, icy voice. "We've set this up for too long. We only get one shot. It has to work. No matter how hard it gets, we hold on." At this moment, all the mighty war gods joined the fray. The human camp was split into two factions. Some were desperate to eliminate Su Yun, while others wanted to protect him. The secrets Su Yun carried were like an undiscovered treasure. Killing him would be like destroying a gold mine before it could be mined. The powerful beings from the other races, however, had a single purpose in mind: kill. A blinding light suddenly lit up the sky. Enormous wings of light, spanning hundreds of meters, unfurled slowly in the air. Each feather was as sharp as a blade, and as the wings gently moved, countless feathers rained down, slicing through the outer disciples below, shredding them to pieces in an instant. Su Yun must die, the guardian from the Radiant Winged clan shouted coldly. The wings on his back snapped shut, then burst open again with a sharp hum, shooting towards the Southern Inspector like an arrow. Blue light flashed in the Southern Inspector's eyes. Threads and metal shards quickly formed beneath his feet, weaving together into a small, silvery fish. He stepped onto it, darting away like lightning, barely evading the deadly strike, his clothes torn at the edges by the force. Before he could catch his breath, Ding Qiushuang appeared at his side. Monument-crushing palm. Ding Qiushuang growled, purple-black energy surging across his withered hand as he thrust forward. A massive palm print appeared in the air, carrying the power to crush mountains and split peaks, barreling straight toward the Southern Inspector. The compressed air shrieked as it was torn apart. The Southern Inspector's face turned grim. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Silver moon, meteor shower." The silver fish beneath him shattered instantly. Threads and iron shards reassembled in the air, each glimmering like a star in the night sky. Together, they formed a dense web of attacks, slicing the giant palm into pieces. Ding Qiushuang's expression darkened. He knew he couldn't stop the Southern Inspector alone. After all, this young man had shown extraordinary talent years ago, and now he was even stronger. "Are you insane, old man?" A powerful being from the other races roared. "The hybrid cult is your enemy, not ours. He's an inspector. Why are you trying to kill him? Stop this madness." But the guardian from the infernal fire demon clan, upon seeing Su Yun, lost all reason, exploding with fury and not caring about anything else. Boom, boom, boom. 5 war god level fighters rampaged through the city, hunting down the Southern Inspector and Su Yun. Buildings collapsed in their wake. Dust and debris filled the air, and rubble flew everywhere. It looked like the end of the world. Such a catastrophic battle quickly caught the outside world's attention. Bystanders pulled out their phones to record, and some even started live streaming the extraordinary fight. Still waiting, the Southern Inspector barely dodged another lethal blow, his body now marked with several fresh wounds. He couldn't help but snap at Su Yun. "Are you serious? You're still waiting at a time like this?" Su Yun remained unruffled, a faint smile playing at his lips. "Only the war gods have joined in so far. The war generals haven't stepped in yet. Wang Meng, Lu Teng, Feng Hai move in and block them." Ding Qiushuang finally lost his patience, barking out an order that brooked no refusal. Wang Meng and the others obeyed at once, closing in from all directions to form a tight encirclement. Watching this, the illusion demon couldn't help but gasp. With so many top fighters closing in, even someone as skilled as the Southern Inspector would be worn down eventually. This was madness. Prepare to retreat. Suddenly, a masked woman appeared silently beside the illusion demon, her voice cold as ice. The illusion demon nodded respectfully and began making preparations to withdraw. In the distance, Dongfang Taiyue and his companions witnessed everything, each more shocked than the last. If Su Yun hadn't warned them beforehand, they would have rushed in already. "My God," Lin Sihua muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. "What is that kid planning? Is this really what he wanted?" But Zheng Yu frowned, worry etched across her face. "How does he plan to deal with 5 war gods? Something's wrong. We're going in, all of us." Dongfang Taiyue gritted his teeth. No matter what, he couldn't let his disciple die, even if it meant exposing his own identity. Meanwhile, the Southern Inspector's injuries grew worse, blood staining half his clothes. He was filled with regret. If only he had known, he would never have trusted Su Yun. Damn it, this time had really gotten himself killed. Just as despair began to set in, Su Yun suddenly grinned and said, "Inspector, head east as fast as you can." "Got it." Hope flared in the Southern Inspector's eyes as he rushed forward with renewed determination. The silvery little fish suddenly burst into light, its psychic power surging as its speed skyrocketed. "You can't escape." Behind him, Ding Qiushuang and Feng Kuei marched shoulder to shoulder, followed by dozens of battle-hardened warriors. Their paths began to converge, like intersecting iron tracks. Huang Qi and the other prodigies sneered, mockery written all over their faces. To them, Su Yun was as good as dead. Second by second, time slipped away. The gap between Su Yun and his pursuers shrank rapidly, so close he could almost feel their breath. Just as they were about to catch him, Su Yun suddenly struggled, letting out a furious roar. "Shenguang." His voice thundered across the land, a torrent of despair and defiance echoing in the air. Why did he call out for Shenguang? No one knew, nor did anyone care. All who hated Su Yun seemed almost delighted, thinking he had finally snapped. Next to the phantom demon, the masked woman instantly reacted, giving a quiet order: retreat. The followers of the heavenly demon sect were already prepared, and at the phantom demon's command, they swiftly withdrew from the area. At that very moment, deep underground, Chun Guang's mixed-blood disciple to whom Su Yun had given a spatial ring was gripped by madness. Clutching the ring tightly, he shouted, "Deputy leader, Chun Guang is going in." Spiritual energy surged violently within him, erupting in a blinding light as a savage aura swept out. With a sharp crack, the spatial ring shattered, releasing a mass of dark energy, the ultra-miniature, tailed beast bomb. The blood pool immediately sensed the energy and began to boil. That wild wolf screamed and roared, and in the next instant, a tidal wave of energy exploded from the pool, ripping the entire area apart with a deafening boom. The ground trembled violently as a crimson wave surged upward, as if pouring out from the depths of hell. Twisted faces appeared on the surface of the wave, their bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and malice, screaming as the tide rushed outward in all directions. At that moment, Ding Xiaoshuang, Feng Kuei, and the three guardians of the myriad races felt a chill run down their spines. They exchanged horrified glances, terror unlike anything they'd ever known gripping their hearts. The dozens of battle-hardened warriors were left completely stunned. "It's the blood flood." One of the warriors cried out in terror. The others shouted, "Run! Retreat! Everyone get out!" They scrambled to escape, but the blood tide was already upon them. It was too late, especially for those closest the battle gods couldn't outrun it. Su Yun and his group were not spared. For the first time, a look of panic crossed the southern inspector's face. Damn, is he really going to get himself killed too? In that split second, Su Yun yanked out a little black snake from his coat and barked, "Speed up, now." The snake instantly grew, coiling around the pair and shooting them forward at breakneck speed. Even so, the blood tide began to devour the snake's body. Just as disaster seemed certain, the southern inspector smashed the snake with a palm strike, launching the two of them forward even faster. Barely, they managed to escape. But the elite warriors and battle gods weren't so lucky. Without any speed-boosting tools, they were swallowed by the blood flood in an instant. The crimson world filled with the sound of agonized screams. "No, run." The battle gods fought desperately, roaring as blood surged into their mouths and noses, corrupting their spiritual energy and destroying their bodies. The pain was overwhelming. As for the lesser warriors, not even a trace of their bodies remained. They were wiped out completely. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. In that brief span, thousands of meters around them became an endless sea of blood. 5 battle gods, dozens of elite warriors all perished, leaving only a bloody wasteland behind. Huang Qi and the other prodigies collapsed to their knees, faces ashen and lips trembling. The battle gods they thought were invincible had fallen without a sound. Su Yun felt a chill of fear. If he hadn't been prepared, even 10 lives wouldn't have saved him. Yet excitement flashed in his eyes, and he muttered coldly, "Serves them right. They deserved it. Inspector, go meet up with the deputy leader." Su Yun snapped back to attention and looked at the southern inspector. Still shaken, the inspector hesitated before responding. "Damn, I almost died back there." He paused, then asked, "What about you?" "They'll handle the aftermath." "You gonna?" Su Yun said through gritted teeth. With that, he shoved the inspector forward and strode resolutely into the inferno. The inspector was deeply moved by the sight, torn but ultimately turning to flee. As he left, he didn't see the cold smile curling at Su Yun's lips, nor hear him whisper, "Time to reap the harvest." The scene was utter chaos. Severed limbs were scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Cries of pain from the wounded echoed all around, making it feel like a glimpse into hell. "Grandpa," a young man knelt in a pool of blood, sobbing uncontrollably. "What do we do? Our uncle and the others, are they all dead?" Weren't the war gods supposed to be invincible below the king level? The surrounding prodigies were thrown into panic, running around like headless chickens. At that moment, a figure silently appeared. Su Yun removed his crude human skin mask and replaced it with an exquisitely crafted silk disguise. He could sense clearly that one war god was still barely alive. In the pool of blood, Ding Xiaoshuang trembled in agony. His lower body was rotten, his organs and intestines exposed. Half his face was disfigured, and foul-smelling pus was oozing from his eye sockets. Hearing approaching footsteps, he struggled to turn his head and saw the emblem of the mixed blood sect. A cold, sinister smile curved Su Yun's lips. "Old bastard from a noble family. I heard you were looking for me?" As he spoke, he slowly peeled off half of his silk disguise. Ding Xiaoshuang froze for a moment, and when he saw Su Yun's true face, blood gushed from his throat, and he died on the spot. This legendary figure, who had dominated Blue Star for a century and survived countless battles, fell at the hands of a young man. A system prompt sounded, "Ding. The host has angered Ding Xiaoshuang to death and received 50 advanced hands of God. I scared you to death before I even made a move?" Su Yun was a little surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He immediately turned his attention to Huang Qi and the others nearby. Had to end this quickly, or more powerful nobles would arrive and things would spiral out of control. Ding Lei watched his grandfather fall and charged at Su Yun in a rage. But before he could even finish shouting, a whooshing sound came from behind. A massive sword wreathed in purple flames came crashing down. Black Diamond, Overlord. Ding Lei hastily summoned his spiritual power, and black diamond layers appeared all over his body, especially thickening around his arms, swelling to 10 times their normal size. Crossing his fists, he barely managed to block the sword. Flash. Su Yun unleashed the full power of his 5 spiritual apertures. In a split second, with a sickening crunch, one of Ding Lei's diamond arms was severed. Only then did the others react, screaming in terror, "Kill him!" Su Yun ignored them, flashing a savage grin at Ding Lei. With a single leap, he drove his massive sword straight through Ding Lei's chest, killing him instantly. The rest were stunned into silence. Seizing the moment, Su Yun charged at Huang Qi, his sword blazing with scorching purple fire, and struck him down in a single blow. "Run!" warned the others. The pampered heirs of noble families scattered in panic. Su Yun didn't have time to hunt them all down. He focused on 2 targets: Mo Long, the top-ranked Ding family prodigy on the bright list, and Feng Jiao from the Feng family. In a flash, he caught up with Feng Jiao. "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" Feng Jiao, completely broken, had lost all will to resist. Su Yun grinned. "I'm the one you've all been searching for." Feng Jiao's pupils shrank in terror. "You're Su Yun." With a sickening sound, blood splattered. He had just realized what was happening when a spear formed from pure spiritual energy pierced straight through his heart from behind. Su Yun raised his massive Huoda sword high, its blade glinting coldly as he brought it down to sever Feng Jiao's head. Feng Jiao died. Blood sprayed as the head rolled away. Without pausing, Su Yun spun around gracefully, his gaze locking onto his next target: Mo Long. "I can't die? I have to survive." Mo Long screamed inwardly, desperately holding his crumbling composure together as he fled for his life. Bang! Suddenly, rubble exploded to the side, shards flying everywhere. Su Yun appeared like a phantom, both hands gripping the Huoda sword as he slashed out with lightning speed. At the last possible second, Mo Long's body dissolved into a puddle of blood, barely slipping away from the blade. "He's an elemental user too." A flash of understanding crossed Su Yun's eyes. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Mo Long, now in his blood form, slipped into a dark corner, hoping to hide. "Think I can't catch an elemental?" Su Yun smirked, dark armament hockey swirling around his hand. His 5 fingers curled like hooks as he reached precisely for the last drop of blood. Mo Long was forced back into his true form, his face twisted with terror. "Why is this happening?" "Goodbye," Su Yun said coldly. Splurt. The Huoda sword drove straight through the ground, severing Mo Long's neck in one clean motion. Blood gushed out, staining the broken stones around them. Ding. The system notification chimed. Host has slain Ding Lei, Huang Qi, Mo Long, and Feng Jiao. Dropped. Intermediate hand of God 13. Su Yun stared at the blood slowly dripping down the Huoda sword, his own cold face reflected in its sheen. That felt good. Exhaling heavily, he wasted no time and turned to leave immediately. Before long, Yingqing would be plunged into utter chaos. Any delay would be too late. Sure enough, Mayor Ding Han soon arrived at the scene with his troops, only to find a devastated ruin littered with corpses. His face went pale, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. 2 war gods are dead, and 3 of the myriad clans war gods too? He laughed bitterly, his voice trembling. This time, both the noble houses and the myriad clans have suffered huge losses. This is a disaster. Outside Yingqing, all the key figures of the mixed blood sect were gathered. Deputy leader Niu Taizhu, the southern inspector, several old hall leaders, and some core followers stood in a circle, each with a different expression. Only Song Yi was missing. Is number 1 really going to be alright? Niu Taizhu couldn't help asking, his brow furrowed. The southern inspector wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "I don't know." He said he'd clean up the mess. Probably means he's going to kill those prodigies. The old hall leaders were shaken by this, glancing at each other in shock. The deputy leader is too fierce. He still wants to kill in a situation like this. The noble houses and the myriad clans have lost too much this time. To avoid getting caught up in it, we need to leave fast, the southern inspector said grimly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the world suddenly turned a searing red, as if they were trapped inside a giant furnace. The expressions of the mixed blood sect followers changed instantly. "Not good, enemies incoming." "Leave?" "I don't think so." A mocking voice echoed through the air. A deep crimson light condensed into a massive cauldron. Chains of fire locked the sky, binding them in place. Alchemical flames formed armor, heavy as a mountain. Everyone was mercilessly pinned to the ground, unable to move. The southern inspector roared, unleashing a powerful aura that shattered the flames around him as he tried to break free. "Back down." Another mocking voice rang out. A black hammer materialized in midair, slamming down hard on the southern inspector and driving him back into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Dongfang Taiyue, Zheng Yu, and Lin Sihua appeared, walking forward calmly. They exchanged glances, confidence written all over their faces. "Dongfang Taiyue." One of the old hall leaders cried out in terror, his voice shaking. "Why is that madman here?" Dongfang Taiwa laughed heartily. You lot have good taste making my favorite disciple your deputy leader. Smart move. The mixed blood sect members were instantly stunned, looking at each other in confusion. What did he say? Dongfang Taiyu's favorite disciple? That's Su Yun. But what does that have to do with the deputy leader? As the realization dawned, understanding spread through the group. Then, chaos erupted among them. Number one is actually Su Yun. What the? Zheng Yu sneered. A bunch of blood-drinking idiots. You totally deserve to be tricked. The southern inspector climbed out of the crater, a bitter smile on his face. No wonder things have been so chaotic lately. The noble houses have taken heavy losses. The myriad clans are devastated. Even the three major foreign sects are barely holding on. Turns out, it was all this kid's doing. A true hero in the making. He suddenly laughed. Dongfang Taiwa frowned at the sound. That voice was familiar. He reached out and pulled off the southern inspector's mask, his eyes narrowing in shock. Zheng Yu and Lin Siwa's faces also froze, as if they'd seen a ghost. You little brat, you actually joined the mixed blood sect. Dongfang Taiwa and the others shouted furiously, their voices filled with shock and anger. The southern inspector snatched back his mask, expressionless. I'm no longer human. What I do has nothing to do with you. Niu Taizhu and the others were completely dumbfounded, unable to keep up with the unfolding situation. What is going on? The southern inspector knows the three old figures from Tianming Academy. There's way too much going on here. As soon as the southern inspector finished speaking, the three from the eastern Taiwa family tensed up, their anger almost palpable. The old man from the Dongfang family even raised his hand, ready to slap him, but the southern inspector stood tall, meeting his gaze with unwavering determination. Your father's had a tough time at the academy, but what about you? Lin Sihua grabbed the southern inspector by the collar, his voice hoarse with fury. Expressionless, the southern inspector replied, I can't stand how he hides away. The funniest thing is, he wants me to go to the Divine Palace. That place is already a mess. Without connections, even the most talented person is nothing but an ant for the powerful families to crush underfoot. His voice rose with agitation. What does that have to do with you? Zheng Yu frowned. You're about to say it has nothing to do with me, right? The southern inspector's gaze suddenly turned icy. If that's the case, they'll just keep my mouth shut. You. Zheng Yu was so angry she could only laugh in disbelief. Seeing that the young man was completely unmoved, Lin Sihua shot a look at the Dongfang elder. Catching on, Dongfang Taiwei grabbed the southern inspector by the neck and growled, betraying humanity means death on the spot. With that, he dragged him out of the fire cauldron. The mixed blood cultists looked at each other in panic. Wait, what about us? A short distance away, Dongfang Taiwei suddenly kicked the southern inspector hard. Get lost. If I leave, how will you explain this? A struggle flashed across the southern inspector's face. Dongfang Taiwei snorted dismissively. Don't I know what kind of person you are? As for Su Yun, his teacher letting one person go doesn't mean anything. Teacher, the Divine Palace is corrupt. At this rate, someone else will replace him sooner or later. When that happens, your situation at the academy will only get worse. The southern inspector spoke sincerely. Dongfang Taiwei waved him off, unwilling to continue the conversation. The southern inspector backed away a few steps, saying softly, I'll find my own way to cleanse the human realm. And tell Su Yun to be careful. His voice faded into the night. Dongfang Taiwei let out a long sigh. He understood this wasn't a threat, but a warning. Su Yun's actions in selling out the ancient mixed blood sect would surely attract the attention of outside factions. Back at the fire cauldron, Dongfang Taiwei announced with a blank expression, he's been killed. Well done. Lin Sihua responded immediately. What about these people? Take them back and hand them over for interrogation. Zheng Yu sneered, pulling out her phone. Taking advantage of the distraction, the old Dongfang master deftly slipped NIT's spatial ring off, his finger a classic move for him. Before long, Su Yun returned. Hey, everyone's busy, huh? He greeted the mixed blood cultists with a grin. NIT's eyes were bloodshot. Number one, how dare you betray me? Don't forget, you still have. You think a bit of mixed blood can control me? Su Yun cut him off. With a shake, he forced the mixed blood out of his body, and it sizzled as it hit the ground. To the victor go the spoils. What do you have left to say? The mixed blood cultists hung their heads, looking utterly defeated. The three teachers exchanged approving glances. Su Yun had handled things perfectly this time. Where's the inspector? Su Yun glanced around, suddenly realizing something was off. Teachers, where's that big inspector? He's dead, Dongfang Taiwei replied with a shrug. Su Yun could only laugh awkwardly. Teacher, next time you lie, could you please look me in the eye? Thank you. Su Yun said softly, a mischievous smile on his face. Although he knew nothing about the southern inspector, he trusted his teacher wouldn't speak without reason, so he didn't press further. Still, the thought lingered in his mind. Is the southern inspector from the academy? Before long, several dark figures sped toward them from the distance. These people, dressed in black combat uniforms, radiated powerful aurism, were even of the war god rank. Elder Zheng. They greeted Zheng Yu respectfully. Zheng Yu raised her hand, pointing at the mixed blood cult members, and commanded, take them all away, leave no one behind. These are all merit points. The protection squad looked around in shock, speechless. My god, did these three seniors just take down the entire mixed blood branch? Truly impressive. After all, the mixed blood cult was nothing like the reckless fire sect. Their members were cunning and devious. Especially deputy leader Xiao was elusive, and if not for Su Yun's brilliant undercover work, it would have been impossible to lure out the branch's top brass. Who are these people? Su Yun asked in a low voice. Dongfang Taiwei smiled and explained, that's Elder Zhang's personal protection squad. Ever since the beast fusion technique was made available at the academy, many teachers and students have mastered it. To ensure Elder Zhang's safety, the higher-ups specially formed this team. All of this is thanks to my brilliant disciple. Don't forget that. Lin Sihua chimed in proudly. Suddenly, Xingyu pointed at Su Yun. The protection squad all turned to look at the young man, their eyes full of surprise. How could a one-star war general have such skills? Don't underestimate my disciple. He was the deputy leader of the mixed blood cult, Lin Sihua said, even more pleased. The protection squad instinctively clutched their chests. No way. The rising star of Tianming Academy was actually the deputy leader of the mixed blood cult. Relax. I've already turned over a new leaf and I sold them all out. Su Yun replied with a bright, innocent smile, but it sent chills down the squad's spines. None of them dared to look down on him anymore. As more and more people arrived at the scene, Dongfang Taiwei surveyed the chaos and chuckled. Ingcheng is about to get messy. A little chaos is good. ITLL keep those cults in check, Lin Sihua agreed. More than that, Zhengyu added with a laugh. I'm dying to see the faces of those aristocratic families right now. They must be on the verge of tears. The three of them glanced at Su Yun in unison, all thinking the same thing. What goes on in this kid's head? He actually came up with a plan to trigger a blood flood and wipe out 5 war gods and countless war generals in one stroke. He's a natural-born troublemaker. Meanwhile, the great clans were shaken to their core. Wang Qin was ashen-faced, listening to the tragic news from his clansman, second elder. There's been a blood flood in Yingqing. All our people are gone. He roared at the sky. Cursed cults, they'll see you all destroyed. Director Ding nearly fainted when he heard the news. He was close to Ding Xiaoshuang and never expected such losses in Yingqing. Investigate. Find out everything. He bellowed, eyes bloodshot. Director Feng collapsed on the spot when he learned of Feng Kuei's death, while his clan gnashed their teeth. We must find out the truth. The honor of our family cannot be trampled. Lu Guang stood with his back to his clansman, his hand trembling with rage. It had to be that brat. They'd set out to hunt Su Yun, but instead, lost 2 of their war god elites. In the principal's office at Tianming Academy, Zhang Zhongqing drew a sharp breath and smiled meaningfully. That's ruthless. Yingcheng's disaster had cost the great clans dearly, but the greatest loser of all was the 10,000 clans. When news broke that 3 guardians and 10 war generals had fallen, the entire assembly was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly, their eyes empty, unable to accept the reality. Those were war gods 3 gone in an instant. One young genius suddenly shouted, leaping to his feet. This must be connected to that man. We deserve an explanation. The other prodigies from every clan quickly echoed his anger, gritting their teeth in agreement. Xing En's face darkened as he turned to the messenger. Do you know the details? The messenger could only shake his head helplessly. Moku Duo Luo, what's your take? Emperor Ku asked, his voice steady, as Moku Duo Luo sipped his tea leisurely. Moku Duo Luo slowly looked up, a mocking smile on his lips. Who would have thought so many people would be outplayed by Su Yun? Pathetic. Rubbish. A demon clan genius slammed the table, furious. He's just a warrior. What right does he have to meddle in this? Moku Duo Luo shot him a cold glance, and the genius instantly felt a chill run down his spine, lowering his head in silence. He's the source of this chaos, believe it or not. Moku Duo Luo said calmly. If you don't kill him now, you'll never get another chance. With that, he stood and left, leaving a heavy silence behind. Meanwhile, chaos had completely overtaken Ying City. News of the generals and war gods' deaths was like a fuse, sending the second-tier city into an uproar. As mayor, Ding Han could hardly escape blame. In less than half a day, the shocking news had spread across the entire Blue Star. Headlines exploded across the internet. War gods fall, truth behind the cover-up. Major clans suffered devastating losses. Foreign cults must pay. Our war gods betrayed. The news dominated trending searches, with rumors spreading like wildfire. Wang Can, a board member from Tianming Academy, personally led a team to Ying City, with their first priority being a thorough search for Su Yun. At the city's central building, Wang Can stormed in with a group of Wang family members, followed closely by the families of the surviving prodigies. Wang Can, what's the rush? Dongfang Taiwei asked, half smiling. Wang Can's face was grim as he fixed his gaze on Su Yun. Su Yun colluded with foreign cults, leading to the deaths of war gods Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei. He must be punished. Everyone in the room was stunned. Dongfang Taiyu's expression immediately turned cold. You bastard, coming in here slinging accusations. Lin Sihua snapped, frowning. We all know he infiltrated those foreign cults. So you're all in on it. Wang Can sneered. Once I deal with Su Yun, he'll come for you next. This aggressive attitude ignited a murderous intent in Su Yun's heart. Damn it. Sooner or later, he'll deal with all of you. Cut the crap. Call the principal now. Dongfang Taiwei grinned menacingly. Wang Can felt a surge of unease, but he still dialed the number. Zhang Zhongqing's calm voice came through. Su Yun has already reported to the academy. Reported? That word hit Wang Can like a bolt of lightning, had nearly forgotten. Watching Wang Can's face shift, Su Yun sneered. Director Wang, I've dedicated so much to humanity. Why do you doubt my efforts? And instead of just that, you even accuse me of colluding with foreign cults. Now I have to wonder, are you trying to divide our people on purpose? He practically pointed at Wang Can as he spoke. A commotion erupted in the crowd. That's right. Su Yun managed to infiltrate a foreign sect at just 18. His determination alone deserves our respect. Someone shouted. Director Wang, if we follow your logic, who would ever want to serve the human race again? I support Su Yun on this. People chimed in one after another, their voices rising in agreement. Wang Can stood rooted to the spot, his face dark with anger, fists clenched so tightly it looked like he might pass out from rage. How did this turn into my fault? Wang Can glared at Su Yun, gritting his teeth. I heard you've become the deputy leader of the hybrid sect. Why don't we ask the people from the sect about your secret plans? Or maybe I should conduct a search myself. Dongfang Taiwei and the other two appeared calm, but a trace of worry flickered in their eyes. Su Yun, however, stood tall, a cold smirk on his lips. You're right, I did become the deputy leader. Deputy leader at 18? Su Yun is really something. The crowd buzzed with excitement again. Su Yun sneered. Just because they called me a traitor, you all believed it? If tomorrow the foreign sects claimed that killing the Dragon King was treason, would you believe that too? At those words, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. The Wang family, in particular, erupted in fury, shouting insults. See, when someone else says it, your attitude changes instantly, Su Yun said with a cold smile, sweeping his gaze around. Is it because I'm an orphan that you think you can push me around? He continued. The Dragon King is a titled powerhouse of the Wang family, one of the most respected figures in the realm. If I compare myself to him, no matter what the hybrid sect says, it would only be seen as slander. Wang Qin's chest heaved with rage, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Su Yun met his gaze, smirk growing colder. You want to make a scene? Then let's make it a big one. Who's afraid of who? Want to search? Fine, let the investigation bureau handle it. I'm ready. Dongfang Taiwei and the others were quietly impressed. This kid's nerve and presence were only growing, showing no fear of the powerful families. Soon, the investigators arrived. The director nodded to the crowd and began searching Su Yun. The Wang family described the weapon in detail, a greatsword wreathed in purple flames, likely hidden in a spatial ring. Su Yun kept smirking. He had already moved all the evidence to his system storage, thinking to himself, want to search me? Good luck getting past my golden finger. After a thorough check, the director announced, no greatsword was found. Only a hammer was detected in his soul, and his ring contained a few bottles of pills and a broadsword. Wang Can's face turned ashen, regret washing over him. Su Yun had clearly cleaned up the evidence long ago, and he had walked right into his trap. Should we search ourselves too? Dongfang Taiwei said with a cheerful smile. Maybe the great sword is on us. Lin Sihua chimed in as well. Wang Can's face grew even darker. These two old foxes were just rubbing salt in the wound. He didn't dare say more, had lost enough face already. Director Wang, Su Yun laughed loudly. They'll be waiting for your public apology at the press conference. At that moment, he felt more exhilarated than ever before. Another explosive piece of news broke out. The Inqing mixed blood sect had been sold. The news spread across Blue Star like a storm, shaking the world, and even causing a stir in foreign countries like America. Selling a foreign sect? Who would dare do something so crazy? Not even a novel would go that far. But Su Yun actually pulled it off. His move left everyone stunned. Su Yun, that guy, is simply incredible. Rumor has it the Wang family is furious, claiming Su Yun was responsible for the death of that legendary war god. What nonsense. Isn't the Wang family supposed to be a prestigious clan? How could they say something so thoughtless? The internet instantly erupted, with discussions flooding in like a tidal wave. At that moment, Su Yun was quietly resting in his room. Originally, he had planned to give the credit for this achievement to his teachers. But when Wang Can exposed everything in public, Su Yun decided to go with the flow and make the most of the opportunity. The foreign sects must absolutely hate me now, Su Yun thought to himself, but he wasn't too anxious. With all the attention on him lately, those sects would have come after him sooner or later, even without this incident. Whether they hated him or not didn't really matter. Since they'd already made their move, he might as well give them a show to watch. Prestigious families? Huh, let's see how I play you all. With that thought, a new plan quickly formed in Su Yun's mind. There was still a little time left before the press conference, so he decided to make the most of it and harvest another wave in secret. He remembered that last time he stole, Ding Xiaoshuang was so angry she nearly lost her mind and had gotten some great loot out of it. This time, he wasn't about to miss the chance for another haul. 20 advanced divine hands have been condensed, The system prompted. Host, please select the world to steal from. The system's voice was as cold and calm as ever. 3 worlds appeared at random. The battle through the heavens world, the spy world, and the devouring world. Su Yun's eyes lit up in surprise. The system was actually giving him 3 options. Was it because he had advanced in rank, unlocking more worlds to choose from? But spy world? He couldn't help but joke to himself. Should I steal Anya? Or you forger? In this era where everyone is basically a superhuman, that's not even impressive anymore. In the end, he didn't hesitate. He picked the battle through the heavens world. Nothing fancy, just give me a heavenly flame. Making pills is tough work. He smiled, eyes full of anticipation. The system responded quickly, and a series of prompts rang out. Steal successful. Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Steal successful. 5 shaping pills. Steal successful. Shaping pill recipe. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal successful. Mountain melting cauldron. Steal successful. Sunner's torn undergarment. Steal failed. Steal successful. Heavy Xian ruler. Steal successful. Flame splitting ruler. A flash of shock crossed Su Yun's face, quickly replaced by joy. Holy crap. I actually got a heavenly flame. The Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. He was so excited he almost jumped up. He never expected to score such a huge treasure this time, and on top of that, had managed to steal the heavy Xian ruler too. That was the Flame Emperor's weapon. The system really outdid itself, swiping so much from the Flame Emperor. But as he looked over his loot, Su Yun paused. Stealing is one thing, but taking someone's torn undergarment, wasn't that a bit much? He stopped for a second, realizing something felt off. Wait, could it be Xiao Huohuo's undergarment? Instantly, the image of Xiao Huohuo's thick eyebrows and big eyes popped into his mind, and he suddenly understood, feeling an odd sense of excitement. Nice one, Xiao Huohuo. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside, and turned his attention back to the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. A golden flame quietly rose within Su Yun's body, tiny at first, but packed with unimaginable power. With a tremor, the golden fire instantly turned the nearby tables and chairs to ash. Even the walls began to burn as the flames quickly spread, devouring everything. With a twist of his fingers, Su Yun drew the golden fire into his palm, where it obediently settled like a docile little spirit, filling him with satisfaction. Just then, Dongfang Taiyue and the others in the next room sensed something was wrong and rushed over. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Yun was stunned. The scene before him was hard to comprehend. The room was in complete disarray, as if it had just been ravaged by a fire. He shook his head, realizing it wasn't a fire, but rather the aftermath of his own breakthrough. I'm fine, just accidentally broke through, he explained quickly, standing up as the golden flames in his eyes slowly faded, and his gaze regained its usual calm. The 3 people standing nearby were silent for a moment, completely unprepared for what they had just witnessed. They had worried that Su Yun might be crushed by the immense pressure, but instead not only had he not been affected, he had seized the opportunity to break through. The feat was nothing short of extraordinary. Lin Sihua glanced at the wrecked surroundings, feeling a twinge of sympathy for those driven to desperation by powerful families. This could be trouble, he thought to himself. Zheng Yu ignored the mess and shifted the topic. We'll speak first at the press conference. You can chime in afterward, all right? Sure, they'll follow your lead, Su Yun replied with a smile. Dongfang Taiyue patted Su Yun on the shoulder, his eyes full of approval. Without realizing it, this kid is taking responsibility now, he murmured, then frowned slightly. Suddenly, his dantian stirred, and the fire within him began to tremble. Master, Director, the press conference is about to start, a voice called, interrupting his thoughts. Without further delay, Dongfang Taiyue led Su Yun out of the room. Outside the building, a massive crowd had gathered, journalists, citizens, and even many foreigners. After all, this incident was nothing short of sensational. For the first time in history, someone had infiltrated an enemy cult and managed to dismantle it from within. They're coming out, someone in the crowd shouted. Amidst the rising excitement, Dongfang Taiyue, Lin Sihua, Zheng Yu, and Su Yun stepped onto the stage together. At the same time, members of the powerful families made their appearance, their expressions dark and complicated. Dongfang Taiyue was the first to speak. The foreign cult is a cancer within our people. It must be eradicated, Zheng Yu added. That's why we had Su Yun infiltrate the hybrid cult, gradually earning their trust before completely destroying their foundation. Lin Sihua concluded, this young man is both brave and careful. He has rendered outstanding service to our people and is a role model for the younger generation. The 3 leaders all voiced their support for Su Yun. Reporters fired off questions. How did Su Yun manage to accomplish this? Su Yun gave a calm, slight smile. It was all about earning trust and advancing step by step. His concise answer drew everyone's attention. But then, a reporter sneered and asked, is it true that you used this opportunity to get rid of a few people who had crossed you? The question caused an uproar. The crowd was stunned into silence. Dongfang Taiyu's face turned grim as he immediately glanced at the members of the powerful families. The atmosphere grew tense. Before anyone could react, Su Yun closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. The sight left everyone speechless. Was Su Yun actually crying? I know many people think there was deep animosity between me and Wang Li and the others, that we were irreconcilable. But that's not true. We were actually healthy competitors, supporting and motivating each other, all working toward one goal, to contribute to our people's future. His emotions grew more intense as he spoke, and when he mentioned Wang Li and the others, he gripped the hero's metal tightly, his tears flowing freely. The loss this time was too great. My heart aches. Wang Li, Xiao Zun, Ding Lei, they're the real heroes. His voice broke, almost a roar. I don't deserve this. He crushed the metal in his hand, the pieces clattering to the floor. The entire venue fell silent, the air thick with shock. The faces of the powerful families darkened instantly. Some of them gritted their teeth and muttered under their breath. This kid really isn't afraid of anything. Dongfang Taiyue and Lin Sihua were also taken aback. They never expected Su Yun to make such a statement. But just then, another voice rang out. They died as heroes, but you're a hero too. Someone in the crowd choked out the words. Su Yun gave a bitter smile and shook his head. I just worry people will misunderstand, that they'll think I used this chance to get rid of those war gods and geniuses. With that, the faces of the elite families changed. They hadn't expected Su Yun to shift the blame so deftly. No way. We see everything clearly. Someone from the crowd shouted angrily, their support growing louder. Su Yun turned to look at Wang Can, forcing a smile. Director Wang, what do you think? Wang Can's face was ashen, his teeth clenched as he stood up and replied coldly, I apologize to Su Yun. It was all a misunderstanding. For the first time in our family's history, we admit our mistake to someone from humble origins. Even so, the hostility from the powerful families towards Su Yun only grew more intense, their eyes filled with undisguised hatred. Su Yun paid them no mind. Inside, he remained calm. This was exactly what he wanted to make them lower their proud heads. Su Yun stood firmly at the press conference, his gaze unwavering as he looked out at the sea of cameras. The real credit for this secret operation belongs to teacher Dongfang Taiyue, he announced, his voice ringing clearly through the hall. I was able to stay safe within the mixed blood sect entirely thanks to his guidance. Dongfang Taiyue stood to the side, his expression complex as he watched the scene unfold. He understood perfectly well that Su Yun was giving him the credit to silence certain critics. The journalists quickly jotted down Dongfang Taiyue's name with great care. While the representatives of the four great clans grew increasingly grim, there was no doubt they had lost this round completely. As the press conference ended, everyone's opinion of Su Yun shifted dramatically. In their eyes, he was no longer just a prodigy, but a young man with a genuine sense of responsibility for his people. Watching the crowd leave, a faint smile played at the corner of Su Yun's lips. It was almost amusing. Since joining the mixed blood sect, his acting skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Even his performance in front of Niu Taizhu had left Song Yi questioning everything. He truly deserved the title of Best Actor. This is what you asked for. Dongfang Taiyue handed over Niu Taizhu's spatial ring. Thank you, teacher. Su Yun accepted the ring with a polite smile. I should be the one thanking you, Dongfang Taiyue replied in a low voice. What? Su Yun blinked in confusion. Get lost. Dongfang Taiyue's face flushed as he turned and gave Su Yun a swift kick before stomping off in a huff. Rubbing the spot where had been kicked, Su Yun looked bewildered. What did I do this time? That was totally uncalled for. Not dwelling on it, he immediately checked the spatial ring. There wasn't much inside. Most of it was rather ordinary, except for a plain, light gray stone about the size of his palm tucked in one corner. This is what senior sister wanted? Su Yun was puzzled, but since had promised, he would deliver. After putting away the ring, Su Yun changed his appearance and quietly slipped out of the city center. Near the station, he quickly found the old man and the boy had let go earlier. The two were leaning against a wall, waiting idly. Not bad, you're pretty vigilant. Dressed in a thick winter coat, Su Yun appeared suddenly, a faint smile on his lips. The three of them moved into a rundown little house nearby. You both owe me your lives. Su Yun got straight to the point. How are you planning to repay me? I still have some fight left in me. They'll follow your orders whenever you need, the old man replied seriously. Repay with your life? Su Yun's smile was ambiguous. The old man nodded solemnly. Su Yun was satisfied with his attitude. It was much better than those who hesitated and held back. And you? He turned to the boy. I can kill for you. A wild, feral light flashed in the boy's eyes. Su Yun was a little surprised. This kid was even younger than him, yet carried such a murderous aura. You're too weak, you couldn't kill anyone. He shook his head. With a sigh, the old man explained, don't look down on him. This child's been through a lot. He recounted Shi Gang's story. His parents were medics on the front lines and died together in a small-scale battle. The compensation meant for them was embezzled by a local clan, and when they tried to reclaim it, they were hunted instead. That's how they ended up fleeing to Sunset Gorge, eventually becoming blood sources for the mixed blood sect. After hearing this, Su Yun narrowed his eyes. They even dare to steal compensation meant for frontline soldiers? The human realm might look peaceful on the surface, but it's a mess underneath. The Divine Palace claims to be the holy land of humanity. Why don't they do something about this? The old man forced a bitter smile, his eyes filled with helplessness. The divine palace always claims they'll send help wherever there's disaster. But is that really true? Take what happened before the mixed blood sect suppressed me, for example. Back then, Yanqing was ravaged by a tide of sea beasts, countless lives lost. Did the divine palace send even a single person to help? He paused, then continued. The divine palace is just a gathering place for the powerful, a stage for the great families to flaunt their heritage. They call themselves humanity's last hope, the seed fire. Huh. Su Yun's face darkened, his fists clenching unconsciously. The divine palace? What a joke. In the end, it's just the private backyard of the aristocratic clans. Seed fire? All they care about is themselves. It wasn't always like this, the old man said quietly, his gaze distant with memories. Too much peace changes people's hearts. Some shut themselves away for so long they grow soft, never able to stand tall again. As a veteran returned from the battlefield against the other races, he saw things even more clearly than Su Yun. If one day, I still belong to humanity, but refuse to be under their control, what would you think? Su Yun suddenly asked. The question stunned both the old man and Gang. After a long silence, the old man finally replied in a low voice. As long as you don't harm innocent people or kill the defenseless, it's your choice. Then it's settled, Su Yun said with a smile, turning to Gang. Sure too, come with me. The old man politely declined to join them. Don't worry, I still have old friends in Yanqing. I may be out of the army, but I can still do my part for humanity. As Su Yun left with Gang, he was already plotting his next move. If Kuke was his hidden blade, Gang would be the sword he wielded in plain sight, a weapon to strike down his enemies openly. If I ask you to kill the so-called geniuses of the great clans and the other races, would you do it? Su Yun asked, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Gang nodded without hesitation. I would. That simple answer satisfied Su Yun. He knew he had found the right person. Back at the academy, Dongfang Taiwei readily agreed to let Gang join the secret medicine pavilion. It's just one more mouth to feed, he said, then mentioned the upcoming alchemist competition. Who's organizing it? Su Yun asked eagerly. If it's the divine palace, they'll have to squeeze them for all they're worth. It's me, Dongfang Taiwei replied. Huh. Su Yun was caught off guard. Lin Sihua joked from the side. Did you think these pavilions and departments were just for show? The secret medicine pavilion isn't what it used to be. Of course we need competitions to inspire the students. You must win first place. Dongfang Taiwei suddenly grew serious. Zheng Yu added. The Wang family has a genius alchemist of the profound rank. Su Yun shrugged indifferently. If he dares to come, they'll send him home crying. Before leaving, Su Yun hesitated for a moment and asked, Teacher, is humanity truly united? The three teachers answered in unison, very united. Su Yun frowned deeply. With the way these people treated him, did they really deserve to talk about unity? The front lines are never in chaos, and the great families in the rear are very united, Dongfang Taiwei said, giving him a meaningful look. In that moment, Su Yun seemed to understand something. The front lines were always fighting, while the great families in the rear nurtured their talents, sending a steady stream of strength to the front. Those with ordinary talent had no choice but to join the army, gambling their lives for a chance at the future. The survivors often ended up serving the great families after all. Not everyone could live independently like Su Yun. Don't overthink it, Lin Sihua said, patting him on the shoulder. Su Yun nodded obediently, a smile on his face, though turmoil churned in his heart. For a moment, he almost blurted out, what if I left humanity altogether? But in the end, he swallowed the words. Outside Yingcheng, Su Yun stopped and spoke softly. Senior sister, it's time to come out and meet. Before his words had faded, a graceful figure stepped out slowly from behind a massive boulder. It was Song Yi, her face lit with a gentle smile. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without a word. Su Yun took a stone from his pocket and casually tossed it to Song Yi. As Song Yi caught the stone, a strange glint flickered in her eyes, so different from her usual calm and gentle demeanor. This was the first time Su Yun had seen her lose her composure. Thank you, Song Yi said quietly. That's not some kind of love token, is it? Su Yun teased. Song Yi only smiled, choosing not to answer. Su Yun let the matter drop and asked directly. You're not really human, are you? Song Yi raised her brows slightly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. No, I'm still considered human. Are you here to arrest me? You're no threat to me. I don't see the point. Su Yun shrugged. Hearing this, Song Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief after everything that had happened in Yingcheng. She had no desire to make an enemy of someone as troublesome as him. Suddenly, Su Yun grew serious. How much do you know about my teacher and the four great clans? Song Yi was silent for a moment before she replied. The Dongfang family and the four great clans have a deep and irreconcilable feud. The Dongfang family made enemies with the Wang family as soon as they rose to power. From what I know, at least two of the four great clans conspired with outsiders to frame the Dongfang family. Su Yun's pupils contracted. 2 clans. Maybe more? From the day you became an apprentice in the secret medicine pavilion, you were already caught up in this mess. Don't worry, they'll be the one to bring this to an end, Su Yun said firmly. He knew exactly who had truly cared for him. Impressive resolve. Song Yi gave him a look of approval before her expression turned grave. Back then, the Dongfang family was so powerful they were called the Holy Land of Alchemists. They threatened too many people's interests. Su Yun nodded, his eyes clouded. Rivalry within the same field was normal, but colluding with outsiders was utterly despicable. By the way, Song Yi suddenly remembered, someone during the attack years ago used purple-black flames. Pillfire? Su Yun pressed. Song Yi shrugged. Anyone skilled with fear alchemists, blacksmiths, or elemental experts could have done it. She didn't want to jump to conclusions and influence Su Yun's judgment. Su Yun fell into thought. If anyone hated the Dongfang family most, it was the Wang and Ding families. The Wang family had alchemy facilities in the academy, and the Ding family had blacksmiths. Could it be them? Thank you, Su Yun said to Song Yi with a nod of genuine gratitude. You really think killing 2 war god-level powerhouses is enough to shake them? Song Yi said seriously. The clans are deeply rooted, even the Divine Palace is under their sway. I've heard there's a king-level expert in the Divine Palace. You should be careful, they may target you. A cold smile appeared on Su Yun's lips. So what if they're king-level? When the time is right, he wouldn't hesitate to take their lives. After taking in all this information, Su Yun asked casually, will you be coming back? Song Yi stepped back a few paces, smiling without a word. Her answer was clear. All right, he'll just tell Teacher Zeng that you've been swept away by some scoundrel. He'll probably believe it, Su Yun joked. It's been a pleasure working with you. Song Yi blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled. And one more thing, I'm settling down in Yanqing. As soon as he finished speaking, space began to twist violently, as if an invisible hand was kneading it. A wave of spiritual energy rippled out like water, enveloping Song Yi and gradually making her vanish from sight. Su Yun stood where he was, quietly releasing his observation haki, sweeping the surroundings like a radar. That's the aura of the phantom demon. He frowned. Yanqing, why is everyone heading there lately? Su Yun didn't say more, only muttering to himself as he calmly turned and walked back. Somewhere hidden deep in the mountains, the phantom demon stood respectfully behind Song Yi, keeping his voice low. Master, can we really trust Su Yun? More than most of our kind, Song Yi replied, gently running her fingers over the stone in her hand. But only if you're connected to him. Otherwise, he can be colder than anyone. Luckily, I still have some ties with him. Song Yi smiled, a flicker of complicated emotion flashing through her eyes. The phantom demon nodded, hesitating before asking, and the Tianma cult? Use them if you can. If not, get rid of them all, Song Yi said, her tone as calm as if she were discussing the weather. Consider it a small contribution to humanity from both you and me. Yes, ma'am. The phantom demon accepted the order and quickly melted into the darkness. Song Yi glanced down at the stone in her hand, a faint smile on her lips as she whispered, I've said before, I'm still human. But not entirely. On the streets of Yingcheng, black banners fluttered softly in the wind. Crowds stood in silence, watching as the bodies of fallen prodigies were carried past. Some people wailed, their cries heart-wrenching. Others sobbed quietly, whispering among themselves. Grief filled the street, pressing down so heavily it seemed to freeze the air. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Su Yun watched the scene, an odd sense of mischief rising in his heart. Should I pull a Kongming move and bang my head on a coffin for effect? He glanced at Dongfang Taiwei beside him. Dongfang Taiwei shook his head, voice low. It's one thing to fight openly or clash in secret, but not now. Su Yun shrugged, a hint of defiance in his eyes. Had never thought there was anything wrong with making the nobility uncomfortable. If teacher says no, then I'll let it go. With that, the campaign against the foreign cults officially came to an end. Everyone returned to Tianming Academy. At the academy gates, the bodies of Wang Li and the others had already been sent back to their families. Su Yun, together with Shi Gang and 4 teachers, stepped through the entrance, greeted by deafening cheers and a barrage of fireworks. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yun, you're the best. Any tips to share? I want to take down some cults too. Heaven must be watching over User Academy finally has a real hero. Teachers and students lined up, applauding and smiling in welcome. Su Yun could feel the good-natured teasing, and he grinned. For the next week, all my pills are half price. The crowd erupted instantly. Su Yun is awesome. Says discount, and it's done. Tough luck for the Divine Pavilion. If Su Yun cuts prices, they'll be out of business. Lin Sihua watched the lively scene, smiling. Come on, the principal's waiting for us. At the center of the sports field, teachers and students stood in neat formation. On stage stood Su Yun, his 3 fellow disciples, and Principal Zhang Zhongqing. Su Yun fearlessly infiltrated the mixed-blood cult and made a tremendous contribution to humanity. Zhang Zhongqing's voice boomed. We should all look up to him, but don't try to copy his actions blindly. Down below, many people could only smile wryly. Principal, you give us too much credit. That kind of undercover work? No chance we could pull it off. Zhang Zhongqing went on at length, making Su Yun's head spin. Finally, Su Yun couldn't help tugging at the principal's sleeve, grinning. Principal, can we get something a little more practical? The crowd burst into laughter, the tense mood lightening. Zhang Zhongqing shot Su Yun a glare, but announced, 20,000 merit points as a reward. The apothecary pavilion will be upgraded to an honorary alchemy site and renovated soon. The crowd was stunned. Su Yun shouted excitedly, Principal, you're the best. 200,000 merit points. The number made Su Yun's eyes light up. It was much higher than the 170,000 or 180,000 he had expected. Although it still fell short of the apothecary pavilion's peak days, it was already on par with the annual funding of most regular facilities. The reactions among the students and teachers in the audience were sharply divided. Alongside envious glances, there were also plenty of cold, hostile stares, especially from the influential families who had suffered heavy losses during the Ingqing expedition and the members of the myriad clans who had lost 3 guardians. Instead of shying away from these unfriendly looks, Su Yun stood tall, flashing a broad, radiant grin, as if to say, You're upset? That's perfect, I'm thrilled. Dongfang Taiyue was flushed with excitement. The apothecary pavilion has finally regained its standing as a prestigious alchemy institution. The title that was stripped away after the family tragedy can finally be restored. Just then, Zhang Zhongqing interjected in a flat tone, the renovation costs will be deducted from your merit points. Su Yun's smile froze instantly, cursing inwardly, stingy principal. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhongqing chuckled to himself, thinking the kids still had a lot to learn. After the welcome ceremony ended, quite a few people considered joining the apothecary pavilion. But when they thought about the level of monsters inside, most quickly gave up on the idea. In the principal's office, the atmosphere was tense. Zhang Zhongqing sat with Dongfang Taiyue, Lin Sihua, and Zheng Yu, discussing a sensitive topic. We've seen him, Lin Sihua said gravely. Zhang Zhongqing's body tensed, but he only replied with a calm, I see. Dongfang Taiyue pressed, he was once the most talented student at Tianming Academy. Why did he betray us? Zhang Zhongqing remained silent. The discussion about the traitor grew heated. Dongfang Taiyue became so agitated that he nearly lashed out, only to be restrained by Zheng Yu and Lin Sihua. In the end, Zhang Zhongqing was left alone in the office, staring out at the blue sky, letting out a bitter laugh. Ruthless? I'm not ruthless enough. Meanwhile, renovations on the apothecary pavilion officially began. Much to Su Yun's frustration, the Academy's construction team demanded 40,000 merit points a price, far higher than any outside contractor. Yet Zhang Zhongqing forbade him from hiring anyone else. As Su Yun grumbled and cursed the principal in private, Gong Pao and Ku Kei came looking for him. Both had made significant progress. Gong Pao had reached the warrior level, and Ku Kei was on the verge of a breakthrough. Su Yun, Ku Kei called out. Su Yun replied listlessly, How's the radiant rankings been while I was away? I kept my place on the ranking and even moved up 1 spot, Ku Kei said with a faint smile. Standing nearby, Gong Pao looked a bit uneasy and tried to change the subject with a forced laugh. Nice weather today, isn't it? Su Yun rolled his eyes, instantly seeing through him. This guy must have dropped out of the top 50, he thought. Keeping his tone calm, he said, Next time I compete, I'm aiming for first place. When that happens, I'll get you into the top 10 with me. Gong Pao's eyes lit up at those words, his face full of excitement. Following a real pro means there's always something to gain. Ku Kei glanced around before asking in confusion, Where's Senior Song Yi? Gong Pao echoed his question, also finding it odd. After all, Song Yi had disappeared around the same time Su Yun had been away. She got whisked away by some guy, Su Yun replied casually. Senior, you agreed to this, so I'm just saying it as it is. Gong Pao shook his head and sighed. What a shame she's got the looks and the figure. If I'd known, I would have made a move myself. Ku Kei was about to respond, but Su Yun immediately shot him a look. Think twice, you're engaged, remember? What? Ku Kei hurried to explain. I just meant she's not that type of person. Su Yun snorted. Careful, your image almost slipped there. Engaged? Gong Pao yelped. I thought you were single like the rest of us. Ku Kei scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. This was the life he longed for. Simple, but heartwarming. After their joking around, Gong Pao's expression turned serious. A few days ago, the Wang family brought Wang Yaming into the Divine Pavilion. Never heard of him, Su Yun said with a shrug. Ku Kei explained. He's a prodigy in alchemy, specially trained by the Wang family. He wasn't at the academy before. Chances are, Wang Yaming is their secret weapon to snatch the championship at the alchemist competition hosted by the Secret Medicine Pavilion, Gong Pao added. And on the side of the myriad clans, the Shunling tribe is also strong in alchemy. Be careful. Su Yun let out a cold laugh. If they're not embarrassed yet, let them come. I'm ready. With that, he turned to look at the Secret Medicine Pavilion, where the sign reading Honorary Alchemy Venue gleamed in the sunlight. Meanwhile, inside the Divine Pavilion, a black cauldron was emitting a unique dust-colored flame. The ingredients inside churned violently, yet nothing burned, and the refining process was astonishingly fast. This is a top-tier, yellow-grade Qingwen pill. It effectively reduces the burning sensation when absorbing fire attribute treasures, said a young man, about 20 years old, as he manipulated the cauldron. The apprentices around him immediately applauded, eager to please. Someone handed him a towel and excitedly asked, "Brother Yamming, can you really make a profound-grade pill?" Wang Yamming scoffed. "Profound-grade pills? Are they supposed to be hard?" Brother Yamming is definitely going to crush Su Yun. That amateur is about to learn who the real alchemist is. A clown trained by that crazy old man, he's no match for us. Others chimed in from the divine pavilion. Soaking in their flattery, Wang Yamming grew even more confident. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "With me around, Su Yun doesn't stand a chance." At the same time, among the myriad clans, the Shunling tribe was also preparing for the competition. These elders, with bark-like skin, aged faces, and heads full of green hair, were giving orders to their contestant. "Your goal is to defeat Su Yun. He's been way too arrogant lately. Beat him, humiliate him, and finally destroy him." "I won't let you down," the contestant replied, brimming with confidence. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.